Everybody, hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closure Show. As always, Scott Carson, jacked up for today's episode. And I know many of you will love this episode because it's definitely, for me, I was really excited to get this guest on. And we've been friends for a while. We're both in the FinCon family of stuff. We've known each other for,
Yeah.
I guess, about 2 years now. But
Yeah.
what I love is what this entrepreneur, this hardworking gal has done. And her story was recently picked up a couple months ago by MSNBC, and it was all over the place. Maybe you even saw it. But I know when I talk to new investors out there, you guys are often like, I want to start investing because A, I want to have a better life, but B, I also want to pay off debt or do
Yeah.
some things. I got to pay off student loans. Well, this gal, she
Yeah.
took maybe the non-traditional approach to
Yeah.
things, and I loved it, but it's paid off in the long run with a lot of sacrifice and a lot of great things. But I really am so glad to have her. Now, who am I talking about? Well, she's known as the founder of the best money class ever. She
Yeah.
is a UT grad. Go Longhorns. But that's great. She's my friend Carly DeFeliso. Join us here today. So what's going on, Carly? How you doing today?
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me. This is amazing. I love talking
Yeah,
money.
I know who doesn't love talking money when
I
you're a
love
money geek.
talking money. Well, there are people who do not want to talk about it. There's shame and remorse and all that. And so I'm here to be like, money's fun. This is amazing.
Well, but it's funny that you bring it up because that is one of the biggest issues out there. And we've been doing this series kind of lately. I mean, we had about 30 people on from FinCon that talked about a variety of different things, like
Yeah.
accounting and finance and bookkeeping and investing, stuff like that, and budgeting, stuff like that. But I'm really glad to have you on here to talk about kind of your journey and how you took the approach that you wanted to pay off student loans and debt
Yeah.
and cars and start
Yeah.
socking money away. But you did the non-traditional approach. So we'll put a link to the YouTube video that was
Yeah.
all the rave out there. But talk
Yeah.
about kind of your journey a little bit for those that are listening.
Yeah. So I'm Carly. I studied finance and I graduated in December of 2008 with a finance degree, conveniently when the entire financial market
Yep.
completely crashed.
Yep.
Um, so talk about perfect timing, right? I owed about $35,000 at the time. It was student loans and a car loan. And I just remember like walking into my finance professor's office hours, like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do about this whole like job thing? I
Right.
have debt, the economy's in shambles, people are losing their job, the housing, everything was just like chaos. And so more than ever, I really wanted to get my financial house in order. So I really made it a priority as a young 20 something to pay off debt and build savings. So by age 26, I was completely debt free and then saved my first 100K. And what I am most proud of is during that time, I was only earning like regular income, like $50,000 or $60,000. So I thought, hey, if I can pay off debt, if I can invest, then anyone really can with just a little bit of an education and a solid plan. So literally like coffee in hand and my laptop, I took what I learned studying finance and then I created best money class ever. So I'm a little biased, but I do think it's the best class ever.
But that's great. And because here's the great thing. You
Yeah.
walked the walk before you shared it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, in some people's mind, they're like, what, 50 grand a year? They're living in Ohio. They're like, I'd be living high in the
This is
hog.
Austin, Texas.
This is Austin,
This
Texas.
is Austin,
Exactly.
Texas.
So let's talk a little about that because I
Yeah.
love what I mean, you walked in your finance professor. Now, what did you want to do when you graduated? What would have been your ideal job in the finance industry when you graduated? You know?
Yeah. So I wish I was someone who like knew exactly. I wish I had like this mastermind, this
Right,
master plan. And I honestly didn't exactly know.
right,
And so for anyone, if you're, a new grad, or even if you're like midlife crisis and you're like, I don't know what I want to be, you're like
right,
49 and like, I don't know what I want to be. Um, Kind of to take you back to the mindset that I had was I'm not sure.
right.
And there was a finance professor, and I was just like, I like her. I trust her. She was an investment banker and she semi-retired about the age that I am right now, which I'm
Mm-hmm.
38 now. She had retired, semi-retired, and became a professor. So she had also like walked the, walk and wasn't just an academic. She actually was in finance. And I just had this trust and rapport with her. where we would have these conversations, office hours, and then we'd even grab coffee sometime. And so I really, really, truly believe in the power of mentorship,
Mm-hmm.
finding people that you trust and seeking advice from that. So to take you back, when I was in college, I actually did a crazy summer sales internship. It was face to face, but direct sales, but it was literally like door to door.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I was in college, I was recruited to do this sales, like direct sales, door to door sales. And I kind of bought into it because the number one skill that people lack when you graduate is communication.
Yeah.
And so, what better way to develop those communication than like walking up to a random person's house and like selling them something? And so I sold home security systems. And my first summer, my sales were like so so. The next summer, my sales increased. And then it clicked. I became like a selling machine. I became a top sales rep in an Inc. 500 company, one of the 500 fastest growing companies.
Wow.
And so my finance professor knew this experience and she was like, hey, you know the industry, you know how to sell. Why don't you go out and just start your own company doing that? And so that's something that it never would have crossed my mind to go from college student to entrepreneur. I couldn't really think of a good reason why not. And so the only problem was I was like, okay, who's going to do the installs?
Mm-hmm.
So at the heat of a recession, I literally like rolled up my sleeves and trained myself how to install home security systems. Um, so it was a wild journey. But yeah, I definitely, I know there's a lot of online marketers and other money coaches and like finance people. But yeah, for 8 years, I actually 100% was an entrepreneur
Wow.
doing that business. And so that was definitely the mantra that I have for my best money class ever students is whatever your day job is to become CFO and manage your money like a boss.
Mm-hmm.
And so I definitely was this literally CFO, CEO. It was like a one woman show, like home security business. But yeah, yeah,
That's awesome. Now, did it take a lot of capital? Because most people don't think about starting a business right out of
I know.
college. It's
Yeah,
I know when I was graduating back in '01, it was going on all these interviews, and I'm working, we're
yeah.
gonna have benefits, and you're like, I'm gonna get a new job or new apartment, and you get the new car and stuff like that. What kind of capital did you need to start that? Was it limited capital, or could you sell and then go buy the stuff that you need to install it? How did kind of
Yeah.
share?
So a lot of people like don't know how, like there's ADT, there's all these security companies don't exactly know how the industry works. Um, kind of a little insiders. Basically, how it works is for most of these companies, the customer signs up for typically like a 36-month agreement. And it is a little bit similar to how the mortgage, you sign up for a mortgage and then the bank actually sell your mortgage to another company.
Yep.
So essentially, my customers would sign up for a 36-month agreement, and that's kind of looked at as like an asset. And so basically, I would get paid out on what's called a multiple of, because it's recurring revenue that they're
Mm-hmm.
committed to. It's a legal document that, so they're going to pay like, it was like 49.99 or something for 36 months. So basically the way that I had the business set up was I had a monitoring company that would then right away buy that agreement and I'd get paid out in full on that contract
That's
a
a
month.
note. You set up a note agreement, basically a 36-month note,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then
I
you
mean,
just sold it in the secondary market. This is
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. So so I had very little knowledge on that and until, as a college student, I learned from so I highly encourage people to learn about an industry by doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, so in terms of my experience graduating, having student loans and a car loan, I definitely wanted to avoid standard like debt. And so
Mm-hmm.
I did not take out any debt, did not get any outside investors. I literally just cash flowed the business. So the one upfront cost which was not, it wasn't nothing, is the physical equipment, the inventory for the security systems, like the panel, the sensors, the monitors. I would personally buy that up front, but then get paid out within like a week or two, the entirety of the agreement. And so, yeah, so it was, uh, cash flowing the business.
That's awesome. And you did that
Yeah.
for a number of years. So
Yes.
many folks, what would you, and then you really kind of, I won't say hamstrung yourself, but you limit yourself to
Yeah.
pay off the debt, stuff like that. And we're talking like the biggest thing I think is that you didn't go out, I'm gonna go buy a house, or I'm not gonna rent, a
Yeah.
big fancy apartment. Can you
Yeah.
talk about some of those things that you limited yourself on? And I mean that in a good way, not in a bad way, obviously, but
Yeah.
limited
Yeah.
your overhead, I guess you could say, living cost of living stuff too.
Yeah. So I know when people think of like budgeting or like, oh my gosh, how did she save 100K in just a few years, only
Right.
earning 50 or 60K? And so what I teach with my class too is like with personal finance 101, you can save on a million little things, the lattes of this, that. But really it boils down to if you get two things right, if you get your housing and your car, everything else falls into place. So if you have housing that you can afford, which you know is important,
Mm-hmm.
and then from that moment, I had decided I'm no longer going to have a car payment. So paid the car off and then, you know, drove that car as long as possible and then outright buy the next car. But if you get your housing and your car right, then everything falls into place. So when I was paying off debt and saved my first 100K, I actually had a roommate. So there's no shame to the roommate game. And I mean, that's like hundreds and hundreds of dollars every month and thousands over the years just, that I had been able to save. And I tend to be an extroverted person, so I just like having company anyways. So then I reached, I guess, pretty early on, 26, what's called Coast 5. And
Mm-hmm.
so my 100K, so basically, if I had never invested another dime, by standard retirement age, I'd have a nest egg. Um, and so, kind of really, really, in terms of getting your finances in order, like the best thing, whether you're 20, 30, 40, 50, whatever, the best time to start is going to be like now.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So if you're listening to this and you're like, oh, I wish, I'm 50, I am too late. You're not too late. Now's always the best time. Um, but that did allow me in my 30s, I ended up having a really rough patch. I went through some hard things. So then I ended up selling everything that I had and was like, I'm going to take a pause. And I did, I guess, what you could consider almost a sabbatical or even
Mm-hmm.
like a mini retirement, where it wasn't like I'm never going to work again, but it was like I'm going to take a few months, pause, travel. So I ended up staying in Hawaii for a month, and that was amazing. And then after that, I ended up coming back and I bought an RV with cash and an SUV to pull it. And to this day, so that was 2019, I bought my RV. I actually still full-time live in my RV in Austin, Texas. And it is a whirlwind of an experience. It is crazy. So
I love that, but I love that. I mean, because that's, we as entrepreneurs, you run, 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 and
yeah,
when you're out there selling, sales is door to door sales is difficult, especially in the heat of our
yeah,
summers here in Austin.
physically
Physically
pounding.
demanding, yes.
Yeah,
But that's the thing. You worked your security job, security monitoring. You did that well, and you made money, cash flowed. You put some money aside. You took on a roommate when you were living, not in the RV. You didn't have a roommate in the RV, but where you were living beforehand
yeah.
to save on it,
No,
which is
no
great.
roommate in the RV.
You'd be living on top of each other. But
Oh
anyway,
no.
but that's the thing, is that you said, okay, let's try this out. Let's try the small living out for a little while, and then you came
Yes.
back to Austin. Said, okay, I want to stay here. I'm gonna buy stuff, and then you've parked it. And I
Yes.
love that, we've all been through something. And I love your journey. Last year, you talked about how you didn't have a car for a while. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And you were riding your bike all
Yes.
around stuff. But those are sacrifices you made. Now you probably had the money. You had the money sitting in your savings
Yeah.
if you wanted to go buy something brand new or
Yeah.
buy a used car,
Yeah.
but you chose to
Yeah.
tighten your belt. Say, hey, I'm gonna walk the walk a little bit more here, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So
I
yeah. So
love
just
that. Where do you did you are there times that you feel like, oh, this is just getting ridiculous, or I'm just going to go buy it? But there's because a lot of people, especially in today's world, it's such
yeah.
a we don't have the patience for most people. Like, oh, it's instant gratification. I'm going to order it on Amazon, have it shipped to me immediately. I'm sure when you talk with people out there that you coach through your best money class ever,
Yeah.
how do you help people overcome that need they think they need versus a want versus a need? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, so one of my specialties is helping people pay off debt within 36 months or less. Um, and and then not only I'm not just like, oh, be debt free, I'm like, be debt free and build wealth. So then
Right.
invest. And so whenever I have a 2 hour, so Best Money Class Ever is a 4 week class. It's live and virtual. I like talking to a human and being able
Right.
to ask questions. So that's how I set up the class. And so there is a 2 hour lesson. Each lesson there's a challenge. And so one challenge is all about becoming debt free and then stopping, like you're talking about, emotional impulse buys. And so there's definitely a lot that I can say on that. But a really quick tip that comes to mind is procrastinate. Okay. So it comes oh so natural to all of mankind to procrastinate,
Mm-hmm.
right? If there's something you got to do, you need to do it, but then to wait till the very last minute to do that. And so when it comes to the Amazon buys, or if something breaks and you got to fix it, procrastinate buying, right? So wait. Almost anything can just wait. Like you can get whatever it is that's in your cart that you're like dying to get, but just wait until I mean, a kind of no-brainer is when you buy something, you should have money,
Right.
right?
Right.
And so just waiting until you can pay for that item in full. So that's the easiest thing. It's like kind of wiring of like, okay, I waited on this random assignment with work, making this slide debt. I can wait on this other random item that I think that I need to buy right now. Um, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense too, because one of the biggest things came out was the whole buy now pay later aspect you have with a lot of Amazon and eBay's, which
Yeah.
are getting people in financial trouble
Yeah.
because they're, oh, I only got to pay $8. Well, no, it's a lot more than $8 because if you look
Yeah.
at, and that adds up, and it's the opposite effect. How you talked about at the beginning, there's a lot of little things you can cut back to save and invest. It's also the death by a million cuts on a lot of these little expenses, these
Yeah. Yep.
recurring monthly charges, or this
Yeah.
buy now pay later stuff. So it's definitely having you have to, it's a balancing act in a lot of cases, right?
For sure. For sure.
Mhm. Now, does having the RV also stop you from buying more stuff because you may not physically have the room for it there too?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I live in a 20-foot travel trailer. It's 20 feet by 8 feet. So it's very tight quarters. I literally, like, there was no closet when I bought the RV.
Mm-hmm.
So there were actually bunk beds and a queen bed. In the bunk beds, I thought initially, like, oh, I can have like a little reading loft and like a lounge area or something. I don't know. And then one day I actually climbed up on these bunk beds and they're like not real twin. It's like half a twin. And I'm like, I can't even roll around. This is not comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
So I tore the bunk beds out and ended up building myself a closet. Like that's how little storage there was. There wasn't even a closet. So I built myself a closet where the bunk beds were. But yeah, I basically I feel like when it comes to just buying stuff, you actually need a lot less than you think that you
Mm-hmm.
need. You really don't need a million different shoes. You don't need all the gadgets, all the things. So I really focused on building relationships with people, my friendships, the memories, the experiences those are the things that matter versus actual things, right?
Mm-hmm. So true, because eventually those things that you think you own, they end up owning you. And it's the dragging around. It's the now I got to find a self-storage facility because they don't fit. Or I got a house now that
Yeah.
I got to upside my house to fit more shit in it. You know what I mean? Versus
Yeah.
the living aspect of it. And that's the biggest thing I commend you on is been there, done that, and
Yeah.
realizing like you do save on the little things. Now, don't get me wrong, you get you and I go to enough conference, we get enough free t-shirts there. You ain't gonna
I
buy
know.
another t-shirt again or
Yeah.
Paris, you know. But that's the thing. It's like, okay, you don't need, if you got some good core staples,
Yeah.
it makes all the difference in the world versus having to get the newest outfit and stuff like that. That a lot of us need. Seth always jokes when we go to sporting events. So I'm always getting a T-shirt at sporting event. I got like this whole thing underneath my bed of just T-shirts from sporting events. Like it's a memory. It's great. I got the room for it. But if I
Yeah.
was doing like you were doing, like I used to, I wouldn't be keeping those. I'd be like, oh, wear them for a while, throw them away. You know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, you also are a big advocate too of the pay first aspect of things, paying yourself first instead of waiting till the end of the month. You often are, it's one of your biggest expenses, I should say, is the investing side of it. Can you explain that a little bit for our listeners?
Yeah. So, when it comes to investing and managing your money, the most important thing is for you to start. As a basic finance concept, it's called the time value of money, which means a dollar saved now is going to be worth more later because of interest earned over time. And so when it comes to investing, I know it can seem like a foreign language, all the terms, but you don't need a degree in finance to understand it all. This is a concept that I have not like coined myself or anything. It's just personal finance is basically a strategy called pay yourself first. So what happens is everybody knows saving money is a good idea. Like no one is going to go through my class and be like, "Oh my gosh, Carly had the nerve to advocate saving, like investing." Like no one's going to say that's a bad idea. Everybody knows putting money away for your future is a good idea. But what happens is you end up paying your rent or mortgage. You have streaming for like Hulu, Netflix, Amazon, but like all the things, a happy hour with a friend, something breaks, there goes a thingy for Bob, and then comes the end of the month, there's absolutely nothing to save. So, kind of like one of the questions that I ask my students, like, what is the first expense that you have each month? And people normally will say, oh, the rent, all that. And I'm like, nope. And then I like blast on like Soldier Boy when he's like, you, like the first expense is you.
Mm-hmm.
And so before you have the opportunity to spend the money, I want you to automatically put money away for your future. So for most people, there's analysis paralysis. Like, should I pay off debt? Should I invest? What do I do first? So I created the finance plan, which is your step 1, 2, 3, and 4 with money. I do have a free guide. If you want, we can link to it. It's like a 20-page guide. And but yeah, the first step is put 10% away for your future.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, because what'll happen is that you'll end up cutting expenses naturally that you
Yeah.
don't need, the
Yeah.
extra, you know, all the streaming services, you
Yeah.
know, all the, you know, I love the fact too that I think you put a little bit of money of cash in your pocket each week or
Yeah.
every month. Oh, was it $120 or a number like that?
$120.
$120. If you don't have it, you don't do it, which is most
Yeah.
people are, well, let me just put on my card. And that's not the case, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So make your finance doesn't have to be overwhelming. Like most everything that you spend is literally known 100% fixed and in your control. Like it's not a shocker how much your student loan is.
Right.
Like you know that, like your rent, like you signed up for that. Um, and so make yourself a fixed set expense and automate that. Just make your plan automatic.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing. Now, do you still talk to the finance professor from University of Texas? You still keep up with
Yeah,
her?
we don't talk as much as we used to, but yeah,
Sure.
we definitely are still in contact for sure.
Awesome. And who's also been a mentor out there? Somebody that you follow or admire that has been a big or has been impacted you in other ways out there?
Yeah. So the first person who comes to mind who has really impacted me, and this is someone like online, this is someone I have not met in real life, but I really look up to, the ladies would know this, Sarah Blakely, the founder of Spanx. So
Mm-hmm.
she also sold door to door, and basically she sold fax machines door to door.
Yeah.
And she took $5,000 that she had in savings. She also took out no outside investors or debt or anything, and she cash flowed. She became the youngest female self-made billionaire.
Yep.
And I just love the way that she runs her business, and everything about her. I'm just like, she's amazing. Like, I want to be Sarah when I grow up.
Yeah, I love the
um,
story where she took 5,000 of her own money and called her friends up across the country, said, "Hey, go in and buy this, or go online and buy this. So it looks like I have orders coming from all across the country.
yeah,
I'll pay you to go do that," which is genius. And her whole she was just interviewed by Roland Frazier on the breakfast or was it the business lunch podcast, and Roland's been a mentor of mine for years. So it's a great story. Yeah, check it out. We'll put the link in there. But who else
yeah.
besides Sarah Blakely are you a big fan of?
So I like Sarah Blakely. I also do listen to myself some Marie Forleo. I don't know if you've heard of
Yeah,
Marie.
yeah.
Um, she has a YouTube and podcast, and she is all about helping specifically female online entrepreneurs grow businesses. So I really like her content for sure.
Good stuff. Now, with your best money class, you teach it live. Now, how often do you teach it, or how often do you host the classes?
Yeah. So this year I'm actually opening up Best Money Class Ever and hosting it live quarterly. So I had one round of the class in January. I'm going to have another round starting here in April.
Awesome. We'll make sure to put the link to that. I mean, I
Yep.
love it too. You've got some great testimonials, and I know
Yep.
as a coach, I love it when I see my students find success. And
Yeah.
then like, well, what's the biggest thing that gets you excited about? Is it people investing more, paying off debt, or a combination, or just maybe the light at the end of the tunnel becomes much brighter for folks where they see there's a way out of the debt sledge
Yeah.
aspect, huh?
So, yeah, I think for me, what really fires me up is hearing actual results and like people telling me, like, this has changed my life.
Right.
Like, this is something that I felt so much anxiety about, so stressed, so like doomy, gloomy, like horrible, like stuck, trapped. And then the fact that they not only have a feeling of hope, but there's actual real results they get. So yeah, one couple that came to mind is they were newlyweds, hadn't really merged finances, had some student loans, didn't really have a plan, but they were able to pay about $24,000 off and then build a 6-month emergency fund and then start maxing out all the retirement accounts. And within like 2 years, that actually look like them like tripling their net worth. So I'm not just like a debt-free coach. I'm like, let's
Sure.
actually build wealth and have a secure future. So seeing that is so something that I'm a very competitive person. I know maybe I might like look bubbly and but I'm like, no, let's actually do this. Let's turn things around. So I really, that fires me up hearing stories like that.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the most amazing things out there is when you see people because I think sometimes we feel like we're just talking into
Yeah.
the abyss of folks, and when you
Right.
see people taking the opportunity and taking the lessons that you teach on a regular
Yeah.
basis, it's a phenomenal thing. And I've got on the
Yeah.
screen here your website, thebestmoneyclassever.com. You can
Yeah.
actually go
That's
here
me.
and click on the link to download the free guide that
Yes.
Carly was talking about there. Can you talk about some of the things that are in the free guide, maybe that we haven't discussed or whatever like that, so folks know what's
Yeah.
why they want to get
So
that?
yeah, so basically the guide is um that's the guide. So what I found with people with money is a feeling of overwhelmed. So another example is I had a young an engineer, and he had debt. Basically, when they merged finances, the couple was spending about $3,000 a month on all of their debt. And they really had no idea where to start. They were like, should I pay off debt? Should I invest? They looked at, like, he actually ran like 4 or 5 different spreadsheets of like, okay, the fastest way to pay off debt, or what if I get into real estate first, or what about the emergency fund, or what, like, we're young, maybe we should just splurge and go on the like a gap year and spend money. There's just like so much that they ended up making no decision at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I did create, it's the finance plan. It's your step 1, 2, 3, and 4 with money. So it's the kind of order of operations of investing, debt payoff, building an emergency fund, saving for a home or car. So it kind of lays out a step-by-step plan and roadmap. And so in the guide, there is the plan. You'll get 20 pages and it's interactive. So you can kind of have like a debt tracker, you can have an investing checklist, and there's a ton of good stuff. There's actually a money survey so you can find out if you're financially healthy or stressed. But yeah, so there's so much in the guide.
That is a lot. That's definitely a lot. And I really encourage you guys to check it out, whether you're watching or
Yeah.
listening. Go to bestmoneyclassever.com. We'll have the link below in the description of the
Yeah.
podcast, stuff like that for you. Now, I got to ask you a question because, a couple questions here,
Yeah.
maybe off the wall. With you living in your RV
Yeah.
and enjoying it, do you think that's the way to fix a lot of the affordability for homes is setting up more tiny communities across the country in different areas that are near amenities that people can walk to or ride the
Yeah.
bus or ride their bike? Yeah.
Well, I do want to say it is one way,
Right.
but it is not the solution. So I do want to say and remind people, in my initial journey of debt payoff and building my first 100K, I had a regular apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I did have a roommate. Um, and I do know people go out and do RV life and they are like, okay, I'm going to buy this rig and it's going to be like, it's like a $90,000
House basically for the most
yeah. And
part.
then
It's
they're like, well, I
crazy.
got to haul the RVs. I'm going to get this big truck and it's like a $50,000 truck and they're paying for that. So RV life is not necessarily a low cost thing.
Right.
I actually did a trip up the Pacific Northwest, and I'm telling you, like the amount of money that I spent hauling that RV across the country, I could have gone to Europe, or like the flight and like a whole Euro trip would have been just as much as like the gas money for the RV. So
Mm-hmm.
with that said, I am not going to be like, the roadmap to building wealth isn't sell everything and live in an RV. That's
Sure.
not like the solution. It is for sure. Like right now, I paid for my RV in full. And so I don't have a payment on that. So in Austin, the RV park that I have, I pay for the little lot. It's $750 a month. So some people in different parts of the country are like, oh my gosh, my mortgage is that much. That's crazy. That's high. That's, expensive. But if you actually live in Austin, Texas, like you can't find anything.
No, well, that's the thing is median rent. I think is somewhere in between 2,500 to 3,000 bucks, and Austin is one of the most expensive rental
Yeah.
cities to live in. Especially you're downtown. We're not talking
Yeah.
out in Manor or
Yeah.
Taylor or
I
Hutto.
know. Yeah, I'm like a 15-minute ish drive from downtown.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So I do kind of want to give the like this isn't the only way, but it is an option. I mean, it's an
Mm-hmm.
option if you do it with a plan. And it's for me, it was more of an experience. It was something that I would just watch hours after hours of like RV renovation,
Right.
tiny living, and I just loved everything about it. And the opportunity came where I had the freedom to do it. So, so yeah, it's definitely if you're like thinking about it and um wanting something like a challenge or a different lifestyle, go for it.
How long? What are your plans in the long term for that? Are you planning on doing that for a while longer? Are you thinking about buying or traveling more? What's kind of the next step for you, Carly?
Yeah, so I did my travel with the RV and I did it as a solo female traveler, which I think is like, yay, girl power. Like it was super empowering to like
Sure.
get the tow hitch and like haul that thing. I was like, yeah, I could do anything.
Right. Right.
I'd like gas up at a gas station and like men would walk out and be like, are you hauling that? I'm like, of course. Like, what do you, yeah.
Duh. Yeah.
um, so, but yeah, so I kind of got the travel bug out. Right now, I'm totally happy with just being what's called stationary. I'm literally
Mm-hmm.
kind of like not moving that thing. I'm just doing the tiny living. If I had it my way, in the next year or two, I'd find a partner and do kind of go back to like the standard, like if the cards align, have a family and all that. And
Sure.
there's so many people who do RV life with families.
Mm-hmm.
For me, though, I think that if that path opens up, I don't think I would want to do RV life with a family. That's me personally.
That's no problem at all. That totally makes a lot of sense there. Now, you've also mentioned, I think, somewhere about having an aficionado for power tools. In a lot of
Yeah.
cases, they're like, what's your favorite power tool, and what's one that you're looking to maybe add to the arsenal?
Yeah. So I like just standard like jigsaw, like cutting wood, cutting wood, building things. So I've built a lot. I built, like I said, the closets, and then I built a table. Um, so yeah, I like the jigsaw.
Cool. And then is there a power? Maybe we can get somebody from our audience. You got a power tool that you're looking at? Maybe to buy updated jigsaw or new sanders or a reciprocal saw or anything like that. I'm being
Yeah.
serious, 100%.
What's like what's one tool that I'm like looking?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Um,
You didn't expect
honestly,
me to
I
ask
don't
you
even
that.
know the names of all the
Well, I say jigsaw is great
uh,
because it's mobile. You can cut a lot of things on it. It may not be
yeah,
the
yeah.
greatest thing. Reciprocal saw is
So
pretty.
the funny story, whenever I started my home security business, people were like, "Oh, Carly, she must naturally be handy."
Mm-hmm.
I asked my mom, I was like getting everything ready, like, "Oh, I need, wire, I need electrical tape, I need a screwdriver, I need the flat kind and the star kind."
Right,
And
right.
mom was
There
like,
you
"It's called Phillips, Carly. It's called like." So
go.
so the whole power tool thing, I'm literally like learning as I go. Like I have very limited.
Well, maybe that's the next series in power tool, the best ever power tool class by Carly. Therefore,
Yeah,
that's awesome. That's awesome, Carly. What's the best way? Is the website the best way?
that's
Social
funny. Yeah.
for folks to connect with you and
So
follow in your journey.
yeah, definitely best money class ever. Download the guide if you're looking to. The number one thing I recommend is just starting a plan, overcome that analysis paralysis. I'll email you that guide, and then you'll get literally a step one, step two, step three, step four. It's like you'll get 4 emails back to back with this plan and with the guide. It'll tell you what to do each day. And then, yeah, if you're on social, Best Money Class Ever is on Instagram and TikTok. So I also have my so Best Money Class Ever is starting April 24th. And then I want financial education to be something anyone can access. And so I know there's kind of like the natural, like, why would you spend money to like learn about money? Or people think that, but so I want everyone to have a financial education. So I actually made the introduction to the class free. It's called the Ultimate Guide to Managing Money. So that's coming up. So feel free to register with that. I'd love to have, have you guys join me for that. So
Awesome, good stuff there. Yeah, we'll put all those links in the description for everybody up there. This has been fun. It's great to know more of your journey, Carly.
yeah,
I look forward to hanging out here in a meetup group or a
yeah,
FinCon conference for too long there. So go, guys and gals out there. Take what you heard from Carly here. She did a lot of things that were great for her. And as you heard her say, may not be the best thing for you, but take the opportunity, download her money guide. I guarantee there's some things in there that you can implement. You can cut some expenses and start
yeah,
putting that money towards your emergency costs, towards debt, or put it towards your investment accounts of some sort there. So go out, take some action, everybody,
yeah,
and we'll see you at the top. Thanks, Carly.
yeah. Thank you so much.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closure Show. As always, Scott Carson, jacked up to be here today, and I'm excited to have my good friend Jessica here from Get Fundable join us on here today. We've got a lot of people asking questions about, is the economy, the recession, and of course, you guys have seen some of the videos we've talked about, short and long form, about record rates of auto loan debt, credit card debt being at all-time highs, defaults across multifamily, commercial, residential. There's a lot of shit taking place in the industry right now. And I thought it valuable to get Jessica on here from getfundable.com to talk about some of the things that people can do or how you can protect your personal and business credit profiles, because they are just the aces of the skies when it comes to working with individuals to help you, as I say, weaponize your fundability and help you get your credit out of the slum and get it into the sky there. So Jessica, welcome to the Note Closure Show. We've had you on before though, but hey, glad to have you back.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. It's been a few years since I've been on. Usually it's Meryl here, but I always love talking to you. I think I've known you for 8 or 10 years at this point. It's been a while.
We've known each other about a decade, definitely. Road warriors back in the day, right?
Yeah, a long time ago.
So for those that are new to the podcast, tell them about what a better description of Get Fundable and the magic that you guys do over there.
Yeah, so at Get Fundable, we help borrowers become fundable. Pretty straightforward. It's right in our name. But we primarily work with anybody entrepreneurs that are in a high risk industry, a lot of real estate investors. And that's why we're good friends with Scott, because anybody who's in notes knows that it's difficult to just go to a bank and get unsecured or low doc loans, lines of credit to go out and do deals. So that is our main focus and our main education. But to be able to get that, you have to have a pretty solid personal profile. And so we do work with personal credit profiles, cleaning up personal credit if that is needed. And in fact, that is Meryl, my business partner, his background. He started Lexington Law, has a background in credit repair. So that's where we started from. And then we realized credit lines is what people want. A good credit profile can only get you so far. So they go hand in hand. And now with everything that is happening in the economy, a good, solid, or at least a profile that isn't going to get hit too hard is what a lot of people need. So we're here to educate, hold your hand, be a resource for what's on the horizon and what we see coming. We have a lot of connections with lenders, and we have a liaison at FICO directly that we have on our weekly shows, usually every other Tuesday, answering questions with what is happening in real time at FICO and how we can prepare for a shitstorm that might be coming.
Yeah. So let me tell you what I've learned and the things that you guys have helped me out with. And I think that'll resonate well with everybody else out there. Based on what you teach and Meryl teach and the ins and outs and really demystifying all the different myths about credit out there, because there's a lot of good things and a lot of bad things that are floating around. And a lot of people are preaching things that are falsehoods, not truthhoods, right? Yeah. We'll get into that a little bit later. But you guys have helped us, get a lower interest rate on our mortgage. Usually, because when we refinance, we got the lowest possible rate. You've helped me boost my credit score over 100 points. You've not only done that, but you've helped us gain, over $50,000 in lines of credit. Okay. Helped me negotiate a better deal on when I bought my truck 10 years ago and the new truck that I bought a while back after we got in a wreck. Recently, I had to do stuff like that. So these are valuable things worth thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in interest saved and price saved when you go to buy stuff. And that's one of the most important things. And the access to quick cash for deals as an investor and other things makes my bargaining chip a little bit better than somebody who's got to go out and raise capital. So I have to give Get Fundable, you, Sky, Cheyenne, Brad, I know they're gone, but Meryl and you guys, the whole team over the last 10 years that we've known each other, for not only impacting me, but helping thousands of my students as well do the same thing. So I got to give a big applause on that. If you're new to this is why you want to listen and hang around.
Absolutely. And congratulations on all your wins. That brings up a great point. There are so many aspects that being fundable it can impact your ability to get insurance, what insurance rates you're getting. It has an impact in every area of your life. So it's really important. And that brings up something that we've been noticing. I was just talking to my team about this morning. If you have been paying attention to the news, you've heard in Florida that a lot of insurance companies are pulling out. And so that is causing a lot of problems with mortgage lending, which is trickling down, and we're seeing it affect business lending as well.
Yep.
So like I mentioned earlier, we have Tuesday and Thursday coaching calls. And in those calls, we are trying to stay up to date and talking to our lenders that we have connections with in Florida and saying, okay, what underwriting terms are changing? What do we need to be prepared for? So that if we are going to try and get a mortgage there, or if we're going to try and just keep a mortgage there, what do we need to be prepared for? So that's one thing that we have on our radar right now. And our team actually, right now, while I'm doing this podcast, is talking to some lenders in Florida.
Well, that's the thing is, as a big investor in Florida over the years, we've bought a lot of stuff there. I was blown away that insurance tripled in a matter of basically 12 months, from like 10 grand to 30 grand on a property. In other areas, it's just ridiculous. And then even same here in Texas on the Gulf Coast. My mom's homeowners insurance went up by 20% here in Houston and then Gulf Coast region, where it's been hit by a couple. I mean, heck, Houston just thinks about sprinkling there and it floods. You know what I mean? But that's the thing, is that we're seeing that all across the country, not only here, but also California with the fires and the droughts and things like that. Insurance is getting expensive, and it is based on, let's run a credit report for you real fast too,
Yeah, so it's important. And while a lot of your listeners, our clients are already established in the industry, doing business, have their credit profile, and we can mold it and improve it. We also have coaching and education for people who are 18, just starting out, bouncing back from a bankruptcy. Anybody at any level has credit or can utilize it. And so let's find out where you are and how you can improve your situation.
I had a conversation recently with an uncle of mine, a smart guy, has paid cash for things all his life. And a lot of people out there from the older generation, nothing wrong with the older generation, salt of the earth, the greatest generation, that have, our kids or grandkids from the Great Depression era of stuff. I got to pay cash for everything. I don't want to put anything on credit cards. Yeah. Can you talk about the fallacy of that and why that's not good?
Yeah, of course. So FICO, which is your credit score, is fully based on behaviors. So simply put, if they don't have any behaviors to score, it shows a lot of risk. They don't know what to do with you. And so there has to be that happy medium, because going into debt and living off of debt and living off of credit isn't necessarily the solution either.
Right.
One mistake with something going wrong and you're in some deep water. So we have to find the middle ground of the generation who pays cash for everything, and then also my generation and younger who does Affirm and Klarna and finances pretty much every purchase that they do, because that's not healthy either. And figuring out what we call it strategic debt. So debt that is going to move you forward rather than hold you back.
Yeah. Now there's good debt and bad debt, let's talk about some of the biggest things that probably frustrate you on the bad debt side of all the clients that you see. I know there's a litany of them. But what are some of the simple mistakes, especially for young folks out there or people dealing with issues right now, things that actually do not hurt, that aren't good for them? It may seem good instantly, but may be bad in the long run.
Yeah, great question. I've got two. One is store cards. So how many times have you gone to Home Depot, Macy's, any store and check out and they say, do you want to save 30% and get one of our credit cards? And it's so easy to say, oh yeah, that 30% sounds great right now. But the negative effects that it have on your profile are way greater than that 30% that you're saving. It adds an inquiry to your profile. It's adding more credit. It's not great credit. It's from a merchandise, a store card. It's not When you go to get bigger purchases, finance a car, get a house, get business credit, they're not going to lend to you based solely on your Home Depot reputation. So it's not beneficial in the long run. There is a time and place for everything. If you are a flipper or a rehabber and you are at Home Depot spending thousands of dollars each month, that could be beneficial to you. Absolutely. But if you're a consumer, it's not the thing. Another thing that we have been getting questions about every single week is about balance transfer cards and 0% interest cards. And those you have to be so cautious of, because the fine print in those is where they get you. A lot of times it will say it's 0% unless you charge it up above 50%, then you get charged interest on it, or it's 0% unless you do a very common behavior, and then they get you. So then you're ended up paying a lot more and you weren't expecting it, and you're frustrated, and you call them and they're like, well, it's in our fine print, you should have read it. Same with balance transfers. It sounds great unless you do one thing, and then they'll go back and charge you interest for everything. So that's my one piece of advice, because it's been coming up a lot more recently. Read the fine print. Don't be hesitant to call a lender and say, hey, I'm looking at this. Can you walk me through the fine print? Can you tell me what I can expect if I get this credit card, if I open this loan? What is that going to look like for me?
Yeah, that's great stuff. I think one of the most eye-opening things is obviously not all credit cards are on the same level. You sent something like, a store card like Target or Kohl's or Sephora, you know what I mean? You want to get a Sephora card. Ooh, or Victoria's Secrets card, you know what I mean? They rank, FICO and the credit bureaus rank cards on an A to Z level. Z being like the low level, like we just talked about. What's the A pristine cards? Is that like Chase, Citi, Bank of America, American Express? Are those the kind of cards that fall on that top level?
Yeah, so it's a really kind of confusing matrix system, but we've broken it down. So the top cream of the crop cards are your Chases, your Bank of America, your Wells Fargo, your Citi, any of the national banks, because they're a national bank. If you were to get a card in Texas and then you move to Washington State, and then you go to like a credit union, they know, oh, Chase is a reputable bank. If you have good credit with them, then you're probably safe to lend to. So any of those are cream of the crop, tier 1. The next one would be the next level down, still fantastic, would be your American Expresses, your Capital Ones. They're nationally recognized, but they don't have banks where you can go walk into and establish a relationship with a banker. So there's levels of what we call fundability. Basically think of it as, if it is more well-known, more nationally recognized, they have less risk, then it's going to be better for you in the long run.
What about Discover? Because when I was in college, everybody wanted to get a Discover card, and people, you know what I mean? And is that good or bad? Or is that treated like—
It's not bad. It's like probably second level, because it's nationally recognized, but they don't have branches that you can walk into everywhere. It's not bad.
So Capital One here in Texas does actually have branches. They're actually kind of growing. And you see a lot of commercials for that. Capital One Coffee House. Come on and have a cup of coffee. And I'm like, no.
They are growing. And I've been doing this for 10 years, and I have seen cards and banking institutions go from tier 1 down, and vice versa. The Goldman Sachs card, the Apple card, started out as a lower tier when it was first introduced, but as it's gained traction and popularity, it's grown in its standing. So cards change.
But it may not be around for too much longer, because according to reports by Goldman Sachs, they lost billions in dollars by hosting the Apple card. So it'll be interesting.
I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'll have to send you the article on it if it's gonna be around longer. Plus, they're Goldman Sachs is struggling in 3 other areas too, with credit, commercial real estate, deposits, and then also losses on other investments they've made. So it'll be interesting if it stays around. But now, what's the ideal percentage? Is it good to pay off your cards every month when you charge up? Is it good to keep a balance, a percentage? What's the magical, if you've got a crystal ball there, somebody's looking at their cards, do we want to pay them off and not carry balance, or keep some balance on there for a little while?
Um, the magical number is about 1%, but it's hard to hit exactly 1% every month. So we usually say less than 10, but more than 0. It also is not beneficial to you to pay it off and have it report 0 every single month because you're not putting traffic on it. Although that being said, so that is like star student, you're doing best. Like I said earlier, FICO is based on borrower behavior. So it's seeing how you treat them every single month. So whatever you do it consistently. If you are consistently carrying a balance, slowly pay that down. Don't pay it all the way down 1 month and then charge it up the next and then pay it down and charge it up because they don't know their algorithm doesn't know how to score that as well. So whatever you do it well. Even if that includes carrying high balances, do it well.
Let's talk about that because obviously credit cards, I've seen credit cards in the 30%, 28 to 30% range, which just seems mind-boggling that they're not being charged for, crimes for usury. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Out there. So is there a magical way to get your debt paid off? You pay a little bit. I know, or can you talk a little bit about maybe debt stacking a little bit for folks out there that don't know what that is?
Yeah, you got to be, again, cautious with that because if you don't do it right, then you can end up with more debt and it go up fast. There's a method called the snowball method where you pay the highest interest first and then you pay it down. So I would find a method that works best for you. Obviously you want to keep interest rates in mind, but then sometimes it's easier to just pay off a card and keep it at 0. And then that's not adding any interest to it. We've seen a lot of people getting consolidation loans recently. That is something it was really big a few years ago and then kind of died down and it's starting to come up more and more. So that's a strategy a lot of people use.
Is that good or bad?
It can be good because having installment loans on your profile is helpful. And a lot of people, if they're struggling with credit card debt, don't have as many loans. So if you just shift your debt over, then you've got one interest rate you're dealing with rather than a bunch on all of your different cards. And installment loans and revolving accounts, credit cards are scored differently. Yep. Revolving accounts are scored to be charged up and paid down each month, charged up and paid down. Installment loans are scored for how long you're carrying debt. And unfortunately, a lot of people get it mixed up. They charge up their credit cards, carry that debt until they pay it down when they should be doing that on an installment loan. So if you do it right, consolidating all of your debt onto a loan can tip the scales so they're evened out and you're doing it correctly. You're carrying your debt on a loan and slowly paying it down.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. Now, a few months back, there was this online video of the credit guy out there, Dave Ramsey, debt is bad, he was making fun of one investor and mentioned that he's got $26 million in debt, mortgages against him on the rental properties, and how Dave Ramsey went off and called him a liar, basically, and said all debt is bad. Let's clear that up because people ask me all the time, hey, I got 200 grand. Should I pay off my mortgage on my house, which is at 4%, or should I invest it? What's y'all's take on that or counsel?
So first of all, I think it's really funny. We have one of our advisors who her whole family is Dave Ramsey fans, and it's kind of opposite of what we teach. And one of her biggest goals is to be able to get on a podcast and debate Dave Ramsey. That's like on her vision board. She wants to just have a debate with him. Mm-hmm. She's sure that she's got some good points. But our thoughts on that are, again, strategic debt. If you can use debt to work for you, if you can leverage it into investing or like we were talking about into showing lenders that you know how to handle money, I say go for it. I think it is better to invest that money than it is to pay everything off and have no debt. You'll get farther ahead than just moving forward one at a time. Purchasing it in full, purchasing in full, purchasing in full.
Yeah, because that's the thing is if you pay off the debt as an ex-financial advisor and mortgage broker, stuff like that, you pay off the house, that's great. But that equity is trapped in there, right? You can't just go to the bank and get a loan. And usually if you need to go get a loan against your house, you're probably not in a good position. You've had accident, job loss, health issues, and may not be the most fundable at that point, right?
Yeah.
Versus keeping that and using that 100 grand or 200 grand to go out and make 10, 12%, if you're trying to save on 4%, or even let's just say 6%, pay after 6% mortgage, you're really losing 6% of buying power by just paying it off. Yes, it's great. Okay. You lose some deductions on it. But I was talking to my sister, is like, oh, we want to buy another house. I was like, well, you've got all this equity in your other house. Why don't you just do a line of credit? You've got work history. You got your stuff paid off. Oh no, we want to wait till we can pay cash for the entire thing. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Leverage.
Yeah, and a lot of people will, unfortunately, it's sad, they'll wait until they need the line of credit and then they can't use it for something else. They, like you said, lost a job, had a medical thing, and so they have to use it to pay bills rather than being able to leverage it. So use it while you have flexibility, or it could go a few different directions rather than using it and then not having it and you still have to pay it down.
Exactly. Now, let me ask you a question here. When people start getting all these offers in the mail, because it seems like I can't go to the mailbox without 1, 2, 3 offers from different credit cards coming in, or companies that we have credit cards with, stuff like that. Is it good to accept those offers that pop up in the mail like that? Or if you're in opening an account, they offer you, hey, get your approved for a credit card when you open a bank account. Is that good or bad to take advantage of those offers at any given time?
I would not do it. That is not great. It looks like you are looking for money. They are like, okay, if they accepted our mail offer, who else are they going to accept mail offers for? And maybe even if it's for a tier 1 bank, maybe you got something in the mail for Chase saying you're pre-approved for the biggest one I always get is you're pre-approved for the Chase Inc. card. Please apply now. That is a great relationship to build, but what if a tier 4 card sends me a letter? Or what if I'm shopping at Target and they say, do you want this credit card? It means I'm susceptible to opening credit and I'm looking for money. So if that is the case, if you're sitting on an airplane and they say, fill out this form to get 50,000 miles or whatever, and if that is appealing to you and you do want that card, or you do get something in the mail and you're like, I actually do want this card, the way to go about it and not get put on a list that says they're looking for money is just to go to their website, look up that card and apply there. Don't enter in the little code that gets mailed to you or fill out the form on the airplane. Just go through your own channels to find that credit, apply for it, and start using it.
Because once you do fill out, then you're on a mailing list and tagged in this system, and you're tagged for crappy credit buyer, basically.
There's so many back-end systems. I think there's 21 different systems that lenders are looking at that measure everything from what you're applying for, what purchases you're making, how you're swiping your card. Everything we do is being tracked. So make sure it's tracked the way you want it to be.
Right. Now, one thing that I always found valuable that I don't think people realize is that there are good FICO places and FICO scores. We'll get that in a second. But FICO measures 40 different things, and only a few of them are regarded on your history. Is that right?
Yeah, it's 48 different characteristics. Only about 10 of them have anything to do with negative accounts.
So if you've got a bankruptcy, or you got a credit card or a repo or something like that in the past, you shouldn't let it haunt you for your future, correct?
Yeah, especially the more that it's aged. The drag against your profile is significantly less at 4 or 5 years than it was at year 1 or 6 months after it happened. So you want to look at your profile as a whole. We see this a lot when somebody goes and they get a bunch of inquiries. They're like, should I dispute all of these inquiries? And honestly, the juice is not worth the squeeze. It is something that is impacting you, and it can lower your score if you have too many. But everything else in your profile, if you're building it up and you have strong relationships and a strong profile, those aren't going to matter.
Now, one of the things that I learned too was also how you sign up, or how your name is showing up on your credit. Like, I had 8 different aliases on how my name was used. And since I'm an investor, I've moved quite a bit of time in the last 20 years. I had 30 different addresses.
Yeah.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's not, because again, with how I've said this about 3 times now, how they measure everything is about your borrower behaviors. It's about how you act, how you treat them. If you, if you come to any credit, any funding situation, and you're like, how would this look to a lender as a borrower? If a lender is trying to find you because you charged up their credit card and then left, are they going to want to see one name, one address, one date of birth, or do they want to see 20 to 30 different addresses, 3 different names? It just seems like a nightmare of how to track down to how to get the money. So when you go through the approval process, if they can say green light, green light, green light, the name is the same, the address is the same, the employer is the same, they're going to say, yes, everything checks out. I'm more willing to give you an approval right away, like an automatic approval, rather than sending you through manual underwriting. Which, side note, if you do get sent through manual underwriting and everything still comes back checked as green lights, they're less likely to give you as big of an approval because they still had to go through all of that work to find it. So they're like, oh, I'll approve you, but I'm going to give you a little bit right now and we'll see how you treat that. So automatic approvals, green lights in the background is exactly what we're looking for.
So those are some things, names, addresses that you should probably reach out to kind of remove or consolidate then, right?
Yeah, you do want to, the juice is worth the squeeze on cleaning those up. But you also don't want to go scorched earth. That can be bad too. If you have been at an address less than 5 years, I would keep the previous addresses on there. Because just think of it, when you're filling out an application, it says, where have you been the last 5 years? If you legitimately have moved a few times, they will need to verify that. But once you've stayed at a place for 5 years or more, everything else can be removed.
Now, another thing I see, and I love this because you're just going straight to the answers. This is just a tip of the iceberg in what you guys teach. You guys have an upcoming class we'll talk about. You definitely want to stay around to the end of the episode. We'll give you the website and the link for that. But business credit is completely different than personal credit, right? And that's really, business credit has evolved quite a bit of the last 5 to 10 years too, right?
Yeah. So business credit, Merrill often says business credit is what personal credit was in the 80s. It's the wild, wild west out there. They're not reporting the same. There's not the same standards of data collection, data reporting. So that is why 80% of business lending is still based on the personal profile. Because they need something to compare it against. So it's very different, which is helpful because there's a lot more we can do in building relationships with the lenders, but it's also very confusing and frustrating because if you have been in business for years and years and years and you've gotten credit and you've used it, they're not reporting that. So lenders don't have that. So you have to, unfortunately, a lot of times go start a new relationship with them. So pros and cons of them not reporting it, but that is our specialty, is knowing what underwriters are looking for, what data they do care about. So you're not just grabbing everything to try and show them that I'm a great borrower. We say, okay, this is actually what they care about. Just take them this and build your relationship from there.
It's, and then true that, like I learned at Capital One with their business credit cards really aren't business credit cards. It's reporting to your personal 9 type of business profiles.
Yes, that is so true. In fact, the 2 things that I wrote on my notes preparing for this is the 2 things I wanted people to know is 1, know your situation. So you talked briefly about FICO versus FACO. There's a bunch of different scores out there. The only true one is FICO. And we talk way more in depth about that at our upcoming event, but just know FICO is the only true credit score. So first things, just know your situation. Go to myfico.com, purchase a report, just see where you are. A lot of people are nervous. They know it's going to be bad. They don't want to take a look, but you can't improve it if you don't know where you're starting. So that's the number 1. The second thing is talk to lenders. I mentioned this a little bit ago about the 0% transfers. It does not hurt to ask questions. So the business cards like the Capital One, in fact, the Chase Business Inc., that card is another one that they market as business, but it reports to your personal credit profile. And so it's actually hurting you more than true business credit cards and true business lines of credit. So all of that goes to say, just talk to a lender. If you have any questions, call up and say, is this going to report to my personal credit profile? Or I'm thinking about applying for this, but I've only been in business for 2 months, or I've been in business for 5 years. Is this the best credit instrument for me? Lenders make money when they lend. They want to lend money to you, but they also have risk when they lend money. So they need to make sure you're going to use it correctly and that the best product is the one that you're getting. So call a lender, talk to them if you're thinking about getting credit.
And especially you see that too on the commercial, the business side of stuff too. More and more banks to approve you for commercial loans want to have some sort of deposit relationship with you too.
Absolutely.
Especially any type of commercial loan stuff. A line of credit might be a little bit different, but they want to see some sort of deposit relationship. And that's why the major banks are a little bit easier to get that stuff, because they see, oh, you've got 50,000 with us, or you've got an account that's running 100 grand through on a pretty regular basis. Now, one thing I've been seeing a lot on TikTok and YouTube Shorts is all these people talk, oh, I can show you how to get, 50,000 line of credit per new LLC out there, but you keep scrolling by. Is that real or is that a fake-o?
That's a fake-o. And in the age of shorts, we were just talking about this before the call. Shorts, reels, TikToks, YouTube shorts, that is the place to consume content, because people nowadays just don't have the attention span to watch a full YouTube video or a full ad. It's all videos. And so there's a lot of, not necessarily some misinformation, but a lot of 80% true information. It's not the whole story. You're not getting everything. So be cautious of what you see online. On that specifically, you want to be so careful, because it is either, there's a few different things. Credit card stacking, they're either getting you 10 to 20 credit cards with like a $5,000 limit that adds up to 50,000. So yes, you're getting 50,000, but it's on credit cards and you only have a certain limit. Or they're running your personal credit profile, doing a ton of inquiries, shopping you everywhere to get one approval. So that we'd never recommend credit card stacking or the quick money.
Or I know, or there's like a vendor approval in some cases too, right? Yeah, that's not stuff you can go buy. Yeah, not real. Don't you need to have an LLC that's got some seasoning with 2 years for the most part?
Yep, 2 years is the minimum that lenders are going to approve you for the unsecured or the state low income or low documentation income lines of credit and loans, because they want to see that you are in business and that you're doing it. You're not a flash in the pan, set up an LLC, go get money, shut down, but you have all of this money. So there is criteria that they're looking for to approve you. But the good news is we know that criteria. We've got our relationships at FICO. We are in touch with underwriters to know what they're looking for, and that's what we teach.
Now, I love to, one of the biggest questions I get from people, new investors, and you guys, your 2-day class is one of the required ones. I always tell people, hey, you got to go watch this, right? But the biggest mistake I see real estate entrepreneurs make is how they name their LLC and their companies. Can you shed a little light on that too before we talk a bit more about the classes?
Yeah. So, one thing that we often see is, sorry, Scott, I'm going to call you out here.
I do, because I made that mistake. Yes.
Scott's business name is We Close Notes. And so right there, if he goes to a lender and he's applying for credit, he's shouting to them, I'm going to take your money and I'm going to go buy notes with it. And you don't have any say over if these notes are going to be successful or not. So I'm automatically putting your money at risk. So a lot of people do that. They're like, I'm in real estate, so I'm going to name my business
funding, asset, real estate, capital, loans, funding. Oh, I mean, any financial name is like the big red flag, right?
Yeah, we call those red flag words. Anything that tells a lender, I'm going to take your money and put it at risk. That
capital is another one. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Here's a real true story. I went into Chase, and I actually used to work for Chase years ago. I've had a relationship with them before. I go in to open a business account. I tell them We Close Notes and Inverse Asset Fund, another one I've had a while, another company. Mm-hmm. They wouldn't let me open accounts because they asked me. The banker's like, "Well, I buy notes and stuff like this." Is a few years back, obviously. And they're like, like the next day I get a phone call. We can't open your account. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's just a checking account. No, we don't approve it. I'm like,
are you serious?
I'm serious. Yeah. But I get that occasionally. I get that from people who's like to go into Chase and Wells Fargo, and they have to say something. You know, that's why we always like say use management or associates in something like that. It's a little bit more vanilla, right?
Yeah, so that is one of the things we talk about in our 2-day summit that we have coming up. We talk about what you should name it, but that's the number one an easy switch that you can make to automatically put yourself ahead of the game. So talking a little bit more about the summit, if we can
Please.
go in that direction.
Yes.
We are so all education based. We just see so many people that are tripping over landmines, blowing themselves up that could be easily avoided. So this 2 days is not sales. We give you half strategy and then tell you, oh, you have to buy our course to do it. This is full strategies, actionable information that if you can only go to our 2-day summit and you can't work with us afterwards, because we do have coaching afterwards. I'll be totally transparent. We have coaching afterwards. But if you can only make it to our 2-day summit, you will walk away with actionable steps that you can implement that will actually help you either save money or get money, depending on what situation you're in.
1,000%. Yes, everybody. This is one of the most valuable classes, most eye-opening events that I've ever been to. And I've sat through your guys' class a couple of times because it's like drinking from a fire hydrant the way you guys teach. Now, is it still set up like personal one day and business day 2 in a lot of cases?
Yeah, we actually switched it. So business is the first day and then we go into personal, but it is like drinking from a fire hose. It's live, it's virtual, so it's on Zoom, but we are live talking and presenting. And if you have ever interacted with Meryl or any other team members, we are passionate about this.
Yes, you are.
Don't hold anything back. There's a few parts where we've said, Meryl, you've got to just go this far, but don't go too in depth in it. And he'll go on a rampage for 20, 30 minutes saying how he really feels about credit card stacking, for example.
Right. But that's the thing. What dates is the 2-day?
Yeah, so it's coming up September 26th and 27th. So the 26th will be business. The 27th is personal. We recommend watching both. You're going to get so much information between both days, but if you can only attend one, we've got ticket options for one day. Also, it's $97 to attend one day, $197 to attend both days. There are recording options. I know sometimes on a Thursday and a Friday, it's hard to get off of work to watch it. So we do have options to have access to the recordings as well. So
but this could be a business expense for all of you.
Absolutely.
Because this is one of the most valuable $197 that you will ever spend. And you guys, there's resources. You've got the Facebook group, you do the Q&A, you've got the book, that Meryl put out, you've got the podcast, you know what I mean? So many great things. Where do people go to sign up for the 2-day class?
So to sign up for the 2-day class, you go to businessfundingsummit.com. Pretty straightforward. And it will have the options of what you want to purchase. Scott, you just rattled off a bunch of other things that we have. So if you go to just getfundable.com, you can get links to our podcast recordings. You can have access to the book. Everything is on getfundable.com, but go to businessfundingsummit.com.
Yeah, get there, get signed up. It's a month out, ladies and gentlemen. It is well worth it. Literally what we have talked about the last 45 minutes is just a nugget. And how many of you probably learned something, at least 1 or 2 things new in the last 45 minutes? Imagine 2 days of that. Your brain will be going, yeah. And literally, there's a little bit of homework people have to do, right? They got to go sign up for, get a My FICO report and start that process of clearing up things, right?
Yes, there is a little bit of homework. Like I said, you just need to know where you're at with FICO. But this is part of the value that you get for going. Because we have you looking at your actual credit profile and your actual situation, that homework translates into what you specifically need to do. You're not sitting on the summit saying, do these 10 things and maybe 5 of them apply to you. We're saying, look at your situation. How do each of these things apply to you? Now go and implement it.
Right. And then here's the thing, guys. Don't care what you've had, bankruptcy, foreclosure, divorce, repossession, bankruptcy, that's all in the past. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. Shitty things happen to good people all day long. We know a lot of people are struggling out there. But the best investment you can make is say, okay, I know where I'm at. I need to know where I'm going. And that's the great thing about this 2-day event. It will help you chart a course to that credit summit of where you want to be.
Yeah.
To be more fundable, higher credit score, paying less in interest, and getting better deals, and having access to money to take advantage of some of the distressed real estate deals that we see out there.
Yes, absolutely. We our team is there to help everybody go through the get their own blueprint, is what we call it, to find their way to fundability and success. So that's another thing about, if you can attend live, highly recommend attending live, because our team is in the chat answering questions live. So if you have questions, don't think you're just going to be sitting in front of your computer listening all day. It's interactive. We ask questions, you ask questions to us, we're answering them, giving you personalized information to move forward.
What's the website one more time for folks to get signed up? We know getfundable.com for everything that you guys do, but what's the website one more?
Go to businessfundingsummit.com.
Awesome. Jessica, this has been fun, girl. Good to see you. Thank you for coming on, sharing. We'll get you back on here probably a little bit closer to the event, but businessfundingsummit.com, ladies and gentlemen. Trust me, it's to be the best 197 that you ever spend. What you'll walk away with, it will help you change your fundability for a lifetime, and your future self will definitely thank you for the 2 days you spend there. So go out, take some action, get signed today, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you at the top. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closure Show. Hopefully you're all doing well today. It's been a very, very busy week in a lot of cases. A lot of hectic stuff going on, deals, stuff like that, banks, a lot of news taking place out there. And it's no surprise that obviously a lot of folks are watching the Democratic National Convention. That's great. That's taking place in Chicago. I wanted to talk a little bit about a shorter video that I did a little bit earlier today. Now, the news has been out for about a week about this Aurora, Colorado 99-unit apartment complex that's been taken over by Venezuelan gangs. That's right. Now, they say that they estimate there's been about 40,000 Venezuelans kind of descend upon the Denver, Colorado, Aurora area. Now, if you don't know where Aurora, Colorado is, Aurora is 9 miles east of Denver. Gives you a bit of an idea. And I wanted to go through a little bit on what we found as far as this apartment went, because there's kind of two sides of the story. All right. The owners haven't owned it that long, but there's been a lot of issues with this apartment complex. And I think you're going to see more of these issues taking place further across the country. If not, we're already seeing these in a lot of sanctuary cities and things like that are taking place with issues with crime, with theft, really a lot of, how should we say this, resources being put to a strain because people, cities, counties, governments don't have that much money in a lot of cases. They can't just keep writing a blank check based on it. And I don't care who you vote for. Okay, I don't care if you vote for Trump or you vote for Kamala. One thing we know, we need to take care of America first. We need to make sure we're taken care of here. And look, we're all illegal aliens. Unless you're American Indian, we're all an illegal alien of some sort, right? Came over in a boat, came over from somewhere. And I'm not against that. I'm not against legal immigration. I think it's a great thing. But when you look at the amount of people, like what Jane says, the amount of people have come across here, especially Manhattan has been one of the worst hit. It's literally clogging and choking us to death. And with what happened in Aurora, I foresee that happening in a lot of places across the country. So I thought, well, where's the cities that have the most? And let's go into it. But anyway, if you're watching here on my podcast episode, if you're looking at the YouTube video, you'll see this is a 99-unit apartment complex. It's not a bad-looking apartment complex. This is a picture taken from it. They're on Nome Street in Aurora. 99-unit was purchased for $12.75 million, backed by a New York investor back in December of 2019. Okay, they financed it with about a $9 million loan from UBS Bank. The other $3.25 million was with private investor funds that either the investor knew somebody and they brought it to get the syndication for it to take it down. Now that property has been an issue in Aurora, specifically after. Now I'm not saying that the investor is completely off the hook. Okay. There you go. You can kind of see the roof side of this. Here's a better picture. This is actually from the LoopNet listing from a few years ago. Okay. It's got a mixture of a couple studios, some 1 bedroom, some 2 bedrooms. But in the last year alone, the last 12 months, there were over 100 phone calls for gunfire, crime, break-ins, all sorts of negative stuff there in this one apartment complex. Now, here's the thing that we know from looking at the county records, and this is how I was able to pull how much the original mortgage was from UBS. I don't know what that balance is. It's obviously not worth much anymore, because here's what's happening. The literally city of Aurora has fined the owners. They've slapped a lot of liens on the property the last few years for this property being, violating codes. All right. It's literally this property's trashed out. They are literally abating this apartment complex. And now some city council members say, oh, we're basically closing this apartment complex because it's a slum, because of rats, roaches, non-upkeep by the investor. Okay. And that, again, you'll see that we've talked about some of those things, like the Tides Group all across the country has been familiar with that. But this one, when you have such a huge amount of Venezuelans in an area, and I'll give you a great example. The city of Aurora, about a month ago, they had 4,000 cars show up and basically like be a flash mob around one parking lot. The city is also experiencing crime waves. There's jewelry stores being robbed by Venezuelan gangs. The TDAs, all right, are robbing people in daylight. Okay. There's just a mile down the road is almost $1 billion development. Okay. That is having its issues as well, because there's so much crime taking place. Now, part of the city council of Aurora wants to say, oh, it's not, this apartment's being closed because it's a slumlord. That's what the mayor wants to say. 3 of the council members, no, it's got to do something with Venezuela, because the police are literally saying, yes, there's some issues. We're having a hard time. But when you have other police departments, like the Albuquerque Police Department, I found this online talking about, hey, there is notice that we are coming across proof that the Venezuelan gangs are taking place in Denver and Aurora and causing issues. And to give you a bit of an idea, yes, this apartment's being shut down. All the tenants were asked to leave. They had basically a week to get out on August 9th. The city's going to go after the landlord for deposits and rent checks and stuff like that. Well, if you have gangs coming and taking over a place and start technically holding the tenants at gunpoint to collect their own rent, not paying to the landlord, or when a place goes vacant, they break into it so more of their members can move in for free, that's not a good thing. All right? That's not a good thing at all, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen this happen in 2008 before, even here in San Antonio, just south of here. I went down and looked at a 16-unit apartment complex that originally was 8. It was 2 8-plexes. Well, one 8-plex was okay. The other 8-plex was vacant, but there was gangs in there selling marijuana, weed, drugs, literally on the corner. When I pull up, my buddy who's a realtor wouldn't get on the damn car because he's so scared. When I came over and talked to one of the tenants, you get a feel like, yeah, they've busted into the laundry room. They've stolen the money. Anytime there's a vacant property, they kick the door in and they live in it for free. Okay. That's what you see happening. That's what they said was happening here in this apartment complex. And when the city won't evict them and the police department won't show up to evict crime because it's such a bad crime area, that's not a good thing. Why won't the police? Because here's what's going on. The Albuquerque Police Department literally told the Aurora, said, listen, this Venezuelan gang has a green light to shoot police officers. A green light to go ahead and murder you in the daylight. I wouldn't want to show up either if I knew I had a hit in my head. Would you? I mean, this is just the stupidest shit I hear. And we see a lot of this happening in different cities across the country. But this is just a bit of an insight. There's not only the $9 million loan that UBS or USB is out of, but the investor money, how much he put into it or how much he raised, that's gone. The 99 people here, well, probably not 99 people, probably, well, a big chunk of them are Venezuelan illegal aliens. They're out of a place to live. If you can't send a repairman out because he's afraid he's going to get robbed or shot or stabbed, that's a black hole. And this is not only going to just stay here. Where do you think it's going to go? It's going to expand. It's expanding into Denver, just a few miles away. Other apartments, other Class D apartments. Because let's face it, some people think that illegal aliens are like lesser than dirt. I don't think that. They're all human beings. We all have rights, but they're not stupid. There was a bit of a TikTok, a guy from Venezuela a few years back talking about, oh, I can live for free here. I can break into this. They'll give me money. Big uproar about that. America, it's funny to see that stuff because, like, yes, America is the greatest country out there, but we're not here to write a free check for everybody. And those that come across legally, that's great. You do the right things. Or those people that get amnesty or do their job, that's beautiful. Love those people. But when we have crime and gangs and rapists and all those folks coming across, even if it's a small fraction, it's still too small a fraction. We can't have a wide open border. And this is just a bit, the tip of the sword, the tip of the arrow of what I believe we're going to see specifically in the next 4 to 10 years, unless things change at the border and we get serious about deporting people that like this. I mean, yes, if you arrest somebody, they never claim gang affiliation. I get it. But you know what? If you're coming to this country illegally and you're committing crimes and stealing and robbing and stuff like that, you got to go. You can't stay here. You're not contributing anything to society except taking, and that's not the way it works. So let's go through the 30 cities with the most amount of illegal aliens out there that are guaranteed are seeing the most amount of issues when it comes to things like that, or will continue to see increased issues. Now, I pulled up the city sanctuary map, and there's some states that are just pure sanctuary states versus sanctuary cities, okay? I laugh because here in Texas, where we've got a huge amount of people coming across the border and they're trying to stop it and shipping people out because we can't control it here. We don't have any, but the whole state of California, Oregon, Washington, those states are just whole states, sanctuary cities. North Dakota, Utah, Colorado is a sanctuary state. Okay. Illinois, a sanctuary state. Wisconsin, New York, most of the New England area, sanctuary states. And you wonder why you have problems. And of course, in these bigger cities, you see like New Mexico, the counties of New Mexico, and Iowa has got summers. No, that's what is that? What's above? South Dakota, Minnesota, Michigan. Look at that. I mean, Maryland, Louisiana, that's New Orleans. The red dots that you see on the map that I'm sharing on the podcast, those are cities. The squares are counties. The green dots are for the whole states. So just gives you a bit of an idea. So as we roll into this, let's go through here are the 30 cities with the most amount of aliens. As of 2022 is the FAIR report we pulled this from. There's an article on the FAIR report. Just Google 30 cities with the most amount of illegal aliens, and it'll tell you. Number 30, Lincoln City, Oregon, has just 8,600 people that are considered to be illegal aliens there. Not small. It takes a lot to go from the borders up to Oregon. Okay, not so bad. But we all know that Seattle's Oregon's had its issues. Why? Tough to evict. You have a lot of people, a lot of investors pulling out of there because it's impossible to evict. They've also, parts of Oregon have made it almost impossible to arrest somebody unless they commit a serious crime. Oh, steal $800. Don't worry about it. We'll let you slip. Okay. Scranton, Pennsylvania, 8,800 people considered illegal aliens. Okay. Columbus, Ohio, the Buckeye, just under 12,000 people are illegal aliens in Columbus. That should make you think about something there if you're going to be going to school. Colorado Springs, just under 13,000. That's Colorado. Okay. 26, Greensboro, North Carolina, 17.4 thousand illegal aliens there. Reno, Nevada, the biggest little city in the country, 17,500 illegal aliens there. Okay. Loudoun County, VA, that's like where Leesburg, Virginia is at, 26,521 illegals there. Okay. 23, Tucson, Arizona, 32,607. Okay. Those are the first 7. Okay. Now, listen, like I said, guys, I don't care who you're voting for. What you have to realize is if you aren't watching out, it's great to help people, but you've got to take care of your constituents, the people that are living in these cities, these states that are contributing. If you give away everything, you'll have nothing left to give and people will leave. And that's what's happening. Tax dollars are leaving, investors are leaving because they're not willing to put up with this stuff if they can't take care of themselves. We still live in the greatest country ever. Capitalism is great. Okay. But if you piss off and try to be everything to everybody else besides who's there domestically, guess what? You're going to be there by yourself and it's going to be a lot worse Okay. Fairfax, Virginia, 88,000. Yes, the number jumps quite a bit there to 22. 88,861. 21 is Orlando with 90,000 people. Not really surprised there when every time we get an Uber or something like that, most of them don't speak English. They're not from the United States. They're from a Latin American country for the most part. Great people. Some of them are illegally, others aren't. Okay. 20, my hometown. Here we go. Not really, what I call home, Austin, Texas. 100,000 people here in a city of about 2 million, roughly around the area here. Now, I have this asterisk is basically there's over 450,000 people coming through the border, have tried to come through the border down in South Texas, that Austin and Governor Abbott have moved out. Obviously, there was that big border war between the federal government, Biden and Abbott a few weeks ago. Hopefully we've got that fixed, but it's still, they're overwhelmed down at the border. But Austin is getting about 100,000 illegals. Charlotte, 100,000 as well. Denver, Colorado, 130,000 illegal aliens in Denver. No wonder Aurora is doing such a rough thing. Hey, move to Denver. Get a Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. Okay. 17, San Jose, California, just south of San Francisco. No surprise, 140,000 people there. Now, San Jose is not that big a city. It's, it's okay, but it's not as big as San Francisco. But it's got a lot of its own issues. Seattle, Washington. Oh, there we go. Oregon's little brother there, 140,000 in the sanctuary city of Seattle, in a sanctuary state of Washington State. Okay. 15, city of brotherly love. Might want to take back a little bit of that love. Philadelphia, PA, 160,000, and they're already overrun. Most of these cities, resources and organizations that help out are being overrun and do not have the resources or the hotels or all the money it takes to go along the way. And so what's happening? These people are committing crimes. So if you take a look at these 14 cities from 30 to 15, you add those numbers together, that's over 1 million illegal aliens, 1.085 million illegal aliens in these cities. Some of them are big, some of them are small, okay? But the top 14 cities are going to take the cake on that. Now, moving on here, I threw this up here just so you can see. Las Vegas came in at number 14 with 180,000. San Diego at 188,847. I be willing to bet some of those are coming down from Denver, because at one point Denver's mayor was busing them to San Diego. Okay. Phoenix, Arizona, 210,000. No surprise there. Atlanta, Georgia, 211,491. Boston, Massachusetts, 220,000. All right. Probably some of those busing from this Arizona, Florida, and Texas over to Martha's Vineyard, right? Riverside, California, 230,000. San Francisco, the Bay Area, which should be the poster child of what not to do for homeless, illegals, the crime, the drugs. San Francisco is just a shithole now, unfortunately, at just under 250,000, 240,000 illegal aliens there. Chicago, man, sweet home Chicago, no more. 400,000 expected illegal aliens in Chicago, in the Windy City. Look at the Miracle Mile, Michigan Avenue. Places closed because of crime, drugs, things like that. Houston, Texas, man, 413,316. Houston's a big area. And there are specific areas outside of Houston, housing developments that are basically all illegals right now. It's a sad, sad thing. Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. Don't get a rental car. Don't park your car because it's going to get stolen if it's in D.C. 425,000 illegal aliens in the nation's capital. I have friends have gone there. Their car's been stolen. They live literally within viewing distance of the White House. Miami, Florida. Viva la Miami. No more, no mas. 627,000 basically illegal aliens in Miami. LA, hey, Riverside's big brother. San Diego's bigger brother. 925,000 illegal aliens. They say that at least probably 10% of LA and LA County is illegal aliens coming across the border. Okay. New York City, the Big Apple, 1.1 million illegal aliens in New York City. That's why New York is such a crap hole now. Now, there are nicer areas there, but like Manhattan is overrun. I have friends that have lived in New York City for years, talk about it greatly, but they don't go outside or they've gotten the heck out of Dodge till something is different. Mayor Eric Adams, obviously, hey, we're sanctuary city. He regrets that now because he's pleading with the federal government to help out in places like that. Chicago. I mean, these are all cities struggling, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm a real estate investor. I like a lot of these cities. Okay. I like Las Vegas. I like Phoenix. I like Atlanta. Okay. I don't like Chicago. I don't like buying California, but Texas, hey, Houston, Dallas, great. But you've got to be careful. There's crime rampant. I was just talking to a friend the other day, just literally before I record this episode. She lives in Houston, and she lives in a great neighborhood. Car was broken into 3 times in the last 30 days. Because if you don't have the resources to help people, people are going to do things they need to do to get by. I mean, theft, robbery, and other issues. That's not even talk about all the other vicious crimes. There was a news alert that came out today here in Austin, Texas, about a young teenage girl waiting for the school bus, and somebody tried to grab her. The local grocery store, women been talking about vans falling, people falling through the stores. Don't know if it's human trafficking, but that's why we also see human trafficking online, because that's the one way that they're paying for themselves to live here. If you take this 14 cities, that's 5.8 million illegals in these 14 cities and 6.9 million in the top 30. That's the population of more than half of our states. We've literally have a 51st state of illegal aliens here in the United States, ladies and gentlemen. We have to do something. And if you listen to my podcast, the Note Closure Show, you know we talk about a lot about it. We like working with distressed borrowers. We like working with helping. But if a distressed borrower is losing their house or losing their apartment because of squatters or gangs or people moving in that they can't evict because the city won't help them, or the police department won't go there, or they've been defunded, they don't have the manpower to help out because of liberal policies, it's time to get the heck up out of Dodge and go somewhere else. Now, I love living in Texas. It's a Lone Star state. We have our own issues and things. Austin's a great city, but our liberal policies here in Austin are also causing a lot of people, hey, don't California my Texas, okay? Or people looking to get out of Austin, go somewhere else, because these policies don't make sense. And if you're worried more about people that aren't legally allowed to be here than your own people here, it says something about you, and you got to do something. I'm all for helping people, helping the homeless and stuff like that. We've got some great programs, great organizations like, the Loaves and Fishes organization, the Community Impact, Community First program outside of town that'll hold 1,400 homeless people. Those are all great organizations and stuff like that, but it's not enough. We have to curb the flow of illegals coming in across this border. It's unless you're using it to get you votes, to get somebody to pay, to get you elected, it doesn't make sense. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face, and we have got to stop. What do you think? Let me know in the comments. Shoot me an email at scott@weclosenotes.com. I would love to hear from you about what you think about this. I know it's not my usual topic of real estate, investing, notes, or distressed assets, stuff like that, but we are seeing distress all across the country. And when you start looking at the amount of distressed car loans, notes, credit cards that Americans are hurting, and this is only going to hurt them more. So hopefully you found this valuable. As always, like I said, feel free to leave a comment, share, like, subscribe to the channel. Love to help you. If you've got a topic you'd like to see me cover, feel free to reach out to me. talkwithscottcarson.com. That'll allow you to book a meeting on my calendar, and love to help you take your business and note deals in real estate to the next level. Go out, take some action, everybody, and we'll see you at the top. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of Money Mondays here on the Note Closure Show. Hopefully you guys all had a wonderful weekend. It was hot. Maybe the last week of summer, but I think summer's holding on for its last dying breath of horrible heat wave. Anyway, but if you guys are looking for some hot deals, we might have some for you guys to take a look at, whether you're interested in performing notes or non-performing notes, maybe an REO or two, or stuff they can get for decent cash flow. We got this recent tape in, and if you're in the WCN crew, you would have gotten the tape posted to Basecamp or in an email to you just a few minutes ago. And it's a tape from actually a past coaching student, one of our coaching students who's still an active note investor, closed on, I don't know, a couple hundred notes. Reached out to him last week, saw they had a couple for sale, and said, hey, what else do you have that you're looking to move? So he's like, oh, I'll send you the whole list. And so that's what he did. He sent me the whole list on Friday. We looked a little bit at it, And I thought I would take the time to go with it with you guys here in the video. If you're interested in getting more information, you can always email me and we can talk about it. As always, our coaching students get first crack at it, then followed by our WC Increment members, and then thirdly, the general public. But for $97 a month, you can access to different lists of notes available. And these, you don't need to buy the whole thing. You can buy a one-off note on these. Some of them have higher balances, others are a little lower. The two REOs need a little bit of work on those. They had renters in them before, but based on the notes in the actual spreadsheet, I think they're not a bad little deal here for you guys. So let's jump on here and share the screen. Let me make sure I've got everything all doing good here. Anybody have any questions they want to ask before we dive into the actual tape breakdown of what they're working on? I think chat roll should be enabled. Life is always interesting. You know what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? I get a lot of people are like, oh, hey, I'm looking for deals. I can't find any deals. And I'm like, if you just market, if you just follow up with the people that you've sold notes for, or you've bought notes from before, or check out who they are selling notes to, you probably won't have an issue finding notes in a lot of cases, just because there's a lot still available out there. Not everybody is doing the marketing aspect. And that's how we came across this list, is just following up with some of our investors, some of our students out there. These have a mixture. Some of these are performing, some of these are non-performing. So that gives you a bit of a breakdown. In the tape in Basecamp, it outlines exactly what they are. But just so you know, the red, overwhelmingly most of these, about half these are performing in the red. The two that are blue are ones that are in an active modification. They should be current in the next couple of months. The two purple are REOs. They're foreclosed. They've already done the foreclosure. They're vacant. And the two yellow here are non-performers that are in the foreclosure process. The seller's already started the foreclosure process on these. Okay. So that's the good thing, is that they're kind of ready to rock and roll for you. Information in the Basecamp on the spreadsheet is all that I have. All right. Don't ask me questions that I don't have answers to, because you have exactly what I have. If you have a question or two, feel free to reach out to. And just wanted to go through this with you guys so that you have a bit of an idea to know what to look for and go from there. So, all right, the tape has been uploaded to Basecamp. Let's go through it here. There's two tabs at the bottom of this spreadsheet. Let me make sure that you guys can see my screen. Yep, I think you can. All right, there's notes at the bottom down here, then the REOs for sale. Now, the REOs for sale here are, one is in Corona, Michigan, single family. It's a foreclosure that reverted back to the lender that needs floors and drywall. And then the one in Memphis, Tennessee is a foreclosure reverted to the lender. The previous owner was renting out, and when they took ownership, the renter moved out. Property needs some repairs before sale or rental. Now, I did ask out to the seller if he'd be willing to finance the REO purchases for you, carry financing for a period of time, 6 to 12 months. He might be willing to do that because he's a savvy note investor. But if we look at these, let's just take a quick look at these two photos. Corona, Michigan, so you can get a bit of an idea where it's at. Here we go. I don't know how big it is, but there's the house. Pretty good little size house. This is June of this year, so it's a very current photo. You kind of see the neighborhood. Let's go over to the corner here and see if we can't get a better angle. Front side. So it's not a bad looking little house as it sits, right? That's correct this year. And you see there's a sign there listed for sale. I don't know if they've got listed for sale in the MLS, but there's a sign there. Now, if we go back over here, just give you a bit of an idea on this one. I'm just going to jump on the Zillow listing here. Yep, it's been on the MLS. Oh, look at it. 79.9 is what he's looking for. Okay. 2-bedroom, 1-bath is only 880 square feet. It looks bigger than that, though, doesn't it? It's got 47 photos on this. So let's look at all 47 photos on this. That's the exterior. Okay, blue kitchen, blue. They got a little bit of nice tile work in there. A little bit of flooring there. I mean, it's not, I mean, I've never seen wood paneling in the shower, That's a bit of an interesting thing. Wood paneling in a shower. I would probably remove that wood paneling and put a shower install on it. But it needs new flooring. Yes, sheetrock. Some basement accesses down there. Okay. There's the basement. You can see water heater, heating unit, carrier. Okay. So it could be a nice little house. It just needs some TLC. All right. There we go. And up to the second floor. A little bit of gated in fence, I guess, there for a small dog. So what's nice is that you have interior photos of this. You have a true idea of what it is. I don't know what it's worth after repair value. Like I said, just got this on Friday. I haven't had a chance to it. There's the unfinished garage, but that's pretty normal. Breaker. I mean, it could be a nice little house, right? A little REO that you guys could fix up, turn in a rental if you want to do that. If you're looking for something there you go. So that is the property on that one. Once again, that property is located at 120 West McNeil in Corunna, Michigan. Let's see. Let me click on one other thing. Let's see what they say is rent rates here. Do they give us a rent rate here? Probably not. Been on the MLS or on Zillow for 104 days. Okay. There you go. There's that first one. Okay. Any questions about that before we move on? I know 2-bedroom, 1-bath, not very big, but if you're already in Michigan, hey, that probably, I don't know, what would that rent for? $900,000 a month. Okay. All right, let's move on and go click on the other one. The other one is this one in Memphis, Tennessee. It's an REO foreclosure. Once again, probably needs some repairs. Give you a bit of an idea, we'll click on the map here so you can kind of see it's this little smaller house over here in Memphis. Memphis is on the main street here, so I kind of like that. Memphis, you really got to know block by block. This is October of last year, 2023. You had a question from somebody. I just spent a week driving across Michigan for the tax sales. It looks like the rest of Michigan. It does. Exactly, Don. Thank you. Looks like Michigan houses have plenty of those little houses like that. Okay, so there's this one in Memphis, 2927 7th Street. Let's go back here and click on this one. It's another 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 800 square foot house. It's valued at about 64. That's the assessment rents for about $800, $900 a month, therefore. So it could be a decent little rental if you like rentals in Memphis. But like I said, if you're interested in making an offer, feel free to reach out to me. I'm glad to facilitate it. I will tell you this right now, there is a charge of $1,000 per deal on this to me. That's my commission for helping to move these to you, unless you're one of our one-on-one coaching students, okay? And then there's no cost for you. Let's move on. Let's go back over to the spreadsheet. Then we take a look at some of these as well here on the tape to get an idea. So performing wise, let's look at some of these. So performing wise, I don't have what he wants as far as pricing, so it's hard to figure a yield, but let's go through these performing ones in Wilmington, Pennsylvania, Jackson, Mississippi, Cocoa, Florida, Westland, Michigan, Monroe, Michigan, Milton, Florida, Waterloo, Iowa, Williamsport, Pennsylvania. That's a payment plan with modification in place. This is a payment plan will be current in October. This one is in St. Louis, Missouri. There's a first and a second, basically a sub BK account. This is in Baraboo, Wisconsin. This is on here twice because one is for the main balance, the other one is for the back payments they're paying on. We already went through, and then we're going to go through these two foreclosures, 2 pending foreclosures. Okay. So what would you guys like for me to hit first? The performing, the 2 mods, or, the BK, or the 2 that are in foreclosure? What would you prefer? Performing, Nishart says. Who else? Anybody else want to throw in? BK. Okay, so what we'll do the BK one first. because it's only one. Okay. So it's this one here. Let's just make it simple. Baraboo, Wisconsin. All right. 326 Elm Street. Let's just take a look at it first. Oh, look at maybe some better photos of this one. No. So this is valued at about 150 is what Zillow gives us about for. And okay. This picture is taken from August of 2013, a few years back. Okay, so it's not a current photo, but you get an idea of the size of the house and what it is. It is a don't know square footage, bed and bath. Okay, that's fine. Let's go back to the spreadsheet. All right, so this the sub account performing join to BK, join with main BK. So it's these two, Tonya Crenshaw. Boom. Let's see here. The BPO is about 169, 300. I don't know if that's right because the exact same value. They probably forgot to add that into one, but it's about the value of that. All right. So BK first. So basically, here you go. It's 41,559 is the balance on the underlying UPB on the first. Basically, the current principal balance. Now here we go. 67,246, and then the current balance on basically the second or the BK part of that is 14,797. So all together, it's what is it? $82,000. The first is at 5.5. Obviously, it's on a scheduled payment plan over here for the rest. So they're making basically, if we look at this, a combined payment between the two. This is just principal and interest on those. So it's 363 on the first and then 464 on the BK. So together making a payment of 827.09. And their next payment due is in September. So they paid already August. All right. And you can kind of see that. All right. Adjustable rate increased of 6%. The rate goes up to 6.5% in January 1st. Since they filed the bankruptcy last year, paid on time. Charges currently $25.63 total due per BK, $14.79. Currently paid $464. They made the first payment on the BK. Payment reduces to $420 for February 2025 due to rate increase on main loan. Bankruptcy payments are applied to charges and fees first before the principal balance of the bankruptcy portion. There we go. That's awesome. The foreclosure here, this is for that other third asset. So it's just these two. So it gives you a bit of an idea that you want to figure this. I don't know what he wants on this. It's a little different when you're figuring in two and it's just for rates. I know that he's a little bit flexible on some things. So, you know, if it's you're getting a pretty decent cash flow on that for a few years, but it could be potentially a decent deal for you. So don't know best way what you guys want to do on calculating. Obviously, the payments come in for a couple of years on that. If not, I mean, the thing is the value is there, right? Filed bankruptcy, wants to stay in the properties, want to make payments, and they've got a ton of equity being valued at about 140, 150 afterwards. You know what I mean? So that's the BK. Okay, let's go over the performing ones now. Performing, or the few performing on here. Okay, so here's the performing ones. Give you a bit of an idea. BPOs, you got values anywhere from 42 up to 260. Okay. The original balances were obviously lesser than that. They mature. Closest one is 27, and the others don't mature for a while. Current principal balance, if you add these up between these, let's make sure this. Yeah. Anywhere from a 2.7 to 2%. Ooh, that's a tough rate. That's a tough rate. 2% is a tough rate. I think he understands he's going to have to sell that at a big discount on that. Monthly payments on these are anywhere from 254 up to 912. That 363 is the one from the BK we just looked at. It's not performing. So some of these escrows are included. Total monthly payment is that paid to the next date. So they've all basically, there might be one. It might be 30 days behind here or 60 days behind almost. We'll see if they're up to date or not on that one. But you got 38 months maturity to 368 months. See, one makes multiple payments and wants to catch up. He falls behind a month or two. So there you go. It's a kind of a rolling 30, rolling 60 on that one. So the note maturity is 11/1/2027, but was amortized over 168 months to 12/1, including deferred balance. The total balloon is expected to be 17,546. Okay, so it's got a balloon in 3 years, basically. 3 years, 3 months. So that could be a pretty decent one. Legal balance is 25. Let's see the balance of some of those as well. All right, so let's look at some of these, what these look like, huh? This one in. If I get pricing expectations back, I'll update the spreadsheet, obviously. So look at that one. That's in Wolfsburg, Pennsylvania. That's a good list. This is from July 2012, but still not a bad looking house then, right? Okay, that's not bad at all. Let's go back to the tape. That one is valued at, this one's got the big BPO 232. Okay. Let's look at the one in Jackson, Mississippi. This is also performing. Oh yeah, this one's out in, yeah, this is a little blue house. I looked at this earlier. So this is from March of 2 years ago. So it's just about two years, 5 months ago. It's performing. The guy likes to trim to match his car. It's in a kind of normal neighborhood in Jackson, Mississippi. Yeah. Okay. Not bad. This one's in Cocoa, Florida, which is never too far from the beach. Yeah, this is offered. Yeah, this is from April 2011, so it's a little bit older photo. Now somebody's blocked out there. That's okay. So you can get a bit of an idea how close it is to the beach there. There you go. It's about 2,000 feet, one from the beach, give or take. Let's go to Westland, Michigan. Most of these are with FCI. A couple of them are with Managed Management as far as the servicing company. This is a 1.5, 2 bedroom, 1.5 bath. Look at that one. That's not bad. Whoa, I did not mean to do that. There we go. You got some, this is May of this year. Some definite pride of ownership on this one. Yeah, look at that. Look at that landscaping. That's a pretty good little performing note there. Okay, you'll probably see me post a few individual videos over the next couple of days on these assets too. All right, let's go back here. I like that little one. Let's go Keegan Road in Monroe, Michigan. This one's a little Keegan Road, Monroe. Yeah. Okay, so that's what this is performing. Okay, we got the American Pride. America. This is from May 2023. So it's a current photo. Okay, yeah. swing it. Motorcycle, or is that a trike? It looks like a golf cart, actually. But yeah, some pride of ownership there. Nice. This one, I think I've looked at this one before. Yeah, this is I think this one is blurred out. But there's a trick to looking at it. This one's on a bad looking little house. Yeah. So the borrower was contacted Google, was like, I don't want my house to be showed. Okay. It's blurred out, but this, you can see the roof back in here. This is a picture from June of 2020. You just got to go over here a little bit. Now you can see a little bit better. Okay. And you got some money with some pride of ownership. Obviously, plants, they like their plants. And there you go. Is that aloe vera there or something like that? A little backyard. The side of the house is blurred on the other side there too. But it's a not bad looking little house there in Milton, Florida, right, everybody? All right, let's go back. And this one's in Waterloo, Iowa. Yeah, look at that. This photo is from June of 2021. Oh, it's at 854. We're looking at 8. We want to let me go back to the spreadsheet here real fast. 857. That's the house where, yeah, this is the house where 857. Oh, wait, no, that's 854. That's it. That's why it's important to look at the address. $859. Huh. What's this? Hmm. 857. That's a little strange. Eight 840. 846. Okay, so maybe it is this one. They just have 4 on there to screw people up. Yeah, that's supposed to be 857. That's strange. You don't usually see the addresses weird like that, but that looks like that's it. Check the county. All right. And there are those. So now let's look at, if we haven't already looked at these, the 2 that are non-performing foreclosures. This one's in South Bend, Indiana, and this one's in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Both single families valued at roughly 98 and 170. Original balance is much smaller. Current balance on this UPB is 25 and 62, 8 and 6%. Let's see if they got the full legal on this. Loan charges, unpaid, deferred balance. So legal balance is basically 28 and 72. So on the first one, which is in South Bend, Indiana, borrower passed away several years ago. Drives down the main point of contact. Has been reasonably communicated up to lately. She said recently are remodeling a house with the intent to sell it soon. Historically, she makes several months of payments at a time, but is not, and we have begun foreclosure. Begin the process July of this year, so just starting it out. And sent the NOI basically 2 weeks ago. The notice of intent to foreclose ends on September 2nd. No known probate this time. This foreclosure will initiate probate. Okay. And this other one is a foreclosure referred to Barnum and Bueller on March. So it's already in the process of going through a further one in Wisconsin. So let's look at these 2. This one in South Bend, Indiana. I think it's a little A-frame house. I remember looking at it. South Bend's not bad. It's not close to the university. It's about 5 miles from Touchdown Jesus in Notre Dame. Well, maybe not. Maybe I had the wrong at 25 with 2 Ken. Yeah, there we go. This photo is from June of last year. So obviously, if they're fixing up to sell the house, they're hopefully fixing it up. Could use a little bit of work. Yeah, but that's a year old. So if they are fixing it, maybe they're making it cleaner. Versus this one with the truck right outside. And let's go over and pull the other one up here. This one in Milwaukee. This photo is taking August of 2022 and 532. Is that the address we're looking for here? 5320. Oh, got tarp on the roof. Well, that's from a couple years ago, so maybe they have a new roof on it. Three two oh. I think that's it right there. Then the neighbors here. 5314. Yeah, I mean it's probably it right there. 5320. Let's go down here. Look at this asset. Can't see. I mean, it's not. It's pretty normal housing for you. 5331. Yeah, yeah, that's got to be it. So hopefully they got a new roof on it. With Wisconsin, I mean, they got some pride of ownership, some landscaping stuff like going on there. So maybe they were just in the process of, but it's got an older roof on there. So who knows? That'd be worth checking, having a drive by. So these, you guys, some of these you make some money on. Some of these, hold for ROIs. It just depends on the pricing. Like I said, he's flexible on some of these. So if you want to make an offer, take a look at the tape. Email me directly at scott@weclosenotes.com. I'd be glad to take a look at it, submit your bids on it, and help you get a deal or to close. If you've got any other questions, feel free to type in the chat roll. Got a hopefully busy week for each and every one of you. The school's back in session for a lot of us and things like that. I see that, Don, you said you were traveling across Michigan looking at tax sales. Hopefully you had a good time. How many properties did you look at when you were up there driving around? Were you up there for a week, couple days? Most I've looked at, we flew up to Michigan, I guess it was 9 years ago, and I had 60 to look at. 150 plus properties. Yeah, that's doing it. There for a week. We hit about a 50, 55, in basically a 2.5 day period. So we made a whole triangle from Detroit all the way up to Bay City, across to Jackson and Lansing back. So I bet you're tuckered out. Hopefully you found some deals that you're excited about. I know that I saw a listing from Wayne County on their tax sales, and it was 30 to 40 pages long. And I was like, wow, that's a lot. Lots of good property. Yeah, I mean, there's not bad properties. That's the great thing about Michigan. Now, is there any type of redemption period in Michigan on that tax sales, or is it you buy the taxes at foreclose and you take the property as a redemption period in Michigan? I can't remember. Oh, this is the county's already foreclosed and you get the property. Oh, that's easy. So you're basically buying it on the over the counter, basically from the land bank, basically. Okay. That's awesome, man. Congrats. Well, love to see some of those deals. How many do you think you're going to buy? Oh, they were auctioned. Oh, okay. They were all auctioned. Okay. So you're just buying the property straight from the county then. Okay. 3 to 4. Well, that's good. And your plan with those is to probably flip them or you turn them into rentals. What's your ultimate plan? Sell them on owner finance, create your own notes. What's your plan for those? Quick flip to other investors. Okay, there you go. Good stuff. Well, let me know if you need a resource up there. We got a great realtor, Lisa Rush, who's also part of the WC and crew. And if you ever need some help on those, let us know. We're glad to help you flip them. So other than that, everybody, I don't have anything else for you today. Like I said, go check out those notes and performing, non-performing, a couple REOs. Let me know if you're interested in making an offer, and we'll go from there. But go out, ladies and gentlemen, take some action, be courageous. Courage in today's world isn't just sitting on the sideline. It's getting up and taking action. So kudos, Don, to getting on a plane and flying around and looking. That's courage. Courage is getting out of your comfort zone, getting out of your safety and going and doing something. So the more that you can embrace that, expand your comfort zone, you get more. I mean, Don learned more about those areas by looking and seeing them than anything he would on Zillow. And it was worth the week to be invested in your future there for you. So kudos to you, Don. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, go out, take some action, everybody, and we will see you at the top. Hope you enjoyed this episode. We'll put the link, if you're just listening to it and watching it, we'll put a link to the actual batch geo map into the description so you can actually look at the addresses a little bit further. But I won't put the tape there. So we'll see you all later. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the No Close Show. As always, Scott Carson, excited to be here with you today. Today's episode, I want to talk about a low balance note case study. This is actually a deal that came across my desk. I guess it would have been Tuesday of last week, Monday, Tuesday of last week. And no, it would have been Thursday of last week, actually. So, kind of something that's relatively new on the desk. Now, I get a list of notes in from a California hedge fund. It actually had about 20 notes in Texas, some in Houston, some in the Dallas area, some down in San Antonio, and one here in Austin. And I was like, oh, let's look at this real fast. And so I wanted to go through this deal because it's a small balance note on a higher valued property. Okay. But when I looked at it, I almost initially kicked it to the curb and didn't look at it because it's like, oh, what I saw online. Okay. I'll go to this in a second, but this is something that you guys, I bring it up because sometimes we get in the habit of looking at specific things and we miss little like diamonds. Okay. Note investing. I make the joke that we kind of live on crumbs. We live on the crumbs of the big funds, right? They don't like these lower balance stuff. Sometimes it's uglier stuff. They're in the bigger pools, the cleaner stuff, and that's fine. But there's plenty of money to be made in the crumbs. And this is a crumb story, okay? This is kind of a crumb story. Not a crummy story, but a crumb story. And so I was sitting here. I got the list and reached out for pricing, and they came back with pricing. The fund did. It was late Friday, like Friday right before the end of the day. I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe I'll drive by it on Saturday. Texas is playing at 3:00. I want to be home to watch that game, their first SEC game. Yes, hook 'em horns. And so I was sitting here Saturday, and I was like, well, I thought I'd drive down to San Antonio, look at a couple of properties because they were nice looking properties. When I looked at this asset, it was a little uglier property. Okay. So I said, well, it's in Austin. What's the heck? What's it going to hurt? It's a hour trip, basically 30 minutes down South Austin, 30 minutes back. It actually was about an hour and a half, 2 hours. So I got another taping with another Austin asset, even further south. Okay. We won't go into that one, but this one I thought was the most valuable one to go to as a teaching aspect for you guys out there. And it's always good. If you have something in your neighborhood, go out, drive by it. Not everything online is going to reflect the true deal. And you may pick up things that you miss along the way by just guarding, just evaluating yourself by what's on Trulia or Google or Zillow, stuff like that. In a lot of cases, people miss on these note deals. They're not on PropStream or things like that. So I said, okay, let's go take a look. So this asset, I Googled the address and this is what it looks like. I'm like, oh, it looks like it could use some work. An ugly ass truck. It's in an okay neighborhood. It's in a par neighborhood. Okay. I mean, it's an older neighborhood off of 290 down here in town, which is basically midway, not all the way south to the airport. I live north Austin. It's on the kind of the west side. Sorry, it's on the east side of Austin, not too far from the toll road on the loop. But I was like, when I looked at the neighborhood, it was an okay neighborhood. And I give you some ideas. This is when I drove by the property, this is what it looked like. Okay, same truck is still there, right? Needs some work. The garage, you can't really see on this photo because of the SUV there, but it was kind of looked like it was kind of kicked in a little bit. It wasn't closing all the way. It looked like the garage was full of junk. I'm like, oh, okay, well. So here's the numbers. When I got the numbers, when I started looking at it, here's what I came across. So it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 2,100 square foot house. So it's a little bit bigger than the neighborhood houses. It was built in 1974. Okay. It's owner occupied. It's a first lien. Okay. Unpaid balance. Okay. Unpaid principal balance is at 49,362. The payoff is at 50,238. So they're about 1,000 behind. Okay. The AVM, the automated valuation model, the online value that the bank had on their spreadsheet was $499. Now, when I saw that, I knew they were smoking some of that California weed. There's no way this property is worth $499. I don't know who told them that. Not even an ARV of $499, because the average homes around the area are in that 300,000 range. Okay, 280 to 320 may be the best, but no way at $499, especially not in its current condition. Okay. Now it's got a 3.75% interest rate that matures in 2033. So another 9 years on the mortgage. And the P&I payment is $531 a month. The taxes are about $126 a month. Is what the spreadsheet said. And I think it was a little bit off. Okay. I think it's because the taxes, I think on this is a little bit higher. I forgot to check taxes. But anyway. So it's behind. The guy's behind by a few months. Okay. His next due is February 2024. He did make a payment in March that went to January's payment, but he's more behind. So his payoff is a little bit higher than 50. Okay. 6 months behind. The lender has had an attorney notice of intent to foreclose has been issued. The bank wants roughly 80% of the legal balances, which is 40,190 is what they think it is of their number. I'm like, okay. So basically it's a $10,000 discount, give or take a few bucks. Now it's actually a little bit more than that because there's a few months more behind, but it's a Texas foreclosure here in Texas. Remember, we do things fast foreclosures, fast highways, fast executions. If the notice of intent has already been issued, then really the foreclosure could take place in the next 30 days, not this coming Tuesday. Maybe it could this Tuesday. That's tomorrow, because the first Tuesday of the month is when the foreclosures take place. Maybe they're closing by tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it goes the next month. I don't know. Based on what the bank told me, it didn't give me the date of foreclosure on this thing yet. So I would assume it's going to be next month based on them sending it out. Okay. What else did we find? Well, if it was to foreclose in 90 days, you make basically $10,000 in 90 days, give or take a little bit, give it time for the check to be issued. If it isn't going to go to foreclosure next, on Tuesday, it's next month. So maybe you're making it in 60 days, but it's basically, if you're making $10,000 on a $40,000 investment, that's a 25% return on investment. I don't know why I have an A in there. Big clunky sausage fingers. Now, if you annualize that, that's 100% annual ROI. That's pretty stinking good for 40 grand, right? Like I said, I drove by it on Saturday and I had to stop and take a photo because guess what was in the front yard? A listing. That's right. A realtor sign was shoved in the front yard. And I immediately, as I turned around, took a few photos. I avoided the big black party that was going on down the street. I guess somebody had died because everybody was wearing black. And so I picked up the phone and called the agent. I didn't call her. I texted her, hey, I'm calling about the property at blank, blank, blank. I didn't get a response back on Saturday. I was like, okay. So I looked online and lo and behold, it's listed online on Zillow, which I didn't see on Friday, which is weird because I looked at this thing on Friday and Thursday. I didn't see anything listing. Well, lo and behold, magically it popped up Saturday afternoon and see that it had been listed basically for 11 days. Okay. And it said a pending offer at 220. It wasn't listed at 220. It said pending. I was like, oh, this is interesting. So maybe it's going to sell fast. Maybe it would, because it needs some work. I could just tell, if it hadn't been updated in 10, 15 years, okay, it needs some work on the inside. Maybe it's worth 280. Maybe it's worth 300 after repair, but 220 is a bit of a stretch, even at that, based on what I expect the property needs inside. Okay. But, maybe it's immaculate inside. I mean, it is about 500 square feet higher than any other property in the area. The guy's done some additions to it. I don't know if those have been, permitted improvements. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. I don't know. I mean, if it tells you the neighborhood, every home had bars on the walls, okay, or on the windows. So it's not the greatest of neighborhoods, but still it's an up and coming neighborhood. It could be a good little rental property. Rents are somewhere between $1,500 and $2,000 a month in that neck of the woods. Okay. 3-bedroom, 2-bath, like I said, 2,000 plus square foot. So I was like, okay, great. So I texted her, no response back while I was driving on Saturday. I'm like, okay. So then I reached out to her Sunday. I'm sitting outside here Sunday. I'm putting on a turkey breast on the barbecue to smoke it. I'm like, oh, I haven't heard back from that agent. Well, maybe she was busy Saturday getting ready for the UT game. It was Sunday. I said, it's after church. Let me text her. So I texted her again, said, hey, I'm an investor, cash buyer. I'm just calling to get some information, basically, is what I'm thinking. Maybe if I can get her to respond back, I see that it's pending. Maybe I'd ask, do you need a backup offering? She calls me immediately back. Oh, hi, you're calling a blank blank. I was like, yes, I am. She's like, yeah, we have that. We have that one is pending. I'm like, pending. Oh, really? Wow, it's been on, not been on the market long. She's like, no. But I do have another one in Bastrop. I was like, okay, but can you tell me about this one? Is it, back to this one? When is it? Do you know when it's going to close? Oh, it's going to close quickly. Okay, is it 2 weeks? Just a bit of an idea because I can follow back up with you on this one if it closes or doesn't close. No, it's going to close quickly. It's a cash offering. We expect this thing to close very quickly in 2 weeks. It's like, oh, great. Okay, great. Well, send me the information on the other property in Bastrop. I'll take a look at that. Okay. About 30 minutes later, she sends me a text message, sends me the address. I'm like, it's a normal listing in Bastrop, but that's okay. We'll worry about that one later. But when I found out this was a fast closing, basically a 2-week closing or less, I got even more excited because you think about that. If you're making 10K in 30 days, then now I'm going to go through foreclosure. Not have to go to bidding, not wait for filing, but if they actually pay you off, get the full payoff, and it's 10K or more in 30 days, that's a pretty good day, right? That's 25% return there on your money. But in 30 days, that means it's annualized a return of 300%. Okay. That's a pretty good day. Who wouldn't do that deal, right? Everybody says, oh, I would do that deal all day long. You would, but would you pull a trigger? If you had the 45 grand. Well, Scott, you said 40 grand. Yeah, but you got to expect some things. Some people wouldn't do this deal because they're afraid they'd end up taking the property back at auction, and then they'd be responsible for the rehab. Okay. Now, there are other strategies involved with this. Yes, you could foreclose. I don't know if you got to bring another $1,000 to the table to the attorney. Maybe the attorney's fees are already paid in full. That's great. Take it to foreclosure, hope it sells at auction. My opening bid would be the full legal payoff. Okay. If it is worth $299 or more, I'm going to max that out and try to get somebody better. I bet somebody would pay more than that at auction. That's fine. I get my 50 grand or whatever, and then the borrower would get anything else in the second space. Could I work out with a borrower? Could I approach the borrower and say, hey, instead of foreclosing, let's give you cash for keys. You're looking to obviously sell it at 220. You owe about 50 grand, means you're making about 170. Take your commissions out of there. Can I give you 100 grand cash to walk? Why would I do that? Well, because if I wanted to own the property and I think it could be worth 300, it would make sense to pay that borrower 100. So I'm coming to the table to 150 roughly, 50 for the note purchase, 100 to the borrower to walk. Okay. 100 to the borrower to walk. I mean, that would, be done. Don't worry about listing the property. We'll take it off, remove it, that kind of stuff like that. I could partner with a borrower. Some people have partnered with borrowers in distress to, okay, let's partner together. We'll fix it up. Pay off the mortgage, pay off my rehab costs, and split the profits after closing. And you can still live here. I wouldn't necessarily like to do that, but some people have done that before. Okay, great. Could you, depending on how old the borrower is, could you do a reverse mortgage? Yeah, you could do a reverse mortgage and help them if they're old enough to cash out of the property, move from. But I'd be willing to bet the fact that they're listing it for the 220 when the comps in the area are higher, if it's it's a good, because is they're wanting to cash out of this deal and move on. They don't have the money to repair it, trying to get as much as they can and move on. And that's the route. So that's the thing to keep in mind there. Now, the moral of the story that I want you guys to take away from this is it pays to drive by assets. Sometimes it does. I mean, yes, if you're in an area and you're investing in other parts of the country, you can't always drive by the assets. I get it. I mean, my buddy Don, he flew up to Michigan to buy a tax deed. He drove by about probably 50 to 100 properties in Detroit until he settled on them. That's fine. It's worth it. Okay. What else was I doing on a Saturday? Well, I got all that mileage written off when I drove to South Austin. Right off my taxes. I got to know the neighborhood. I was like, oh, is this a good property? Great. Is it not a good property? Okay. I saw that there was a listing sign out there. May I have a lead on another property? Yeah, I may have another lead on another property. Great. But the important thing is don't let specific things, like if I lived in California, I wouldn't try to buy this property and try to do that real fast because you're way out of state. I don't think doing an out of state rehab is smart if you've never done it before. Okay. Would it make sense though if it is going to be a fast foreclosure that you expect it would still make sense? Yeah, it could. You just got to understand your level. Would I bring in somebody else's money on the deal? Probably not. Okay. Probably not. Yeah. Could you go and give a guy $5,000 on a $40,000 investment? And if it does it in 30 days and you split the profits? Yeah, you could do that. It's getting kind of skinny, but there's still some feasibility to that. I think on this, the best deal is just taking down this with your own money and then, buying it at 40 and either selling it at auction at 50 and some change, or, trying to work with a borrower if you've got the extra cap. Because here's one thing. If the borrower did a deed in lieu to you and you owned the property at that point, you could go and get a hard money loan and cash them out that way. All right. Cash them out that way, or cash them out and have his money get paid after you sell the property. That's one thing you could do. Say, I'll give you $100,000. I'll give you $5,000 for moving right now. Let's get you out. Let me finance this with hard money. After I get a deed in lieu from you, it's REO at that point. You get a hard money lender to fund you the rehab costs, and then you pay the investor his profit after it's listed and sold. Now, of course, if you want to hold on to the asset, that's a different story. Then you got to refinance them out. But there's some different ways to make this deal work. You know what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Evaluate every exit strategy. Look for signs. I mean, it's not, like I said, it's not the greatest neighborhoods, but not by far the worst one. There's a house two actually houses over that needs some work. It needs some more work in that neck of the woods. It looks like it's vacant. It's not listed. I just looked. But the online photos do not do that property justice. Somebody has not mowed the lawn in probably 6 months on that, and it looks like it's vacant. So there's some opportunity. Yes, this is an older part of Austin, but there are some opportunities in these older houses. People are, getting older. They're moving on. They're passing away. They're leaving the kids who can't fix them up. There's some opportunity there if you know what you're looking for. And while this isn't our stereotypical note deal, it's still a note deal that kind of makes sense if you're the right person and the right party for it. Okay. If you have any questions or comments, please leave them below in the chat roll. I'll be glad to answer those questions, or feel free to book a call with me at talkwithscottcarson.com. That's talkwithscottcarson.com. I'm always glad to help answer questions, go through things. If you've got a deal that you'd like to have somebody review, feel free to reach out to me. I'd be glad to do it with you via Zoom, break it down, even making a podcast episode if you're looking for. So hopefully you learned something from this episode, but go out, take some action, buddy, and we look forward to seeing the top. Bye, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closer Show. As always, Scott Carson, excited to be here with you today. And I've got a very special friend, guest on today's show that I think will probably have more impact on your business, marketing, deal finding, capital raising than anybody else we've had on here. Yes, we can talk about the nuts and bolts of notes. We can talk about how powerful it is to evaluate a note and break it down and make a good return. But honestly, what it comes down to is to find more deals, you need more money, right? And to make and raise more money, you got to have more deals. And you know what connects the two? Marketing. And there's one channel out there that I think is more important than all the other crap out there. And it's not as intimidating. It's not all pop and locking, dancing a jig and stuff like that. It's really the most professional social media. And I wanted to bring on my friend who is the utmost #1 expert in LinkedIn. He's at over a 20-year track record of working with businesses, organizations, raising more than 40 million online. He is the man, the myth, the anti-pickle eating friend, formerly Production Limited, my good buddy Anthony Jones. What is going on, Anthony? How you doing today, bud?
Hey, Scott, I am fantastic. I appreciate you having me on today, and you have set the bar really, really high as far as the expectations for this show. So I really appreciate you setting me up for that right up front.
Hey, you know what? It's A-okay because I set the bar pretty low.
But yeah, thrilled to be here, man.
Hey, glad to have you. We met back, I think, was it 4 years ago? Yeah, right about 4 years ago, because you're just celebrating you said you got through your third year in business. We met when you were at the previous spot at a nonprofit conference here in Austin back in the day.
Neo Summit, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And love what you shared about that and took what I learned from your discussion and applied it immediately. We've had you on before on the show here, but you are always so great and entertaining, educating on the LinkedIn side. So can you share with our audience a little bit about kind of your philosophy and why you set your hat on LinkedIn for everything that you're doing.
Yeah. And right as you asked that question, like I'm seeing myself frozen up here.
Well, audio's still working. I'm sure it'll come undone here in just a second.
All right. Well, good deal. Well, yeah. Sort of long story short, Scott, like you said, I spent 20 years in the nonprofit space, working at Ducks Unlimited. In 2018 or so, LinkedIn was sort of coming onto our radar as a channel that we wanted to explore for, raising more brand awareness and fundraising for the organization. But so yeah, in 2018 or so, LinkedIn was sort of coming onto our radar as a channel to add to our social media mix. But it was that one network that I didn't have any personal experience with outside of hiring someone for my team, right? So I figured the best way to learn it was to just get in there and do it myself. And I started posting content. I had no plan, I had no strategy, I had no clue what I was doing. But over the course of a couple of years, I had managed to build a brand, to build up a network. And in 2020, when COVID hit, I had people kind of out of the blue start messaging me on LinkedIn asking for help, help with their profile, help with their content strategy because they were losing jobs or they were afraid they were going to lose a job. And all of a sudden, LinkedIn became really important again to a lot of people. And that started off, I helped a lot of people for free at first. It turned into a side business. And then over the course of a couple of years, I had enough inbound leads from LinkedIn to start my own consulting business. So I share that story because it's something that I've experienced firsthand, the power of LinkedIn, not even expecting anything to come from it. But obviously I learned a lot of lessons along the way and I have a passion for sharing those lessons and now helping others, both individual professionals as well as companies, leverage the power of LinkedIn to build their brands and grow their business. Because to your point, it is one of the most underutilized, but by far the most important and impactful social media platform if you're trying to build a brand and grow your business. Hands down.
Hands down, totally agree with that. That's what we see a lot, especially in the note business here, real estate. Especially, we track a lot of our sources come from like business contacts at banks, hedge funds, things like that. It's much more professional to raise capital on LinkedIn versus the dumpster fire that Facebook is, or the lack of engagement there, or the true dumpster fire that Bigger Pockets has become, which is kind of big in the real estate side with them being just a complete mess over there. But let's dive into a couple things here. Let's start on the negative. That way we can kind of hit into the positive. What is probably and I already know the answer to this because I just know you, but what's the top three things, really the three biggest mistakes that you see people making when they jump on LinkedIn and try to get started on there?
Yeah, so many different mistakes, but the number one biggest hands down is the mentality people have of that they can come on there, they can connect and pitch slap you in the DMs, right? That's
Immediately.
it's the number one turn off that makes most people, feel ick about LinkedIn. And that may have worked 20 years ago, but it hasn't worked in ages. And they have the wrong mindset. They look at LinkedIn as an opportunity to pitch and to sell, and there is a place and a time for that. But the mindset they need to have is how can I approach this platform to build relationships, to add value, and network like a real human being at a real networking event, as opposed to walking up to someone at a networking event, shaking their hand and saying, I've got something to sell you. That doesn't work in real life. It doesn't work on LinkedIn. So that by far is the biggest mistake that people make. And I think one of the other big mistakes is the fact that if they're not doing that, they don't know what to do. They don't know what to post. They don't know how to go about creating a strategy. So what you end up seeing is everyone has a LinkedIn profile, but still only about 1% of the global population of LinkedIn users post consistent content. And so that's where the other big gap is. If they're not getting any success with the cold pitches, they think their LinkedIn profile is enough, and it's not. It takes a lot more than that to really build a brand and grow your business.
Now, I think it's you that you mentioned it in one of your previous presentations that there's such a small amount of people that post on a daily basis there.
Mhm.
You know, a lot of people, oh, you need to post once a week. And Carson's like, once a week, people aren't going to even see you, right?
Yeah.
But if you post on a daily basis, it doesn't mean to be 3, 4 times a day. I think that's overkill. People don't have time for that.
Yep.
But if you're posting once a week, I see that my biggest response actually sometimes comes on Saturday and Sunday. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Just being consistent. Was it like 3% only post on Sunday or something like that of all the users or something like that? I think I saw.
Yeah, it's a small percentage for sure. And to your point, yeah, once a week is definitely not enough. There's the overall number of people is small, but it is growing, and so there is more noise, there is more competition for eyeballs in the news feed. So it does take more consistency and more frequency than once a week. And as you do it, just like anything else, the more you do it, the better you get at it, the easier the process becomes. But it's like anything, you have to put in the reps and you have to learn what works, or you have to hire someone to help you actually, do it on the other hand.
Right. Now, one of the things I know that LinkedIn over the last few years is really, especially for new accounts, new profiles, have really hammered down on the invites, the engagement, how many people you can connect with on a day in or weekly basis. You know, some people it's like 20, some other people it's 100, and then it goes seem to go to 500, stuff like that as you grow. Any tricks to that, or do you need to sign up for the most expensive LinkedIn account for that? Are there any tools that you like to use to grow your network?
Yeah, so LinkedIn Premium certainly has its benefits. I think it's like $50 a month. You get like unlimited search views. You have more privacy settings as to who's viewing your profile and how you show up. So I think there's benefits to that, but there's no benefit to like getting more reach on your post by you're not buying reach.
Right.
It's just a tool that allows you to do a little bit to do a little bit more there. As far as like, growing your network, I don't have any, and I would never recommend anyone use like automation tools because that can get your account really jammed up or even get it banned completely. I always recommend like send 10 connection requests a day, right? And send connection requests to people who not necessarily are your ideal prospects, but people who are in your industry, other thought leaders who are just putting out good content. If you are leaving comments and you have an interaction with someone on LinkedIn and they're not a first degree connection, send them a connection request and just say, hey, Scott, really love the post today about XYZ, would love to connect. Those acceptance rates are like 75 to 80% because you just had a positive, real world engaging experience. And that's an effective, authentic way to grow your network, as opposed to again using some service to try to build that automatically for you.
Mm-hmm. That's what I say. Always take the time to figure out who the thought leaders are in your industry and connect with them first, because that's going to help you if you make those connections, especially if you're starting off. That's going to expand a whole lot of growing your second degree connections, which is the easiest to connect with versus third and beyond.
Exactly.
People always ask me, well, I only got a few second degree connections. That's because you're not connected to anybody. Connect with me, connect with a few other people in the note business, and it'll help you grow, or in real estate, whatever niche you're focused on, and kind of draft off of our network that we've been developing for 10 plus years.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you
And
mentioned, sorry, go ahead.
well, and I was just going to say, and like aside from sending out connection requests, which you should be doing, like if you're leaving comments every day, like thoughtful, relevant comments on relevant content, you're going to get inbound connection requests. You're going to get inbound followers because people want to follow and connect with people who support their content. So that's the other part of building your network is just engaging naturally and contributing to the larger part of the conversation on LinkedIn. That's going to help you grow your personal brand as much as anything else that you'll do.
Now let's talk about, besides commenting, what are some of the things that you see doing well to draw engagement, getting people to connect with you, that kind of stuff. What stuff are we talking? Stories, videos, images, emojis.
Yep.
Sharing your YouTube video. What do you like that seems to be doing best out there?
Yeah, hands down, right now, especially as we head into 2025, short form video content is everything on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is doubling down on video content, on video content creators. You may have seen that they actually have a new feed inside the mobile app, which is called video. When you click it, it is identical to the TikTok style video feed that TikTok has, or Instagram or YouTube Shorts. And I think what LinkedIn has realized is that's the way consumers enjoy consuming content, right? At the macro level, whether you like it or not, like that's just what people have been trained on: snackable, short, visual content. And the creators who are jumping on video right now are getting opportunities for massive visibility. I actually have a client who has been posting videos on her profile. Typically gets 1,000, maybe a couple thousand views, which is pretty good. But one of her videos recently got picked up into the new feed, and it had 135,000 views like in over a day or two, and it was still going. So if it gets picked up in that feed, like the opportunity for visibility is insane. The other reason that I love videos, and even before today, is the fact that they help you stand out and cut through the clutter on LinkedIn. I love AI tools. I use them all the time, but there's so much AI generated crap in the news feed right now. It's harder to stand out. You can have a really good, thoughtful text post, but it may just blend in. But when you have your face and your personality and your voice showing up, it makes you more memorable. It makes you cut through that clutter, and it will build your brand, your personal brand, faster than anything else you can do.
Now, what is LinkedIn considered short form? Because I know a lot of the platforms have been different. Usually it's been like a minute or less. YouTube just changed their short to 3 minutes in a lot of cases, and stuff like that. So what is kind of not Instagram, sorry, LinkedIn doing with the short form? Do you have an idea as far as the length of the video and how long it needs to be?
So I don't know exactly what their cutoff is, but like generally speaking, I always advise my clients shoot for 60 seconds or less. And shoot for 60 seconds or less, get right to the point. Like you are competing with every millisecond of someone's attention, and the video has to draw them in right at the very front. Don't make the mistake of introducing yourself and like jump right in and say, today I'm going to tell you the 3 reasons why you need to do XYZ, and pack that video with value. Don't get too concerned about the production quality. Yes, you want to keep it moving. Yes, you want to have some captions. Animated captions are ideal. But don't focus too much on the production. Focus on the message. Keep it short and sweet. And again, it's just like anything else. It takes consistency. The first few videos you put out there aren't going to go viral, but the more you do, the better you will certainly get at it.
That is so true.
Definitely.
Whether it's your deep thought of the day or an asset or deal that you're working on, what's going to be valuable to your clients or your ideal clients or network there for you. Are there any tools that you're using to help you come up with ideas or content, Anthony?
Yeah. So like I love Chat GPT. I don't use it for just like writing out posts, but for content creation ideas. If you're prompting it the right way, giving it the right background information about who you are, what you do in your business, who your ideal customers are, and tell it, generate a list of 20 video ideas that speak to the pain points my audience faces in their business, right? And a lot of times what I will do is take that even further and say, okay, I'm not going to take this post that ChatGPT gave me and like put it out there as text, but I will tell it, turn this into a 30-second video script. And I will then load that into a teleprompter app and, pick up the phone, shoot it selfie style, super simple. And even though the AI helped generate some of the script, it's me delivering the message on camera. And it doesn't have the look or feel of an AI generated post. And that has allowed me and my clients to scale our production, exponentially compared to what we used to do is, sit around the table and think, what can I post today? And then spend an hour writing the script or something. It speeds things up so much. So that's by far my the most important tool that I use for generating those ideas and those scripts.
I love it. Now, what's your thoughts, or what are you seeing with people taking longer form content and then chopping up that into shorts? Do you see that as effective, or is it just kind of not as effective? I know my opinion about it, but I want to ask you your opinions about it.
Yeah, I love it. I'm a huge fan of it. Especially if you're not comfortable, because most people aren't comfortable picking up their phone and, filming a video and remembering what to say. Like it's awkward.
Yeah.
But there's there's so many different ways that you can create quality content by doing what we're doing here. Okay. So here's one tip that you can consider. If you want to create a lot of content in like an hour, have a ask me anything Zoom session. Okay. Have prospects, mark it on LinkedIn to your email list and say, Friday at noon for 1 hour, you can come on, ask me anything about, your particular business. Record that session. That's all you're doing. At the end, you chop that up, and every answer that you gave could be a 30 to 60-second video. And, you're cutting the audience out. It's just you on camera. It has the look that you were, on a podcast or a webinar. The production quality isn't as sharp as what you would see maybe in a TikTok feed or something like that, but it has a certain level of authority. And again, it's a very conversational answer, as opposed to again, picking up your phone and rehearsing scripts. You're actually answering a question that someone asked. And if someone is asking that question that's in a group like that, there's probably hundreds of people on LinkedIn who are asking the exact same question. So for that reason, I'm a huge fan of taking longer form video and chopping it up and repurposing it for LinkedIn.
Yeah, and it's going to give someone hit and others won't hit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It
yeah.
says it's short form. Now, are you sharing that video first to LinkedIn and then sharing it to other platforms like YouTube and Instagram and other things like that too, or not?
Yeah. So everything that I do is with a LinkedIn first mindset, and then I'll just repurpose it, on basically all the other channels. I get, aside from TikTok, there's very little leads that I get from Facebook, Instagram. I've run a few small scale paid ads to cold traffic there, but it's LinkedIn first, and then put it out there. You never know who might see it and it might resonate with. But I don't do separate production for YouTube or separate production for Instagram. It's just, here's the video, put it out there.
Yeah, I'm a big thing. Film it once and then share it 8 times.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
It's good to see LinkedIn doing that, especially when COVID. I know LinkedIn was so behind the ball when it came to like the live video. They were so selective in LinkedIn Live that I really think it stunted their growth where other channels really took off. Are you still using a lot of that growth? Like you said, hey, ask me anything. That could be a LinkedIn Live Q&A that you're live streaming there, and then using it to chop back up or repurposing it again at a later fashion. On the LinkedIn Lives, what's some tips that you would give to folks out there? With obviously, this is longer form content than the shorter form stuff we talked about. Is having a regular time that you're doing that every week or every other week, or how often, or repurposing your other videos from other places?
Yeah. So I love LinkedIn live streams. That's also something that I'm trying to do more of, and I'm encouraging all of my clients to do more of in 2025. I've had a couple of clients who have had great success with live streams over the past year. They've generated more leads through those than they have some of their own content.
Yeah, nice.
And the live streams just have a unique, several things that are unique about them, but it's that real-time interaction, being able to engage back and forth with people who are asking questions in the comments. It's even different than having a closed Zoom meeting, right? Because it is public facing. The whole world can see it. And again, you can take that, you can chop it up into smaller clips for content later. It lives on your profile indefinitely, so a lot of people are going to watch it, after the live event is actually over. So there's just a lot of benefits to it. If you're doing it, I would encourage you to, one, the first time you do it, have a producer. Because unlike other platforms, you can't just hit go live and you're live. You have to use a third-party streaming service like Restream or StreamYard. It's not super complicated, but the first time you do it, you don't want to have to juggle your content with the production and all that. So that's one thing that I would recommend. The other is, don't go live by yourself the first time. I've done that, and you can certainly do it. It can certainly be effective. But if you have someone to talk to throw things back and forth, it's a whole lot more comfortable and a whole lot less awkward than you just sitting there, trying to think of what to say or having long pauses between questions that may or may not be coming in. So go live with a friend, with a colleague, and I think you'll get a lot more. You'll be a lot more comfortable that first time.
Yeah, there's nothing like talking into the realm and nobody talking back to you and trying to fill a 30-minute session with ideas to yourself versus getting some Q&A. You know, the aspect of promoting that and creating an event about that. That's one of the great things about, using Restream is you can set up those events to go live that will automatically make it an event live on LinkedIn to help, people on there. Then tagging your guests or tagging people that are going to be on there to take part in it is a great tool that's not often available on the other ones.
Yes, definitely, definitely.
How are you using, if you are, LinkedIn newsletters? I really have loved those. That feature the last, hard to believe, I think, was it been 2 years that newsletters have really been around there? I think it's been a great way to really grow an audience and be in people's inbox without necessarily having their email address,
Yeah, yeah, I love newsletters. They were new. LinkedIn put a lot of emphasis on them when they first rolled out. They kind of pulled back a little bit. I think the reach pulled back over the last year or so. But I was reading some predictions and actually some statements from LinkedIn recently that said that they were going to be putting more emphasis on newsletters over the next year. So I would encourage folks to certainly explore that. You need to have obviously a topic that you know a lot about. You pick a frequency that you can commit to, whether that's weekly, monthly, bi-monthly, whatever that is. Just being able to do that and stick with it. But what's so great about it is, unlike a post that you would make, where the algorithm is going to decide who is not going to see that post, if you subscribe to someone's newsletter, they are at least going to get it delivered in their inbox, right? They may not see it in the newsfeed, but it will hit their inbox, where they can either read part of it or they can click over and go to the full version on the LinkedIn website. So that's one reason that I love it, is because I know they're going to be delivered. Um, Unfortunately, you don't get those email addresses. LinkedIn keeps those, behind closed doors, but you are getting in their inbox. And I had another really good point about newsletters that I was trying
Well,
to
you can
think of.
see who subscribed to your newsletter. That's one thing that I
Yes.
like. Because it gives you an update. Hey, you've had 7 new people subscribe today, and so
Yep.
I always like taking that extra step and clicking on those people and say, hey, thanks for subscribing to the newsletter. Would you like to would you like to be on the official email list, or how can I help assist you in a form or fashion? And that leads to connections or followers, whereas it's not, not always going to see that in other places.
Absolutely. You can see the most recent ones, and that's something you should do. After you have your newsletter once a week, go through and do exactly what you just described. Send them a thank you. It's a great way to start a natural conversation that's not salesy, it's not pitchy, and you never know what will come from those conversations.
I like
Um,
to I like to offer them up access my free 1-day class where they can go register for it, and that gets me their email and cell phone number, and then they're in my database to be able to market to,
yes,
follow up with on a drip campaign on a regular basis.
yes, that's fantastic. The other thing I would encourage you to do when you're starting your newsletter, the first one is the most important. You want to make sure that the headline, the topic, is as good as you can possibly make it, because when you first launch your first article on your newsletter, LinkedIn is going to send out a notification to all of your contacts and say, "Hey, Scott has just launched the XYZ newsletter. Would you like to subscribe?" And they're going to see the headline there. And if it's good, I have seen in many cases, 50+% of your followers will subscribe to it. So that first issue is extremely important. So make sure it counts.
Yeah, I think I'm at 15, 15 to, yeah, just under 20% of my connections are subscribed to my newsletter. I like that. I wish it was 50, but I didn't do a very good job of the first one. You know what I
The
mean?
first one really is that important, because I think it's the only time LinkedIn automatically pushes it out. There's things that you can do to promote it after that, but you want to take advantage of that free push, uh, you know, as much as you can.
What's your opinion on a lot of the LinkedIn groups out there? I know that they've really promoted that in the past. LinkedIn groups seems to be almost a wasteland in a lot of cases. There's not a lot of communication, just a lot of posting taking place. What's your thoughts about how to leverage those, or even if you should spend time or not leveraging them?
Yeah. So LinkedIn groups, the concept is fantastic. You've got a very niche audience, together in a closed network, if you will. But LinkedIn's platform has done nothing to grow the technology and the facilitation of communication and posting and so forth. It's just very outdated. I have seen also another statement recently that they're going to be putting more focus on groups, more focus on niche communities within LinkedIn. I personally, I am experimenting right now. Nonprofit consultants is one of my most important targets, ideal customers, and I'm part of a nonprofit consultant group. There's like 12,000 people in there, and no one is posting. So like a couple times a week, I will go in and I'll take a post that I've created in the past that's pure value driven. Here's tips and tactics. I'm putting them in there, and out of all the people that are in that group, I see like 12 impressions on a post or 30 or something like it's minimal, but you never know who's seeing it, right? You never know who may actually finally reach out and say, man, I saw that post that you made. So even though they're not getting there's not a lot of activity within there, if you are part of a group and that is your ideal audience, it is a good idea to post content in there. But again, I think LinkedIn has a long way to go to improve the functionality and to make those group settings more more up to date, more 2025.
Exactly. It is nice that it does allow you to connect with people if you're in a similar group, a little bit easier versus having to go through stuff. And that's always nice. But yeah, you're right. It's a wasteland sometimes. I go on there and see the same people pitch slapping all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think one thing that we haven't talked about is turning on creator mode on your profile. If you're going to do a LinkedIn newsletter, being able to turn that button on to creator mode is important for folks. But let's take a step back to kind of when they're first getting on their profile. We all know a headshot or a photo shot that's somewhat recent is important. The header background is important. But how important is the about you part of it? I think a lot of people really slack off on that aspect of it. And I think that's the territory it's really, I think, most valuable in getting people to see who you are and how the best way to connect with you in a lot of cases, huh?
Yeah, definitely. And the first thing that I would say about the profile, and this kind of goes back to a comment that I made earlier in the podcast, most people approach their profile from the wrong perspective. If you're trying to get a job or advance your career, make it about yourself. That's fine. If you're trying to grow your business, get leads, land more clients, you want to make your profile more about the problems that you solve for your customers. Okay. Make it about them, less about you. And when they see your profile within a couple of seconds, they need to understand that you have a product or service that solves their problem or can help make them more money. And if they don't see that, they're going to bounce, right? So to your point, everything in your profile, from the banner image to your headline and especially the about section, which is more important today than ever before for several reasons. One of which, it used to be buried sort of at the bottom of the page. They've moved it up like above the featured content. I mean, it's much more prominent from a visual standpoint. And what I would encourage you to do there is, again, take the approach of calling out your ideal customer and the pain points that they have at the very top of your about section. There's a copywriting framework called problem, agitate, solution, where you call the problem out at the very top. You agitate that. You talk about the pain points that they have in their business, followed by your solution, your solution, solution, and what you can do for them. And be sure you also include at the very bottom of the about section a call to action. Whether that's, to book a call or send me a DM to get started. If they've read all the way through there, they're interested. So just give them, make it easy for them to make that next step.
Mm-hmm. So true. And it's so valuable. That's one thing I have used ChatGPT to help me write my about me a couple different ways, and tweaking it, updating it on a pretty regular basis too, as things change, right?
Absolutely. And if you're not using ChatGPT to optimize your profile, you're missing out, really. I've been doing this for years, and without ChatGPT, obviously, but Chat GPT has saved me, countless hours and helping me write content or profiles for my clients. Again, I do what you just mentioned. I update mine on a regular basis, and it's just a smart way to go about optimizing your profile.
Right, exactly. Besides putting in your job history and things like that too, I think the featured is also a really nice aspect of being able to put something that's going to have photos or videos that you want people to really see what you're about too. Whether it's a in our neck of the woods, be like a pitch deck video about what their people are investing in or buying or selling, or their kind of their background in a lot of cases too, or whatever that main thing, maybe they a sneak peek of what the C to A, the call to action is.
Yes. The featured section is my favorite part of the profile because to your point, you can put anything you want there. You can highlight anything, whether it's a post that you've written, whether it's a video that's on YouTube or an interview somewhere, a lead magnet, anything like that's going to add value or testimonials for social proof. That's just a very, very important piece of real estate. And a lot of people don't know they actually have to manually turn that on. It's not there by default. I don't know why. But if you don't have it on your profile right now, at the very top of your profile, go to add profile section, and then it will be like add featured, it's under recommended, something like that. And when you click that, it will prompt you, okay, what do you want to add? And you can choose from a variety of different options. But if you're not using it right now, you're really missing out on some prime real estate.
Yeah, it totally is, because I've put custom links in just for those, and those are the ones that get clicked more so than anything else with the tracking. And it always amazes me, especially when you change it up a little bit, seeing how the interaction is, which is really good for you. Now, I have to ask you a question. As we're coming up at the dawn of another quarter century here, and you've been doing this for a while and helping so many people achieve success, how far in advance have you been planning this next year? I know that you had a great post talking about what you're featured on, but have you been, I know I go back to October to start planning the next year. Have you started planning like what you're going to be posting, talking about here in 2025?
So at a high level, at a very tactical level, I personally, I'm not very far.
It's okay.
I usually create content for my stuff about a month in advance.
Yeah.
And I like to stay flexible. Obviously, there's you don't want to box yourself in, and there's always changes in the market, changes in platform, and that sort of thing. So I like to kind of plan out a month or so in advance. And for my clients, that's typically when I'm creating content for them. It's creating for a month, and then we always want to take a look back at the analytics too, right? What content's performing well? What adjustments do we need to make so that we're not boxed in? It's a fluid strategy, if you will, because things change.
Well, that's a good thing of taking a look back to what got the most impressions, most views, most comments in the last 12 months, and making a note to kind of, hey, look, this worked well around Halloween. We need to do something similar to this, or this worked well around March and St. Patrick's Day. Let's make sure and post some Irish whiskey on there. You know what I mean? That kind of
Right.
stuff.
The other thing to look at there too is a lot of people just look at, okay, how many likes did I get or how many comments or the reach? The other question you need to ask is how many conversations were started from that? How many profile views did you get from that post for that particular week? Like those are indicators that a lot of people don't pay attention to. They just look at the vanity metrics, if you will, and they're important to a degree, but there's a lot of other factors that you need to think about as you're analyzing, what posts are actually moving the needle to grow your business.
Yeah, one of the things that we do a lot of is when we pull in a list of asset managers at banks, stuff like that. If we've downloaded a list or pulled a list from a big event or a state licensing website or something like that, is going and having our virtual assistants going and seeing if these individuals are on LinkedIn. And then one of the things that when we do an email, beginning email blast out to them, say, hey, let's connect on LinkedIn, and seeing who's looking at our profile. As they look at our profile, well, go ahead and send that time to say, hey, I saw that you checked my profile. I think you got my email. Love to continue the conversation. It's all about that extra touch approach. 80% of sales comes after the fifth contact in a lot of cases.
Right.
And this makes it easier on some of the things that we've discussed here today, right?
Yeah, definitely. And Sales Navigator is a fantastic tool. We could spend hours talking about Sales Navigator, but for those of you who aren't using it, if you're in B2B, like that is one of the most underutilized tools. It basically allows you to find your ideal target audience, build a list of leads, and get notified every time they make a post so that you can immediately go in and engage with their content. And like at the most basic, simple level, that's what it allows you to do. So that when you do go to LinkedIn every day, you're not wasting time commenting on garbage in the news feed. You're going straight into the Sales Navigator content feed that is filled with content from your perfect prospects. And like there's gold there if you do that right.
There's gold in there in that LinkedIn.
Absolutely.
Now, talk a little bit about your branding, the Brandwagon Club that you've launched here, and you're working with professionals to help them, turn their blasé profiles into rock star.
Yeah. Yeah. So I launched Brandwagon back about 6 months ago, and it's basically an online community that allows you to learn how to build your personal brand, grow your business, sort of at your own pace. It's a community filled with tons of resources, weekly content prompts. There's weekly Q&A calls with me where you can ask questions so you can get unstuck. There are monthly master classes where we have trainings that I provide that we bring guest speakers on as well. Online courses that are built in there, everything from Sales Navigator to profile optimization to even using AI to create content and so forth. So lots of resources packed in there. And I really built that community to really help folks who can't necessarily afford the higher ticket, one-on-one tickets or one-on-one coaching, if you will. And the Brandwagon is currently $67 a month. You can cancel anytime. So it's a very low risk way to get in, learn about LinkedIn, and even get a free profile review with me. Something that I'm offering with the program right now.
Awesome. Yeah, $67 is well worth it.
Well worth it.
I think you need to do a little more, but that's my opinion.
It's going up soon. Yeah, completely
There you go.
transparent. That's going up soon.
Scarcity clause. That's called the scarcity sale there. But no, it's true that everybody, when you get somebody who's a professional at it, who's raised millions of dollars and can ask you the questions that maybe you're not thinking about, and how to steer your profile to hit the right people, have the right people taking a look at it. So valuable, so worth the time versus just floundering out there, throwing shit against the wall, hoping stuff sticks. It's so important. I've even taken a couple of nuggets here today, ladies and gentlemen. So it's awesome. Now, I do have to ask a couple of things, and this is the thing. I love what you're doing. And I get this question, and maybe a little bit of pushback from people that come from the corporate world, that their 9-to-5 job where they've done, and then they come out as an entrepreneur. And they struggle with the fact that they now have to be the face kind of their brand, right? Did you struggle with that after leaving Ducks Unlimited and going on your own a little bit? And what are your thoughts on how folks can kind of maybe overcome that imposter syndrome? They're like, oh no, I don't need to be the brand. I don't want to be the brand, but you really do need to be the brand, right?
Yeah, you have no choice. You are the brand. You are the face of the business. And for me, when I left Ducks Unlimited and started this, it was a lot easier because I had been doing it for years, right? For several years, I'd built a network of like 30,000 people. I knew how to do it. I was comfortable creating content. I was comfortable going on camera and so forth. But that's not just something that comes natural. It takes practice. So to your point, yeah, if you're an entrepreneur, solopreneur, you don't have a choice. You've got to put yourself out there and building a personal brand is really the most important asset that you'll ever build, because it will follow you throughout your career. If you change your job, if you change the direction you're taking your business, that personal brand is going to follow you and help you continue to grow and advance. And if you do it the right way, that personal brand will generate inbound business as opposed to the outbound that we all not necessarily hate, but I would much rather put out some content that draws people in to me than spend time sending DM or cold emails or cold calling or something like that. And when you get it, when you figure out that magic formula, it can transform your business for sure.
Totally can. I think LinkedIn is one of the best assets for that because of some of the things that we've talked about today on this and sharing it. And I highly recommend you guys. I don't bring people on and recommend things unless I know them personally and know the quality behind it. And here's a bit of a shot of the page of the brandwagonclub.com. There's where you want to go to get advantage. And yes, most of you all need this. All right. I love that I need this here. But just a great tool community for you to help you stand out from the crowd, help you take your LinkedIn profile to an amazing new level in the new year. It's the worst thing of trying to figure something out and take you 6 months when you can do this in 6 weeks and then have a whole different outlook on raising capital, finding deals, and ultimately closing more deals and making great connections with people who feed you business on a regular basis. And like you said, treat LinkedIn like it's a true networking event, not just another social media platform, right?
Absolutely. And I appreciate the plug there. I really appreciate that, Scott.
Hey, anytime, buddy. I love what you're doing. I've been a big fan since when he launched. I think we had you on. I think we were the one first podcast you were on. You're going out on your own, which is awesome.
Yep.
Big plans for obviously anything you're really excited besides Brandwagon Club. You had that for going for 6 months. What's kind of a goal or two for you for the new year?
Yeah, so I'm personally looking at finding ways to bring some new offers to the market, particularly with AI and AI systems to help you generate content, not necessarily just for yourself, but that teams can actually take. There's so much advancement with AI, with automation, with new processes. I've gotten addicted to Zapier and building automated workflows based on different things, and it's like enabled me to scale my business. Something that I never would have thought of before, and something that I'm really passionate about, and I'm trying to find a way to turn that into an offer where I can help other individuals and other businesses take advantage of that.
Well, what I love about you too, Anthony, is that you do spend a lot of time with your family and kids too. You don't spend 80 hours a week trying to beat this over the head. You've done a great job in getting this, but you also make time first for the family and your kids, and spend some time outdoors hunting or doing something fun as well.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about, no doubt.
Amen is exactly what it's all about there for having a good time, making memories, and living, not working.
Yes.
You can try and turn your work into fun as best you can there for you. Guys, we'll put that link in here in the description for you. We'll put Anthony's LinkedIn URL there. That way you can click over and connect with him. Is there any other ways that you'd like for people to connect with you besides on LinkedIn, Anthony?
That's it. If you want to check out my website, buildyourbrandonlinkedin.com.
Say it one more time for the folks in the back.
Yeah. Buildyourbrandonlinkedin.com.
Awesome. Good stuff there, bud. Appreciate coming on here, man. Looking forward to all those tips and amazing tactics that you just shared here. I know I'm going to spend some time in the next couple of days on my LinkedIn.
Awesome.
So, awesome.
Scott, I appreciate you having me on today, man. I really appreciate it.
Anytime. Always glad. We'll have to do it again here sometime sooner than what we've done before here. So
sounds like a plan.
Sounds good. All right, guys and gals, we'll go out there, get signed up for that. You're going to not regret it. As Anthony mentioned, $67, man. You guys spend more than that on some of the other stuff, stupid stuff that we all spend this time of year. Heck, we probably spent that more on wrapping paper that we're just going to throw away here for Christmas. But go out there, get signed up for it, take advantage. If not, just connect with Anthony out there and follow what he does. He will blow you away, and he'll always as well leave you laughing as well. So go out, take some action, everybody, and we'll see you at the top.
Take care. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, bud. The special edition of Money Mondays on our Note Closure show. Every Monday at noon, we have a coaching call with our one-on-one coaching students and then our WC crew members. And this one's a little bit different. I think we'll probably turn it into an episode of the Note Closure show and Note Night in America, because I will be going through 188 non-performing notes here in the United States. All right. And if you're joining us for the first time, hey, hope you enjoy. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel or subscribe to the podcast or however you digest our content. If you'd like access to this list of notes, you've got to be a coaching student or WC and crew member. You can get signed up for that for $97 a month for just the WC and crew at noteumbrella.com. That's noteumbrella.com. And here's the situation here with this deal. So somebody asked a question here. Hey, Nick, we got some folks that are joining us live here. Luxury in Yorkshire and beyond. Asked the question, do you have access to notes in the UK and UAE? No, we do not. Most of the time, we're not going to see non-performing notes. I mean, you're going to see non-performing notes basically anywhere they have a mortgage and debt. But the UK system and UAE work differently than here in the United States. Okay, same thing, it works differently in Canada. So all I'm going to be going through, all that I work through is actually non-performing notes here in the United States. That's not saying there aren't those secondary markets you could buy from like an individual or an individual investor or an LLC instead of having to be a big fund or bank like they require in Canada or in United Kingdom. There are markets like Greece, Spain, I think Portugal too, Australia for sure is definitely some places that you can actually buy distressed debt in a secondary market. I don't know where to go show you there. I just focus on the United States. So thanks for asking that question though. Nick out of H, Texas. Hey, thanks for the free YouTube video to study. No problem. Glad that we can help you out here this morning. But anyway, so so come last Thursday, I get, first of all, you guys know that we buy on a regular basis. We're constantly marketing, following up with people, and follow up is one of the most important things you can do as a note investor. And when we get, we get lists sent to us from direct sources all the time. We also, there's a few brokers that we deal with, a couple servicing companies have sent us stuff in the past. Well, when I get a tape in, especially if I make an offer and I get a response back from the seller, not the broker, directly with due diligence docs and stuff like that, okay, I'm one to make sure and tag that person or put that person in my CRM that I can drip market to on a monthly basis instead of having to go through a broker and go all that stuff and have it filtered. Well, when I do a follow-up email first of the month, guess what? I get a phone call. I mean, I get an email, not a phone call. Hey, Scott, we know you've bid with us before. We'd like to bid with you directly. If you're interested, we've got a tape of non-performing notes. I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely interested for sure. And I know that trader, I know the fund because I've bought from them before. This was through a broker beforehand. The broker and I aren't working together anymore, so it's totally fine. And I have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, which if you're going to bid on any of these, you're going to have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. They don't want to bid through brokers. That's fine. So if you're one of our coaching students or one of our one-on-one students, you will be bidding directly to the fund, but you're going to need to fill out an NDA. But first of all, you're going to need to reach out to me first to make sure what you're bidding accurately and that you have the ability to close. Yes, if you're using other people's money, that's great. But I don't want you sending out like blasting out 100 bids and only going to bid on one. You know what I mean? We need to have a conversation before I'm going to refer you over to them directly. Okay. Making sure you're competent. And of course, if you're a one-on-one coaching student, you've closed on notes before, it's a different story. You're already competent. You're good to go. But I'm always glad to review stuff like that. Now, the great thing is they give plenty of time for bids. They don't need bids for another 2 weeks. Literally Memorial Day is when they want bids submitted. And I don't think they realized it was Memorial Day. So basically May 27th, that's a Monday, May 28th is a Tuesday. So you've got 2 weeks to get your bids in. If your bids are accepted, and they're allowed for you to cherry pick, you ain't got to buy all 188. If your bids are accepted, then you'll get due diligence docs and going from back and forth on that aspect. The tape is pretty clean. I've actually bid on some of these assets before. I'll actually be driving by a couple assets to see the condition because I've bid on some of these about 6 months ago. And what happened, this was part of a bigger list. And I don't know if the broker had 2 big lists they sent out, but this fund had this list of notes. And it's a breakdown of about 120, 130 first liens, non-performing, and about 50, 60 reverse mortgages that are non-performing. Okay, that's the breakdown. Got a question here for you. You're welcome, Luxury Nick. How often do you see duplex and triplex notes? Nick, I don't. That's coming. It sounds like a landlord asking that question. I don't buy a lot of I buy a lot of non-performing notes in residential. Don't necessarily target duplexes and triplexes. I actually prefer single families on an aspect of it. I do look at condos, stuff like that. It just varies all the time. I'm not going to go in and look, oh, it's a duplex or a triplex. We'll see them. It's just all about being focused on our niche. You know what I mean? Our niche is to get a list of notes in like this that we can cherry pick all across the country. Yes, it'd be great they were in Austin, Texas, but Austin, Texas is overpriced. It's also Texas, one of the faster markets out there to foreclose in. So going back to this, so give you a bit of a mixture on these things. A lot of the reverse mortgages are in Florida and New York. There's a few in other places, so that's just something to keep in mind. The non-performing stuff are kind of scattered across the country. We'll pull up the list and kind of dive into it a little bit here for you. Okay, but if your bid is accepted, they will disclose. They'll give you their inspection reports and stuff like that. Now, I'm going to be driving by a couple of these assets the next couple of days where I'm headed. All right. Some of these are occupied. Those are going to be just traditional non-performing first mortgage. And some of the ones that are vacant, I'll go by and, like the ones in Florida, I was like, oh, I should have a shadow inventory roadshow, flying to Jacksonville and go down the East Coast and then the West Coast of Florida and look at about 50 assets or 40 assets in a couple of days. And I may very well still do that. I'm trying to get the hedge fund to give me access to those so I can make an accurate, because here's the thing. If it's a reverse mortgage and it's vacant, and all the reverse mortgages are vacant is what they told me. When I looked at the tape, I'd seen some of these things. And so I said, okay, what's your values? And they gave a value on this for June, or it was September of last year, I think is when they pulled most updated BPOs on these. And that's okay. It may have gone up, it may have gone down. We know things can change in 3 to 6 months. But they did say, the hedge fund said, the two companies that pulled values did BPOs, broker price opinions. So they supposedly sent somebody by all of these assets over the last 6 months to get an accurate base of valuation. Like, okay, that's great. That's good to know. Now, in the reverse mortgages, they should have interior access. They should have probably taken control of the asset, changed the locks, put a lockbox. They may have inspection based on HUD and other things that we've looked at, especially on other reverse mortgages we took a look at. So I'm like, hey, can you give me any information? Oh, no, I can't give you. I'm like, okay, it's going to determine, because I've seen some reverse mortgages that are great, in great condition, right? And others that are downright dog shit. You know what I mean, everybody? So that's what I wanted to bring up, is just to give you a bit of an idea that it's really, yes, it's great. It's one list, 188, but it's really split up into 2 tapes. Okay. But roughly about 60 reverse mortgages. You got to treat those as vacant. The play for those, it's primarily going to be to buy, foreclose, rehab, and sell. That's really what it comes down to. Selling it, I don't care what you do. Maybe you turn it into rental, maybe you turn it into owner finance. That's your decision what you want to do with it. But you're going to have to take them all through the foreclosure process, because the borrowers are dead and they're not going to come back and start making payments. You know what I mean? Okay. If you can get a dead person start making payments, you are very good. All right. Well, I don't know what the voodoo that you do, but you need to share the rest of us so we can do. Okay. But are there any questions kind of about that before we pull up the tape and go on there? Yes, some are really bad. Yes, on the reverse mortgage side, some can be just ugly. I mean, I've done some video walkthroughs on some of the stuff. We are looking at another tape of some reverse mortgages out of the Jacksonville, Florida area. Some are good, some are just ugly. So, but I wanted just to kind of bring that up, is that you've got about 2 weeks to get your bids in. You're going to be making your bids directly with the asset manager. All right. You'll need an email introduction to them, unless you've received an email to them already. Maybe you've bid on some of these unknowingly before, and you should have got an email on Thursday. If not, then I'll make an introduction. Are there any fees involved? Are brokering fees? Yeah, if I make an introduction to you and you end up closing something, yes, you're going to pay me 1 point. Okay, regardless, you're going to pay me 1 point. Not if you're a one-on-one coaching student, there's no cost for you. If you're WC income member, yeah, you're going to want to add in 1 point, or at least $500, depending on what you've been on. To me, as a brokering fee to help you take these down. Okay. But we'll dive into that and get the ball rocking and rolling here for you. And like I said, you've got to be a WC income member. That's $97 a month, and get signed up for that at noteumbrella.com. But let's pull up the tape and start working on this a little bit, shall we? So let me go over here to the spreadsheet. Yeah, NPL data tape. Okay. So here's the tape. Let me go. All right. So now the way to tell that these are reverse mortgages when you get a tape in, I want to make sure, can you guys see the spreadsheet? I want to make sure that you guys are seeing the spreadsheet. Can I get a thumbs up in the chat roll here on Zoom? Okay. Is when they say HECM, the negotiation is a good question. It's mostly via email. I mean, you're going to send an email. I mean, you're going to send a spreadsheet on the bid you're offering. They're going to come back, either accept it or counter it. And then it's going to be back and forth. You know, if they accept your bid, then you're going to have a period of time for due diligence and going from there. Now, if you don't like their bid or their counter, what they want for it, if you can justify the values like high taxes, high insurance, or condition of the property, then you go back and forth. But you're not going to be on the phone going back and forth with them on 1 or 2 things. Okay.
If it's not clear, then what you need to do is probably blow up your screen a little bit. I can't help it if it's not clear on your side. I already have this at 126%. I can't take it much higher to be able to get through this in a timely fashion. Okay. Thank you, Tracy. So anyway, when you get a spreadsheet in and they say if it's an HECM, a high equity, whatever it is, like a government loan, that's when I know that it's a reverse mortgage on these. Also, if you go over and you see the monthly mortgage payment is $1 versus P&I consult, they put $1 in there, just put $1 in there. Okay. That's when I knew that these were reverse mortgages. Okay. And you can see, okay. So question here from somebody. Thank you. That's it, Don. Home equity conversion mortgage. Thank you. My coffee hadn't kicked in yet this morning. Home equity. That's exactly what it means. Home equity conversion mortgage. Basically, it's a reverse mortgage in the United States where the borrowers aren't making payments for, and that's fine. And what's happened is the borrower's passed away. The bank has gone to the heirs or the estate, said, hey, do you want to make this up? Do you want to reinstate this or take this overpass off? They won't, so they go to the foreclosure process. Now, I did ask the seller on these, do they have any more updates? Because this is a surfacing date of January 29th. So they pulled the information from about 4 months ago, and they gave 12 months of payments, which there's been no payments on these things. Let's just be honest about these, okay? And then they go over here. Let me just go through the tapes. We've got the master, the servicer number, type of loan, the entity that originated this stuff, the fund, the servicer, the delinquent status. Okay. It's active. The status too, that's an active foreclosure or pre-foreclosure. The servicing dates, these are all as of, they pulled this information all as of January of this year. Well, some of these are, oh no, I take that back. The equity, the reverse mortgages are of January. The rest of these non-performers go back further. Some of them are older. So you got to be careful on this. So some of these go back January 26th of last year. Okay. So you just got to be careful on those other traditional ones. I'm glad I brought that up. Due dates, these are all behind. P&I payments, $1 plus tax and insurance. Then they give you the last 12 months of payments, which is not really anything in there. The payment history cutoff date was as of April. So they pulled the cutoff date. The payments is pulled as of April. The status is of January. Okay. Then you've got your deferred balance, your unpaid principal balance, and the total balance is basically roughly about those two added together. Your corporate advances would be insurance and taxes, basically. And so then it gives you the accrued interest and the estimated legal balance. This number here is what's important. Okay. Whoops. Yeah. All right. Last payment date, there's not going to be no payments on a lot of these, especially these equity, these HCMs. But then you can see on some of the traditional first mortgage, you can see that some of these have made some payments. Others haven't. Okay. The interest rates, if there's a modification flag, these are all first liens, original term, remaining term, current maturity dates, foreclosure flag. Yes, some of these are in the foreclosure process. That's one of the things the fund told me. If your bid's accepted, they'll give you all the updated information of where they at in the foreclosure process. And that's what I was trying to give. I said, can you give us some sort of update? I mean, some of these are over a year and they say free foreclosure. We need some sort of update on this. And they're like, well, we'll give it to you if your bid's accepted. I'm like, oh, it just makes it, that really aggravates me. You know what I mean? Can you take some time? If you really want to move these, we need a little bit better update on these. Otherwise, you're probably not going to like some of the bids. So they say the active foreclosure, pre-foreclosures. Let's go down and see what they say in some of these other ones. Yeah, all active or pre. And then we move it over here. You can see if there was any pay strings, if there's been a payment of some sort, you can see it's kind of been good there. If not, they kind of fall off. But most of these are just extremely non-performing. They have the FICO score, which is really not important because you're going to be foreclosing on these. Same thing, 12 months of payments. Again, the borrower's last name, the loan origination date, if there's a co-borrower, the original lender back in the day, original interest rate, original payment, first payment date, the property address, city, state, zip. I'm going to do this. I'm going to hide this. There we go. The zip code, the county, the property type. So most of these are going to be single family, some condos, manufactured home. Yeah, single family mostly. If we look at this, yeah, either single family, manufactured, yeah, it's all, or condo. All right. And then here's the thing, you can see on the occupancy, which is important. I don't know when that was pulled. Okay. So they have vacant or occupied. Now the occupied, let's take a look at the occupied. These are probably going to be some of the, yeah, these are going to be some of these smaller balance ones that are more the foreclosures, not the dollar, not the HECMs. Yeah, see, these are all going to be, yeah. So your occupied ones are going to be the more the traditional first liens that you're going to be foreclosing on. The all the reverses are vacant. Okay. And yeah, if there's been a BK on these, let me go back in here and change these to both occupied and vacant. There we go. So then you get BK, if there's been a BK on any of these, most of these the BKs are going to be on those first liens. They gave you the latest values. So you can see latest property values. These are from September of last year. That's what it was. So these are roughly about 8 months old, give or take. Some 7 months. If we get down to these older ones, they're over a year old. You just got to be careful on these. So June of last year, coming up on about a year or less. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, but that's better than what it was. So you can kind of trust the values on these. I don't know, condition, but I'll say, let me give you an example. If this one here says it's 190, but you see everything else online, it looks like it's 300. It probably needs some work. Can you understand that? Okay. Let me pull up another thing here. I think I still got it. Let me pull it up in here. 1 second to give you a bit of an idea. There we go. There we go. All right, so let me show this. So let me give you kind of the geographic area for you guys to take a look at this. So here's kind of the map. Yeah, here's the map so you guys can kind of see it clearly. There is, one in Seattle, one in California, one in Utah, a couple in Texas. A lot of these, if we go down to Florida, these are all vacant reverse mortgages. So you got to be careful, obviously, insurance, condition, that kind of stuff. But definitely an opportunity if you can get it right at the right price. Anybody here investing in Florida right now? Lisa, I bet you are, right? Is Lisa still on here? I think she is. Yeah. Tracy, where are you investing in? Where are you looking to invest in? Tracy Day. Don, are you just in Texas or are you looking at other places? Oh, you're out in Mammoth Mountain, California. That's right. So are you staying in California, Tracy? Oh, Texas. Okay. Well, then let's do this because I know I'm here in Texas. Let's see here. Who else said what? Yeah, Oklahoma. Okay. So let's do this because we got a few folks here. I don't mind. Let's do this here. Let's one in San Antonio. This is when I was going to drive by on, I was down in San Antonio Thursday night. And let's see if we go back out here. You can see what kind of part of town it's at. So it's basically on the south side of San Antonio. Not necessarily, yeah, okay. It is kind of a rougher area. It's an older area of San Antonio. Yeah, that's right. I dropped this guy here the other day. All right, so Lancaster. I want to make sure This is it. Our little dots right there. So it's kind of obviously an older neighborhood, but some nicer homes. I wish it was this one, right? This is a nice looking little house, but no, unfortunately, it's this one across here. Older middle. This photo is from last year, if I remember correctly, from Google Maps. Okay. So this one, if we go, let me just go back to the tape and we'll start diving and looking at the Texas ones. There we go. Texas. Yeah, so that one's in San Antonio. I'm not going to show the address up on here on live. You guys have it. If you're watching this from the WCN crew, you get the access. Yeah, it's a rougher one, definitely. But this one is occupied. That's the thing. This is not a reverse mortgage. This is an occupied note. Let's go through some of the details. So original interest rate's at 11.55. Original note was 30. You can see on these, I don't know taxes, but I haven't checked taxes. You definitely want to check taxes. They started the foreclosure February of 2022. So that tells me they haven't paid in a while, right? 360 term. Estimated legal balance is 134. They give it a value of 203. Okay. Yeah, I know it's ugly. I know it's ugly. So let's look at this. So if it's at let's just do this. If it's at 203, 134. So there's 70 grand in equity, they say, give or take 69,000. So if we make an offer at 80, that's the legal balance. So if you made an offer at 80 cents on the dollar because of all the equity above that is equal to 134 times 0.8. Means you're making an offer of 107,000. Let me make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see my math. And let me do this. This is a dollar amount. We go back to the monthly P&I payment. P&I payment's $298.24, and they haven't made a payment since since 2013. Okay, so you're going to foreclose on this thing. All right, but even if it didn't, let's just go over here and take a look. Damn it, I meant to say that again. So it was what, 298 was it? Is that what it was? Sorry guys, I got excited there. Yeah, 298.24. So if you even got them to bring 4 months to the table, 16 months is equal to that times 16 months because you want some skin in the game. Yeah, it's still not a good. It's not a good return at all because you're only going to get a roughly a 4% cash on cash return. It doesn't make any sense. You're not now in this case. You're not going to. I wouldn't modify at all. I'd foreclose. Now, do you want to end up with that? So that's the thing to look at. If you bought it at 107 and you foreclose, guess what? You make about, if it did sell at the auction, your highest bid is going to be 134. So you make 25 grand here in Texas. That could be in 60 to 90 days. Why they haven't finished the foreclosure process, I don't know. I'd want to check that out. I'd want to check taxes owed. But if nobody bid, hey, you're in, I don't know what kind of rehab it needs. Needs a new roof at least. It might make sense to rehab it and sell it and look at comps. It might not. It just depends. Personally, I like prettier assets. So isn't 80% high on an NPN? Okay, once again, Lisa, you got to realize if there's a lot of equity, they're going to want you to probably come in 80% with all the equity above their payoff. Okay. You've got to understand this. Now, if there's negative equity, it would be at 60, 65. So the value was only at 134. If that's what truly the value was at 134, then you'd be, and they owed at what they owed or owed more than the property's worth, then we'd only be making an offer at 60, 65 of the value because of them owing more. There's that difference. Remember, you got to put your note investing hat on versus your realtor hat on. Okay. Yes, I don't think 80% is a decent deal on this, but since there's that equity, that's roughly probably what they're going to be looking for because there's a whole lot of money on the back end side. Okay. It may not make sense. It may not make sense. Like you and I've had that discussion board. It may not make sense to pay bid at 80. So make an offer at 70. Here's the thing. Here's one thing I've not mentioned because I wanted to wait till somebody said it. Okay. They're probably looking for that 80 if there's equity. Okay. 80, if there's a ton of equity above legal payoff, they're probably want 80. That doesn't mean you need to bid at 80. Maybe you bid at 65, 70. Some of these have been around for a while. Like that one in San Antonio's been around for a while. I would make an offer at 50 and see if they accept it. They may not. Okay. So it means I make an offer at 72,000. That makes sense then probably to foreclose because the value in that neck of the woods is okay. Okay. So you're right across the street. There's a decent looking house, but that house is just uglier and not very big. Exciting. Let's go to a different one. Should we go to a different one? I'm just giving you guys some options, just kind of talking through some of the stuff. Okay. All right. So let's take this out. Let's go down since we like the valley. Where's this one at? In Raymondville, Mission, Texas. Let's go down to Mission. All right, Mission. We drag and drop our guy there. Once again, off the road. Looking for our little dot. Let me go back here. This one in Mission, Texas is 810 North Pennsylvania. Just looking for a street address of some sort. Around Pennsylvania. Hopefully it's not that one there. Go over and look. Oh, it is this one. Yeah, it is this one. Yeah, I looked at this the other day. So it's this house, and then it's got this garage here. Yeah. And if we go back to the spreadsheet, is it occupied? I think it is occupied. It is occupied. All right. So they filed a BK. It was dismissed back in 2019, so pre-COVID. So they give this one a value of 160. Legal balance on this one. Oh, there's only 12. What the heck? Yeah, okay, that's why I've looked at it before. It's been around, just a low balance is hanging around there. Why they haven't foreclosed on it, I don't know. Yeah, that's maybe balance only 12. I wouldn't, I mean, it's not bad. It's the, let's look when the last payment was. P&I is 333. And paid in 6 years. Why that hasn't, I don't know. There must be some missing docs to it or something. The BK was discharged. Anyway, if you got a small balance IRA, that would be a deal for that right there. Make an offer at 4. and see what happens. 331 a month, that's basically you get your money back in a year. Yeah, that's not, like say corporate advances, total balance, unpaid balance. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Deferred balance. Yeah, I wouldn't waste my time on that one. All right, so let's move on over. Let's dive into some of these. Let me do this. Let's go up. I'm going to get rid of these HCCMs for the time being. All right, there you go. These are your non-performing, some occupied, some vacant, but I'd be willing to bet most of these are the ones you're going to foreclose on. And if we look at some of these balances, let's go over here. So the balance is, 4,500. That's not most of the legal balance. There's a 10, a 21, 12. Those are 12. We're just looking at 7,000, a million. Yeah, it's not so bad. So if we look at these, let's go to the addresses on these things so you can kind of see state-wise where they're at. Okay, got a lot in New York. Let's get rid of some of these stuff in New York. New York, New Jersey. Let's get rid of Kentucky. They're paying yes. Wisconsin's overpriced. Okay, because of taxes. Washington State's overpriced. Mississippi, Massachusetts overpriced. Indiana, okay. Illinois. California one's way overpriced. Arkansas, Alabama. Okay. All right. So these are the ones we want to delete off. I wouldn't waste my time on. So you get rid of those. Okay, that should. Leave you. Yeah, it's a better list. So you got Alabama, Arkansas, Florida. Pennsylvania, Texas, you got a couple Tennessees, Johnson City, and one in Eisenhower, Utah. Okay. And depending on the condition of these, the values on these are anywhere from 15 up to 1.2, 15,000 to 1.2 million. Okay. That's all right. Yeah. You just have to go through them individually and find some. Let's look at the HCMs, the reverse mortgages, and where those are located. Now remember, these are going to be the ones that you're going to have to foreclose on. There's no modification, reinstatement, of dead person. Okay. But you've got Florida. Basically, I got rid of the New York State ones. That's what I did. I got rid of. So most of these are all, it's basically a bunch of reverse mortgages in Florida. Fort Myers. Let's pick one. Let's just look at for the heck of it. So let's go down to, let's go to Fort Myers. What the hell? We'll do Fort Myers and Fort Lauderdale. Just look at those, give you a bit of an idea. All right, let's look at the Fort Lauderdale one. It's a single family. BXBY. Where's the address on this? Oh, there it is. Okay. So Lauderdale, new share. All right. Okay, so let's look at the neighborhood. All these little row homes. This is from July of 2022. There's a truck in the driveway. $17.71. That's our house. Oh, yeah. So it's probably the bank's representative of winterizing, because you can see the actual notice in the window. Okay. Well, that's only caught somebody there at the one time. I mean, it's not a bad. I mean, it's pretty cookie cutter for that neighborhood, right, everybody? The fact this is from July of 2022, we've had some hurricanes, obviously, some winter storms, so this will be worth checking out. Okay. Let's question it from somebody. It is a nice neighborhood, Peter. Are you familiar with that area, Peter? Have you driven by this one in the past? Is one of the ones you've driven by in the past? It's a nice neighborhood. Yeah. Nope. Okay. Well, there you go. Maybe one to drive by. I would say it probably needs a little bit of roof work from what I can tell up there. I mean, it's an older roof, it looks like, but who knows what it looks like now, right? But somebody enjoyed living there, had some little manicured, so kind of normal for that neck of the woods. Okay. Let's go back to our spreadsheet. Look at another one there. Or just look at that. Let's look at that numbers. Okay. So on this one, what did they give? Let's see. Vacant. They valued this one at 340. And the legal balance is about 350. Okay. So there's not there's negative. So on this one, if you can send somebody by to take a look at, peek in the window. I wish they would give us lockbox codes to take a look at them, get inside, but you can peek in the window. So it's obviously been winterized because that form in the window. Okay. So on this one, yeah, I might make an offer at 60 cents on the dollar. You're gonna have to look at what cost repairs to get a bit of an idea where it's at, and then your insurance costs and taxes. Those are gonna be your three biggest things when you got to look at that, especially in the reverse mortgage side. You're not gonna get that reimbursed. So keep that in mind. So maybe you make an offer at, if you figure 60 cents on the dollar at 340, is that 180? It's right at 200. Is that worth your time? Depending on what the market is. Days on market's going to dive into that. Your money costs. Okay. There's that one. Let's go over and look at another one here. That was it. Let's look at 410 Northwest 52nd Street. Peter, what do you know about that one? Is that not bad? Okay, thanks, Peter. If anybody's interested, if you're down in that, if you're looking for stuff down there, Peter's glad to help out. Thank you, Peter. Let's go over and look at this one, this other one. All right, this one is also in Fort Lauderdale. Yeah, it's Oakland Park. I think Oakland Park's a little bit of a rougher neighborhood, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. But very cookie cutter neighborhood, same thing. Yeah, looks like they converted a one car. An extra addition on there. This picture is, this is from 2016. This is a few years back. It's rough. Yeah, thank you. Peter lives in Dade. Oakland is rough. You're right. It's rough. Yeah. Okay. That's something to keep in mind. That doesn't mean you can't make money in the hood. I've made money in the hood there before. I think you really got to take it block by block in a lot of cases. But this is from 6 years ago. Actually, this is longer. This is almost 8 years ago, so it's hard to tell. It looks like it was vacant then. Is there a winterization in the window? Or no? Is that just a? Nope, it's just a thing. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you got some decent homes, but this is just a small cookie cutter neighborhood for the most part. Okay. Let's go back. Let me pull up another one. Let's look at Fort Myers. Here's a condo. Let's look at this one. 1367 Abbey Drive, F4. So 2 bedroom, 2 bath, just under 2,000 square foot. So when you have condos like this, if it doesn't give you like better mapping, let's just take off F4. Okay. It might be gated. We might not be able to get our little yellow guy. Yeah, it's not. Okay, so then what we'll do is, let's go back here. Let's go back and hit images. So you can kind of see 16-7 Abbey Drive, number 3. All right, so let's go. Here's something that's in the same neighborhood. So it looks like these little condos. Yeah, these little HOA kind of. Let's see. Yeah. 2 2-story. Yeah. Small kitchens. Multi-level. I mean, it's not bad. What's they say? What's this value on this one say? Redfin gives it a value of 289. Let's go back and see if we can't find another one here just for the heck of it. 289, keep that in mind. Here must be the community pool. Yes, it's 290. See, this is a little bit bigger one. 3 bedroom, 2 bath, smaller square footage. But they're all these a little bit older condos, right? With the ceramic top floor. Okay. So yeah, 289 might be 289 might be bad. All right, so let's go back here to a spreadsheet. So they gave it a value. Vacant condo. So they valued this at 207. Okay, this might need some work then. So it gives you a little bit. So if they valued at 207 right here. And let's look at the legal balance on this thing. Is 310. So negative, they're upside down, right? So this might make sense to make an offer at 60 cents of the dollar of the 204. So 162 roughly. 60 cents and 2, yeah. 276, yeah. Actually 120, 127. I mean, I don't know the condition it is, but yeah, that's the thing. If you see normal other properties in the area, the 280, 290 range, this is 207. It's probably needs some work. Who knows? So that's where I would make an offer at the 2, yeah, 65 cents on the dollar, 60 cents on the dollar because it's been sitting around for a while. Figure out your insurance cost. Okay. And Peter, since you're so kind, let's look at, you said there might have been one in Pembroke Pines. You want to take a look at? Yeah, we'll take a look at it. Pompano Beach. No. Nothing in Pembroke Pines. Let's look at, let's just look at Pompano Beach for the heck of it. Oh, that's a little ugly. That's from May of 2022. Yeah. Single family. Hey, it's right near the bus stop. There you go. Oofta. This is, yeah, May 2022. I mean, needs a new roof. It's already been winterized based on the maps and the images there. 2 window units. Let's go back, see if anything popped up on this search. Images, 525. You know, different properties pop up, so it's not been mapped before. So that's something to think about. You know what I mean? Some of these are gonna be decent, some of these are gonna be ugly. Let's look at, let's try to look at some more of these here. Let's try to find one. Let's look at Boca Raton, Florida. Jared, I mean, it's not Jared's way. Let's let the Trump jokes kick in. '85, '82 Jared Way. Let's hit all search. Look on the map. It's his condo in a lake. Okay, can we drag it by? No, can't. So we're going to drop it on the highway and see if we can't peek over. It's gated. Okay, let's go back here. We'll do satellite view. So this is it right here. It must be a community pool. Right across the community pool there. What is that? A tennis court? No. So, okay, it might be an older listing. '85, '82, '85, '95, '85, '82 images. No, it's probably an older listing. All right, well, let's go back here. Let's see what does Zillow say the value of this thing is. 1,428 square foot house off that lake. Oh man, it's going to go out because of the storm. Come on. All right, we'll just go back to spreadsheet. There we go. Value, estimated value is 548. Okay. 548, and they said it's vacant. $493. Okay, so that's not so bad. Probably needs a little bit of work. $493, and legal balance on this is $567. So once again, they owe more than the property's worth. That's where you become in fine, make an offer at 60 cents, 65 cents on the dollar. Okay. So here's the thing. Let's look at this. One thing to keep in mind. Yeah. So if you look at this, if we look, let's go over here and take a look. Usually the due date is about when they convert this. So this one's probably been vacant for 5 years. Let me highlight these and let me go back and do one thing real fast. So we look at the due dates on these. You can see these are roughly, since they're home equity, these reverse mortgages, these 58, these are probably since they've passed away. To give you a bit of idea, when they started that process of the foreclosure process, the death, person's passed and reaching out. What I have found is these, some of these are newer. Let's look at where's this one? It's only the 23rd. Let's look at these due dates real fast. 2023, because those would be newer. Probably in better condition. January, May. Where are these located? They have a balance of 219, 234. Oh, yeah, 230 and 249. And they are located in West Palm Beach and Melbourne, Florida. Okay, let's look at the West Palm Beach one. Oh, what did they say the value of this one was? They're vacant. 170. Yeah, so they, they're not a get rich quick, but they still are affordable. Let's hope they're not rougher areas of the WPB. West Palm Beach, 727 Tuscaloosa. I don't think it's that house. I think this one here. I don't think it's that one. I think it's this one in the back. Yeah, I'm trying to get it. Ah, yeah, I think it's that house in the back there. The 2-story one. Might be a duplex. There you go. Let's take it back one more. Let's do this. Let's look here. Let's hit images. Oh, it's been listed for 727, typically West Palm Beach. Yeah, older photos. So, well, it can't be right. Maybe. Looks like a frame structure. Yeah, definitely. I don't think that's right. 440 square feet. Maybe it's converted garage. Who knows? Maybe not worth it. All right, so let's go back to the other one. And Melbourne, 801 Espanola Way. Whenever I hear of Espanola Way, it makes me think of Miami Beach and the restaurants down there. Whoa. This photo, oh, what happened there? Just hang on here. September 2022. And not so bad. This is roof doesn't look too bad, huh? And converted garage. It's probably needs some work on the inside. 801, there it is. Let's look down here. Yeah, kind of cookie cutter neighborhood. Well, that's what you have to work. You got to find some nuggets, find some deals. If you got some time to drive by, great stuff. Let's go back one more time. And Lisa, Darlene's down in Naples, right? Let's look at, is there anything down in Naples? I think there was. Which would be easy to drive by. Naples, Marco Island, that neck of the woods, right? Naples. Don, do you look into municipal liens like lawn mowing before making an offer? No, because those, those will look up on title. There's no reason to pay to pull title beforehand. Your bids are. If there's a huge one, then I would reduce it. A lot of these can often get negotiated down if it's I've got like Pompano Bay. I bought a note and there was $1 million lien on it from like zoning violations, stuff like that, or code enforcement, and I just negotiate down being the bank oftentimes. Okay, they'll work with you pretty easy. All right, so let's go over here and look at the one in Naples. Let's see, or Marco Islands and anything in Naples. No, nothing in Naples. Marathon, but not Marco Island. Lehigh Acres might be worth something to look at. We already looked at the Fort Myers ones. Port Charlotte's a little further north of hers. So let's do this one instead. Let's just look at Lehigh Acres. I didn't see one in Cape Coral. We'll just look at Port Charlotte for the heck of it. Sun City Center. Let's look at the one in Sun City Center real fast. I wonder if that's a retirement community. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like Sun City Center. Yeah, it looks like it's a 1224. They really blocked that out. Yeah, is this one? Neighborhood now. No. This one because it's got the winterization there in the window. That's from January of last year. Oh, that's not so bad. So if we go back to our spreadsheet, what do they say this one? Sun City Center. They say they've got it 160. Ooh. Oh, I like that. Oh, they're upside down. So maybe it is worth it. If it's in good condition. Let's go with the other one here, 273.53. Let's do the Lehigh Acres. Oh, that doesn't look too bad. 613. Oh, look at that. I have bought a lot of property looking like that in Lehigh Acres. Yeah. 613. That's a pretty looking little house, huh? That's pretty cookie cutter for down the neck of the woods. Look, nobody's around. No neighbors. Quiet. Let's do this one more time. See 613. Let's take it. Oh. Yeah, you see you're basically there's nothing out there, which is fine. I don't mind that. It's quiet. Like one of those housing spots. Just shoot. I have no problem with that. Not to be bothered, not on top of each other. And they got a golf course not too far from there. Majestic Bar and Grill. Yeah. And what else is down there? Okay. So what do they say that one? That does some. I kind of depend on what the numbers look like that. So Lehigh Acres, they gave it a value of 330. $353. There you go. 330, 60 cents on the dollar of that. 200 roughly. That might make sense. Don't know what kind of interior conditioning, but it's a relatively newer build home. Yeah. If we go back here to that one. What does Zillow say the information is on it? Realtor. 3-bedroom, 2-bath, built in 2001, 2-car garage. Remax. It was listed at some point. Yeah, so it's 2252 square feet. I wonder if they got a pool in the back under patio. Probably not. No info. Yeah, not a lot of information. HOA. Yeah, I like that one. So obviously you'd have to foreclose, and we know Florida can take a little bit longer in some of the other places like Texas or Oklahoma, but something to keep in mind there, checking that stuff out. All right. Any questions before I let you go for the rest of the day? Whether it's morning, noon, or evening, whenever you're watching this. Like I said, if you're part of the WCN crew, you should have already received a tape in your Basecamp folder. If you're wanting to get access to it, then sign up for our monthly membership at noteumbrella.com. That's noteumbrella.com. It's $97 a month. Minimum 6 months. If you cancel, I'm going to charge your card for the stuff that you cancel beforehand, just because we give you access to the replay. So literally, since the fact that you've got a couple of weeks before bids are due, you can actually take my 3-day workshop, watch the replays, start implementing it, and start making some offers. So it's kind of I like to call it done for you. Always earn while you learn, everybody. Any other final questions, comments, concerns from folks watching online? Thank you again for Luxury in Yorkshire, Nick. Who else commented on there? A few other folks are still watching on there. Thanks so much for doing. I really do appreciate it. Good to see everybody on here this morning. Let's see, Cal, Carmela. Hey, Carmela, Don, Linda, Mark, Peter, Tracy, and a few other. Lisa was on here as well. So go out, take some action. If you have any questions, book a phone call with me. I'm glad to answer as best I can. Try to give me a phone call today. I'm gonna be kind of busy the next couple of days with a couple deals that I'm working on myself. All right. Thank you so much. Have a great day and stay out of trouble. One thing we have talked about doing, this is something I brought up. We used to go out and do like shadow inventory roadshows, rent like a 15 passenger van and drive around assets to take a look at them. It might make sense to do that. If might make sense to fly down to hit the East Coast or the West Coast ones, or hit them all both in like a weekend. Anybody interested in that? Let me know. I might organize something like that and see if the hedge fund will give us the interior access codes and stuff like that. All righty, go out, take some action, everybody, and we'll see y'all at the top. Bye. Hey, well, Carson, excited to be here today. And on this episode, I wanted to bring in a buddy of mine to discuss what you've been hearing about in the news. All the realtors are kind of figuring out, like, do we stay or do I go now? What's going on with all the big NAR lawsuits and the settlement by NAR? And what does this mean for realtors? And what does it more importantly mean for you as a buyer or seller of real estate? And so I brought my buddy on, John Marion, here out of the Atlanta market. He's a realtor and an investor, probably an investor first before more so a realtor, but he's both. And I thought it'd be a great idea just to have an episode to talk about what's going on with that, where it's at, and kind of where we foresee it, and kind of clear away the myths of what everybody's talking about, what they think, because there's a lot of misconceptions out there, what's involved, but there's also still a lot of stuff up in the air. So we're excited to have John join us this morning from hot Atlanta. What's going on, John? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah. Hey, Scott. Doing great. Thanks for having me on the show. I'm really looking forward to our conversation. This is great.
Oh, yeah, buddy. We're going to have a good time. I mean, you're an active real estate investor. You're doing some fix and flips, dealing distress stuff. You're also an active realtor out there. Can you talk about let's talk about the two models of kind of your business model, as we were talking about beforehand, before we dive into the nuts and bolts of the NAR settlement?
Yeah. So I got my start in real estate as an investor, and I was working in the Washington, D.C. area when the market crashed in 2007, 2008. And I was in the nonprofit world at that time and spent 26 years doing nonprofit work. And then a lot of the donors to the nonprofit, they were going bankrupt. They were losing their homes. They were going into foreclosure. And so the capital coming into the nonprofit just kept going down and down. And I saw the writing on the wall. So I made a big change in my career and went from the nonprofit world to investing in real estate in the Washington, D.C. area. And that's how I learned real estate. And then I had the opportunity to move to Atlanta about 14 years ago, and spent a year as an investor here full time, fixing and flipping homes and looking for opportunities to buy rentals and different things. And then my real estate agent invited me to, she told me I should get my license, and we became business partners. We were business partners on the investment side, and she was the real estate agent. And anyway, so I got my license 13 years ago. And for the last 13 years, I've been doing both, working as an investor, representing investors as a licensed realtor, and doing property management. And so a lot of my clientele are investors. I do typical home sales for owner-occupant buyers and sellers, residents, but I do a lot of investment transactions as well for investors as well. I have my own investment company, and we do our own deals.
Yep. And that name of that is Alpha Dog Capital.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
Yep.
Alpha Dog Capital. Yeah.
I love
That's
the
it.
name, man.
I
Alpha
know.
Dog Capital. That's great.
I know. If you listen to the intro to my podcast, you're the man that does it. I love it. It's great. So everybody's got to go check that out now.
We'll put a link into the podcast definitely here in the description there for you. So and that's what great is too, is that there's been, I love it, over 10 years in the business. And that's why I wanted to bring you on there. I mean, there's folks that have been around longer, but there's a lot of folks that have been around just for a little while. And one of the biggest things that I love is when you've been through an up and down market, you know how to conduct business. And we see that happening everywhere here. When the market's going up, everybody's excited, they're getting in, you fog a mirror, you can make money. But when the going gets tough, and things change, markets cool off. We see a lot of realtors, we've seen that happen already. A lot of realtors leaving the business, a lot of mortgage brokers, loan officers leaving the business, and in droves because they can't figure out how to market. And I think that's kind of one of the big things that's going to affect, kind of as a part B to what we talk about today, how realtors can market themselves and services to make money besides just a flat commission basis in a lot of their services. What do you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I see that concept working in both the investment side and the realtor side. So on the investment side, everybody's a real estate investing genius. When the market is hot, going up, you can buy a house and it's worth more, before you leave the attorney's office, before your signature's dry. And then you go over there and maybe paint a few walls and replace the carpet and you resell it and you've made a profit. That's like, we saw that market a couple of years ago, and a lot of people get into investing, quote unquote. It's more a lot of people, a lot of investors, they're not really investors. They see an opportunity, but they're not professional investors. So professional investors know how to make money investing in real estate, whichever way the market goes, up, down, sideways, and can mitigate against risk, even in what I call a black swan event. And I know, Scott, you're right on the cutting edge of all that with the note buying industry, and you've got a niche there that is just resilient to all these changes, and whichever way the market goes, you can do that in your business. And real estate is like that. So that's on the investment side, but it also works with realtors. When there's a lot of home sales and prices going up, and everybody knows their aunt and uncle and cousin that bought a house, and they see the commissions that were paid, they're like, wow, I should get my license. And so there's a glut of people that get their license. The bar is relatively low. And I know a lot of agents will get mad at me saying that, but it really doesn't take that much to get your real estate license. And when you do, you get no training on how to run a business and how to be a successful business person. You just learn how to be compliant with the state. And that bar is very easy. And so that's part of what has been the problem in the realtor community, is you have so many real estate agents that don't know what they're doing, or are not very good at what they do. And that has kind of been the cause of some of what we'll talk about here shortly with this lawsuit. Not a direct cause of it, but the perception that is put into the general public's mind is because there's a lot of non-professional realtors out there. So I said it, and that's I'm sticking to my.
That's good.
my guns.
I couldn't agree more with you, because that's the thing, is when realtors get their license, it's all about the legal aspect of not getting fined or what you can't do.
Right.
And if something comes across the box as an investor outside the box, the first thing, knee-jerk reaction, oh, you can't do that, it's illegal. There's no kind of outside the box, and definitely no coaching on treating it as a business, running it as a business, marketing, understanding what you got to be doing to be successful in an up or down market, and your market, or working with other people. It's a whole variety of different things out there. So let's dive into, we've kind of danced around the bush a little bit, but let's dive into this kind of. So let's talk about this lawsuit and this ruling by NAR. And we've seen this obviously popping up. Different states are having different lawsuits pop up from NAR. So this is the first one that popped up. So let's talk about that a little bit, John. What's kind of the what's the nitty gritty that people need to realize right off the bat?
So, without getting into like the minutia of the legalities and this, that, and the other thing, to make a long story short, there's been a out of court settlement with that NAR and big brokerages made to the lawsuit that still has not been approved. It needs to be approved by a judge, but it's probably going to hold, and that will happen in July, or the impact of that settlement will go in place in July. The judge has got to, sign off on it sometime before that. So there's a settlement fee of, I think over $100 million that's going to be paid over 3 or 4 years by different brokerages and NAR to compensate. It's a class action suit. The people that will really win financially will be the attorneys. And I think I read that if buyers and sellers do get any part of that compensation, it's going to be an average of $10 to $100 a person. So it really doesn't compensate anybody for anything that happened that was wrong. But the attorneys made a lot of money doing it. So really the crux of it is what the Department of Justice actually sued NAR a couple of years ago, and it was on the compensation of how the general public pays realtors for their services. And it's always has been that it's been negotiable. Real estate commissions have always been negotiable.
Yep.
But what has happened is that the general public and very not business savvy realtors have presented it in a way that this is a standard commission, or this
Right.
is what we decide, and really that goes against antitrust laws,
Right.
for realtors in any business. But in realtors, brokers can't collude and say, yeah, we're going to charge a 6%, and that's what we're colluding to do. That did not happen in reality. But
Right.
the perception is a lot of brokers won't put a listing on for less than 6%. It's a business decision.
Yep.
If I'm a broker and you want to sell your house, I might say to you, well, it's negotiable, but I charge 6%. And if you want to list your home with me, it's going to be 6%. And I've made a business decision that I'm going to share half of that 3% to attract buyers, so I can get the maximum amount of buyers attracted to your house. And that's always been the case. But for whatever reason, the perception has been, and these lawyers capitalized on that, this idea that we're colluding, that brokers are colluding, charging a 6%. That's a fixed rate and a standard fee. And they made it out to be something that it never has been. Now, it doesn't help that there's been a glut of these realtors that do 1 or 2 transactions their first year in business, and they present it to their clients as, yeah, we charge 6%, and that's the way it is. And
we saw that there's basically only 49% of realtors sold more than one property in the last 2 years, basically, or on a yearly basis.
Yeah.
Which means 50% aren't doing anything, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that 6% is being paid by the seller, the person selling their house. And
Right.
it's being split 50-50 across the board.
Right. Right. So what's going to happen? The biggest change, and this is where it becomes relevant to the average person listening. We can talk about all the misconceptions that are out there in a second, but where the rubber meets the road, 2 things are going to change. So in the MLS listings, when I go in as an agent, I can see that this house is on for sale, $400,000, and I could see that the seller or the broker is going to give me a 3% commission when I bring a buyer to them. And I could see that in the MLS clear as day, black and white.
Yep.
And that's information we could easily look up. So this lawsuit will prohibit that information from going into the MLS. So it's going to create a situation where buyers agents won't know if they're going to be compensated or not.
Yep.
So that's one thing that's going to happen. And we could talk about the ramifications of that in a second. So no disclosure of what compensation the seller is offering to the buyer's agent.
So
And
let me ask you a question about that before we get to part 2 there.
Yeah.
Who doesn't want to do a job and not know what they're going to get paid, right?
Well, yeah, that exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that's how the system has worked. And that's why I think a lot of realtors are freaking out, because they don't know any other way to do business.
Yep.
And I think they're freaking out to a greater extent than the negative impact of the actual lawsuit's going to be. So you're hearing a lot of chatter now, a lot of, people freaking out, realtors are freaking out. And then what I call the anti-realtor crowd is out there too, saying, yeah, they charge too much and those realtors don't do anything and they don't deserve anything. So there's those 2 groups that are creating a lot of noise right now.
Yep.
And getting everybody all confused and upset and whatnot. But I think it's not going to change as drastically. It's going to change. It's going to be some changes. Absolutely. But it's not the apocalyptic scenario that we've seen in the headlines in the last couple of weeks, and that we're probably going to be seeing for a little while.
Mm-hmm. So let's talk about the second part there before I stepped in and talk about that. First part is that it's not going to be listed. Commissions. How are realtors then going to figure out how they get paid? Is it going to be something that this 3% or this commission now needs to get paid by the buyers that are buying the real estate? And obviously, we'll know that will change depending on first-time home buyers and what they have to bring to the table as far as down payment and other things, right?
Exactly. So what's the other thing that we have to do now is we have to have a signed agreement with a buyer that clearly states how the buyer's agent is going to be compensated. And it used to be that a lot of realtors, and I've done this plenty of times. Somebody will call me up. They want to see a house. I don't have a signed agreement. That's best practices to have a signed agreement, but it wasn't required that I do that. I can meet them. That's part of my sales approach and getting to know somebody and showing them this is, hey, nice to meet you. And here's the first home we're looking at, to get to the point where they, I can convert them into a client with a signed agreement. But now we will be prohibited from showing houses to any buyer without a signed agreement. So it's not going to make it any easier for buyers. It's not going to make it less expensive. So in that agreement, we have to clearly state how we are going to be compensated. And so not knowing if I'm going to be compensated by the seller, I'm going to, have a signed agreement with the buyer that says they will pay me 3% commission. And then I could also stipulate, unless the seller offers that 3%, then I'll collect it on that side. And then I have to, in the negotiation, when I present an offer to purchase this $400,000 house, in the offer, as long as the buyer directs me, the buyer is the one that will ask the seller to pay me a 3% commission. But if they refuse to do that, then it's on the buyer. And putting it on the buyer reduces a lot of opportunities for a lot of buyers that just can't afford to pay that. So I think what's going to happen, in spite of all these rules, that if I'm going to list your house, Scott, I'm going to tell you, hey, my business practice is has been to charge 6%. Things have changed. I need to get compensated 3% if you want me to list it on the market, to get the most, to expose it to the market. And I suggest that you offer 3% to the buyer's agents out there, because that will open up your property to the widest exposure on the market. And I believe that you will net more money, even though after paying the 3% to the buyer's agent, because you have so many more buyers, you have competition among buyers. But it's your call, Scott, whether you want to. If you say, no, John, I am only going to pay you a 3% commission, I'm not going to offer anything to a buyer's agent, that's fine. I'll list your house on the market, and then the buyers will come in, and then we'll get an offer that asks you, will you pay a buyer's commission of 3%? And if you say, no, I don't want to do that, I don't like this part of the offer, counter offer, and let's strike that out. Well, when we do that, there's a lot of buyers that will just go away, because they don't have the funds to pay their agent, and they can't wrap that cost into their mortgage loan yet. Things are going to change maybe, but yet they can't wrap that up. So, first-time home buyers especially, do they have the money for a down payment? They've scraped it together, they saved their money, they're ready to buy a house, and now suddenly they've got maybe $10,000 more that they have to suddenly come out of nowhere to pay. And that's going to be where the problem will come in. But I think there's going to be solutions too.
Well, that's the thing too, is you think about it as a buyer's agent, somebody who's representing buyers. Before you go show the house, you're probably requiring that they've got either proof of funds or a pre-approval letter from a lender, correct? You're not just out willy-nilly showing people who can't qualify for $500,000 house when they can only afford 100,000, right?
Exactly.
But now it may be the aspect of what we actually are willing to pay a point or 2 points off of the sales price if the seller isn't willing to compensate, huh?
Yeah. There's a couple of ways this could work. It doesn't have to be 3%. There's nothing that says that. I mean, I could represent you as a buyer and say, Scott, I really like you. You were great friends. And, I'll show you around to 25 different homes over the next 2 months, and just give me $500,
Mm-hmm.
I could do that. I probably wouldn't, unless you're, a really good friend, but, but that is negotiable. It could be 1%. It could be $1,000. I could charge you 4%. It could be anything that I, as a business owner, want to negotiate with you as my potential client.
Now, let me ask you a question. The thought comes to mind if you're thinking split. What is more work to it if you're thinking about this? This is a general aspect of things. Is it somebody who's listing properties for sale? They list on the MLS, take some photos, stage it, make sure it's priced right, and list it, and then fielding offers? Or is it the buyer's agent who's reviewing the MLS, driving around, showing things, handling the new questions, walking through the inspections, walking through the time frame of dealing with that first-time home buyer? Who do you think is it more labor intensive, I guess, as far as time when it comes to buying or selling?
It's clearly the buyer's agent. Absolutely, hands down. And this is where the industry may change too, where we will see more discount commissions for listing properties without much of a reduction of services because it's much easier. You can multiply your business by, I can list 100 homes for sale, and I'm not having to, drive around literally 1,000 or 2,000 buyers for those
Right.
100 homes.
Right.
That's a lot easier, and there's a lot of admin tasks that can take place behind the scenes that don't require interface with the general public for the most part with a lot of those tasks. But the buyer's agents do that, and they in my opinion, buyer's agents earn their commission. They put in the lion's share of the work. But having said that, they have had it handed to them on a silver platter that I'm a listing agent. I have been pre-negotiating their compensation on their behalf.
Mm-hmm.
And they haven't had to do that. So it's going to be a learning curve for a lot of buyers agents. And I think a lot of people will just get out of the business because they don't have any business savvy or don't want to do that. It's been pretty easy. Well, getting compensated has been pretty easy in negotiating that compensation. So that's a different set of skills than just opening homes.
Right. Now, I also think back about the negotiations we've done over the years with the agents on a variety of things. When we were doing a short sale company years ago, it was very common for banks, lenders to reduce commissions to 4%, to a side. And their philosophy is, if we're going to take a loss, everybody's going to bleed a little bit, which is kind of normal, reducing the commission. Right. I also think about other times we paid more commission on the buyer side to get multiple offers on the property, giving 3% to our agent, to the seller's agent, and then offering 4 or 5 points to a buyer's agent so they can close in 30 days or faster. And it's always been interesting to post things like that and sit inside the house and see the massive amount of realtors drive by that house to inspect it to see if it's worth their time to make that extra couple points too. But the thing that kind of comes to mind on something like this is if you've got a seller who's not wanting to pay a buyer's rep, you could almost see a comeback of open houses where the seller is hosting more open houses, which has been more, and correct me if I'm wrong, more of an activity for a buyer's agent to find potential buyers instead of the sellers, correct?
Well, usually the open house is done by the seller's, the seller's broker.
Yeah.
And it's a great way to, it's not, is a little bit inside baseball here. It's not really a great way to sell the house necessarily, but it's a great way to build potential buyer leads.
Right.
So you get a bunch of people that come through a weekend. This isn't really what we're looking for. You don't have an agent? Well, I can help you, or here's a buyer's agent that's standing by right here in the house with me. They can start showing you around different houses. So it's a good marketing technique because you could sell it. But in most cases, or at least in my market, I know some markets are different where open houses are a great way of actually finding the buyer. But in my market, it tends to be a great lead generation tool to get buyers. And if we sell it, during an open house, great, that's icing on the cake. But it helps us to demonstrate to the seller that we're doing something, over and above to market their house out there. So it's a win-win all the way around to have an open house, I think.
Sure. Just getting the word out because it leads to word of mouth advertising. You want to sell a house, market to the folks around them. Hey, you got family or friends, you can move into the house and buy the house here, stuff like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
And also to realtors that represent both sides, which I don't think is a good thing in most cases, where the one realtor is representing the buyer and seller. I think it's hard to be impartial when you're representing both sides. You can't really represent either effectively because you kind of, and that's been normal for agents to often take a 4% commission because they're representing both sides, right? In a lot of cases.
Well, in Georgia, I'll only speak to Georgia. I think this varies on a state-by-state basis. You actually can do dual agency, but the broker that I'm with, I'm prohibited from being a dual agent because of that conflict of interest. But I can represent a seller, and if a buyer wants to come along and they don't have their own agent, I clearly disclose that I'm representing the seller, and you're a customer. You're not a client. You're a customer, and vice versa. If I have a seller that is unrepresented, I bring a buyer that I'm representing. So I don't do dual agency, and I think most brokers that I know do not do that, at least in Georgia. But in other states, they may allow it. But it's very tricky ground because you can accidentally break the law doing that because you're not supposed to disclose certain things and you're not supposed to do certain things. And you're really conflicted in that situation. So here's where the disadvantage is of not being a party, not being represented. Because if I have your house listed, Scott, and I have buyers come and they say, well, we don't want to work with an agent. We're not working with an agent. I'm like, okay, that's great. That plays into our hand. It's like, okay,
Right.
this person thinks they know what they're doing, and they're convinced they don't want representation. And I've had that conversation with them. Fine. We'll out negotiate them big time. I'll out negotiate them on your behalf. 90% of the time. And it puts them at a disadvantage because there are some things that they may tell me that I can tell you then, because I'm not representing them. I can disclose that. They may say something in the house while I'm showing it to them about their situation, their finances, their motivation, a problem that they have in their life. And I'm really obligated to let you know that, hey, I've got the upper hand on the negotiating this, Scott, on your behalf. And I really do have that responsibility then, because I have this knowledge to tell you.
Yeah.
So it really puts the unrepresented party at a severe disadvantage. And the general public don't realize that or don't know that. Now, I will say, just to shift gears a little bit, I know a lot of investors who don't work with agents. Sometimes some of my investor friends will ask me to list a home or whatever. But my point is that there are a lot of investors that are more sophisticated in transacting and negotiating real estate deals than a lot of realtors I know.
Yeah.
And so it's that part of the real estate community, the professional, sophisticated investors that really have the upper hand, even when there's a sophisticated realtor on the other side, or I should say, especially when there's like a new realtor that not very well trained. An investor that's non-licensed can out negotiate a realtor. Most realtors, hands down. And most realtors, when they learn a little bit about how investors work and they run into some slimy investors and some sleazy deal making going on there, they extrapolate that to like, oh, these investors all are like this or all this way. And anyway, there's a lot of realtors that have that viewpoint of the investment community. And so there's kind of a little bit of animosity on certain levels among certain unsophisticated parties on both sides.
Non-experienced parties, maybe is a better way to say it. But that's very common and that's the thing. It's like all the different seminars I've gone to, it's always been that there's that crowd of, oh, you don't need a realtor to buy real estate. And that's technically true.
Yeah.
But you should, because they're going to help you along that process, making the offer properly, setting in contingencies, knowing the value of the asset, all that stuff that the normal public doesn't always have access to, or investors, unless you're on the MLS, you can't pull accurate comps in a lot of cases. And then, of course, knowing the inspection process and how to be able to negotiate back. And it's also kind of that, like you mentioned, that if somebody's seen a property, there's not that poker face. You can report back, oh, this client who submitted really loved it. They went on and on how much they fell in love with the house. Don't give them concessions because I think we can get a higher price because they're so emotionally kind of already attached to the property versus having a realtor. Now, when you're going to like it, but don't go and show any emotion. We don't want to give away our cards, right?
Yep. That's right. Another thing about the investors, that who are experienced and they can and do transactions without realtors. I think that's great, that they're experienced to that level. But I like to tell them that you want to have one or more investor-friendly realtors on your side.
Right.
It's just another part of your team.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean because you have a good relationship with an investor-friendly realtor that you have to always use that realtor on every transaction you do. Maybe, if you take down 100 deals a year, maybe you only do 1 or 2 with a realtor, but that's part of your deal flow. Or maybe you do 10 or 15 from that a realtor feeds you, because they're a source of deal flow for investors.
Amen.
And so the investors that shoot themselves in the foot if they're so anti-realtor. So it's just a full-blown business model as an investor includes a big team of professionals.
Amen to that. And it's also too looking at what the market is going on in a very hot market. You might not need an agent as much to show you houses because the inventory, so like we see here in Austin, Texas, things have been flying off the market for years. It's still one of the tougher markets out there. When you've got to make offers to get accepted, and it's a hot market, things are selling. You really need to, you could probably act fast. Hey, I'll save you 3% because we're not representing ourselves, accept my offer. Versus a slower market or a colder market, you really do need somebody to help handle that and help you identify the opportunities so you're not overpaying or not under negotiating too, as well.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Those market shifts, I find that the general public isn't aware of them. They think they are because they were the headlines,
Mhm.
So like, for example, the headlines that have come out about this realtor situation. If you just read headlines, I mean, I love reading headlines for the last couple of years about real estate headlines. They're totally inaccurate.
Yes.
They don't reflect reality at all. But the general public, they're scrolling on their phone and saying, "Oh yeah, look at that headline. Zillow says this, or this says that," and they think they know and understand what's going on in the market, but they don't have a clue, and they're actually misinformed, or they may believe something that's opposite of what's actually true.
Yeah.
And so that's where I think somebody going into a transaction as an owner occupant buying their home, it's really important that they do have representation and somebody professional looking out for their best interest, because they really don't know what they're doing, even though they may not want to believe what I just said, but it is reality.
Well, a great example, I think back during the last couple of years, one of the big notices I saw was foreclosures up 300% in such and such county. And when you go down into the article, it says, yeah, last month we had one foreclosure. This month we had 3. You know what I mean?
That's
I'm
it.
like, it's all about that pay per click. It's all about the click-through ratio. See, it is, I hate to say it is fake news. You got to read through it and understand it's all relevant on the true underlying numbers. That's the biggest thing. Now, one thing that has also kind of popped up that I've seen out there, I'm sure other folks have, is do agents need to be on the, paying their fees and dues to be a part of the MLS? I think that's one of the big things is, if you didn't have to, would you pay your dues to the MLS on that stuff? Can you kind of clarify that up a little bit?
Yeah, that's a good question. I may not be the expert answer on this, but I'll tell you my take on it. So I think that's part of the problem that the NAR has gotten themselves into. They've almost made it to be like a monopoly, that they want to control the listings, and then everybody else wants a piece of the pie. Zillow, they feed our data out. When I say our data, the realtors' data that we put in the MLS is then fed out to the internet, which is fair enough. It's, but we lose control as a realtor to our marketing.
Yeah.
So we're paying fees. We're agents, I say, are paying for the MLS fees. That data then goes out there, and we're not generating the leads from the own labor that we've created. So it's kind of like a lot of distrust between parties, between realtors and companies like Zillow and homes.com,
Redfin
whatever.
and others like that.
Yeah, all those things. But it's just the way it is. So as far as the MLSs, as I understand it, most of them are controlled by the realtors. So you have a national association in Georgia. We have the Georgia Association of Realtors, and in the county that I live in, Cherokee County, Georgia, we have the Cherokee Association of Realtors. So I'm members of all 3 of those, and I have to be a member of one. You have to be a member of all 3. So I pay dues, and I'm covered. I'm a member of all those organizations. And when we do a transaction, there's also another MLS system. There's 2 that we use in Atlanta, and it's very confusing in Atlanta. So, my dues cover the Georgia MLS, but we also have something called the First MLS, which is mostly for the Atlanta area. So there's overlap, and I have to put a listing on both, and I pay an extra fee on top of that to the First MLS when a property sells, and they base that on the sales price. So yeah, we're kind of nickeled and dimed to death to get the data in the systems that then feed out so that the whole world can see what we have for sale. And it's a good system as far as marketing goes. I mean, I think the MLS is the 900, or is it 900-pound gorilla on the block.
Yeah.
I don't
know. Well, but that's true.
dominate.
You're uploading information, and then it feeds information to Redfin, Zillow, which they turn around and will sell those leads back to other agents for potential buyers or other things. So you're paying one, you're coming and going. You got to pay in a lot of cases.
Yeah. I think the realtor, the NAR hasn't really done much of a favor to realtors that are out, that grunt workers out there, boots on the ground, making things happen, working with people, and helping people to transact their largest transaction that they're ever going to make in their life. In most cases, it's
Right.
and for some people, well, really, it's the best way, or the um, what's the right terminology? It's the way most Americans acquire wealth in the
Yeah.
United States, is through home ownership. And they're not business entrepreneurs making lots of money on the side. They're just making a living, and then by paying their mortgage down, they're acquiring a lot of equity. And that's a side of the real estate, to a very deep degree.
Sure. No, it's such a good point there too. It's definitely usually the biggest investment that somebody's going to make is buying their first home, and then depending on what market they're in, the appreciation. Some of them are. We look at our folks in California, may not have to do anything, and they got $1 million in equity growth on their home that they bought. They've lived in for 10 or 15 years. Now, one thing that comes to mind thinking about this, the potential increase of fees, and I don't know how much of experience you are is dealing on the mortgage side of business or mortgage brokers, but I start thinking about that cap of, for 4% is the normal cap for fees for mortgage costs, to acquire the house as a mortgage broker. We get, and that's why you don't see a lot of mortgages below $100,000 balance, because you're basically breaking even at that point when you figure in appraisal costs and closing costs and title fees, and then other things thrown in there. But the FHA, the first time home buyer assistance, where people are having to bring 3.5% down payment, like you said earlier, if now you're have to basically double that to 6.5%, 3.5% for your down payment, another 3% for potential realtor commissions, that it will cut. I won't say half. I will say to cut 75% of potential home buyers having to wait.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I think the mortgage industry will adjust to this change, and that buyers will be able to wrap the commission into the cost of the home, and they need to figure out how they're going to do that. As I understand it, long before I got my license, it used to be that way. And maybe you know more about that, Scott, because you buy notes, and there may be some notes out there that that was on the transaction side, and it wouldn't show up on the note necessarily. But I think buyers used to be able to wrap in a commission into the mortgage, but that went away at some point in history.
It did. Well, it went away because of values and loan balances and amounts. And if you're buying a property that's got a ton of equity, you're buying at a discount, then it's pretty easy to increase the loan amount. Let's say you're buying at 70% of value, true value. Well, it's pretty easy to increase that loan amount to 75% if you need to roll in those fees. I mean, I'll give you a funny story. My short term in the mobile home industry back in the day, they used to be able to roll in credit card fees and other fees and finance up to 125% of the value.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that.
That ended a few years back with everything happening in 2009. But that's also, it makes me think, are they going to bring back different loan products like more negative AMs, where you're only paying partial payments to make it more affordable? What's been attractive recently has been, with the increased interest rates, instead of people asking for concessions, is asking for that potential concession be put towards a buy down on the mortgage balance. So give me a $5,000 credit, give me $5,000 credit towards the buy down to make the interest rate cheaper.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Scott, there's something else I wanted to mention, comparing and contrasting how investors take down properties compared to a home buyer looking at a home to purchase. So investors, it's about math for us, right? We calculate what are the profits, is worthwhile, but there's a human component to that. And I think you deal with that a lot, when you buy a note, but certainly on the agency side, on the realtor side, when we're showing a home to a potential buyer, they're wrapped up emotionally into it. This is a place they call home. This is not an investment transaction to them. And a lot of the anti-realtor community that is outspoken now, we don't need realtors, they get overpaid. They fail to understand that this is an emotional, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't mean that people are distraught or anything, but it's a very human, touching experience to look at a property and say, do we want to call this property our home? Do we want to make this property our home? And
Yeah.
that there's a huge human experience that goes with showing a family a home that they are going to purchase. And for example, just on the contrast on this, the open door model where you can go and you go view a home and there's cobwebs on the doorknob when you open it up and it's vacant, and the smoke detector's beeping because it needs a new battery, and there's a camera in there and it's creepy and it hasn't been cleaned in a while. That's scary for most people to go into a home like that. I'm not afraid. I love those kind of homes. I've been there, but I can't imagine the average home buyer having a good experience in going to those homes in the past. And I don't, without a realtor, you going into those situations, it's scary.
Well, but it's also, I always joke that, realtors dealing with first-time home buyers are often better counselors. The having to hold the hands and the nervousness and the what he wants versus what she wants, or what one party wants versus what the other spouse wants, and having to deal with that emotional aspect. And exactly right, most home buyers can't see past the cobwebs, can't see past the color on the wall. Oh my God, that house is hideous. Well, let's a $20 gallon of paint from Lowe's or $40 gallon of paint to fix that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, talk them off the cliff. Yeah,
yeah,
that's why buyers agents really earn their commission, in my opinion.
Amen to that. There was something else that made me pop up. The thing that we've seen happen recently too, and I don't care what side you're on, we're not talking about who you're politicking on, is the increase amount. There was actually an article today, especially with in Florida, where Florida just passed squatters, some legislation to eliminate a lot of the squatters' rights to inhabit a house. I mean, when you've got illegal aliens coming across the border and doing TikTok videos like, listen, hey, if there's an empty house, just go into it, and they can't kick you out immediately. That makes it a little nervous when you're dealing with those open houses where there's a lockbox and no realtor there to.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point. What are you running into? And we've had situations where we have gone into vacant houses where somebody is there, and living in the attic or some crazy thing. So that's real. And with the squatter situation, I think there are different laws state by state, and Georgia is a little bit more strict, so a little bit more owner and landlord friendly.
Right.
And in Georgia, that if I was to encounter a situation like that, let's just say I went into a vacant house and somebody has moved in, the owner of that house can file for eviction. They can get them out. It's not going to be immediately. It may take 30 to 45 days to actually do that.
Right.
But it's not like California, somebody could live there for years. I don't really understand how that works, but it's different state by state.
Well, and there's people, New York is even worse. We got a buddy of ours who has a property in Chicago, who has a tenant who hasn't paid rent in 4 years, went to the court, got the eviction, went to meet the sheriffs. The eviction was canceled because the county doesn't have enough sheriffs to enforce the evictions. So now he's got to wait another 60, 90 days for them to get around to potentially evicting somebody there. And that's 6 months of it now, the house not being rented, or the house not being sold because now it's got to be delayed. Now you got to go back and re-repair the property, re-clean it, and go that route too. It's just and I think the only people making money, as you said before, is the attorneys.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how investors who invest in those types of states, if they get themselves into that situation, especially mom and pop investor, they can go bankrupt or foreclosed on the house. Because who can afford, a mom and pop investor buys a house, a rental, it's for rent, and then the next thing I know, some squatter has moved in and they still have a mortgage to pay if they got an investment loan, and then no income for a couple of years. I can't. That's not sustainable.
No, it's not. It's definitely not, and we've seen that happen on more than one occasion in different areas out there. Now, let's kind of talk about where do we think the future is going. I know you don't have a crystal ball. If you did, you'd be at Vegas. You know what I mean? At the
I'd be playing poker right now.
Poker, or at the sports bookie for the final four games. But we talked about this a little bit earlier. Maybe where more realtors, if they do stress this out, there'll be more flat service fees or fees for me to go show you 20 properties in a weekend, or other kind of listing or buying services popping up. I won't say like the Uber. Hey, we'll drop in the Uber. We'll drive you around, look at properties, and deliver a few pizzas along the way, kind of services. Huh?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I think we're going to see more of that, and more of it's going to be marketed openly. I mean, all these things that we're going to see have always been available. There's nothing
Right.
new that's going to come up, but the marketing will be new. I think there's going to
Yeah.
be more brokers that will advertise discount brokerage fees. A lot of buyers agents. It really is an individual thing. How much is their time worth? Are they willing to go show a bunch of homes for very low compensation? For them, and that's a business decision. Some people, some realtors may be able to discount themselves or offer discount services easier than some of the larger brokerages that have overhead and whatnot. But you kind of, will get what you pay for. I think it'll settle out. People will use a discount broker and maybe not have a good experience, or have a good experience. If they do, they'll want to go with the discount broker the next time. But if they don't have a good experience, they're going to see, oh, maybe next time I'll go with a larger company and have a better experience and know that I'm protected, because a solo agent, there's so much to this business. There's so much, it's such a complicated, so many moving parts in a transaction, that a solo agent truly working on their own really can't provide the level of services that a team can, a large brokerage with a team. A lot of checks and balances, looking over the paperwork, making sure everything's compliant. Other agents or more experienced brokers looking over the shoulder of what the agent is doing to make sure they're protecting the client. So I think in the long run, it's going to, the market will take care of that. But nothing is going to be new necessarily, but it's going to be perceived as new because it's going to be more blatantly marketed.
Yeah, and it may just come down to a couple paragraphs on a buyer sell agreement too.
Yeah.
If I don't get paid by the buyer, you're going to pay me in one way or another, and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Maybe it would even be with buyers agents not taking not just less commission, but more flexible. You'll pay me. If they only pay me a point, you agree to pay the rest of my commission over a 12 or 24-month period. If you don't have the full down payment of some sort, comes to mind, stretching
That's
that
an
out.
interesting concept. I don't know.
We don't know.
If that would work, or that's great. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm going to think about that one.
Right. And that's things
Payment,
too.
get you on the payment plan.
There you go. Well, we're going to pay down that, you're going to have an extra PMI. You're going to have the realtor buyer's commission for 6 to 12 months.
Yeah. Your realtor payment.
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk that up, and I'll let you know what I come up with.
There you go. Let's see what happens. But I think it's also, I think what you see is, like you said, the smaller mom and pop agents, the smaller teams, it gives maybe the larger teams a bigger advantage because they can bring somebody on in a flat salary just to be the gopher that represents the buyer's agents, that's getting a flat fee, flat commission. They can drive all over, maybe not providing a lot of expert service, but that's somebody who can provide, hey, we're checking in, making sure you're qualified. It makes me think of like automated underwriting in the mortgage business. Like if you go online, a lot of these mortgage companies, as you fill things out and you're providing things, it's automated to see what you're getting approved on. Maybe we'll see more of that on the home selling side. Who knows?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of this will be automated and can be better automated than it is. Absolutely, hands down. What can't be automated is that personal relationship, meeting somebody at the home, opening the door. The buyer will not have this. You can't automate that process for a buyer, and every house is different. It's not like lawnmowers. All right, go to Lowe's, go to Home Depot, take a look at the different lawnmowers and go ahead and buy one. Buying a house is so much different than that process. So you can automate a lot more than what's being automated, but when it comes down to the human interaction, meeting somebody, looking them in the eye, shaking their hand, opening the front door, and guiding them through the problems that might be in the house, or the good things, or negotiating the process, that's a human. And if we automate that, we cease to be human, really. If we automate our relationships and the fact that we are, in connection with one another as a community or society, however you want to say it. You can put it in religious terms, but if you try to automate all that, we just cease to be human.
Exactly. Well, maybe it's another play for AI in world domination. It's not, and I like what you said, the personal aspect of it, and it's different. Every house is different. We're not buying cookie cutter houses, all the same, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. 1,500 square foot house. We're not doing that. And you've got to know the different things that are going on, the nuances, especially with all the different benefits, the buyer's programs, the incentives that people are especially builders are selling stuff. It's a whole different animal depending on where you're buying and what's going on in that market and that neighborhood and that block. And you really need it on a block by block basis. And that's one of the biggest advantages of having an agent is they're paid to know that right now.
Mhm.
Who knows what happens going forward, but we hope we don't lose that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. John, what is the best way for our listeners to reach out to you, to connect with you, to follow what you're doing? I have to give John a big boost here because one of the great things, he not only is a phenomenal individual, a great investor, a great agent, but he's also very big on the health kick aspect of things and was able to reverse diabetes and cancer, if I'm correct, right, with what your
that's
diet and
it.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we might need to have you on another time to talk about when I was diagnosed, where I was a year and a half ago, with he was the first person I reached out to, and it was his counsel and his advice and stuff like that that helped me get that diabetes kind of waived a little bit. So once again, thank you for that, John. I just want to make sure
That's awesome, Scott. Thank you for mentioning that. I remember that phone conversation that we had a while
Yep.
back, and that's awesome. So probably the easiest way, there are two websites I'll mention. You know, that's kind of maybe a no-no to go to two different websites, but
mention them. Go ahead. We'll throw them both in there for you.
okay. So alphadogcapital.com is my investment company, and that's a great place to go if you want to connect with me on the investment side of real estate. My name is John Marion. That's MARION, JOHNMARION.com. If you go to johnmarion.com, you can find me there. That's my realtor website, one of my realtor websites, the main entry point. And then I added a tab for health on there because I have some personal info on there.
Yeah.
So if everybody goes to johnmarion.com and looks for that health link, they can see what we were just talking about and read my story. And recently did a podcast with a medical doctor that wanted me to tell him my story, his audience my story. So anyway, we can connect on real estate. I'm always available to answer any real estate related question. But on the health and nutrition side, it's just my life has changed. It was impacted by learning about nutrition to overcome cancer and reverse type 2 diabetes. And I feel great and don't take any medication or drugs, and everything's good.
Awesome. I'm so glad of that. Well, John, thank you so much for coming on here and providing some insight and a wealth of knowledge, not only on the wealth side, but also on the health side as well. So go out, guys. That'll wrap it up for this episode. Go out and follow John, like you said, johnmarion.com or alphadogcapital.com. Two ways to connect with them, whether you're looking to buy or sell or to invest there in the Georgia market. So go out, take some action, buddy, and we'll see you at the top.
All right. Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, John.
To this special edition of Note Night in America. We are honored to have you guys join us here live, catching the replays, or even listening to the podcast. You are definitely, especially if you're listening to the podcast, trust me, you probably want to click on the link in the description to watch the live video on this, or pull over, take some notes, get yourself in a quiet spot, because I think you're going to pick up some big nuggets and some aha moments with tonight's special guest here on Note Night in America. Now, we had the honor of having this amazing lady be on the Note Closer show about 60 days ago. And that episode just absolutely exploded. So many folks loving what she was sharing. And tonight is her opportunity to help you guys and gals out there, you entrepreneurs, you budding professionals, you people who want to leave the W-2 or love your W-2 but want to increase your side hustle. I think you're going to get I don't think it. I know it. You're going to get a lot of stuff out tonight. So we're going to talk about what story does your money tell you out there, and we are honored to have the amazing Catherine Pomeritz join us here tonight on Note Night in America. Catherine, how are you doing, gal? Doing good?
I'm so good. I was always excited, Scott, but like every time you get the best intros, so I feel great. Let's go.
You know, I need to start another LLC and just do it for bar mitzvahs and birthdays and quinceañeras, rock shows, the college radio DJ has the opportunity to come out with these shows a little bit there for me for the most part, but you are very passionate about what you do. You have a different backstory than most folks that love money and accounting and bookkeeping stuff that most people don't know about. And so, let's talk a little about where you're from and where you got to it, and then we'll dive into the meats and potatoes of it, man. What do you say?
Oh, well, I can, only you're skipping ahead a little bit.
Oh, well, I don't want to skip ahead. If you got it ready to rock and roll, you got your mambo. No, let's go with it.
So short version, because I will dive a little bit into this. as we kind of get into the content, because it is very relevant to what we're going to talk about. We talk about storytelling.
Yeah.
So my background is as an actress. I'm an actress turned accountant. And so saying I have a unique approach to this is kind of an understatement. Today, I'm really excited because we get to dive into the method that I have sort of created that really capitalizes on the fact that artists and creativity, this should all be part of running a successful business. It's just not a lot of other people are talking about that.
Yeah, I mean, instead of method acting, you've got a way of method book taxes and counting and making entrepreneurs maybe smile a little bit more at the end of the day, because they, after sitting down and talking with you, they might have a better path to that ultimate goal in the long run, huh?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So
awesome. Good stuff. Well, hey, I will let you take it away. I'm monitoring. If you are watching us live, we are monitoring the chat roll. So you got a question, feel free to type in the chat roll. Let me go ahead and enable the chat roll. It's always a good thing for folks that want to type in questions. We're glad to do that both live and here on Zoom. So also, if you do have a question and you're watching the replay of this, feel free to type it in the replay comments and stuff like that. We'll make sure to get around to answering it and getting, if I don't know the answer, I'll make sure that we get the answer from Catherine later on for you. So Catherine, just take it away, gal.
great. Yeah, I'm trying to get my screen share up right there. That's what I want. Okay. Okay, you seeing my slideshow?
Yes, ma'am. What story does your money tell in white and orange? I love it.
Yes, yes. I love orange. Orange is our brand color. So, as I mentioned, I'm an accountant and I'm a money coach, and I've been doing this for 7 years. In that time, I have helped thousands of attendees through workshops and things, and I have helped hundreds of clients one-on-one create highly profitable businesses. So, as I said, Scott kind of jumped ahead because I was going to share more about my background in a minute, but I kind of always like to jump into, you just met me, so why should you care? Why should you care about my method? So when I first started 7 years ago, I only had an accounting firm. I did not have the whole money coaching side to what we did. I wasn't as focused on financial education. I did tax and I did bookkeeping specifically for small business owners because this population is embarrassingly underserved.
Mm-hmm.
So what most people receive from their accountant is tax preparation. And for real estate in particular, tax preparation is often intentionally like obfuscating or confusing what's really happening with your money because you want to strategically time when you're taking tax deductions. So your tax return has very, very little to do with what's actually happening in your business day to day. Doesn't tell you anything about cash flow, and it cannot help you measure if all of this hard work is paying off. So if all your bookkeeping is doing is just serving your tax preparation, well, then you're hard at work for the government and you're not really working for yourself. And so there is so much more that your accounting could be doing for you. And when I first started, I hadn't really gained that experience. I hadn't really gained that perspective. But I eventually realized this wasn't enough because there's some statistics that get thrown around a lot that are kind of sad. 93% of business owners, 93% of people are paying more than they have to in taxes, according to Forbes. 86% of business owners, despite running profitable businesses, pay themselves less than $100,000 in cash every year, according to Fundera. And 82% of small businesses, we all know the statistics about how often small business fails, right? Like only 50% meet 5 years, only like 30% last more than 10. 82% of small businesses that fail say they do for cash flow reasons. That's according to US Bank. So eventually I realized, yeah, we all need these tax and financial strategies. We all need to be well organized. Bookkeeping matters. But what business owners really need is a whole new way to relate to their money because we're clearly not doing something right. So imagine instead of all these scary statistics, you're growing a profitable real estate portfolio that doesn't need you to operate every day. So you can take real vacations, take care of your family, and make big strategic moves that will scale your profit margins. Imagine that you're leading an efficient team that you can delegate work to and that they'll help you scale to multiple 6, multiple 7 figures of profit margins. Imagine that you're buying homes and sending your kids to dream schools and having once in a lifetime experiences with cash flow from the investments you're making. Imagine being able to consult your numbers quickly and clearly to see how your strategies are working and having the confidence to seize the next opportunity or to make the next move and to trust it's going to pay off. Imagine paying yourself a real salary or saving for a real retirement. Today, I want to give you a whole new perspective on how money works so that all of this becomes easier to have. So I'm going to go over a couple of mistakes that I see real estate investors making with their accounting. I'm going to go over the surprising way that renter and landlord stereotypes are making these problems worse. And then I'm going to share a little bit about my background and why you should trust my money storyteller method to rewrite these stories so that they'll benefit everyone and benefit your bottom line. And I will then focus on this new way that accounting can support your life and business, go over questions you might have, and send you some action items to move you forward. So before I get to all that, please, if you're watching, drop stuff in the Q&A. I would love to hear from you if you have questions. And I'm going to open with a little story.
Awesome.
So this is Marta. Oops, too many clicks. Sorry. This is Marta. Marta is a renter. Her husband has just started a new job in a new city. It is his dream job. And so they're moving all the way across the country. They have never been to the city before in their lives. They didn't even have time to tour, but they're very excited for this move. Unfortunately, it's been very difficult. The landlord unexpectedly tried to cancel on them, like while they were on the road to move into this new place. They're like, oh, actually, we need to delay. And they're like, we're literally already in the truck. Like, you can't, we signed the lease, you can't delay. So they said, oh, well, we've got maybe these other houses you could move into. And they're like, these houses don't even have the same number of bedrooms. Like, no, I'm not going to move into I'm not going to move into one of these houses. Like, you signed a contract. What's going on? So after scrambling, they stay in the hotel for a few days and they're able to move in, and they just finish unpacking all their stuff before Marta's husband's job starts. And it's a scramble, but like, we make it happen. Weird start, but you know, we're all human, right?
Right.
Now, 3 weeks later, their dogs have fleas because the landlord delayed their move because the house, upon inspection, had fleas. But they did not tell Marta that. And so not only does Marta have to pay for a hotel stay for several days, she not only did not have access to her home upon the agreed upon dates, which greatly delayed the move and added a lot of stress to their plan, she now has to pay for pest control and treating her dogs, and has what, like 6 to 8 weeks ahead of her of this cleaning and constant laundry to make sure that this flea infestation does not come back again.
Ouch.
Yeah. So what do you think happens next in this story? Scott or anybody watching, what, like, chime into the chat for us. What do you think happens next?
Marta gets upset, starts asking for rent credits.
It's a pretty good suggestion. Yeah. Marta's probably owed rent credits. But certainly Marta's really upset.
Yeah.
Right. Right. And how do you think that the landlord's responding in this situation?
Probably avoiding phone calls as best as they can. And if they are dealing with these issues, they're doing the front end to disclose it, they're probably trying to avoid it. So, oh, that's because your dog has fleas when you got here.
Okay. Yeah. So this is a true story. In fact, this is my story. This happened.
Did your dog have fleas? Your dog had fleas, didn't
my dog did not have fleas ahead of time, no. So 3 years ago, when we were moving to Houston for my husband's new job, it was a dream job. We'd never been to Texas, but we were like, let's go. This is really what happened to us. And I sent my landlord a message explaining the situation, because we've actually been dealing with his property manager, right? And so I sent them a message, and I sent it through their little feedback form. I followed all the proper channels, and this landlord did call me almost immediately. Got on the phone and was like, okay, we need to kind of get this handled. There's some good renters protections around like pests and things, and they probably didn't want to deal with that. And this is what happened. I just broke it down. I said, look, I'm actually not even all that upset about, you know, all this different stuff. Like, I'm most upset that you lied to me. Had you told me ahead of time that this was an issue. Like, I've had dogs my entire life. I know how to handle fleas. I could have just started the laundry from the get-go 3 weeks ago. This would never have been a problem, right? I also, and I told him this honestly, like, look, but I do run a business. I get why you didn't want to tell me, because I might have freaked out and I might have tried to back out, but you tried to back me out anyway. So again, if you had trusted me up front, this situation would have been resolved a lot sooner and a lot easier. And I'm going to have a hard time trusting you in the home that I live in moving forward. And that just sucked, right? I was like, I need to talk to you about that, because this is a huge issue for me as a renter. I don't like this situation. And his response, I'll never forget this. He just paused and he just went, "You are so calm. My wife would be pissed." To imagine if my wife was in this situation, what she would be telling me right now. And so what ended up happening is they did comp us some rent money and they did cover our hotel stay. And the last 3 years that we were in that house was magical. Do you know how nice that property manager was to me? Anytime I had any issue, they were there immediately. They never second guessed anything I asked them. I had a recurring plumbing issue. They sent out 4 different companies, and one of them, the fourth one finally got into it and was like, "We found the problem. There's roots all the way down this line. We got to like rip everything." And they just took care of it. It was magical. Because, and so this situation though was only possible because I had a really healthy money story. Here's what I mean about this. So I see a lot more of the situation that you described, Scott, where people are avoiding each other, they're ducking calls, they're really upset. But I am so grateful for the last 3 years that I had been in that house. We actually just moved this week, so that's why it's like totally different thing. Not because that landlord wasn't great, but my husband got a different job. But anyway, that landlord was magical. And in those 3 years, we had our first kid. I was still running my business full time. I was raising a very young child. My husband was still starting his new job. We were busy. I had no interest in owning a home, none whatsoever. I was so grateful to give my money to my landlord, because anything I needed, boom, 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 boom. I didn't have to research contractors. I didn't have to manage people. I didn't even have to schedule things. They just texted me and said, "We're on our way." Great. Like, done deal. And frankly, if I wasn't spending the money to make him richer, I probably would have paid a house manager to do all that work for me, because I did not have the time. I'm a busy lady.
Right.
So the money story I'm in is one of abundance. It's one of gratitude. I am happy to put my money to work, and I'm happy for you to make money off of my money, because I'm doing the same thing with my clients, right? Like, they give me some of their money, we put it to work, and we all make more money together. This relationship with money is not common, and this relationship is certainly not common among renters and landlords. And so what I see from a lot of real estate investors is that they start this for financial freedom, right? That's kind of like freedom is the goal, right?
Yep.
But what they end up doing is creating a second full-time job for themselves. And so many of them are stuck treating it like a job. They're afraid to spend, not really sure if all the extra expenses of, especially like bookkeeping or like getting a management company, is going to be worth losing the cash, because they could just put in the hours and they could just get it done. And when it's absolutely necessary to spend money, like something is broken, it's non-negotiable, like property is damaged, they are at the mercy of unreliable contractors. So they don't really feel like they're getting value for their time or their money. There's no clear measurements for how well their hard work or their investments are paying off. They think they're profitable, but it's really hard to tell. Because again, we tell the tax man one thing, but over time we're supposedly making money off of this. And they don't have a clear plan for the cash they are making. They're not planning for the long-term financial stability of this business. Even for my side hustlers, you're in business now. And so you got to keep that balance sheet healthy so you're not over leveraged. not if, when the next market change happens, you can be totally fine. There is a way to write it out, pivot if you have to, and be ready to make even more money on the other side. That happens all the time for people, but it also happens all the time that is not the way it works out.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, my slides catch up with me. We all did this for the freedom then. Start our own business, invest in our real estate, but what we end up getting is a lot of stress and uncertainty. Working too many hours on this. You don't know what you need to be measuring. You're not 100% sure if you're profitable. You're not even sure if your numbers are accurate. You don't know how to plan. You might be well organized, but there's just so much to organize. This is not a receipt, like a low paperwork business side hustle, right? This is not a low paperwork business to be in. So what's really happening here? Why am I telling you stories and bringing up all these stereotypes? What's really happening is that you're getting stuck. That avoidance that you talked about, Scott, yeah. That's because you're doing something, whenever you're doing something new, especially if what you're doing is hard, your nervous system is going to be activated in ways that mimic a fight or flight response. So you're going to get stressed, your emotional responses are going to be heightened, and your sympathetic nervous system is going to be activated. And your sympathetic nervous system is activated whenever you're stressed or physically active. This literally actually controls that fight, flight, or freeze bodily response. This is an evolutionary advantage. It's how we survive tigers, or like it's how we attract sexual partners. However, when your sympathetic nervous system is activated, it will shut down other parts of your body that is not going to help you run faster or hit harder or like breathe, right? Mm-hmm. It's saving you all of that energy so you can fight or escape from the tiger. And you don't need access to the brain that you can calmly and rationally problem solve. You lose access to your creative centers. Those part of your brain start to shut down. And this is an advantage if there's a real tiger, but it's not an advantage in the modern world where we're full of constant tiny stressors that kind of build and build and build. In a true life or death situation, you're going to have this giant release of emotion and endorphins and physical activity, and you can escape. You literally, like the tiger, you get away from the tiger, you get back to your village, you hug everybody, you tell them the grand story. There's a lot of like community and camaraderie and like feeling safe and calming down. But if you're surrounded by constant tiny stressors, there is no escape. And so your sympathetic nervous system remains active. It keeps you anxious and it keeps you working hard because now the tigers are invisible. And all your monkey brain knows is, I'm stressed. How does this apply to our money? How does this apply to that landlord renter story I told you before?
Mm-hmm. Totally applies.
In this situation, I was able to avoid a sympathetic nervous response because I had a good money story. Don't get me wrong. I felt all the stress of that situation and I was mad. But my brain knew that my landlord was not the tiger. This wasn't a situation for fight or flight. So if we end up telling ourselves stories about money or about our business or about the people that we have to work with, even subconscious stories that heighten our stress response, we're going to end up fighting off opportunity, or we're going to end up avoiding the situation, that fight or flight, right? And we'll think, oh, it'll all work out if we just keep working hard, right? I'll just keep making money. That'll solve it. Anxiety loves to keep us busy. Our sympathetic nervous system loves to keep us working hard because it thinks it's helping. We're working hard, so we must be doing something, right?
Right. not running in a circle on a hamster wheel in the same place the entire time, right?
No, this is clearly good for us, right? Well, and this is the most important point. This is our system working correctly. This is how we're supposed to work. So even if you're not an anxious person, even if you're already comfortable taking big risks, or you are already comfortable looking at your financial reports, this is a natural biological response that will be activated for everybody, literally every single person with a body, whenever you do something new or you're trying something hard. And so tell me how real estate investing is not a constant stream of new challenges and big, difficult goals to reach.
Yeah, it totally, especially if you're in the distressed real estate side of things, it's definitely a challenge of finding and coordinating and trying to fix things up, or work with distressed borrowers, or work with renters, or work with difficult sellers, or dealing with the inner control freak that we have to deal with ourselves, which most investors are, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Even when I'm working with clients who are trying to use that really beautiful, like 1031, like, ooh, I'm just going to level up, level up, level up, level up. And I'm like, I want to get out of that grind. I want to get into like the bigger commercial deals. I want more and more and more. They're just going to more and more and more is also going to trigger new and different. Right. So you can switch the business model. This problem might move with you, right? So what we need is a new system to work with, to work through this, right? And it's going to start with the stories that we are telling ourselves, because money is a really powerful tool. I'm going to argue it's the most powerful tool for reactivating that rational, strategic, creative part of our brain. Kind of talked about this earlier about the like method acting through accounting. Like this is where this happens, right? Because by communicating with your money regularly, you are going to get unbiased, honest, and smart feedback about what is working in your business or in your strategies and what areas need more attention. And so we will know where to focus. We will know where to put in effort. And we can be truly confident that what we are doing is serving our larger goals. So we need to be mindful of the story that we're using about money so we can avoid the stress response and be in this more profitable relationship. So let's talk about the money storyteller method. As I mentioned, I'm Catherine Pomerantz. I'm an accountant turned money coach, and I am not, well, I'm an actress turned accountant and money coach. And so I'm not formally trained as an accountant. I do not have an accounting degree. I do not have a business degree. I have a theater and dance degree. And unfortunately for young Catherine, artists are not particularly good at making money. And so in my first career, I was working 3 to 4 jobs at a time, sometimes 80 plus hours a week, and I could barely pay my bills. Mm-hmm. So it finally occurred to me, I could not work harder. Hard work is never going to fix my financial issues here. There was something about money. There was something about how it works that I wasn't taught. I thought if I could figure out how money worked, I could maybe help a lot of people. And about a year later, there was like a very specific moment where I had this thought of like, I think I need to go figure out how money works. And almost a year to the day from that, I had started my own accounting firm because I had completely fallen in love and I could not wait to share it with people. But as I mentioned earlier, taxes and bookkeeping was not enough to change my clients' experience with money. Some of my clients were like me, we were crushing it. But I had other clients that no matter how much we change their external circumstances through good strategy or good organization, their experience remained really chaotic. So I felt like there's one more thing about how money works I haven't nailed yet. And so I wanted to explore that issue. And it kind of occurred to me, as you pointed out already today, Scott, my story's kind of weird. How did this cute little blonde actress turn herself into this highly sought after business accountant in 1 year? Again, it's not like I went and got a job somewhere or went back to school. I just thought this stuff was great. I thought it was interesting. I enjoyed learning it. I enjoyed doing it. And okay, I guess like humble brag moment or not so humble brag moment. Like I had more referrals than I could handle. I was constantly being told by clients and by other accountants who were referring work to me that I was brilliant at this. It's nice to hear, but it's kind of a odd story. Money used to be the greatest source of stress in my life. So what changed? Was it really learning about taxes that transformed that? Probably not. I do like taxes. It's my bread and butter, but they're not that interesting. So I started to focus on my experience with money. And I noticed something very surprising. Working with money felt the same as rehearsing a new play. Thought that's kind of weird, but all right, we'll keep chasing that feeling. And I started to pay attention to how my mentors and to how my most successful clients and to how other business leaders who I really admired, how are they experiencing money, or what are we doing together that feels different than my clients that are really chaotic? And so forgive this really horribly grainy screenshot, you all. But this is a picture of Charlie Munger. He is Warren Buffett's right-hand man, and he helps run the incredibly successful firm, Berkshire Hathaway. These are some of the most successful investors who have ever lived. They are also surprisingly transparent about their methods. This is an interview that Charlie Munger did with the BBC in 2012, I think. It runs through a checklist of how he and Warren Buffett decide to invest in a company. If you listen to this interview, I shared the really nasty YouTube link because if you get curious, it's really short. But if you listen to this interview, he never talks about math. He talks about the company's place within their industry. He talks about its competitive advantages. He talks about its smart leadership. He is using financial reports, but he is picking up on the underlying story of a company. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so good at this because I never stopped being an artist. I never stopped being a storyteller. And the best business people in the world are so successful because humans are natural storytellers.
Right.
We invented money to share about our values. And so these gentlemen happen to be very good at sniffing out stories that are completely bogus. And they don't invest in bogus stories. They invest in stories and they believe in. And they make a lot of money as a result.
Mm-hmm.
And I found my missing piece. So y'all, this is what the Money Storyteller Method is all about. This is how I help people create highly profitable, easy to scale, fun to lead businesses. There are 3 pillars. The money story, both our past with money and then also the future that we want to have with our money and our financial situation. Our money systems, all the bookkeeping, all the taxes, how we need to get organized and focus ourselves, right? And then the money map, how you take the story that you want for the future, how you take all your good data and you create yourself a financial dashboard that's going to measure how to get there. So today we're focusing on money story. I know every time I do this, especially with your kind of crowd, Scott, they're all investors. They are used to thinking strategically. They are not afraid of math. They are not afraid of spreadsheets.
Yep.
So I always get money systems questions. This is the kind of crowd who wants to talk bookkeeping and tax strategies and want to ask me technical things. And I am here for it. I'm going to leave room for a Q&A. So if you've got technical things, like please jump in there and add them. Leave them in the comment section of YouTube, and Scott or I can like check them and grab them and help you out. But because of all these nasty stereotypes about landlords, because of the way that people think about the people who own property, the people with power, you more than anybody, us business owners, us entrepreneurs, us people who are actively wanting to be rich, you have got to get clear on your money story. This is the secret sauce of me becoming such a successful accountant. And so I'm going to teach it to you. I'm going to train you on storytelling today.
Love it.
Yes. So, hero's journey. Scott, are you familiar with the hero's journey?
Yeah, I got a copy of the book over here somewhere. I think I originally got it from Russell Brunson back a few years back. So yeah, it's a great book. Yeah. So this was an idea discovered by Joseph Campbell, who was a professor of literature. And he realized that, like I pointed out, storytelling is inherently human. And every single myth, every single great religious story, all the great different cultures all around the world, they have a story that has sort of the same journey, the same touch points through every story. And this is the hero's journey. It becomes the framework that they teach in like movie writing classes, right? Or like writing classes, like if you want to be a novelist, they'll teach you the hero's journey as a way to like learn plot structure, learn how to like engage with the audience, right? So I'm going to simplify it for today for our purposes. It's got 6 steps. You've got your hero, which is you. The hero is always standing for the audience. You've got your inciting incident. Why did you start this business? Why did you get involved in real estate investing? What are you doing with this? Then you're going to find a mentor. You're going to go out and gather all your allies and your teammates. You're going to fight your villain and you're going to win your treasure. So when I started applying storytelling to money, because I realized, oh my gosh, this is the secret. Fits so well. And I realized that people have a lot of difficulty here because they're telling themselves stories where money is not cast in one of these optimal roles. There's my actress in there. I'm like, money, you're playing against type. Let's move you, right? So most people
put money in one of two places where it doesn't really sit very comfortably. And so they're maybe not getting all of the good results that they could experience if they moved money around a little bit. So that first role is money is treasure. Right at the end of the story, money is the thing we win. Kind of obvious because there's a lot of stories in which you literally do win a lot of money, right? Like heist movies, right? Like a pot of gold could literally be the treasure of the story that we're seeking. But for us, the issue with making money your treasure is that treasure comes at the end of the story. I don't want to live a life, I certainly don't want to run a business where I only get money at the end. That I actually have already lived that life early in my career, and it sucks. It's really hard. It is hard to live without money. So when we are thinking through, how do we think about money? How are we talking about money that makes money our treasure? Here's some examples. I am not smart enough. I'm not pretty enough. I'm not lucky enough. I need to plan more. I'm not ready. All of those things that is pushing success to our future, that is not acknowledging the opportunities or success that are available to us right now. I need to take another class. I need to buy from this other coach. I need to, I mean, of course, like there's ways and times and reasons to up-level your skill set or your knowledge. That's not what I'm saying. But there's so many of us who are planning, and never doing. Or we're just thinking of, that's not for me. I'm not the right color. I'm not the right gender. I'm not in the right place. I never took the right courses. I missed out on the opportunity once and it's never coming by again. So money is always somebody else, for somebody else, and some other time. All of those thoughts make money our treasure.
So you're saying we need a little Stuart Smalley in our life. Doggone it, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me, right?
Yes. Absolutely. This is the entire self-help industry in many ways. This is the entire coaching industry in many ways. Is like, you have some things you can do right now. There's something unique and special about you right now, and money can be part of that. Right now, there are ways to earn more money. Let's find them. The second role is money as your villain. So this one comes up when we are fighting away money or our success. And these can be very obvious. Eat the rich. Money is the root of all evil. Oh, I have earned enough. I'm not in it for the money. Probably not necessarily this crowd is that particular one, but I have seen many, many, many successful people who are like, well, I mean, I should just be satisfied. I mean, I have so much more than I used to. I should be, I should be okay, right? Those thoughts where it's like, yeah, but you could also you have a unique ability to make more and more and more money. And then that means you have more and more and more power to help people, more and more to give back to your community, more and more that you can invest. Like, why shouldn't you be the one who makes it rain? Right? Money as villain thoughts can be less obvious though, because anytime we are thinking about systems or ideas that are giving away our power, I think these become money as villain thoughts. So the IRS, I don't want to earn a lot of money. The IRS is just going to take it all, right? Oh, I could never charge that. My customers won't pay, or my competition is constantly undercutting me. Things of that nature. Now I want to pause in that there are real reasons that certain people do not have the same opportunities or the same access as other people. So to say, oh, you're like giving all your power up to other systems is not to not acknowledge that sometimes you're in a situation that sucks. But we always have control over how we react in a situation. And so there is an opportunity for you to reclaim the power you do have and not fight off money or opportunity that might be right in front of you if we are open to it. So it's worthwhile to sit and think about, what am I thinking about that is pushing my success away from me, that is delaying my success, that is not letting me take advantage of an opportunity that might be right here, versus, or what am I doing where I'm actively even fighting it off, where I'm just saying, I don't want that. I'm not in it for the money, right? I'm not in it for that result, or money makes me evil. I don't want to be that kind of person. I don't want to be that kind of investor. I don't want to be in that kind of industry. Again, that landlord stereotype. That's the thing that's going to really, seriously, this is something that really messes with people's heads once they get to a certain level of success. Like, ooh, what does that mean about me?
Mhm.
Right? I'm no longer like the people that I grew up with. What does that mean about me? Those are all money as villain thoughts, and those can trigger stress responses and keep us playing small. So we don't want money to be our treasure. We don't want to wait around for it till the end. We don't want money to be our villain. We don't want to fight it off. If we go back to the hero's journey, I know I am the hero. The inciting incident is why I have a business. So where does money go? So I always tell people money should be your teammate.
Mhm.
So money comes at that like training montage bit, right? Where you're going to get your magical sword. You're going to learn how to make your superpowers. Money is going to be one of your allies. It's going to work with you the whole time through the story so that it can help you defeat the villain. It is there for the tough battles, and it is there to help you enjoy your treasures, the true treasures in your business. I love the word teammate, and I'm a storyteller, so I'm very picky about the words that I use. I love the word teammate because I hear all the time money is a tool or a resource. Yes, it is. But like a tool has to like be put to work. It needs your action, it needs your energy. And a teammate can work without you.
Mhm.
You can be told, hey, money, this is our goal. Go do that job for me. Okay. This is what I want. Go work on that for me. And money doesn't get tired. It's not human. Money never runs out. It makes more of itself. So you assign it a clear job. It is a really hardworking teammate and it works without you. Money as teammate also acknowledges all of the emotional stuff we just talked about with Money Story. It allows space for the fact that, like any human teammate, you're going to need to spend some time talking with it, feeding its energy, making sure it's well taken care of and that you are respecting what it's telling you so that it can really thrive, so that it can really pay you back. So money as teammate really acknowledges that emotional relationship side of money that like most of us don't ever think that's all subconscious. We're not really aware it's happening, and acknowledges the fact that if we let it and we release it and we're allowing it to give and receive freely, that cash flow is the accounting word, although it sounds very woo-woo when I talk about it this way. If we're willing to stand in that flow, oh yeah, money works hard for us. It does a really good job. So I've been talking a lot, Scott. So just keep running in anything in the Q&A I've been missing.
No, you're doing good. I mean, people, I totally agree to this because I think what you say about, especially money being a teammate, it can go to work. It doesn't always need to be poked and prodded, and you taking the action yourself to do it. And I think some people think of that, oh, I've got to do this. I've got to do this versus realize, no, if you go put this in place, it'll work for you without you having to do anything. And prior to that, the villain, a lot of times it's our own inner negative thoughts based on a lot of how we're raised and maybe beliefs that come from our family, our rearing, how we grow up approaching things, or how our parents approach finances in a lot of cases too, that can lead to that villain being almost that inner negative demon talking to us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, 100%. That's something I hear all the time is like, oh my gosh, my parents, they talked about money this way, or like, I mean, even as something as simple as when we stand in line and we see a woman in designer shoes being nasty to the barista, it's like, oof, I don't want to be like that, right? Like, oh man, I don't want to be one of those out of touch people. Like all those things can really get in at us if we're not being mindful of it. So
Right.
Money Story is where it all starts. And I love what you said about putting systems in place, about if you put the right things in place, it's going to work hard on behalf of you. I'm like, that, Scott, is somebody who runs a business, a good business. That's a business owner right there. That's the type of thinking we want more of. That's why you're all watching this show, right?
Right. Exactly.
So when you get this right, when you put all the pillars in place of the money storytelling method, and you've got your story and it leads to good, efficient systems, and it leads to having a clear map, like this is what we can have. And I chose a beach picture because that's what we're all here, that have fun and freedom, right? But we get to experience improved emotional intelligence. We're not going to panic when something unexpected happens. Instead, we're going to have the tools to process our strong emotions so that we can show up for the work anyway. We're not going to be the landlord who avoids the calls of the woman who you didn't tell about the fleas. You're going to be the landlord who picks up the phone the first time and says, how can we make this right? I know, like, I'm here to take care of you. That's my job, right? And as a result, I love that company and recommend them all the time, right? Like we have a good relationship. That's how we show up for our work. You're not just going to be a hopeful dreamer either. You're going to have a clear vision to work towards and a clear path and all the information you need to evaluate if that plan is working. You might have the ability to pay taxes with ease and not stress because you're looking at it and you've got ways to measure it. You're going to ensure ROI when you make investments because you're going to have a clear strategy for growth and you're going to feel confident about your ability to achieve them. You're going to be a good steward with the money you make. Remember, you should be the one who makes it rain. Why not? You will make sure that money goes to the most important jobs in your business, in your personal life, and eventually for other people too. And you're not just going to be guessing all the time about how to spend all this stuff. You'll review your money regularly and you'll actually enjoy doing it. You'll have money in the bank. You'll have money in your retirement accounts. And you'll have less time working because you're going to have complete clarity about how much work is needed to achieve your goals and a clear plan to get more off your plate as you grow. This all comes from remembering money is my teammate. So that was kind of general. There's some questions that I usually get hit with right at this point. It's like, okay, yeah, that all sounds nice. The first one is like, okay, but this does seem a little soft. Does all this slowing down for the mindset stuff really help me work less and make more money? Like, can I really work smarter? You know, sucking it up and getting this job done has worked plenty well so far. And to which my answer always is, how's it? So remember that first mistake we talked about is like being afraid to spend unless it's absolutely necessary. There is something about I don't mean to pick on anybody listening. This is like such a big one with my real estate people in particular is like, you guys are strategic. You know how to count your dollars, but you're not very good at like releasing them. You're not very good at money is my teammate, put it to work. I worked with a client one time who was netting only $1,000 a month. He had a pretty significant portfolio, but it was messy. He was having a hard time getting all the pieces together. It had really grown too big for one single person to be in charge of. And my starting rate at the time was $750 a month. That's going to eat up pretty much all that cash. But we did some money story work, and he said yes. And after everything was set up, we saved him 5 hours a week, at least most of the time. There was so much admin, so much bookkeeping, so much to get organized. And at the time when he had first called me, his 3 biggest pain points were researching new deals, chasing unreliable contractors, and having to hound his accountant who kept making mistakes on his tax returns. So do you know what happened after he got 5 hours a week back? To just think, to just expand, to just network, to do all the research on all of those future deals he wanted to be making.
He probably closed more deals on those to begin with, yeah, or found better deals.
Yeah, he very quickly started making more than $1,000 a month. Very quickly started making a lot more money. And his management style, after he had all of the data from a good bookkeeping system to accurately measure his costs and all of that wasted time and resources from all of those less than ideal contractors. Imagine how that affected his management style. Ironically, he became kinder. He wasn't relying on his gut instincts anymore. He had facts. He did not waste time arguing. He fired people who didn't keep their word. He had the proof. He was like, you're not doing what you said you'd do. I don't need to be mad about it. We had a very clear agreement. I can back it up. And so he found new people, and he was very upfront about what he needed and when. And so that relationship started stronger and it stayed stronger. He's a much better team leader because he is not relying on emotional reactivity anymore. And all those mistakes on his taxes. I'm still not his accountant actually, because his accountant was actually doing a pretty good job. But when he was, wading through piles of receipts once a year, and the other guy, the client was wading through piles of receipts once a year and everything was half finished. Yeah, when you're not doing that, there's a lot more time and attention to get stuff right.
Well, it's the offensive side of the ball versus being defensive. Defensive is having to go through all those things and just to get it down. If that's all your time is spent, then that's what you're going to get. But you've got to be forward, put some time into forward thinking. A lot of it's just being organized.
Yes, 100%. And I think, well, I would argue the secret to being organized as somebody who's been leading a bookkeeping team for like 7, almost 8 years. It really comes down to the stress response. This is the reason we stay busy and we don't just actually close, like get done what is more important, what has a higher priority, which nets us a longer term return than what's immediately right now the hottest fire, right? So this mindset stuff is soft, but makes a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions I get all the time is like, okay, how does this actually help me measure stuff? Like I can tell stories, but like this doesn't have to do with metrics, right? Well, mistake number 2 was not having clear metrics for success. And a lot of times when people are doing this, they're like, okay, I'll just rely on other people's research about the markets, or I'll find some benchmarks, or I'll take averages based on what I've been doing before. It's fine. That is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Having a number to measure against is useful. But when you are really clear on your story and it is your story and it's about what you uniquely want for your life and what therefore you uniquely need from this business, we can work backwards to create your own metrics for success. So what is it? Is it more time with your family? Is it leaving a legacy? Is it a sense of security and safety? Is it freedom for travel and for adventure? I can map all those things out for you financially. Then we can create strategies that feel aligned with that style of living and then just work backwards. This is that money system stuff. Let's design a bookkeeping system which gets you specific data on what you're trying to do so that you can get more of what you want, even if other investors are living and doing things differently, right? It all starts with the money story, though, in order to have that really clear and organized feedback.
Well, there's the thing too, like you say about that, what is your story? What do you want your story to tell you? And most people will put themselves, their family, their vacations last instead of planning ahead of time.
Yeah.
And then they never get around to it. And that's why you have a high divorce rate as for entrepreneurs versus real estate, that they're, our fancy dinner for our anniversary of Valentine's Day got canceled because you got to go fix something. You know what I mean? Instead of delegating and putting people to work to make things happen.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. It makes such a huge difference. We've got to start lifestyle first, because otherwise, what's the point?
Right.
What is the point? So, thing number 3, I still don't know if I'm going to succeed. Like I can do all this mindset work. Like, okay, sure, I can get myself organized. And this is tied to that third mistake of not having a clear plan for all of the profits and for when you are making all that cash, right? Your money story is going to give you confidence. Truly, if you can do this work, you're going to have confidence for big action, and you're going to have clarity on what you need from your business, all that systems work, right? And so we can put that together to make a map that outlines how and when your money should be used. This is the crux of making money your teammate. This is the crux of, I know this is what I want. I want to get 1% closer to that. Where? So yeah, there's technical work that needs to be done. The money story is only the first of the pillars. But if you don't start with the story work, you are never going to feel good no matter how much money you earn.
Mm-hmm.
You're never going to feel good about it. And I think that needs to get said more often, because I have worked with people who are, making $1,000 a month, and I'm working with people who are making millions of dollars a month, and they'll come to me with the same pain points.
Can't take the money when we need it gone, and you can't make love to your dollar bills if you're looking at freaking paying your spouse.
And I love money, and it makes life easier. Earning more makes life easier. It gives you more opportunity, more choice, more power. I'm more of that, please, for everybody. I love that. But if we're not working on the stories, we're not going to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So true.
So, action items and other questions. Do you have any questions for me, Scott, before I...
No, we're good. We're hitting some of these questions from folks. Like I was just about to type that in the YouTube comments and stuff like that. So we're good. Doing good.
Okay. Fantastic. Well then, your action items. We just learned something new, right? Here's that DIY path for all my beautiful, smart investors listening who love that. Take everything that you've learned today. Get clear on the money stories that you've had in the past, the ways that you think about money that feel like a teammate. or excuse me, that feel like a treasure or that feel like a villain, and do the work to rephrase them, rewrite them, and start thinking about money as your teammate moving forward. Try to notice as you go through your life, your day-to-day life, things that hit that don't feel like money is your teammate. And when we work on that, then use that new vision as money's your teammate, assign it clear jobs, and create strategies that align with that vision, that future money story that you want, so that you can create those custom success metrics, so that you can, keep yourself organized and measure all that stuff. Put all together, the money storyteller method is supposed to give you confidence and clarity and data to measure your success and progress. I'm very good at getting what I want, and this is the best way I know how to do that.
Love it.
Your other option for today, if you want more support, if you want to get there even faster, I have 10 spots on my calendar this week for action plan calls. So if you're interested, share a bit of your money story with me and then identify the next right steps. I'll identify them with you. We'll work together to figure out the next right steps to strengthen your financial foundation. I offered these after the podcast interview. And some really, really, really cool conversations came out of that. So I'm excited to do this again. We kicked off some cool projects and others just got fast answers. Of course, you can always connect with me on LinkedIn as well. So here's my contact stuff one more time. Workshops like this are my favorite part of my work. Teaching this is how I serve my team, and it's how I find all the really cool people who work with us. So I really am available to talk if you want.
I love it. Well, that's the most important thing, because a lot of the things that you just said are ingrained one way in our brains, and we need that coach or that person, that light with our hero's journey to guide us along the path a little bit, because a lot of times we let our own preconceived notions or things or beliefs run us down that one path. Like, oh, no, we need to come back. We need to think it differently and take a right versus a left branch of what we're thinking, right?
Yeah. And it's really, really, really fun that we can do the both and, is that we've got the coaching side and we can really help you implement, but we can also help you get clarity on the strategies and stuff. It's not just, oh, just make more money. We'll show you how to make more. We'll show you how to take big actions and opportunity. I also want you to be a good steward with it. I want you to keep a lot of that money at the end of the day. I want you to put it to do more cool things in the world. So yeah, I mean,
well, I'm gonna give but here's the thing. It's what it, I know I'm a big proponent of getting, folks putting money away in the retirement accounts. There's self-directed IRAs, there's SEPs, HSAs. A lot of people look as, oh, I'm gonna put it in there, I can't touch it. Well, you can actually use that to help you invest and help use that money to go to work to buy assets with, or notes to have that grow as well.
Yeah.
But what's funny, I hate to say this, but when I'm talking to folks that run self-directed IRA companies, they tell me, they'll have billions of dollars under management, and roughly about 40% of the money in IRA accounts is sitting in 0% interest bearing accounts, not doing anything at all, not working.
Does not surprise me.
It doesn't, but it's that whole, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to put it in there, and I'm just going to leave it, and I'll get to it later. Well, getting to it later isn't the, when I grew up in South Texas, it was always the mañana method. Oh, we'll get to it mañana, tomorrow. Well, you got to take a little bit of time each day. And part of that is like what you and your team does is going through, let's clear up let's free up 5 hours or 6 hours or 4 hours so that you can actually focus on things that aren't getting done. I mean, we just had a VA masterclass, and that was one of the biggest things we were talking about. Listen, there's all these things you can delegate to somebody that you don't have to be a control freak about. You can let it go. I'm gonna start singing the let it go, from Frozen. I know. I'm an ex-thespian as well. All right, in theater and in college and high school and stuff like that. So yeah. But that's the thing, is that you have to realize, if you're not liking where you're at, doing more of the same is just gonna make it worse for you in the long run.
Yeah. And that's the thing that my clients don't know I'm there to solve for them, is that avoiding you talked about, of like, oh yeah, sure, like I'll get to it, right? People avoid their money. Even millionaires will avoid their money, and it is the primary reason they're not making more of it. They're not getting more of their time back. And so this story work, this is why I was so excited to talk about it with this group. Because again, like, you guys are not afraid to ask me technical questions. I always get the most advanced specific questions from audiences like this, which is fun. But you guys need to slow down and think story stuff too, because this is what's going to keep you overworking when you could be leveraging what you already have to get even more success even faster and really enjoy your time. And that's the experience I want you to have. That's the experience I want to have. More of that, please. Right.
Exactly. But it's also part of the mindset. I have a buddy of mine, his name is Mike. He's out of Memphis, Mike. And when we were at a conference recently, and his phone was ringing like every 20 minutes at the table. And it was distracting for a conference. It's like, do you not have somebody that can help you with that? He goes like, I do, but I still have to answer. I'm like, why? I said, where's your wife? Well, she's in the hotel room. I'm like, well, don't you have an assistant? Well, I do, but I don't. I'm like, you're killing yourself. I was like, you're missing out on all this stuff that they're talking about. Literally, we're going through like delegation. He was missing half it because he was busy in the hallway.
Yeah, because he's busy. Yeah, with his phone. Yeah.
But I asked him, I said, do you have these things? But because, oh no, I don't have anything for that. I don't have anything set up. I don't have that stuff. I was like, you're just literally, I know you're making money. I know you got a portfolio, but you're burning it because you're the bottleneck in your success more so than anything else. And we always are, whether it's things that we put off, we don't delegate, we're control freaks about, or things that we don't want to give up because, oh, they can't do it as good as I do. It's my baby too. I've seen that. Oh, I don't want to give that to somebody else because that's my thing. That's how I identify myself in doing that. Like, well, no offense, you're not the best person for that anymore. We need to move you into a different role, like the book Traction, stuff like this. But that's the most important thing. And I'm so glad you brought that, because we can sit here and talk little technical issues, but you like to talk with folks to get a better picture of where they're at. And I think in just a few questions and your action plan calls, you can kind of find out where people are coming from and where their biggest pain points are, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's really, really, really eye-opening for a lot of business owners where that sense of control, I mean, that's part of our stress response too. That's a freeze response. That's I need to hold money super, super tightly. I need to hold this into my power. And it takes some work to be able to undo that. But one of the greatest things about my job is that one of the fastest ways to get you there is to show you how much money you could be making. Like, if I could get you to let this go a little bit. Yes, it is terrifying to invest money when you don't have a lot of it, when you feel like you don't have a lot of it, right? When you feel like, well, but it's barely working as is it truly safe to make this next step? But I could show you, like, yeah, but imagine the story, imagine what becomes possible for you if we get you even 1 hour a week back, or if we get you even somebody who's 80% good at this, right? Like, what would be the ROI? What would be the net? How would that change this money map? And then all of a sudden it's like, that would be worth it to me. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. And then you get the experience of, oh well, that feels way better. Even if they're only at 80% as good as I was. Especially at first when you're learning to delegate effectively. Right. Learning to be leadership, that's a new role to step into, right? We all have to learn what that's like. But it feels good. Feels nice. I'm making money and I don't feel so like this. There's a lot of power in that. It's one of the best parts of my job. And money is what is my teammate that helps do that information. So
we've got an anonymous question here from somebody who's, I haven't filed my taxes in 5 years. It keeps me up at night and scared. Would an action plan be a good starting point to talk with you, or do I need to do something else?
No, absolutely. Let's talk. I would say, especially if it's been 5 years, yeah, let's find that story. Let's figure that out. And then let's just like really break small, easy steps, 1% at a time. That's a very daunting feeling project. It's a project I do all the time.
I'm sure you do it all the time. Exactly. Yeah. But that's why I'm glad somebody asked it on here, because that's for a lot of folks, this is a good time, but it's also a very scary time. You know, a lot of folks are excited about the new year holds. Hopefully they haven't given up on their New Year's resolutions by January 5th. Or February 5th as it is now. But it's also that daunting aspect, because like, oh no, I got to get to April 15th. I got to get this done. I got to delay till October, keep kicking the can down the road. And it happens. And some of those things are in place because life happens, but it's not that hard to go back in and start figuring things out and putting the pieces together, because it's better you're proactive about it versus reactive.
Yeah, avoiding your money is the worst thing that you can do. And it is sometimes short-term energy and effort as we learn that new skill, as we suffer through that stress response.
Yeah.
And then on the other end, oh, I have such a strong system for getting this handled. This is never going to be a problem ever again.
Mm-hmm. Got another question here for you. He says on here, I've done a bad job of commingling business funds with personal funds as I'm self-funding my own business. Can you help?
So money story word that stands out to me there is bad. Bad job. Really? Why is it bad? Bad for who? Bad in what ways? You're not doing anything illegal. The IRS doesn't care if it's all mixed up. You can take money out of your business whenever you damn well please, no matter the structure that you're set up secretly. We just call it different things. So first thing I would do is that there's probably a lot of shame in that word bad. So you're doing the best you can. You're busy. It sounds like you're learning a lot of new things as you're getting stuff set up. That's the very first thing I would tell you is that money story rewrite right there. That's the first piece you need. You're fine. You can figure out a way to do differently now that you've identified, oh, this is the next step I want to take. As far as systems work, yeah, we can absolutely talk about how to make that easier for yourself. But I think that if you release the shame around it, it would become a lot easier. I mean, I'd love to talk to you. Like I said, I'd love to talk to people, but I'd be surprised if you don't already just feel better from just that little tweak of what you said.
Well, I think that's too. I think you hit the nail on the head. Is okay. You did the best they can. I think people think about going in front of their accountants or attorneys, and they're going to get, shame on you.
Lectured.
You're bad. Lectured. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Why'd you do this? And I think we've all been there at some point. Why'd you do this? Well, I did the best that I could with what I was given at any given time, and it's not something that you should be embarrassed about. It's your business. You just got to clear it up and keep marching on. That's why it's there. I think there is a lot of leniency in getting your taxes done. They want you to get it done in time, and it's good too. If you don't, there's penalties, but still, hey, they can be very, very forgiving on a lot of penalties and fees along the way if you're proactive in it too, right, Catherine?
The IRS is made of real people. And speaking of like landlord stereotypes leading to bad money stories, oh my God, the way the IRS is treated. They're made of real people. They are understaffed. They are stressed. If you come to them with, here's the situation. How do I do better? How do I put something in place? They're going to be so nice.
Mm-hmm.
Like an appeals process with the IRS is always possible. It is always possible to get things reduced, and it is always possible to talk to that human being before you on the other end who is making that decision and say, this is what I was going through. This is why I didn't know what I should have been doing.
Right.
What can you do for me?
Mm-hmm. Got another question here. Is there a way to track down old 1099s and old W-2s from the past years? I think it's the same person as his anonymous.
Oh yeah, 100%. If you have not created an online account with the IRS, I would highly recommend you fill out your online profile. You can pull any tax report, I think from 2012 or 2015. I don't remember which exact year. If it's not in your online portal, you can send a letter and they'll just mail it to you.
Oh,
So yeah,
great.
if it's on file with the IRS, they got it.
There you go. And then you know what you need to start working towards claiming and writing off there in a lot of
Yes,
cases.
absolutely. Absolutely. Feel free to DM me on LinkedIn. I can drop you the link of where that information is, how to get that, who to send that letter to, all that stuff. Yeah.
Awesome. Good stuff there. Is there an average amount of time somebody should spend either per week or per month with their bookkeeping and accounting coach like you?
With a coach, that's an interesting spin on that question. I've not been asked that version. I was like, oh, average time I should be spending, right? I think
you got bookkeepers
depends.
I think you got bookkeepers that can download like QuickBooks and start putting things into
Yeah,
specific things.
I think it depends at what level you're at and what you're specifically working on, right? If you're in a setup phase with me, you might spend several hours a week. Or if you're in my coaching program, you might spend several hours a week, but you're actively learning and building, and we're working through stuff and we're setting things up. And it's a concentrated 4 months, the coaching program, 4 months of work, and then you're good forever. Like, this stuff, it's in place. We just edit, we adjust. My long-term clients, the ones that are doing the whole, we do money mapping intensives quarterly, and they've got my bookkeeping team. Like, I'd be surprised if they're spending more than a couple hours a month on it. Even during your intensive seasons, that's usually just like a couple hours in that 1 week. and then we just refresh everything for them. So it depends on where you're, I mean, obviously, like we mentioned with the cleanup work of the tax returns.
Yep.
While you're putting new things in place, yeah, maybe this deserves your energy and your attention and your focus, but that's just like if you're making a real estate deal, that deserves your energy and your attention and your focus right now. And you're going to put something new in place that then is going to work for you long term. So what part of the story are we in? Are we talking about?
Right.
what are we working on? Then I can tell you how much time it would take, right? So
Exactly. Well, can you deliver a little more in your coaching? I think you went through that. You got some stuff on the front end. It's 4 months of group coaching.
yes.
Share about
So
that,
if
please,
you
Catherine.
really want to dive into the money storyteller method, one of our flagship products is the Unstoppable program. So it's a 4-month program. It's a hybrid group and one-on-one coaching with me. We do all the work first on the money system, money story pillar. Then we do money systems, money map. And at the end, you have a lot of reasons to celebrate. You have a lot of ability to celebrate. You have a lot of data, a lot of metrics. You have learned a ton of skills to think strategically like a CEO, to act like your own CFO before you need to hire one and stuff. So I can share the link if you all are interested.
Yeah,
in
please
learning
do.
more
Yeah,
about
please
that.
do. Yeah, that'd be great. I'll make sure it's in the replay links and stuff like that too for people to take a look
Well,
at.
thank you, Sky. Yeah, absolutely. Be happy to chat more about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, if you got it a few minutes before we let you go, that's always a good thing. People are always looking for, and we've got folks. I mean, I'm a coach. People like coaching on here, especially if it's something that can save them hours and then put them in a different direction and change the course from them thinking all gloom and doom to prosperity and happiness. Why not, right?
Yeah. It's been so delightful this year. I'm finally traveling again after having a baby after COVID. And I'm hitting all these conferences and I keep running into these people I haven't seen in years, and they're like, man, when it came to my money ritual, I still do my money story work every week, 30 minutes, just like you taught me. Haven't missed in 3 years. And I'm like, yeah, you have. I'm like, this stuff works. I'm like, I'm so touched. I'm so impressed. I'm so amazed. Like I really mean it when I'm like, yeah, like I'll work you hard and for just those 4, well, hard. It's actually, we just did a launch of the cohort and they're like, you called it an intensive, but this was really fun and it was really easy and it was really calming. And I'm like, yeah, because that's how your money's supposed to be.
Right. Well, but that's the great thing about and that's why we talked about this. I mean, we've been planning this for about 90 days to get you on, going back to before being on the podcast and then having you on here tonight, just because your schedule and stuff like that. But it was found it very important because we wanted people to be into their year, get beyond that craziness of the January 1st and the new resolutions and all that stuff to get to the point like now it's shaking out a little bit. You're to look like, hey, I didn't get this done. Here's an opportunity for you to find somebody that can help you out there and keep you on that path to success so that your opinions of Christmas and the holidays, which are very stressful for folks for money, can be a different insight for the next holiday season, the next January.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you mentioned you hope people haven't given up on those New Year's resolutions yet. Like, yeah, me neither. You feel like you're slowing down the momentum? Like, let's make that money map. Let's just make it a little bit of a clearer, easier path for you. We can pull this off.
Exactly. So any other questions, folks, comments, concerns, everybody out there? We are on the chat roll, so feel free to shimmy up before we let Catherine go, or you can book your call with her by going to catherinepomerantz.com/action plan. That's catherinepomerantz.com/action plan. If you're listening to the replay, the link will be in the description. If you're listening to the podcast episode, will be in there as well. And so make it 15 minutes, well worth your time. Your biggest fears, let Catherine slay them for you. Let her be part of your hero and your teammate to help you get on that right track and be your Gandalf on your path to the your golden ring, I guess you could say, as I'm using the analogies tonight.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Catherine. We'll definitely be in touch again sometime soon here. Where are you excited? You've been traveling more. Where's the place that you're traveling to that you're excited about going?
Okay, so secretly, we're actually pregnant. I'm not going anywhere for a little bit.
Oh, hey, congratulations. There you go. Well, kudos.
Yeah, I actually just canceled a bunch of trips because I'm like, I'm going on leave.
Well, kudos to you. Congratulations. This will be number 2. Is that right?
Yeah, number
There
2. Thank you.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, congratulations there for you. Peter on here says, thank you, Catherine, for your time. That's awesome. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, everybody who's been watching tonight. Guys and gals, like I said, Make a note that CatherinePalmer's.com/action plan. I guarantee you've got questions, fears, desires. I know I'll be booking a phone call as well. And so go out, take some action, everybody. And we look forward to seeing you all at the top. Thanks again, Catherine. Bye. Welcome to this episode of the No Close Show. As always, Scott Carson. Excited here to be with you guys today. Hopefully you all had a great weekend. It's Monday. We're going to get a case study here really fast on a performing note. But I just wanted to say I like real estate investing, especially like note investing, because when you have things that happen on a Monday like today with the market kind of taking a tank, investment companies, Wall Street firms closing trading to retail investors like you and me, it really tells you how rigged Wall Street is. The stock market is rigged out there. And that's one of the things I'm very against. I mean, yes, there's some things that are good, but most of the things, when you see things like happen today, like what happened years ago with the GameStop and the Robinhood aspect of them shutting down and stopping people from being able to trade it or buy it, just as a shitty way of doing business, and that's crappy. But today's episode, I want to talk about how you can make an 18% return on a performing note. If that interests you. And no, you don't need to have millions of dollars to do this. This is a deal that's about $50,000, and we came across it from doing our normal research on Mondays. And I thought it'd make a great deal. I think one of my students has already made an offer on it, which is great. But it tells you the kind of opportunities that lie out there, that things aren't always rigged. Yes, I think Wall Street is rigged, but if you're smart and educated and know where to look, you can find deals that return a double-digit return to you. And so this is a deal that I actually was pretty excited about. I thought it was a great case study to talk about. It's a performing note, a newly originated performing note from about 4 or 5 months ago. And it's got an interesting story, some things to watch out for, but I thought it was very interesting to go through based on the research that we pulled. But this is in Detroit. No, I'm not going to disclose the address to you. We came across it. We dove into it, looked at it, did some research on the property and stuff like that. So it is it's a performing note that was just originated a few months back. But I want to go through where you might see the opportunity. And it's kind of an interesting tale of the tape that's going on. But it's not a bad looking house. This is a picture off the Redfield listing from a couple months ago. It's not the biggest house, but it's kind of cookie cutter, small, 3-bedroom, 1.5 house. And so let's go through the details. It's in Detroit, Michigan. That's a better picture of what it looked like from what we pulled online. It's a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath, 1,000 square feet. It's on a 6,500 square foot lot, give or take a few feet, a little bit over 6,500. It was built back in 1945. Obviously, it's been updated since then. We didn't get any interior photos, but that's okay. You're buying the note. Somebody's living in it. Somebody has bought this property on owner financing, and the holder of the note is looking to sell the note. And it sold in February this year. So it's now August, sold 6 months ago. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 6 months ago for $75,000. Okay. And as of we're doing this in August. All right. August. That's what it is. The property, when you drop this property into Rentometer to take a look at it, rentometer.com, it pops up at basically around $1,299 is the median rent. It's give a little bit higher. So $1,100 to $1,300 a month in rent rates for you. It's sold. Here's the story behind the story. When you look at a property, don't just look at what it sold for recently. Okay. And it says it sold for $75,000. But when I went and looked at the history, and that's what's great about Zillow, hopefully they stay in business, is you start looking into history, it'll start telling you the picture. So originally, going back to last year, in November, it sold for $40,565. Okay. It was immediately relisted in January of 2024 for $49,000. Okay. That's the funny thing, is who the note holder has bought the property, turned around and listed it at $49,000. He removed it in April. I'm sorry. I apologize. That should be 2022. Sold in November 2022 for $40,000. Immediately listed it at $49,000. Removed the listing in April, and then relisted it at $60K in December. I've got it off a little bit. So 8 months of trying, literally about a year trying to sell it. Okay, at $49,000 or greater above what he paid for it in November of 2022. So he relisted it on December of last year at 60K. Traditional sale, right? Well, how did we get it to 75K? That's a 3-month difference. How to go by 15K? So what happened is this guy bought the house at 40. He turned around, tried to relist it at 49,000, 50,000. Couldn't get it, dropped it down to like 47, 48, took it off the market for a little while. In April, he took it off the market, relisted it in December. I don't know what he did with it, whether he updated it or rented it out. I don't know what he did. Didn't tell us. Okay, I couldn't find that information. But tried to sell it for 60 again. That didn't happen. But then he got a buyer to buy this property. Now, what happened? It was a contract for deed. Remember, it was listed for 60 in December of last year. He creates a contract for deed, finds this buyer. Buyer comes and wants to buy it with owner financing. It's interesting. And so they did an owner finance contract for deed. It's not a 30-year mortgage. Basically, it was an 84-month. That means 7 years at 8.5%. And the guy financed it at $75,000. The buyer bought it from him at $75,000. Okay. Brought $7K down. And so the seller of the property, or the guy that bought for 40, basically was carrying a first lien at $68,000. Now, the way they structured this, he structured it knowing that he's going to take a discount to sell the note. I'm going to sell the property above value, or value what I could sell it for. Since I'm offering owner financing, I'm going to get a chunk down, carry financing the rest, and sell the note off. And that's exactly what it looks like. The P&I payment on that $68,000 first lien is $1,100. So it's a little bit below market rents, $200-300 below market rents. $1,100 is just P&I. There's no taxes or insurance added to that. So that's separate. So far, 4 payments have been made because the loan closed 4 months ago. So as of the time that we're doing this, 4 payments have been collected. I think the 5th one is due any day or has been paid any day. So the UPB is roughly at $67,000 and some change. The seller has listed this note for sale or wants $51,000 for it. Now they are carrying a note for basically just over $67,000. They're trying to sell it at $51,000. Okay, selling it at a $16,000 discount. Now, the old listing back when this property was really listed for 60 says it needs some TLC, small TLC, but it's a glowing listing, not a lot. I wish there's more photos to show that. We searched for the property for more photos, couldn't find it. But this is a current one taken. I'm like, okay, it doesn't look too bad. If somebody's living in it and somebody's making payment on it, they've probably updated it to get rent ready. Okay. The property lies just south of 8 Mile Road. So it's not the greatest of areas, but it's also not the worst of areas. The neighborhood looks pretty nice when you look at the Google Maps. All right. So let's go back. He bought this note for $40,000, tried to sell it for $49,000, couldn't do it, tried to sell it for $60,000. Couldn't sell it traditionally, got somebody interested to come in and buy it from him on owner financing, did a contract for deed at $75,000. The guy gal brought $7K down. He carrying $68,000 for 7 years. Now trying to sell the note at $51,000. So let's talk about what the seller is going to make out, because we kind of have the numbers behind the numbers. Wouldn't you agree, ladies and gentlemen? Right? So the guy that owns the contract for deed right now, the guy that owner financing doesn't own the property, but the guy that holds the contract for deed, he's basically the lender. So he purchased this at $40,565. Okay. Selling the note at $51,000. That's basically what he's selling the note at. Okay. There's more owed on that than 51. But he's accept $51,000. That's a $10,435,000 profit on the note sale. That he's held that property for about a year. Okay. That's not a bad return. That's about a 25% cash and cash return. But there's more to this, right? What else have this guy collected? Well, he obviously got a down payment for $7K from the buyer who bought this, the borrower on the contract for deed. And he's also, as of the time that we pulled the information, the time from the spreadsheet, it shows 4 payments have been made. There's still basically 80 payments or 79 payments left to make. So he's collected 4 payments of $1,100 at least, probably 5, but we'll just say 4 at $4,400 in that profit going in. Okay, so you add all that up, $10,435 in the note sale plus $7,000 in the down payment. Now, some of that it's probably been removed because of closing costs and things like that. I don't know those numbers, but we're just saying let's say gross on this. Plus $4,400 in monthly payment so far. That's $21,835 in gross profits. Okay, that's not too bad, right? Now, that's presuming he used his own money, $40,565. to buy the property originally back in the day. If that's the case, then if he sells this note by November and doesn't collect another dime, that's about a 53.8% cash and cash return. 21,000 over 40,000. That's understand that 40. That's 53.8. He gets 4 more payments, 3 more payments. That's going to be another $4,400. That's another substantial. He could potentially be looking at making another 10-15% on this deal after closing costs and stuff, right? Okay, that does not include 3 more payments if he sells this August, September, October, November. Okay, 3 to 4 more payments. That's not included in this. But if he sells it as is, doesn't collect any more dimes, that's a pretty good cash and cash return for somebody who's basically bought a property and flipped it in about a year, right? Flipped it on owner financing and selling it up. If he gets 51 for it. Now, there are some flags about this. Is this a deal for you? And these are things that you should always, always, always look at. Okay, it's an important thing, and these are why you look back at the history of a deal. Now, if you're thinking about this, what pops up as red flags? Well, that is a less than 1 year season note. That's the first thing for me. While Zillow values the home at $77,500 based on recent comps, what concerns me is what? Well, he couldn't sell it for $60,000 traditionally a year ago. And now it's great you can buy the note at $51,000 as is. Guy probably take a little bit less. So if you're buying the note at 51, based off the $77,500 Zillow value, you're technically buying that at 66.23% of fair market value. If you compare that to the $67,000 owed on the unpaid principal balance, you're buying at 75.7% of UPB, which at buying a performing note at 80 cents or less of UPB is not bad. That's kind of normal, right? The thing that concerns me is seasoning. How well is the packet underwritten? You know, the contract for deed, the financials of the borrower. Is it serviced with a third-party servicer? Basically, though, the thing that does concern me is if you buy it at 51, you're technically buying it at 85% of the listed price as of December last year. Okay? December of last year, they listed that thing at roughly that 50,000, 49,000. Oh, no, I'm sorry, at the 60 grand, sorry. Okay? Now, based on if you buy it at 51, current cash flow, you're going to see about an 18% give or take ROI. Not bad at all, not shabby. That's a deal for days off of that. But you got to be careful on a couple things. The first thing is it's a contract for deed. And in Michigan, this works your favor buying contract for deeds in Michigan, it's not a foreclosure process. It's a eviction process, providing that the borrower did not put more than 25% down at the time of the purchase. They put $7,000 down. That's less than the $10,000 that financed, or basically sales price is $75,000 at that point. So no, less than 25%. This is an eviction in Michigan, which is pretty relatively quick, 30 to 60 days if it turns non-performing. That works in your favor. Okay, you're potentially moving into an asset at worst case, 60,000 or 77,000, depending on what the markets are. Okay. The thing that does concern me is the landlord, the borrower on this is basically breaking even right now. I mean, if it's $1,100 a month payment and median rents are somewhere between $1,300 and $1,400, I'm not making a lot of money. So if the renter doesn't pay, it's a chance that the note can default. Okay. I don't like that if there's a tenant in place. I'd offer less than the 51. And that's my personal opinion. I think if you look at these numbers, it would probably take less if I can close quickly, if everything looks good. I'm still going to pull an O&E report, ownership and encumbrance report, to take a look at it, making sure it's clear title up to the point that the contract for deed was created. In the old listing, this is they're willing to give a warranty deed, so they've hopefully cleared up the title, anything outstanding there. So that's a good thing. Here's the thing. Could you buy this note and flip the note and make some quick profit? Of course, you're buying it at an 18% return at 51. You could potentially turn around and sell that note at a 12% return, get 55, 60,000 for it, and sell it to somebody at a 12% return. That's not a bad day. Put 5 or 10 grand in your pocket. Wholesale the note right now, $5,000 to somebody else. You could buy with cheap OPM, other people's money who want a 10, 12% arbitrage. It make the difference in the cash flow monthly. If you're borrowing, let's just say if you're borrowing $51,000 times 0.1, divide that by 12 months. Basically, you're paying your investor $425 a month while $1,100's coming in. You know, that's a $675 profit monthly. Thing about that is you definitely would want to sell this note off before the UPB gets down to where you borrow that $51,000. You have a few years, probably going to have 2-3 years of cash flow on that, and then either just assign the note over to your investor or sell it off and walk away. Okay. The risk to watch out for this is obviously the number one underlying factor is what's the true value of the property. Just because they sold it on owner financing at $75K a few months ago does not mean the property's worth $75K. I think the property is more worth $60. Maybe they've done some upgrades to it. Maybe the comps have gone up in this area. Who knows? Don't know that until we actually talk to an agent. Okay. I don't know what kind of work the borrowers put into it. Obviously, if they are getting the $1,300, $1,400 a month, they've put some upgrades into it or cleaned it up, and maybe that's where the new value of the property. Those are things that you want to find out. Take a look at it. Of course, always double check the collateral, the title work, look at the contract for deed, make sure it's written, making sure you have the right to foreclose, make sure everything is clean on that. That's the biggest thing out there. And of course, the most important thing also besides the value is that the borrower is not, that the guy that is holding this contract for deed is not self-servicing. I do not want them to self-service. I need them to be with a third-party servicer. If it is with they're self-servicing this, I would be looking to like I said, underbid that 51,000, 48, 47, 45, if that's the case. Now, of course, if I buy it at 45, I'm probably going to see a much higher yield, but that's the risk I'm taking for buying a newly seasoned note if those things don't pan out. Now, if all those things pan out, the value comes back at 77. It's clean collateral file. He's using like an FCI or a Madison Management or an Allied for servicing, and they can show payment history. Great. The closer to 51, I'll get it. But the borrower said he was willing to do that. And look, they've got a chunk of money there. If they sell it at the 51, guess what? They're making a nice chunk of money. They're, nothing against people making money. 18% is not a bad day either for your IRA, especially on a day like today where the market's down 15, 20%. Okay. But this is what we do. If you're listening to this, make sure you click on the link in the description, go over and watch the full breakdown of the numbers. Hopefully I explained it easy enough for you. This is not a retire early type of deal, but it is a nice deal to put into your IRA for a period of years. Yes, the borrower is going to pay this loan off in less than 7 years. And yes, you can make a 20% return, potentially give or take a little bit, but anything over 12 is not a bad day to have that return for 7, 8 years, 9 years, maybe. Who knows what's going to happen, or sooner. Maybe they pay off, they refinance out of that 8.5% if rates do drop down below that. But it's not a bad day, not a bad deal. If you'd like to learn how to do this, go to weclosenotes.com. That's my main website, weclosenotes.com. That's where you'll find our podcast episode and all our different things. My gift to you guys is we have a one-day class called noteweekend.com. If you go to noteweekend.com, sign up for it, no credit card required. You'll have access to our one-day class, which is on the basics of note investing. But really, the nuts and bolts of what you want to learn how to do this is really you want to go through the Note Buying for Dummies workshop. That's a 3-day class, 1 day on finding deals, 1 day on funding deals, 1 day on making money and the different exit strategies, how to structure these types of deals. We're the best at what we do. Yes, the recordings are included. Normally it's $997. If you get signed up, it's a 50% discount for $495 or $498.50. That's the cheapest out there and the biggest bang for your buck. And our next class is tentatively scheduled for September 13th, 14th, and 15th. That's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's online, so you don't have to jump on a plane, go rent a hotel. You can learn from the comfort of your own home or office, from your pajamas or from your desk or from your couch or your office. So I encourage you to do that. Go to notebuyingfordummies.com, get signed up for it. We're going to be featuring more and more deals like this. We'll probably do 4 or 5 over the next 2 weeks on this type of deals like this as we come across it. And we want you to learn. Now is an opportunity to take advantage of what's going on in the market. Not only residential, but the commercial stuff. It's the same premise: buy cheap, buy it at a discount, reinstate, buy that debt payment, whatever that is, and put money in your pocket at above average returns. But anyway, that's the deal on this one, everybody. Go out, take some action, go buy some notes, reach out to me, talk with scottcarson.com if you have any questions, or click on the link below in the description, and let's see you guys at the top. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closer Show. As always, Scott Carson, excited to be here with you today. We've got another amazing guest. Now, I know most of you are sitting out there, either full-time investors or you're the part-time thing. You're trying to make more money or build more wealth. And many of you are going, you're hoping, well, hopefully you're all still in the middle class, or you're wanting to get to the middle class, or ultimately you're wanting to get to that millionaire. You want to get that seven-figure retirement, seven-figure income. I know that's what a lot of folks want to do. I was excited to go from making six figures my first year, and then the first year made seven figures was life-changing. And today's special guest is a guy that specializes in helping people go from middle class to millionaires. He's been on just about every financial newsletter, news agency out there. He is an author of an amazing book, Good Money Revolution, therefore. You can see behind him here. He is a guy we met at FinCon, got a chance to know him, visit with him a little bit. I was like, we got to have you on here because we've got folks on here that want to go from middle class to millionaire all day long. So we're honored to have the rock star Derek Kinney join us here today. What's going on, Derek? How you doing?
Great. It's great to see you, Scott. I loved connecting with you at FinCon. It was great. What a great experience. And I love that book cover too, by the way. Thanks for showing that.
Not a problem at all. It's a good one. I've been enjoying it, getting a chance to read a little bit of it.
Thank
stuff
you.
like that. Now, you specialize in simplifying what many investors or many advisors make very complicated. Can you kind of give a little insight on your take to that? Because as an ex-financial advisor, I went from working for Smith Barney back in the day and was working for Chase. And I'd always crack up because we get these guys that come in as brand new financial advisor who love to try to wow with their vocabulary. And it left their clients like, what the hell did he just say? What is that? A PE ratio? Is my kid outside of PE expense ratio? What do you mean it's expenses? I'm invested. So share a little bit of your background before we dive into the nuts and bolts of today's episodes, I guess.
Well, it's funny because as I worked with clients, I built a financial advisory business for 25 years. And one of the consistent themes I would see, Scott, would be people felt sincerely, honestly, that there was this vault. And inside this vault were all the financial secrets of how they could become financially successful. And only a select few people had the combination to that vault. And I thought to myself, that is just not right. And so I wasn't a financial advisor. I was more of a vault buster in terms of giving them the combination to say, look, this information is accessible to everyone. And once people realize that there's not just a select few people that have all the money and the rest of us have the crumbs that get tossed off the table, it's like this mind shift that people have that, oh my gosh, you mean I know it's not going to be easy and it's not going to be, just a cakewalk, but I could actually become a millionaire. And I say, yeah, I mean, with a proven plan of action, yes, you can. And just the fact that they could know it was possible made everything much more realistic. And many of our clients, of course, became millionaires because they shifted from that mindset to believing if they can do it, I can do it as well.
So true. This is the biggest hurdle, these 4 to 6 inches between these ears of most people. Whether you think you can or can't, you're correct, right? And sometimes we need somebody to tell us 2 or 3 times or to hit us upside the head with a Louisville slugger to get us thinking in that right direction. But so many of us come from where our parents didn't have any knowledge or our parents set us up with limited beliefs. And we need somebody like you to share that, show that, yeah, it's not, you're not behind the 8 ball. It's not just Wall Street making money. There are ways to get to that 7-figure to become a true millionaire in a variety of different ways if you just put the game to work and start doing things like you should be doing, right?
That's exactly right. I'll tell you a quick story too. So this was a couple years ago. I came in the office on a Saturday morning to catch up on some things, and I saw my voicemail light blinking. And I knew if I check it, I'm probably going to get distracted and so forth. But a voice inside said, Derek, you need to listen to this message. I pressed the button. And what the woman said, I've never had anyone ever say to me before. She said, Derek, you've got to call me back right away. They're about to send me to jail and I don't know what to do. Scott, have you ever had a voicemail message like that before?
No, I've had a few buddies. Hey man, can you come bail me out the other way around? But
yeah. That's the more common. So I knew I couldn't wait until Monday to call her back. So I called her back immediately and I said, hey, I got your message. Tell me what's going on. She said, Derek, they're about to send me to jail. And I said, first of all, why do you think they're going to send you to jail? What's happening? And she told me she got a letter in the mail that said she hadn't moved money from savings to checking. She wrote a check, and it was a non-sufficient funds letter that basically said your check bounced. And I said, wait a minute, why do you think that letter is insinuating that you're about to go to jail? So she then tells me a story. She says, Derek, back when I was 7 years old, I overheard my dad receive a phone call from a store owner. Her dad had just gone to the store to buy school clothes for she and her sister. And the store manager said, hey, you bounced a check, and I know you did it on purpose. I'm going to send the cops over there to send you to jail. Well, here was a 7-year-old girl who then heard, oh my gosh, if you screw up financially, you're going to jail. This woman was now 55 years old, okay? On the outside, looked like the picture of success, had it all together, but inside she was this wilting flower. And what was happening is as we would talk over the years, this was a longtime client, she always complained about getting passed over for the raise and getting skipped over for the promotion. And most importantly, she never took my good financial advice. She was not ever making the money she could. So I said, I tell you what, first of all, you're not going to go to jail. There's no need to prepare to wear pinstripes the rest of the weekend. You're good. But I'm going to call you on Monday. I'll help you move the money at your bank. But let's meet next week. So she comes in the office, and what we began to realize was she had filled her mind with the belief that, number one, if you screw up, then you're always a screw up. Because she saw her dad make that mistake, she wanted to make sure, I'd rather not make any mistakes than take any risk. But what she also grew up with, Scott, and this is perhaps the most troubling, is she grew up believing that there's the haves and the have-nots. And her dad would say, in life, there's other people that have more money than us, and we will never have that. We just have to settle for what we can get. She was in the have-not category. So that mentality, even on the outside, she looked successful. She was never believing in herself. And so what happened from that meeting was we began to pull back this onion. Surprisingly, within 3 months, she got a $20,000 a year raise and got promoted to vice president. All because a mental shift occurred that, wait a minute, just because I made past mistakes doesn't mean I will continue to make those mistakes.
So true. So true. Little things like that, and having somebody show you the gate, show you the way, and hold your hand. I think a lot of people, whether it's investing or their job growth or climbing the corporate ladder, they're scared to make that next move because they don't have somebody they're holding their hand, or especially with it, we see a lot of folks that still work at their job and they're afraid to make that leap full-time into full-time entrepreneurship or full-time investing because I can't let go. I got to hold on to this here as much as I can, and it actually ends up strangling them more than what they would do if they made that leap by leaving the job, because they're like, hey, you're not by yourself. You've got a path to follow. You've got success patterns and habits that if you follow this path, you'll find success. You'll find that a lot in your business too, I imagine, huh?
I do. Matter of fact, I met with a client, this was about 10 years ago. He came into my office, he was 40 years old, and he said, Derek, I've got some bad news. I lost my job. I said, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. But he said, it couldn't be better news in terms of my future. And I said, well, why would you think that? Most people who lose their job are not excited about it. He said, Derek, I had this epiphany recently that I'm 40 years old, and I'm in a job that I made with the mindset and experience of a 20-year-old. And I've been in that same job for 20 years with the thinking of a 20-year-old. Now I'm 20 years older, wiser, more experienced. And I had to pull back and say, why the heck am I still in that job? And so he looked at it as freedom. He actually went on to get a much higher paying job, more responsibility, but it forced him, to your point, Scott, it forced him to make a change. And I'll tell you a personal story. Growing up, we moved around 6 times before the 6th grade. And my dad was a metallurgical engineer. He would either, lose a job, take a new job, etc. But as I asked my dad more questions, as I grew up and wanted to know more about our family's financial history, my dad, and God bless my dad, he was a great dad, great husband to my mom, but he struggled making financial decisions. As a matter of fact, the only time that they would ever move would be if he lost a job. He would never, ever actually take a new job where it wasn't forcing his hand to do it. And even when they moved back to Oregon and all of our kids are here in Texas, they would not move back to Texas because he was so fearful that he was not forced into doing it. Now he got to make the choice himself. He simply couldn't do that. So I say that to you not in any way to disparage my dad, but that's very, very real. These are very real holdbacks that people have that affect not just their money, but their relationships, and most importantly, Scott, their potential. It's like those scenes in all the movies where the main character looks back and says, if only I had done more of this, and they have the regret list. I am like the anti-regret campaign manager. I want to make sure that people, look, if you have a regret, let's identify it now so you can live the life you were meant to live.
I love it. Yeah, I mean, I would totally agree the same thing with my dad. Mom and dad were very smart, great parents, great spouses to each other, married for 34 years. My dad passed away. But the first ever loan I did, Derek, was actually refinancing my parents' house, paying off all this high credit card debt where it was less. Instead of them taking 30 years to pay off their mortgage, they had paid off in 7. And my dad crying at the closing table.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And so, yeah, when you can help somebody, it is powerful. But a lot of people, like you said, they don't take that step because I always say you can be who's tired of being tired, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of times we don't make moves because we're lazy, because we don't want to get out of our comfort zone. We get so used to status quo or who want to rock the boat. Well, sometimes you need to rock the boat to move on to bigger and better things, right?
Well, you're right. So fast forward now. So I sold my financial planning business in January of 2020. So every year I go on a sabbatical.
That's a pretty good time frame to sell a business.
I give God the credit for that.
Amen
because
to that.
I could not have figured that one out myself, believe me. So every year I go on what I call a sabbatical. I take about 5 days by myself. It feels like 5 years sometimes, but I ask myself 3 questions. How do I be a better husband? How do I be a better father? And how do I be a better business owner? And what I found is I was self-assessing myself many years ago, is I tend to run pretty fast, as I know you do, a lot of A personalities. And if we don't know what we're running toward, we can run really fast, but in a circle. And I realized that's what I was doing. I was kind of chasing my tail. And so the sabbatical is a chance for me to reset by myself and ask myself, what is it that I really want? And so I began to write a list of all the things I would enjoy doing. And I wrote down, write a book, launch a podcast, coach, speak, consult. But on the list, shockingly, was not being a financial advisor. And I had done that for 25 years. I loved my clients, loved my team, but I realized I was kind of going through the motions. And to do it effectively, I would need to basically sell my business in order to bet on myself to create something new. And I say all that because what I realized was there's a lot of people who felt like, and I was helping them achieve wealth. A lot of them had $500,000, $1 million, and we grew it to 5 million, 10 million, whatever it may be. But there is this middle class of people who want access to that, but there's nobody there to help give them a hand and say, I'm going to help pull you out of this. You use your strength, I'll use mine. Let's get out of this together. So I created what I call the Millionaire Money Map. It's a 5-step, easy to follow system, which I use with my clients to help them become millionaires. And now we're making it accessible to people. And what we're finding is people like, Derek, is it really this simple? I said, well, there's a lot of hard work to follow the simple steps. You know that, Scott.
Yep.
But as long as you follow them and have a plan, just like if you planned your family vacation, no family is going to just say, let's hop in the minivan and see where we go. Somebody in the family has gone to the GPS, you mapped it out, you know exactly the game plan. And it doesn't mean you may have a flat tire or run out of gas or make a wrong turn, but you know where you're going. And what I find is people's lives are so stressful today. They feel like the system is stacked against them. They feel like they're working hard and making no progress. They feel like everybody else has the millionaire blueprint and they were left out in the line. All of these concerns. And so people just need a simple game plan. And once it's made simple, they can make progress. And we find people really start to grow and make the money they want.
What's the first step on that 5-step process? Because I think that's probably the most, I'd be willing to bet it's probably the one that's the most eye-opening and awakening when it comes to people actually taking action on their path to their future selves.
Well, it's going to sound so simple, but you think about what I'm going to tell you is what every major sports team, if you're an actor, an actress, every company, they all do this and it helps them be successful, is they set goals for what they want. So step number one is to identify 3 personal goals and 3 financial goals that you've got. And what that does is it gives you a sense of purpose. Now I know what I'm focused on. And what I will have people do is on a simple note card is write those out and really give some detail around specificity. By this date, I will pay off $10,000 of credit card debt. By this date, I will save X amount for my son or daughter's college education. By this amount, I will save this amount for my home down payment or for my first property, for example. And the key, though, to all of this, Scott, is it's one thing to set the goal. And we know that psychologists tell us that just by writing it down, you're like 87.325% more likely to achieve the goal. Okay.
Yep.
But here's what I find is more powerful, and that is write down what is at stake if you don't achieve the goal. What terrible thing could happen? What horrible thing will you miss out on if you don't achieve this? Picture not holding your kid's hand as you walk with their grandkids on the beach, not having the health to crawl on the floor and chase your grandkids, not getting to do the things you've wanted to do and work so hard to do. And sometimes the negative forces you to think more positive about reaching the goals. And then the key is to then set in place, and this is step number 5, the celebrate and reward yourself. So much today is about guilting and shaming people. Listen, if you like your favorite latte, you will never, ever retire. If you want to buy something that you haven't budgeted, you will never, ever, you have no chance of retiring with any type of dignity. That is just not right. What I tell people is, if you want to have your favorite latte every single day, then we just need to find a way to help you make more money to afford the latte. Because the reality is, relationships equal revenue. If I'm having coffee with a quality person and ideas are going back and forth, I will probably spend, say, $5 on the coffee. I might leave that coffee and I may make thousands of dollars just on ideas that we talk about. So coffee was the best use of my money ever. So the bottom line is you want to set goals that are personal to you, that mean something to you, but also then set quarterly incentives to say, if we make progress on paying down the credit card, we'll go to our favorite coffee shop, we'll go to our favorite new restaurant or catch a show together, pay cash for it, but it keeps you motivated because you're saying so many no's to the long-term yes. And when you stay motivated, you're more likely to do that.
So good. So true. You hit some nuggets there. Definitely the fact that we shame, the latte or the eating out, stuff like that. But I'm a big believer in the whole quantum physics of things. What you focus on, you attract.
Yes.
And we see people like, oh, I need to pay off my credit card. I need to pay off my credit cards. Well, they end up attracting more credit card debt versus, like you said, we just need to go make more money and we'll pay off our credit cards with the more money aspect of things, right?
Well, and the key there, this is where, and then by the way, this is step number 2, and that is earn what you deserve. Now, I like to use the word earn because I'm not an entitlement guy. Some people don't like that. Derek, we should just be handed out stuff. I don't believe that because the handouts are typically not handing you up, they're handing you off, and we don't want to do that. So instead of banging on your boss's door, which so many people do, and demand the raise, they might give more money. The only way to finally get paid what you deserve is to add more value to the company. When you add more value, then you become more valued. And what I would tell your audience to think about is, now, by the way, before I say that, not every company you work for will you get a raise. You might be the best teacher in town. You might be the best nurse in town. You might be the best pastor in town, but you are probably not going to get a raise unless everybody else gets a raise as well. Okay. So then you've got to make a decision. Do I stay in that job because of the passion of impacting others? That's great. But then you can't complain. I will hold you to this. You can't complain about making the money you're not wanting to make because you got to launch a side hustle. But first of all, ask yourself in a current job, can I get paid more money on my own merit? For example, if you're the executive assistant, you're the vice president, you're the mid-level manager, ask yourself 3 questions. In my current job, How can I help the company make more money, save more money, and increase productivity? For example, this is going to sound crazy, but it was so simple. One of the women that came to one of our events, she said, Derek, I'm an executive assistant. How can I possibly make more money? I said, well, for example, we brainstormed things she did. Well, she was in charge of ordering supplies for the whole company. I said, what if you did this? What if you went to your boss and said, hey, here's what we spent on supplies last year, assuming things stay pretty much the same this year. For every dollar I save you, I want 20 cents of the dollar, and then you keep 80 cents of the savings. Her boss was like, this is genius. Finally, someone around here thinks like an entrepreneur, for goodness sakes. So here she's doing her job, but now she's incentivized and she's reaping the rewards of that. The other thing I would tell people is if you want to launch a side hustle, don't make this complicated. Don't go back to school to get the advanced degree and the MBA and take this advanced course. Courses are good, but the key is just ask yourself, in my normal course of my life, what do people ask for my help with? Are you the man or woman who everybody asks, would you give soccer lessons to my kids? Hey, can you proofread this paper? Can you design the website? Can you plan the trip? Can you book the event? Basically, that's your focus group telling you you are good at this. Now simply package it and start to charge for it. We don't want to overcomplicate. We want to oversimplify the situation, and people make more money that way.
So true. But people often have a hard time charging what they're worth, though, too, in a lot of cases, right?
That is so true.
Or they look at, and they're, one of my favorite sayings is if you're doing a $15 an hour job, you'll have a $15 an hour bank account.
Right.
And delegating off or using assistants or AI or it's like you said, if you're valued at $50 an hour, just put it that just simple thing. I think everybody should be valued more than that. But you're doing a $15 job to change the oil in your car, and that takes you 2 hours to do. Well, that's not 2 hours effectively used. You should have paid somebody to do it Jiffy Lube, and you gone and done something else that would have made 2 hours of time for you in a lot of cases out there, right?
Oh, I cannot agree more. Now keep in mind, I'm also sensitive to some people thinking, Derek, my budget is too tight. Yeah. But keep in mind, what I would ask you to think about is you can only save so much money. No one ever saves their way to financial freedom. If I spend less and live on rice and beans and even find the cheapest brand of rice and beans, I can save even more money. Not only will you not save money, but you're going to live a crappy life. And I'm against that. I'm against crappy lives and against regrets. Okay, those are two things on my list that we've accumulated so far. But the key is making more money, saving that money, but more importantly, investing it. Where even as you and I are talking right now, as you're spending time with your family, investing it even in something simple like real estate or the S&P 500 or something where you've got high quality people who are bonused heavily on how well the company does. You simply sit back and let them do their work, and they're making money for you while you're working hard to make it. So the key is all thinking strategically and thinking of yourself really as the CEO of your money. No one's coming to your rescue. The government's not going to come to your rescue. Ultimately, 4 years from now, Trump's in the office, a lot of good economic things happening, but it's really probably not going to affect your bank account much. You've got to go make it happen if you want to make it happen.
That's right. Uncle Joe, Obama, Trump, nobody's saving you. Jesus saves, but everybody else has to invest.
That's right. Now, I love that.
Use it a couple times. But you also, besides, I like what you said, and you talk about this in the book too, about doing, especially on the top, do more good. How if you can intrinsically tie your goals, and you talked about that before and what you would miss out on personally, but still tying it to sharing and volunteering and giving more, that also can help in a fast-paced aspect, because I think you end up getting more excited about things, right? Can you touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, it's interesting because as you say that, I'm reminded of one of my clients. His name was Dave. And those relationships you've got, Scott, where without people even saying anything, you can tell something's bothering them. They're just kind of wearing the weight of the world on their shoulders, Mm-hmm. So Dave comes in the office, and I could tell something was wrong. And I said, Dave, just spill it. What's wrong? And he began to tell me, he said, Derek, I'm just not excited to go to the office anymore. And Dave was a successful businessman in my hometown, well-respected, a consultant. Everybody loved him. His team loved him. He said, I feel like I'm mailing it in right now, like I'm not motivated. And for whatever reason, the words shot out of my mouth. I said, Dave, is there a cause that you care deeply about? And he looked at me kind of puzzled, and then he sat back and began to tell me a story. He said, a couple years ago, I took my family on a trip overseas, and he remembered the tour guide talking about this particular village they went to, that it was so desolate and so poverty stricken. And the solution was if they had a dedicated schoolhouse, it would transform this entire area. And he remembered exchanging a glance with his wife as if to say, hey, wouldn't it be cool to fund that school? And they smiled and kind of got the point between the two of them. Well, they got back to the States. Life got busy. Business took over. He forgot about it until I brought it up in this question. I said, Dave, what if you did this? What if you said, over the next 6 months, I'm going to set a sales increase goal, and I'm going to take half of that increase and use it to fund that school? Well, now his eyes got as big as saucers, and we began to talk about what that could look like. And I said, what if you mocked up a picture of the schoolhouse, and under the tab called Generosity Purpose on your website, you put it there, and then you emailed all your customers and said, look, we love working with you, and we know that you can work with any consultant, but when you work with us, we want you to know you're going to help make people's lives better and fund this school. And what happened was his customers got excited because now they could work with anybody. But when we know you work with people with a cause, people are even willing to pay more because they feel like they're making a bigger impact, which is a point nobody should miss. Also, referrals came in, but the two biggest lifts were his team got remotivated. They were no longer just working for Dave or pushing paper. Now they felt like they had a job with a purpose. But the biggest winner was Dave. So I thought Dave would come in 3 months later. He came in a month and a half later. He looked about 10 years younger. I said, Dave, what's going on? He said, well, Derek, I just took the idea that you gave us and spread the word about it. They were already up almost 20% over last year. They had almost gone halfway in funding that school. And so the point of it is so much of money is villainized. Scott, if you like money and you make a lot of it, you must be cheating people. You must be a bad person. And we think about these big CEOs, boy, if they're successful, they must really be taking out from other people to fill their own bank accounts. Well, what I say to people is you've got the same amount of brain cells and oxygen as pretty much everybody. So how will you choose to waste your breath? Criticizing the ultra wealthy, or buy the book, buy the course, listen to what they say and learn from them so that you can become wealthy as well. But what we find is there's a problem. And the problem is so many people think, well, if only I have $1 million, I'll be happy. If only I have $500,000, all my worries go away. Then they sacrifice their family, their spouse, their friendships, all their relationships, their kids, and they get there and they look around and there's nobody else on the mountaintop with them. And they feel crummy. Now they feel like they've been sold a bill of goods. What we find is the antidote to that problem is to give along the way. What we find is if you find a cause you care about, weave it into your business, weave it into your family, and let that be fuel and motivation to say, I'm going to make more money so I can do more good with it. Because we find high net worth prospects love to work with advisors and business owners that open a door for them to be part of something bigger. They can work with anybody, but when you're part of something bigger, they'll pay more and they want to work with you. But when you lay your head on the pillow at night, you know you've lived a day of meaning and purpose. That's what it's all about. So suddenly now it's cool. I say to people, go make as much money as you possibly can and then do as much good as you possibly can with it. And you'll find it's just, as the book is called, Good Money Revolution, it just revolves. More money, more good, more money, more good. That's what I want for everybody.
That's right. Money is not the root of all evil.
Definitely not. You are so right.
You can't pay bills with just caring. And we see people all the time that spend all their time volunteering and not focused on their money needs, and they're broke or they're facing financial ruin. I'm like, well, you got to stop spending all this time volunteering. I get it. You got to have a passion, but if you're not taking care of yourself, it's hard to feed the world with a half empty cup. Go fill your cup first and feed the world with the overflow, and you'll feel a lot better, make more money, and get a whole lot more done, and have a bigger impact versus just what you barely can get by on, right?
So true. And it's interesting, we think about athletes, or think about watching someone run a marathon or the ultra marathon. These people exert so much energy and they're just physically exhausted at the end of the race. And the benefit they've got though is they typically don't run another race right after that. They take a break. Most athletes have an off season.
Yep.
Well, the term I heard many, many years ago, which I like, is this whole corporate athlete term, where for people like you and I and our listeners, there's no off season. They work hard and then they're expected to do it back again tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, and every day after that. And so what I tell people is everybody is working hard, but how can we just work better? And I find if there is a cause you care about, if you know that the work you're doing, a portion of that money you're going to give to help other people's lives get better, it sort of takes the pressure off of you. You become less selfish, you become less self-centered, and it makes you feel like you're doing something meaningful. It's like that feeling of if you've ever given something to someone anonymously and you know they're going to like it, and you're just waiting to hear the response, and suddenly you get the call or the text, and you're like a kid on Christmas morning.
Yep.
Because of how good it makes you feel. And I know this sounds so crazy, but even ultra wealthy people, what I find is they want to be respected, they want to be admired, but more importantly, they want to know that their life has made a difference in other people. And if you do that starting now, whatever level you're at, start where your feet are today. And even if you're giving $5 a week, $10 a week, 50, whatever it is, pick the cause you care about. Because what I believe is when you think about, well, I'm going to wait until my dollar amount is larger, well, then I can have a bigger impact. I mean, that's what economics would say. But I believe that a present value of a dollar is worth more in a smaller amount than waiting till the future, because of the life impact that gets missed if you wait. So start now, and as your dollars grow, you're already in the habit of giving, it'll just continue even more.
Well, it's also kind of the thing of saving and putting money away in your IRAs, your retirement. It's a little bit, we don't say, I got to wait till I have $100,000 to put before I start saving for retirement.
There you go.
You start a little bit. So it's the same impact. Not only is it impactful for your bottom end, but for the cause that's near and dear to your heart too. That little bit each day goes a long way.
Yeah, and what I would tell people too is kind of shifting gears a bit. I had a doctor come in the office about 10 years or so ago, and he was complaining about where his money was going. This guy was making $1 million a year, Scott. For most people, it was like the dream income, okay? Well, as we pulled back the curtain a bit, what we realized was he was spending just over $1 million a year. And what I told him was, I said, how important is it to you to get ahead financially? And his wife chimed in, and this can go both ways in the conversation. But what happened was they said, we're not willing to sell our second Mercedes, and we're not willing to sell our second house or give up the country club membership. And I said, why? And what they told me was shocking but revealing. He said, because if we don't look successful, our clients and our patients will think that my business is failing. And I said, well, out of curiosity, how many of your patients go to your house? Well, none of them. How many of your patients see what car you drive? Well, none of them. Well, now he could realize he was put in the logic box, which typically doesn't end well for the person in the logic box. And they didn't want my help. They just simply wanted me to affirm what they were doing. And as far as I can tell, things never changed for them. I offered, hey, if I can help in any way in the future. I didn't wait by the phone, I'll put it that way. They never called back. But I say that because so many people idolize people like that. Well, he's a doctor, he's got his act together, he's making $1 million a year. Whatever your situation is right now, whether you're making 50 grand, 75 grand, 250 grand, and you feel like if only I had more money, that's true. But I want to ask you, what is your belief structure, first of all? What happens in your mind then is what happens in your bank account. And if you're living like $1 million spender and not saving any of it, that's going to keep perpetuating itself. And that's not going to be your pathway to financial freedom.
No, having champagne taste on a beer budget never worked out well for most people. Living what's the whole lifestyles of the rich and famous, caviar dreams and champagne toast, whatever, how it would be out there. But You mentioned something good there. A lot of people don't want to hear the truth of it. They've grown up, or the keeping up with the Joneses, and that status symbol is the Mercedes or the second house or the country club membership. And when you start looking at things, those things don't add value in a lot of cases. I mean, it can be in some cases, but if you're struggling and you're not hitting your goals, a lot of that egotistical goals or egotistical keeping up with the Jones things really sets us back. When honestly, I tell people, if somebody's not contributing my bottom dollar, paying my bills, I don't really give a rat's ass what they think about me.
Yeah. So true. It's so true. And it's important to think about, who are you taking advice from?
Mhm.
But I go back to step number one of the Millionaire Money Map, and that is, what goals are important to you? Because what we know is, and I do this with my family, for example, and it's coming up pretty soon here. Typically, New Year's Eve morning, my family and I have a goal setting meeting. We go about 2 hours. Now, I know people may think, what in that world are you talking about, Derek? At first, we've done this now for 10 years. At first, my kids, they would call me various names behind my back. They would throw things at dad. It was terrible. Now they bring their friends. But what's cool is we've kept their goal cards over the years. So as your kids' handwriting changes and stuff, it's kind of cool. But what we taught them is the power of goal setting. And what I tell my kids is, and I have to practice it as well, is we write it on a note card. Here are the goals in 5 areas. Here's what's at stake. That may sound familiar if we don't achieve this goal. But then we've added, here is my ideal year. And I have my kids and we write out, if we're looking back over the year, here's what happened as though it's already happened, to define what that visualization looks like. And we put a Bible verse with it and so forth. What I find though is, and I make copies of it, I keep one in a file at our house, but I have them put it on their bathroom mirror. And the purpose of that is that life is going to come at them, and it comes at our viewers, and comes at you and I fast.
Yep.
We know psychologists tell us that the average person has 3 to 4 crises per year. That's if you're average, interrupted by the occasional emergency. Okay, which means aging parent, son or daughter has an issue, AC breaks down, we've got an issue medically. That means our lives are like a roller coaster. They're on the way into a crisis, or you're out of one all the time. And once you begin to just accept that is life, you're going to get much less derailed. You're going to let adversity affect you less, because you know that's life. So many people get thrown off by every little thing. Once you realize, my life is either about to go into an emergency or come out of one, that's normal life, and I've got a game plan and my goals, and I remind myself what my goals are on a daily basis, you're going to be far more likely to get it. Plus, it's motivation, because your goals are things you like and you want. So when you face hard things in the morning, at night before you go to bed, read those goals to keep you focused on, here's why I'm working hard.
So true. I can think of every mentor that I've had has said, write your goals down, put it somewhere you can see it on a regular basis. In that mirror in the morning, that mirror at night before you go to bed, on the TV, on the fridge, put it where you see. Because life is, we all 2 to 3 crises a year. That sounds a little below average, depending on what's going on out there with things like that, especially with people having a hard time affording things. Sometimes crises are probably happening a little bit more often. But I love what you said about having your kids involved on there. Is that part of that simple teen success program that you've put together? Is that kind of part where that came from?
That's part of that as well. Yeah, I've always been a big goal setter. I didn't come from the gene pool of the popular kids growing up. I felt like I had to just kind of will myself into doing certain things. But writing goals for me gives me hope. It gives me hope every single day of, here's what I want to do. So when I face hard things, I realize, first of all, if you're doing anything of meaning, it's going to be hard. So once you accept that fact, then you realize that's why there's so few other people in the world who are doing this hard thing, because it's hard. So it just motivates you. But for our kids, it's just a good reminder for my wife and I. And then we'll ask our kids, hey, of the goals you've got, how can we support you and your goals? I remember like when my son, I think he was like 6 years old, he said, I want to walk on a tightrope across the ocean. I said, okay, well, let's brainstorm. How do we do that? Okay. But the point was, I meet so many parents, and there's no issues here. So many parents want their kids to achieve the parents' goals, But parents, you need to let your kids achieve their goals and you be the parent to walk alongside them to achieve their goals. Even if they fail, they'll always remember, hey, mom and dad always had my back, even when I did the goofy stuff, and it just deepens that relationship.
So true. I mean, I think we need more of that. I hate to say this, I don't have kids of my own, not that I know of anyway. But the point being is I think failure is a good thing. Whereas I think in the last 10 to 15, maybe 20 years, failure is a bad thing. Participation trophies. I think that makes kids these days not be willing to work hard, or work is that 4-letter word that is a negative connotation, when I think work is actually a good thing in a lot of cases.
Oh, it sure is. And it's interesting too with like with Simple Team Success, you mentioned there's a business club I would teach to our kids' high school. And so I would teach them different principles and so forth. Well, once a year, I would bring a stack of $5 bills. And I would hand everyone, there was like 60 people in the class, I would hand each of them a $5 bill. Well, obviously it was the most exciting meeting of the year. And I said, okay, here's the deal. I said, I'm about to give you an opportunity, and I'm going to describe this, but if you don't want to participate, then keep the $5, spend it on yourself, or just do something for somebody else. So I said, the goal is over the next 24 hours, can you turn this $5 into $25? How many of you in the room would be willing to do that? Always half the hands go up, and then half the hands say, I'm not going to do it. Okay. So now we go into this thing about how they're going to do it. Because the goal is, and I say to the kids, there's going to be a point in your life where your back is against the wall and you've got no other way out and you have to make something happen. So one young man took the $5. He bought a package of garbage bags, and there'd been a storm in the area. He went door to door in his neighborhood and asked if he could pick up debris, tree limbs and leaves in everybody's yard. He made $78.
Nice.
Another young man bought 2 cases of water bottles and sold them at his sister's soccer game over Saturday and Sunday. And he made like $92. Okay. The beauty of that is the young man who took and bought the garbage bags went on to apply for University of Texas Business School. And he asked me for a reference letter. I get emotional thinking about it.
Sure.
But I said in the letter, I said, you're about to accept a student who with $5 made $85. Think what he'll do with an MBA from UT Austin. I highly suggest you give him every amount of scholarship dollars that you possibly can. He almost got a full ride to UT Business School. And the point of all that was that even at a young age, we need to give our young people opportunities to push themselves and feel uncomfortable so they get used to it and they realize, oh, if I'm going to make money, it was preceded by feeling uncomfortable. And once they connect the two, they're a lot more easier and wanting to do it because they know how it feels.
I love it. I love it. I love it. We could sit here and spend all day talking about this stuff. What is, you've got a couple of things you mentioned beforehand that we've talked about a little bit here, that you've got is something to give to folks out there to help them maybe overcome some of the stuff. It was like the raise thing, or what else? What are those tools that you'd like to give the audience?
Yeah, one of the easy to implement tools I want to give everybody free of charge, you can go to our website, which is gettheRaiseYouWant.com. GettheRaiseYouWant.com. And basically it's a downloadable that will walk you through, if you're in a current job, how can you ask for more money the right way to get a serious raise in your current job? And also, how can you launch a side hustle to then begin to make more money as well? The bottom line is, if you want to achieve your dreams, it starts by making more money. So yeah, gettheRaiseYouWant.com. Also, you can go to anyonecanbecomeamillionaire.com and join our newsletter, where we send out a free resource to everybody. And the goal is to give you practical money tips, proven tips that I've used with clients for many, many years to become millionaires, to move you from middle class to millionaire at anyonecanbecomeamillionaire.com.
I love it. We'll put those links in the description, everybody, that you can click on and go through. And of course, you definitely want to go out and get the book. All right. Good Money Revolution. And if you've enjoyed this podcast and how Derek talks about it, it's exactly like how he writes the book. The book is phenomenal. No wonder it's a bestseller out there. If you've got kids, this is definitely something that you can teach them, but maybe you need to learn those as well and walk side by side with your kid this next year and helping not only them accomplish their goals, but you helping your goals as well up there. Is that the best way, going to the website there, Derek, to connect with you, to follow your journey and path?
Yeah, you can buy the book also through anyonecanbecomeamillionaire.com. There's a link to Amazon. And also, one of the best ways is to follow us on Instagram at Derek T. Kinney, where we produce ways to save money, make money, and do more good every single day.
Love it. Love it. It's been a pleasure. We're definitely going to have you on again sometime soon here, and as we get into the new year as well, Derek. Great stuff, buddy. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing your knowledge. We look forward to not only your success, but helping taking more people and making them from middle class to millionaires. So everybody, guys, go out there, download those tools, put them to work, sit down with your kids, check out Derek's classes and that stuff there. That's a great thing for you guys. And I know many people are thinking about the New Year's, are worried about what's going on. Forget about who won the office or the election. Focus on you winning your own race and going out and taking action, and we'll see you at the top. Thanks, everybody. Everybody, hey, welcome to this episode of Money Monday. I hope you're doing well, rocking and rolling. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you guys are joining us in from. Glad to have you. Hope you all had a great weekend. It was kind of quiet here. I got some rain, which is nice. We're supposed to get some rain today too as well here, so it's going to be a wet next couple of days here in Austin, Texas. But hey, always good to have you guys here. And I want to go through this deal with you, this case study. One of our one-on-one coaching students got this in a tape sent to him last week from one of the sellers. And I thought, Sunday morning, I was kind of chilling around here. So I did a short little, just a 1-minute video kind of on the numbers and shared it as a YouTube short, as a TikTok video, and some other stuff, just my 1-minute short on Sunday, and it did really well. I think we're up to 3,000 or 3,100 views or something like that on TikTok, which is kind of surprising since, Sunday morning, YouTube 400 views. But I started getting questions about it, about the breakdown on it, and people like overpaying, wanting to I'll give you like 200 for that right now. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. So I thought it was a good opportunity to go through this deal because it's not something you see every day. And I think there's some opportunity in it, definitely. And it's almost kind of like a choose your own adventure. Do you remember those books? I mean, I used to love those books when I was a kid. They're paperback books, choose your own adventure. You read like 2-3 pages, tells a story, then you make a decision. And if you make decision A, you go to page 35. Decision B, you go to 45. Decision D, you go to the last page of the book and you're dead, right? But this one doesn't have a lot of downside to this choose your own note adventure. This one's in Round Rock, Texas. And when he sent me the tape, I was like, hey, he sent me like 4 or 5 they wanted to look at. I was like, this is the one that probably makes the most amount of sense. Now, out of the tape, it was 73 notes. There was only a handful that were really non-performing. Most of these were performing. There was a couple of seconds on there. This was not the only Texas asset, but it was the only one. Actually, it was the most non-performing asset. Let's just put it that way. 14 plus months and no payments. And when I look at the address, of course, when I get a tape in, what do I look? I look at the Texas asset. That's one way to recognize if I've seen the tape before. That's the thing I look for. I look for Texas, I look for Vegas, and I'll look at some Florida stuff. I just remember things. Well, I don't always see notes in Round Rock, Texas. And Round Rock is in my backyard. This house is about 9 miles from where I live. It's about a 15-minute drive. So I drove over Friday afternoon, about 3 or 4 o'clock. And I drove by the house. And this is what the picture looked like when I drove by. This is actually the picture. And I was like, oh, it's a pretty good looking little house, right? Not bad, manicured. It's in a great neighborhood on South Round Rock, just basically across the highway from Pflugerville. Normal, a lot of those houses are, a lot of those brick homes in the neck of the woods. It's not, it's a good size house, like 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath, just under 3,000 square foot. It's got a backyard to it, but the neighborhood's nice. I know this area. I've bought property over in this area before. I was like, hey, man, I think you got a nice little deal. I'd submit an offer on this one. So let's go through kind of the things that I found out about it. Okay, let's go through kind of a little bit of quick due diligence and go there. So it's a non-performing first lien, and here's the details from the tape, okay? It's 1-73 notes. It's at this point about 16 months behind from what I can tell, or but here in the next week, it will be 16 months behind. It said 14 months behind on the tape, the spreadsheet. And when you figure in when that was pulled in June. So July's payment now coming up on August payments will be 16 months behind. The last payment made was October of last year. Okay. So it's been, you coming up July now, 9 months since they made a payment. And that last payment they made in October went to April. Okay. So they were behind trying to get caught back up. And they were basically making $100 extra payment. Their monthly P&I payment is $900. And they are making a payment for $100 a month. Okay. Now, the estimated the legal balance on the spreadsheet is about 174. I would say it's probably about 175, 176. But for the sake of numbers, we'll just say 174. Okay. Makes it kind of easy for us to do some things. Estimated legal balance is 174. I looked at back taxes on this thing. Taxes, there were no taxes due. All taxes are paid up to date. Last year's taxes were $3,000, which is low. And they had a homestead exemption because the previous year was $5,000. But the value didn't go down. So I think they had gotten, I think it was Abbott's tax deduction kicking in and reducing property taxes for them, which is great. No taxes owed, no tax foreclosure. The name on the spreadsheet matched up with the name at the county appraisal district when I looked at that stuff. So great. Okay. The estimated fair market value is about $450. Okay. That's what they shared on the tape. When I looked at Zillow, that's what it said, roughly $450. That's conservative. I could say $450, but you never know with what's going on in the market these days, right? Could be a little less, could be a little bit more. It's hard to say with the market being where it's at. But here in the Round Rock area, you have roughly about a 9 month, about 90 to 120 days to sell in a lot of cases if it's priced appropriately. Okay. So 3 to 4 months to sell if it's priced appropriately. Get a little bit of equity, stuff like that. Okay. 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 2,909 square feet. Got a little backyard. The current details of the mortgage is at 5.47% interest. Their P&I payment is $900 a month flat. When you see something that's flat like that, it's like, oh, this has been modified at some point before. Okay. 525-month term. That was something when I saw that, I was like, that can't be right. They have 346 months left. I was like, okay. So that doesn't make any sense to me. You know, they've been in there for 15 years. Yeah, okay, they could have been there for 15 years, but nobody's going to originate a 525-month term, right? And when you look at the tape, when you get further down the tape, it literally shows you, you keep scrolling to the right in the spreadsheet, it showed that, oh, the original term was 360 months at 11.5% interest rate and $175,000 when they bought this property back in 2008, okay? And it was, like I said, yeah, 2008 origination, $175,000 was original mortgage, 11.5% interest rate that time, 360-month term. I was like, okay, so they modified this at some point along the way, and they did, okay, but they stopped making payments. All right, they stopped making payments as April. Now, what did I do? When I found that they stopped making payments, I'm like, what happened? Did somebody pass away? What's going on? Well, when I Googled the borrower's name, I didn't find an obituary. I didn't find anything like that. Okay. I was like, it looks like it's just, and the lady looks like she's 74 years old based on what I could tell on white pages. Now I have a phone number for her. I did, it's a working number. I called it and it went to voicemail and leave a message, but it's a working number. That's a good thing, right? And the house didn't look like it was, obviously I didn't see a lot of mail by the door. I didn't see trash. It's relatively, I think somebody's living in it. It's hard to tell because they did have a sunshade, like one of those pop-up umbrellas in the backyard, and it was out. So I think, oh, it's on a table. Somebody's been going outside and putting it down. Okay. Otherwise, if it just been stuck up, it would have been blown over based on the wind and stuff that we've had here the last week. So somebody's living in it. It's occupied. Okay. Don't know if it's the bar or not. Probably, hopefully it is, but I don't know what happened. Maybe they lost their job or whatever. But anyway, so what's your strategy? What would you do? Okay. And your first strategy, and we're just going to go through the waterfall effect of strategies. Most of the time you're going to want to, if you're buying a non-performing note that's occupied, you're going to want to explore, is it going to make sense to keep the borrower in it? Okay. And let's go through the numbers on this. So the borrower is 34 years, still alive as far as we can tell. You buy the note at 80%. Okay, here's the thing. There's a ton of equity. I mean, they only owe 175, and if its value's at 450, they're at like 38, 39% of value. Bidding anything below 80% is really going to be too low a low ball bid. It's not the same thing as bidding at 70% where they owe more than the property. They owe a whole lot less. If you bid less than 80 cents on the dollar, your bid's going to get outbid because somebody like me is going to be happy bidding at 80%, and I'll share why. Okay, I might even get outbid at 85 or 90%, depending on what the person's doing. Okay, but basically, if you take 80% of legal balance at 174, 175, it's about 139,200 is the purchase price. Okay. Now, if you want to have the borrower reinstate the loan, they were paying $1,000 a month till October 23. That's the thing to keep in mind. Okay. What happened? Can you get back on track? So can you just start paying your normal P&I payment? $900 per month times 12 is $10,800. 10,800 divided by your 139.2 is only a 7.76% cash and cash return. I'm not going to go through and calculate all 500 or 346 months because there's no way I'm going to plan on keeping this that long. Okay. I'm not going to let this out for another 30 years. That's not my goal with this. Okay. My goal with this be to get them to refinance out or do something. But at 5.4%, they're probably not going to refinance with the rates being like where they're at right now. Right. Can we agree with that? Motivation to refinance you out is not very, of course, they're out of work. They've missed payments. So the traditional refinance isn't going to be normal. I'll cover something in a second. It's an alternative, two different alternative strategies for that. Okay. So that's not really exciting. 7.76%. Okay. You hold on to it and maybe you sell it off at par in 12 months. That's not a bad day, right? You get 34 grand at the end of a year. That could be a pretty good day, but the cash and cash on this one, that's the hardest thing to keep a look at. Now, if you get $34,000, and I forgot to calculate, this is one thing I forgot to calculate. So you get the cash flow, the 10,800 coming in. They start making their payments for 12 months, and then you turn around and sell it at par, try to get somebody to buy it off your hands at roughly par. That's not going to even work there because it's at 5.47%. That's going to be a low interest rate. I just don't think that's a desirable a strategy on this one. All right. So, but if the bar does reinstate the loan, like you said, listen, can you bring money to the table? Can you cash out retirement accounts? Can you cash out something to keep the house? I need you to bring the full amount due in the next 12 months. So if they make their $900 a month payment and it's 16 months, figuring in August payment, 900 a month times 16 months, that comes to 14,400 in back payments roughly. Okay. If you add in a year, because you hold this for a year of 10,800, they're 900 a month. So you're basically collecting 28 months of payments, right? Okay. So that comes to 25,200 and collected in the first year to reinstate the loan, to make up the rearages all in the next 12 months. That comes to an 18.1% cash and cash return. That's pretty good. That's not so bad. They're reinstated. It's performing. It's great. It's 18% year one, and then it's going to drop down to 7.76% year two. Not very desirable, right? I mean, if you could sell it at 85 or 90, then you're going to get a chunk of some cash, after selling the note, and that would be great. That'd be a nice boost to get this thing off your books, and get some cash flow and a little bit of chunk of equity, and the borrower stays in their house. Okay. But here's the realistic aspect of it. Do I think this borrower can stay in their house? Do you think they can stay in their house? And I apologize. I have been talking and I forgot to enable the chat roll for you guys. So let me go in here and enable chat roll for everybody on here. Okay. Do you think they would be able to stay in their house to keep the payments? Nope. Exactly. Thank you, Phil. Me neither. I don't think they could logistically bring that money to the table. Otherwise they would have. Okay. Now let's move on to the different route. So the thing is, reinstatement is really not an opportunity. I don't think it's going to happen. Okay. Now let's talk about borrower refinances, because with all that equity, could they refinance? Not your traditional 30-year mortgage, they couldn't. But here in the United States, the borrower being 74 years old is a positive thing for them. Okay. Exactly, Phil. They could do a reverse mortgage. Okay. You're buying the note at 80%. That's 139.2. Have the borrower qualify for reverse mortgage. All that equity is a good spot. They're over 62. That's a good thing. A reverse mortgage is not based on credit, so it doesn't matter that they're behind. So they go get a reverse mortgage because their current LTV is only at 39%. So maybe they get a reverse mortgage for 75 or 80 cents on the dollar. Maybe they can get a full 80% of their value, refinance this out, and they get some cash put in their pocket. And then you got to make mortgage payments for a while. I think that would be a great win for them, right? Borrower age qualifies, the equity amount get paid off. So you get $175,000 minus your $140,000 purchase price, roughly, give or take. That's $35,000 in profit. Okay. That's not bad, right? 35 divided by your $140,000 borrowed amount, probably 140 what you paid, roughly 139.2. We're just going to round it up there. So then that's about if you annualize that 35,000 divided by 140, that's a quick 25% cash and cash return. Now, if that took you the whole year to do, that's 25% ROI. I don't think it would take like full year. If you did it in 6 months, which I think is more of a realistic aspect, maybe even 3 months, give or take a little bit. But that's a 50% cash and cash return if you annualize it out and you make 35 on your $140,000 investment in 6 months. That's not bad. That's pretty good, right? Now, obviously, if you didn't use your own funds and you need to borrow money to do this, because to buy this note, it wouldn't take a lot of money just to get them to qualify for it, just to go through the reverse mortgage. Hey, you have that come to Jesus meeting. You're going to have some servicing costs, a couple $100. But that's okay. But if you are borrowing $140,000 in Texas here in that's going to be Williamson County, I believe. Williamson or Travis County would be about $1,500 to foreclose. You had to, okay. But if you borrowed $140,000 at 12%, the full year of interest cost would cost $16,800. Okay. But if you only needed it for 6 months, then your money cost for the 6 month on that would only be $8,400. So that's a pretty good, worst case, if you had to pay a year of interest for a 1 year prepayment penalty, that's still an $18,200 profit. Actually, to you, that's infinite rate of return because you don't have any of your own money into it. If you only had to pay a 6 month interest or a 6 month prepayment, which is probably what some folks may want at 12%, then you're still going to walk away with 26.6 or 26.4. Or no, 26.6 is actually what it is. So that's still not a bad day, right? Okay. Is that right? Yeah. 26. Yeah, 26.6. So that's a pretty good cash and cash return to you on that if they refinance out into a reverse mortgage. And that's a good thing. I mean, I don't want to steal anybody's house, but the whole point of this is, hey, I don't run a charity. If something bad has happened, let's help you find a solution and get this taken care of. Okay. Now, let's say they don't respond. They don't want to do anything. They're hiding. Maybe she's sick and her family doesn't want to respond or something like that. Whatever. The borrower's still 74 years old. You're buying the note at 80%, 139. Your max legal bid is going to be your payoff. And right now it's at 175. So we'll just say 175 to 180. Okay. We'll just say at 175 after some holding costs, stuff like that. You're going to sell it at auction. Same thing. Your ROI is pretty fast. I would say if you had to foreclose, you could do it very quickly because here in Texas, it's fast, right? 21 days. If you bought the note today, you wouldn't be able to foreclose next month because we're within that 20-day period. But you could technically foreclose in September if you bought the note and closed on it before September rolled around. Well, in a 3-month annualized time frame, you did that in 3 months, you made 35 grand on it. That's 100% cash and cash return if it's annualized. Same thing, if you borrowed money, it breaks it down to, your 6 month, your 1 year money cost, stuff like that. So you're going to profit somewhere between 30 and 30,800 if it's in basically 90 days, start to finish, all the way down to 18,200 if it took a year. All right. So if you foreclosed and you got outbid at the auction, which is what's going to probably happen, you're only at 38, 39% of the value. You're going to probably get outbid. Now, if you don't get outbid, that's a good thing. You end up taking the whole property back, right? Somebody asked me, well, I'll just bid above what's owed to take the property back. That doesn't make any sense. You as the bank wouldn't do that. I mean, you could, but that money's just going to go back to the borrower. And then you've got to go through the eviction process and stuff like that. You might as well take opening bid's 100 and then go to 175 or 180, where the legal balance is at that point, and just see if somebody's going to bid. If they're going to bid, great. If they don't bid, guess what? You take it back. If they bid it, great. Let them do it. You take it, your profit in your pocket and get the heck out of Dodge and move on. Now, you could do cash for keys. This is one thing that you could do prior to the auction. Okay, let's say, the borrower's trying to get, we'll go through this a little bit. Idea behind it. Let me explain a little bit more. Cash for keys, or letting the borrower try to sell the house. I don't think letting the borrower sell the house is the right track, but I'm going to throw this up because somebody asked me about this. Okay. If somebody like this has equity and a ton of equity, here's the thing I'm going to go. If they say, "Oh, we're going to try, can we have an opportunity to sell the house?" I said, "Tell you what, here's what you can do. I'm going to give you the opportunity right now. I own the note. I will offer to buy this house from you for 70 cents on the dollar. This offer is only good for a little while. Okay. That means I will give you $315,000 cash, which you're going to have to pay me off my 125, 180, but you're still going to walk with some cash. Okay. Now, if you try to sell this and drag this out, stuff like that, I'm not going to offer that up after 30 days. Okay. That's my highest and best offer to you right now, $315,000. I'll take the house from you, let you move on, put some money in your pocket. You're going to have $130,000 cash in your pocket to do some stuff. Okay. Now, if they want to, so go, okay, go ahead, but don't list it more than 425, because if it's the appraised value's at 450, trying to list it at 450 is a dead man stupid thing. I'm going to foreclose. List it at 425. I'm going to tell you right now, you need to reduce it by, if you don't get any traffic, you need to start reducing it by 10 grand every 2 weeks. Okay. Because if you're at 425 in 4 weeks in a month, if you don't get any offer, you should be down to 405, 395. And that's when you should start seeing some traffic. If you don't see any traffic, then, like I said, I'll give you cash for keys. I'll give you $315,000 cash. Pay off it off, so I'll give you $135,000. Now, would I go back to my note investor and take the $315 from him? No, I probably would not. At that point, I would just sign a contract. We've bought the note. I'd have another entity buy that property from them, but I would go get a hard money lender to borrow the $315. Okay. Okay. Because basically what's going to happen, they're going to pay off the underlying mortgage, and the hard money lender will be in a first lien position at that point. Okay. So that puts basically $135,000 cash in the borrower, let them move on to do something else. If they're 74, they probably don't need to be in a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath house by themselves if they're not getting any help. Okay. Borrower walks on $135,000 cash. You do what you want with the property. You sell it, you rent it, you own or finance it, you keep the property, you move the hell into it if you want to. The rent rate is $2,600 a month based on rentometer. Now that, there's some around the property that are smaller square footage that are less rent. There's some around it that are larger than rent. So that $2,600 could be $3 grand a month or just under $3 grand a month, somewhere right around there. Okay. So I just wanted to show you kind of that there's the rentometer kind of map posting. And you see the red dot or the orange dot right here is the subject property. So you see, some in the blue are a little bit more. The one in the green is down below. The green is at 2,200. So your rent is a little bit all over the place. Anywhere from 2,200 to $3 grand would be about as high as you can get it. Okay. Now let's talk about foreclosure. Okay. So borrower 74 years, still alive. You buy the note 80%, you're paying $139 for it. The max legal bid is $175. You sell at the auction, you make a quick profit. Here's the risk you run into. Borrower could file bankruptcy, a BK Chapter 13, okay? And that's going to drag this thing out at least 90 days, approximately going back and forth with your attorney. So on a BK Chapter 13, it would be a 5-year payment plan to pay back payments. So they would take a look at the 15 grand or 14 grand they're behind on, and what's your plan to pay that back in 60 months, okay? Now they've got to keep paying the existing underlying payment, but they haven't done that. And so the borrower would be making the $900 a month payment plus some. So if you take 15 grand, let's just do that. 15 grand divided by 60 payments, 15. That means paying $250 a month. So 250 plus 900. So that's only 1150. Divide that by 140. Yeah, that's really only bumps up to like an 8.2% return if they file bankruptcy. Okay. So that's why it's really in your best interest to work with a borrower to do something like, hey, I'll give you some money to walk. We can't keep it. You trying to sell the property now is not going to work because of commissions and stuff like that. Okay. Now, if they filed it, we would just have our servicing company. You have to hire a separate BK trustee on your behalf. And we'd have that BK trustee on our behalf say, listen, go to the judge, say, we want to have them discharge the bankruptcy because they're not making their existing payment. This loan was previously modified. And we would look at the loan docs to see when it was modified. But like it's a previous modification of failure. We've offered them cash for keys to walk. Let's just do that. I guarantee if they're behind on this mortgage, they're behind on a whole lot of other things. So that cash offering at 315 might be very attractive to be in and out in 30 days and done with it. Okay. Now the question is, what would you do? All right. Same thing. If you go back here to this, I mean, if they discharge it, then guess what? Then you finish the foreclosure process. You kick it out, you finish the foreclosure process, and then you run your risk at the foreclosure auction again of either getting your max bid or taking the property back and going that route. Do what you want with it. Does that make sense? Did I help answer your questions on that? Anybody? Does that make sense for everybody? Yeah, I'd go for the cash for keys too, Don. I mean, obviously, the first thing would be to approach the borrower and say, hey, what's going on? Were you sick? What's your country western song? Well, then let's go. The best thing for you to do is let's go get you a reverse mortgage. Okay. Let's get your reverse mortgage. It's based on the equity. I think you'd almost be a slam dunk for a reverse mortgage. Okay. And then you get refinanced out. All right. If not, then the cash for keys. Yeah, that's what I would do, Don. And in the market right now, I mean, I had to look at. I didn't have a realtor pull comps to look at days on market or stuff like that. I mean, I just know kind of what things are moving at based on what I talked about in that price range, that 450 to 500 price range. That's on. Anything below that's really moving fast in this market because it's for the first time home buyers. But you 400 to 450. That's the median home price here in Austin. You got a lot of home builders building stuff that are giving incentives and lower interest rates, stuff like that. So it's a little harder aspect. You're competing with those new builds in a lot of cases in that price range here locally. But look at it this way. Worst case, I mean, you foreclose, you're going to make 35 grand. And, I would you dismiss it. I would approach the borrowers, the borrower, man, I know that you've gone through some sort of financial hiccup. What's going on? Let's try to create a win-win here. I can't let you just start making the payments again. It doesn't make sense for you. You've got to have a come to Jesus meeting with us. Cash for keys, deed in lieu. Let's give you some cash. Go that route. Okay. Any questions, concerns on this deal? Not a bad deal, right? I mean, that's the great thing about when you're buying notes like in a fast foreclosure state like Texas. Equity deals can make sense. They don't always make sense, but if that $400,000, $500,000 range and a low, 80% LTV on this one or legal is not a bad deal. 35 grand is not a bad day to be in and out of the deal in a lot of cases. Now, we did a case study, a few months ago where we talked about $1 million home out in Lake Travis that they owed a chunk more change. And that was a six-figure at 80 cents on the dollar. So that's why when it's got equity deals, when you've got that huge value above what's owed, you really can't be going at 65, 70% of the legal balance. You got to look at the numbers and realize you're probably going to get outbid. I mean, 80%, there are even people trying to get 80, 85, even 90 now, depending on where it's at. I like to stick with it. You got to be there just in case, because your money costs. Now, if you're using your own funds, that's a different story. We can all agree to that. But if you're using other people's money, you got to protect your investors' money. And you can't be doing like the 7-8% these days. I mean, you can if you're going to be aggressive in your outreach to investors, the IRA investors, and talking with people and asking them what they do. I had another coaching student call me. I got a note investor who's wanting to fund this deal, but he doesn't want to do it for 8%. I can't get anybody to do 8% because of all their note investors. I was like, that's because you're targeting note investors. You're getting note investors to respond to your marketing, and that's great. They're responding, but they don't want to do 7-8%. They want to do 12. You need to target these IRA investors out there that have money sitting on the sidelines. They're not doing anything. With 8 to them is attractive because they're not doing anything. If you got somebody who's actively putting their money to work, 12%, 10% is probably what they're going to want. All right. Or if they got stuff tied up in shorter term stuff, or, they're used to making it 7-8% because that's what they want to as a risk aspect of things. Okay, that's great. But you just got to understand the conversation. One thing doesn't, one stamp what you did 12 months or 24 months ago, you're going to have to adjust and evolve. When interest rates were low, you could get away offering 6 to 7% because people weren't making that. So that's what you have to understand. And that's why that conversation, what are you investing in? Oh, I want 12 to 15% of my money. Well, then you're not a fit for what we're doing. Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Was this valuable, guys? For me to go through that with you guys? Did you like it? Yes, no, thumbs up, thumbs down. Love it. Good. Now, if you got a deal and you ever want me to go through something like this with you guys, please reach out to me. I'm always glad to go through. Hey, Crystal, good to see you. How's everything up there in the land of green birds? Oh, I think everybody's ready for football season. I know I am. I know that I am. Good stuff. All right. Well, if there are any other questions, comments, concerns, or anything like that, ladies and gentlemen, let me know. I'm glad I'm here. I've got a busy, pretty full day. I'm kind of surprised. Here's the thing that I really want to put out for you, Mike. I'm not, I know that it's funny with all the chaos that's been in the United States here with the politics of Trump, and then that, the debate, and then Biden leaving Sunday, and all the uproar going on with the Democratic Party and the Republican Party and all that stuff here. One thing, if I can tell you anything, is just learn to mute people. There's a lot of dumb people on both sides up there talking about it. The most funny thing is watching the memes from both parties, but there is a lot of hate. There's a lot of vile going around. Focus on what you can focus on. All right. I'm a big believer that everybody has their right to their opinion. That's what makes our country great. But if you can't sit down and have a conversation and listen and be able to have a contradicting opinion, that's your choice. But if you can't do that, then you have the issue out there. And it may make sense to be muting social media for a while or focused on just one thing. And I wanted to share, I've been getting a lot of comments, a lot of people following me with my 1-minute video a day strategy. And I got this strategy 2 years ago, but I was in, where was I at? Was it Orlando? Yes, it was Orlando 2 years ago for FinCon. If you're creating any type of financial content, you're in the finance, coaching, or real estate space or investing space, you might want to look at FinCon. FinCon is taking place in Atlanta in October. It is a phenomenal event. And I walked in that event just about 2 years ago. And there's a lady out there, she talked about how she started her TikTok or her YouTube channel and was just doing one little short video a day. And I was like, you know what? I do a lot of longer form content. The people are always like, you need to do some short form content. It's like, okay, I'll do a 1-minute video a day, and I'll do it on something real estate. Now I started off with FAQs and the tip of the day or motivation, and they did okay. And I started sharing that on YouTube Shorts and saw some viewers on that. And I started sharing on TikTok just because why not? If I can, TikTok, it makes it pretty easy to record and then download it with captions and then reshare that everywhere. Now, some people say you shouldn't reshare your video. I'm like, I don't give a rat's ass. But the thing is, by sharing 1-minute video per day, everybody's got a minute to record something and throw it up there. Even if it takes you 10 minutes to record it, throw it up, you all do. You've all got knowledge. You've all done a ton of deals, a lot of experience. I don't care if you're here in the States or north of the border or whatever. There's a lot of great investment stuff, but we're really starting to see a lot of interaction. People responding, people, and I'm not like dressing up in costume. My younger brother likes to do a lot of Comic-Con stuff, so he's different niche. No investing, real estate investing is a niche, obviously, out there. And it's not the biggest niche on TikTok, but there's still a chunk of people out there that are paying attention. And literally from doing the Round Rock video, doing a short 1-minute video and a couple other things about some of these notes, these apartments that are going to foreclosure, my calendar is starting to get full up. I think I'm booked from the time I get off the phone with you guys today through 5 o'clock today with people who have either wanted to learn more about notes or talk about investing or other things when it comes to real estate. So it's something to think about as a lead gen. Everybody that's, reaching out to me, they're going in my database, and it's been a great way to add. And I don't have the hugest following. I'm at like 3,700 or 3,800 followers on TikTok, but that's gone from like 700 a month ago. So I'm just seeing success. You don't have to have huge numbers, don't have a huge following to start adding some, growing your database. It's one thing you need to do, growing your investor database. And this, that 5 to 10 minutes a day that I spend doing that 1-minute video, it literally works all day long and works across all the different platforms. So something to start keeping in mind. Pretty simple to do, but it will get the word out what we're doing. If you're all looking to raise capital or learn it, get the word out what we're doing. Share about previous deals, current deals, thoughts of the day, articles. There's all sorts of great content for you guys to share. Start getting people to notice you. And we're all looking to raise more capital and close more deals. So start taking advantage of this low-hanging fruit that you can use to leverage your business, your expertise into more deals, more funding, or other things. All right. Any other final questions, comments, concerns before I let you go today? You got a deal like for me to go through like something like that, let me know. I'm glad to throw it up on a case study and go through it like this with you guys on a regular basis. These are always fun. Doesn't take me long to do. If you got something here in Central Texas, Austin and San Antonio, I don't mind driving by it. I'll drive, sometimes I'll take an hour drive, drive the toll road and get my Hemi up to 90 miles an hour. And that little rock and roll is a good day. So, all right, everybody, with no questions, comments, concerns, thank you so much for listening, for watching this. Feel free to share it. If you're watching the replay of this, make sure you hit the subscribe button. And we look forward to seeing you all at the top, everybody. Have a great day. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closure Show. As always, Scott Carson, jacked up to be with you here today. We've got another special guest who is doing amazing jobs in that first-time home affordability markets out there, specifically in Georgia, in a couple markets out there. But she is doing an amazing job growing a following and really a movement of her own out there. She actually, you probably crack up, she's a retired CPA. I didn't ever know a CPA ever retired once you're in the money space, but got a retired CPA who's been a real estate investor just since 2019. In a matter of 3 years, she was able to replace her income and leave the CPA side to dive headfirst into becoming a full-time real estate investor. As you all and I know, real estate investors never retire. We just die. So we are honored to have the lovely Kat join us here. Kat Langevin, I believe I pronounced that right. Langevin, am I correct on that, Catherine?
Langevin.
There we go. Good stuff. But she is joining us here from Conyers, Georgia. What is going on today, Kat? How you doing today?
I'm doing great. It's been a busy day. We're actually working on 2 renovations, a new build and a rehab of a flip house. So it's been busy, but exciting, fun projects.
Yeah, they're definitely fun projects. And one of the great things, I love how you share on your social media some of the different aha nuggets that you see across the way and how every kind of property turns out to be a little bit of an adventure, huh?
Yes, yes. And especially this is like my first new build. So, you think you can transfer some of the stuff over from rehabbing into new build, and you can, but there's like additional nuances that you don't think about. Like, for example, how much it costs to install a new meter when you've never had a meter before. And it's like, that was not my budget. So yeah, things like that.
So you're talking about the electric meter, gas meters is definitely.
Yes, because the utility companies have their own fees, which I was like, oh, well, the plumber's going to charge me as much. And they're like, oh, well, what about the fact that we have to go out there and put this on you, the electrical setup and all that stuff. So soft costs that are new, but it's like a learning curve, right? And once you get it right, you kind of get better at it.
Exactly. Now, I'd love to go back, take it back to 5 years to your first real estate transaction. What was that? Was it a flip, a wholesale deal, a light rehab? Where did you kind of get your feet wet in the business?
So I bought 3 duplexes at once as my first investment.
You overachiever there, buying 6 units at once.
Well, I had a lot to catch up on because what happened is I spent 4 years like thinking about investing in real estate and planning, and I had like this huge plan, overwhelming plan, because I thought I needed all these different things to invest. And then I started realizing like, well, I'm like 28 at this point. Like, what am I doing here? And I was like, I just got to do this. And I was looking for one duplex. And then we found three duplexes in the same street, right back to back. And so we were going to buy one, and then we go there, and they had it listed as a 1-1, and we go there as a 2-1. And I was like, this is a great opportunity. I need to buy this. And we figured out like with like creative finance, pretty much like I just got into a lot of debt to get them. Super risky. But I was like, I just got to do this because if I don't do it now, like it was just like the perfect opportunity, up and coming in neighborhood. And my dad was helping me out because we partnered with my dad in one of them. And so he helped us out, like doing the rehab and all that stuff. I had connections from my property management world to help me like do the work cheaper. So I got in, I also hammered down, like I helped with demo, I cleaned, like we just did a lot of DIY at the beginning.
Yeah.
And it was stressful. But fixer uppers, I basically started with fixer uppers. It just felt like the easiest way to gain equity and do like, the BRRRR method, the buy, rehab, refinance, and repeat. And so we did that. And that was 2019. So that took a whole year to complete. So guess what happened in 2020?
COVID kicked in. Yeah.
COVID kicked in. I was ready to refinance. I was going to cash out all my money. And then the week that I was going to lock it, they were like, oh, we're stopping funding. I can only give you 65% of the loan. And I was like, that's not going to work. And so, yeah, so that's when I actually ended up moving to Georgia because it pushed me to like, okay, I got to reduce my expenses because I was leverage. And we moved to Georgia, reduce our expenses. And then I eventually sold that property. So and then the profits of that property, we brought over here to Georgia and reinvested them. So that's kind of how we kind of transitioned over.
Sounds good. Now, where were those three duplexes at?
Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida. There you go. Broward County. Huh?
Yes. We bought them for 175. We put in like $15,000 each and we sold them for 260, I believe.
Very nice.
It was pretty nice.
Yeah, so when you say creative financing, were you borrowing from Paul to pay Peter, like credit cards, friends, family, getting a little owner financing, or how did you take that down?
So this was mostly one of the duplexes, my dad moved into it. So we did he basically got the 3.5% FHA.
Nice. Okay.
Next two duplexes, what we did is we used a hard money lender that didn't care about the seasoning of the funds. So they didn't care where did the money come from. And then we got a personal loan from SoFi and then a personal loan for Wells Fargo and those as a down payment. And so basically all the money came borrowed and then the rehab was funded with our credit cards. And so it was just a lot of it was scary, but I was like, it was an all or nothing moment. Like, this is it. And I mean, I did it and looking back, I'm like, I was crazy, but it was thought out. Like, it's not like I didn't think about, I was like, can I personally afford all the debt service during this time? And that's why we had to move because I was like, I want to make sure that we have enough cushion to pay this debt.
Right.
And but yeah, so it was a crazy time, stressful. At some point, I was like, oh, I don't know what I did. Like, Dad, help me out. But it was also his first investment, so I basically got him into it, and now it's like he also has his own properties, and it's been great. So all of our properties are now in Georgia. We sold everything in Florida.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, I was gonna say Florida's definitely got a little more expensive with insurance and
Yes.
other things out there. Value's gone up. I've bought a lot in God's waiting room, as I like to call Florida for the most part. But Georgia is an up and coming market. Definitely got some areas there. We were talking beforehand. You buy in Macon, Conyers. You also buy in Columbus as well, which can be a little rougher in some cases. But we did a study a few years back on how affordable homes were compared to income, the average income of places. And Columbus actually ranked in the top 10 as one of the most affordable and places for people to buy based on average income. Obviously, you work in a little bit lower income niche. Am I right in a lot of that?
Yes, and we're talking Columbus, Georgia, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it's all three markets are actually pretty affordable. And to be able to enter into like the lower 40, 30K properties, you are going to be entering into the affordable space, which means best case scenario would be to get into Section 8. So that's kind of our niche. We do a lot of Section 8 housing, and we make them really nice so that we can, one, get top rent, better tenants, also appreciation over the years. And we buy them on a street that we see is there potential down the road. Like if it's a dead street, then we just don't buy there. But 2 years in, we just refinanced out like 120K out of these properties that everybody was like, you're crazy, because when we first bought them, we were actually upside down. We
Okay.
basically bought them. There's one specifically I bought for 50, put 20K, and then a price of 50
Oh,
after putting the 20K. And so I was like, oh, but it worked out because now the market kind of caught up.
well, but it works in that favor because of like you said, I don't think it was your goal to flip that one immediately, or you were basing it more off of the cash flow and the Section 8 aspect of things, right?
Yes, because the cash on cash was great just with it as is. And so we were like, this is a long-term game and we're going to be with these houses for a long time. So as long as we saw some progress and we're like, investors are coming, let's just be the pioneers and do it. And then it paid off. Now, was it stressful? Yes, because being upside down over property is really nerve-wracking. Like you don't know what's going to happen. But that's kind of ended up being the standard over strategy, and it's worked pretty well so far.
So how are you using hard money, private loans, to find these properties and finance them? What's your kind of your preferred method to purchase them?
So at the beginning, it was mostly like the personal loans and like lines of credit. But now that I have the experience and the like good record, I could go to private lenders. I've started building a network of private lenders, and because it's hard to get hard money on these like low income, like nobody's gonna lend you on a 30K house unless it's like a commercial lender.
Yeah.
So we would buy them private money and then buy a couple of them and then go to like a small community bank and then refinance them into like a portfolio loan.
Sure.
And, so that's kind of how we've been doing it. I started buying better like deals like in the Atlanta area. So that for that I do use like hard money.
But that's the great thing. People listening on the West Coast, when they hear $50,000 house, you know, they're thinking, what is that, a dog house compared to where they live in LA or San Diego? But you're talking into two houses, maybe not the grandeur of houses, but what, like 1,000, 1,500 square feet?
Yes, exactly. Like 1,000 square feet. I can think about, I was just talking to one of my partners about this house that we love. And it was we bought it for 35K. So our all-in cost right now after renovation is 47.
Uh-huh.
It rents out for 850. The tenant has been there for 3 years now. And so it's great because no turnover. It's Section 8. But it's on a good street. Now, if you go a street over, it's not a great street. So you really which is also like California investors, I always warn them of like, just make sure you're buying on the right street.
Right.
So
well, and you see that in markets like Memphis, where you really need to know street by street because some are good and some are bad. And when you're dealing that lower balance, there are great neighborhoods and there are rough neighborhoods anywhere in the country. Here in Austin, Texas, the same. But that's great. You said you're getting $850 a month on Section 8 rent, which means they pay every month. The government pays every month on time then, right?
yes, this is actually 100% paid by the government. Like they don't even have a portion, which are great. And a lot of our Section 8 tenants actually have 100% rent, which is so much better than the little portions, because usually you do have to chase them back for that little portion. But it's a nuance. It's not for everybody, right? Because when you're in this market, you're talking people who are very by the hour, right? And if they have the hours cut, boom, like if something happens, the car damages, an accident, a surgery, you have to deal with like a lot of late fees pretty much.
Right.
So it's a lot, it's more work than the usual, but the returns are there if you're willing to put the work.
Yeah, I mean that's a great. And you said you're into that one for 37, and you're bringing in with 10 grand at total year in rent. That's a pretty good, you know, that's about a 25% or more cash and cash return just off of that if you used all your own money on that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and now actually we didn't end up using any of our own money because we wholesale a deal right before that, and then it kind of so it was a great deal.
Sure.
But we have a couple of those like that. Of course, we also have the bad apples. And so yeah.
So what constitutes a bad apple for you, where it's just a property you think you can fix and you find big issues underneath, or bad tenants, or what's a bad apple for you?
A bad apple for me would be, I feel like if it appreciates, it's fine. But bad apple is like if there is more time and energy being spent, like a lot of deferment, even though you came in, you fix it up nicely, and then you just have a lot of maintenance, or you have trouble finding good tenants, like the
Mhm.
tenant pool is just not good enough. Because a bad tenant really just ruins your whole like cash flow.
Right.
And we've had some properties where it's just the specific street wasn't the best, right? It was just not the right street. Somebody got murdered. And the corner, those are not bad streets. If your street is on the news, those are not the ones you want because people actually would be like, oh, is that street? No way. Like, I'm not
Right.
gonna be there. You move there if you want to.
But that's
So
common sense underwriting a little bit there, right?
yeah, but it's hard sometimes to like the way I underwrite deals is like I Google like, the news, Columbus News, and I look at they have Facebook groups like for the sheriffs, and I
Yeah.
would look like, is this a street that's like have shootings and stuff like that? Uh, but yeah, it's that's when I consider it bad apple, and those we would sell. If you have trouble renting it, that's your vacancy is just gonna eat up all your profits.
Hmm. Now, let me ask you a question. Since you're in the Section 8, is there a long waiting list for Section 8 properties there in the markets you're doing, or is it kind of not a waiting list? Because I know some states have a longer waiting list than others. I mean, I think Fort Broward County had like a 90-day waiting list in a lot of cases and would pay immediately, whereas like Miami-Dade would take you 90 days to get your first payment on Section 8 in some cases.
Yes, there is a waiting list for a specific type of unit, especially like if you have a 3 bedroom. A 4 bedroom is like really big, like they just want them. But they still take their long time. Like it's still a long process because you have to get, the inspection and then they got to get approved. So we're still dealing with like 4 weeks downtime in some
Okay.
markets. But you always get paid from the time that the inspection passes, so they can get the inspection as soon as possible. Even if the paperwork's not done, you still get paid from the time of the inspection. And so we still kind of work that out. Augusta is actually one of the best markets that we have with the Section 8. And I kind of like it. I'm trying to buy more there. I haven't been. It's still competitive there, but we're trying to go back a little bit more.
Sure. Now, besides driving for dollars and walking around, what are some of your ways that you're finding these deals? You have wholesalers that feed you stuff, local real estate clubs. How are you finding the magic?
Wholesalers. It's really wholesalers are having pretty good, just having a really good relationship with a wholesaler that will actually reverse find new deals. Like if like, hey, this is the kind of deal that I'm looking for. If you see it, please let me know. And then realtors as well. Like if they have, I have a realtor that also works in property management. So she knows, oh, this seller is trying to sell, they want to get out. Like, do you want it? And also like just networking on these like Georgia area has events also all of the different markets and people are like, hey, I know somebody that's selling and like pocket deals are like the best, right?
Yep.
That's kind of some of the ways that we're finding deals.
Very nice. I like it. I like it a lot. Now I have to go back here. You said it took you a while to pull the trigger on those first couple duplexes. Thinking of those out there that are thinking about getting to real estate, what do you think was the big holdup? Did you feel like you had to have all your ducks in a row, or you were just a nervous Nelly, or just didn't find the right deal? What do you think accounted for that 2 year plus period that you were just waiting around?
4 years actually.
4 years. Okay. All right. 4
Yeah,
years.
so I'm an accountant, right? So by trade, we overanalyze things, right?
Just a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I was just like, I just need to have everything. I need to know it all. I literally strategized like I need to become an accountant and I need to audit real estate companies because I need to know exactly how the business works. And
Mhm.
little did I know it was really not going to translate to real life because there's one thing like I'm auditing these companies who have like unlimited funds, right? I have none. So it was fear of like messing up.
Mhm.
I was really scared and paralyzed about that. So yeah, and but once I pulled the trigger, it was just like I didn't stop.
Mm.
I was like, why didn't I just do this earlier?
Right. And that's always the big mistake. I should have started earlier. I should have just, you learn so much more in your first deal, even if you break even lose a little bit of money. The fact of just getting out there and doing it and figuring it out is so valuable. Now, what led you to want to be so interested in real estate? What was their underlying factor? Do you have a mentor as a young kid when you're going to school? What was kind of the big, this is what I want to do?
So I grew up in Colombia. I was actually born in Miami, but grew up in Colombia. And so real estate was not a thing. Like I have nobody that really owned real estate. How I got into real estate was because I started working in property management.
Hmm.
Somebody told me it was a great way to make like it was a good career to make money. Well, so I was like, this was 2011. I was what 21, something like that.
Okay.
And I was like, this is great. They pay better. It was like a 20 hours, $20 an hour. I'm like, great, this is a great industry.
That's a pretty good hourly rate in 2011 for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they paid great. So I was like, okay, but that's when I realized I'm like, this is actually a cool like industry. This is something that I can probably do. I would like to do, but I just had no idea because I worked for a real estate company that the owners were basically very wealthy individuals from Argentina. So I'm like, how do like the now wealthy people buy real estate? And that's what really also took me like a long time, just like listening to podcasts like this
Mhm.
one, reading Bigger Pockets. That's really kind of helped me put it like, okay, this is how real people, not the wealthy people, invest. But yeah, that's kind of how I got into it, really the property management side.
Now, you've also got a passion for helping other people along on the journey. Am I right about that, Kat?
Yes, I mean, after struggling for 4 years, I just feel like I don't want anybody to like be on that same place because I always go back and like I wish I would have just had somebody to be like, hey, Kat, this is what you just go do this, right? Like you don't have to be overthinking. You don't need to know it all. Just do the thing. And back in the day, like Instagram and so, like I wasn't big on social media. I mean, so I really didn't know like where to get this information. So it was a lot. But nowadays you have all these mentorships, all these different programs that I'm like, I wish I had.
Right.
And the programs that they did have was like especially in like Georgia, I mean in Florida, when I went to like a local real estate market, it was like older, white man who didn't want to talk to me at all. And it's so
I had a podcast interview on called it Pale, Stale, and Male.
yeah, so they would just like look down to me like, you're cute. And so I didn't have that access. And so that's kind of when I started investing and sharing my story. A lot of people felt like it related. And I'm like, oh,
Hmm.
I wish I had more of that. So we started social media. I started with social media at first. And then right now we actually created like a mastermind group, which is what the shirts that I was wearing have been on and trigger you to talk to me about this. And yeah, so it's called the FI Tribe. And we basically just have education, resources, like anybody has a question, like, hey, I'm stuck on this, like we just kind of help them out invest. And it's really great to see a lot of the members like scale their portfolio with all these different tools that I'm like, I wish there was something like this when I was in. So
Hmm. So that's the FI tribe, the Phi tribe,
correct.
um, out there. And yeah, you had a pretty good little group there in Atlanta that was great walking around. And that's the thing. That's one of the things I'm grateful for, especially for you, is I think more women need to definitely step up and share their journey. You know what I mean? It is a lot of older, pale white guys. And I think I know who you're talking about down in South Florida. He's all over the place down there. We can talk about afterwards. But it's the thing is, yeah, it seems like they talk people when you're, especially when you're brand new, you're scared to ask questions because you don't want to ask dumb questions, right?
Mhm.
And I'm always a big believer in saying there's no dumb questions. You're brand new. The dumb question is the one that you don't ask that costs you $2,000, $3,000, or
Yeah.
it's something that you think about and you're actually wrong. You don't know anything, and you just don't know. So having that accountability and having that access to somebody like you who's been there, made the mistakes, and kept going to keep people from. It's the whole reason we teach. The whole reason we have the podcast to help people overcome their obstacles because it may not be new to us, but it's new to a lot of people, right?
Right.
Now, are you attracting a lot of people outside of Georgia and Florida, all across the country?
Yes, we have members from all across the country. And I also have like I have a blog and then the social media where we also like provide just free information. And it really just a lot of people just ask some questions and I'm like, it feels like, after so many years of doing it, sometimes things like feel second nature. And it's like, well, no, these are little things that people don't know.
Yeah.
And it just feels really great to see people just be I get people like reach out to me on Instagram that have been following me for years and they're like, you don't know this, but I bought my first investment property because I saw your videos. And I was like, oh, that's great. And so it makes you share, like, because for a long time I was like, I'm just here on Instagram, like babbling, like nobody knows, like I don't even know if people are listening.
Right.
But I feel like anybody should share that because one of the reasons why I didn't share at the beginning was because I felt like I'm an imposter. Like, who am I to be sharing my story, right? I'm not. But it's anybody that's doing it. It's easier for people to see, okay, Kat is a normal person that it's doing it. I can do it too, right? So
Exactly. If I can do it, you can do it too. Is one of the great sayings out there. It cuts through a lot of that BS that a lot of people tell, well, I can't do that. I'm not Kat, or I'm not Scott, or I'm not Jim, or Joey, or whoever it might be. But the thing is there's a lot of resources. The world has gotten so much smaller these days and so many resources through blogs, podcasts, and things like that. And groups like you're providing to help people go out there and overcome those obstacles and have somebody gently hold their hand or give them a little swift kick in the butt sometimes too, right?
yeah.
Now, where do you mentioned that you're going to new builds now? Are you building new build homes in the same communities as your Section 8 or in nicer neighborhoods? What's kind of your path with that?
So right now I'm building a cabin because I had the lot already and I wanted to be like my stepping stone. It was just easier because I already had land.
Sure.
But the moving forward, the path would be for us to start looking for land that we can subdivide and do like maybe townhomes, affordable townhomes that we sell. So some of it would be built to sell and some of it would be built to hold like in affordable like multifamily, 15, 20 units. And so that is the path that we're headed to. You get a lot of incentives and it's just rebuilding old homes is just so hard. And I feel like
Yeah.
you end up spending just as much.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is smaller, getting your feet wet with the small balance ones is great because it's a smaller investment and you learn a lot. And you definitely discover some things with roofing and plumbing and electrical. With us buying debt, we buy houses, mortgage notes on houses that are sometimes 100 years old. We always know we're going to replace something if we never take the property back, either the plumbing, the electrical, the roof, or the foundation. Something's going to have to be changed out there, and you only hope it's only one thing.
Yes. Which it's probably not always. It's probably most of the time it's multiple things. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now, how difficult is it in evicting Section 8 tenants in Georgia? Are they difficult to evict? Are they just paying the asses, or is it relatively easy if they no pay, they no stay?
It's a process. Even though Georgia is landlord friendly, you still have, understaffed courts, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of like, oh, we haven't been able to serve this notice because we don't have staffing to do it. So right now it still takes about 2 months to get to the end. So it's not ideal. And sometimes in most cases, we will just be like, right now we're actually trying to negotiate for a tenant to cash for keys. Like just,
Right.
yeah, I'll give you your deposit back if you just move out earlier. And it's actually easier because we already have court date, but then after the court and you get the writ, you still have to wait another like 4 weeks for the sheriff to just go out.
Yep.
And but Section 8 and or no Section 8 is actually the same. We actually had, as long as you just let Section 8 know that you're evicting them because they're not paying their portion, and then from there, use a regular eviction. We actually had a case like that, and luckily the tenant actually came back and paid the entire balance. But
Very nice.
yes.
Very nice. Now, what is your goal in the next couple of years here? I know you got a young one. It's turning 6 months old. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I love the fact that you kind of did the whole generational wealth in reverse. Hey, get your dad involved. That's good stuff. What does the next couple of years look like for Kat and your financial independence warriors?
Yeah, so we are actually leaving. We're planning to leave to Colombia for a year. And so next year is really just going to be of a growth year. So I feel like we've gotten to a point where like we are good financially. I'm gonna take a break from just going crazy because I've been going like go, 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 1,000
Mhm.
an hour. And now I'm like, I need to enjoy that, right? Because a lot of times we tend to be overachievers and it's like we don't stop to actually enjoy. And
Yep.
so I want to take 2025 to just learn everything I need to learn for my next phase, which is building these bigger projects and just spend time with the baby, right? On his first like year. And then while we're in Colombia, just really focus on being intentional about creating more content and helping more investors and then just enjoying life. And in Colombia, it's so much cheaper to live. So with gaining dollars and living in Colombia, I mean, we're gonna be good. And my husband will be able to retire his job as well. So we'll all be like really focused on that.
Very nice. What does he do?
He is also an accountant. We actually met at work.
Okay, very nice. Very nice. He's very supportive then of that, or obviously getting involved one way or another. I know that sometimes spouses aren't very supportive no matter what, whether the male or female in some cases, right?
Yeah, no, he's very supportive. He's like, okay, what do you want to get into now, Kat? And so he's not as active on the day to day, but because he has the job, but
Yeah.
he's like, whatever you want to invest in, let's do it. And so and he helps out, with when I make him do DIY stuff. Sometimes we have flips and like I want to add like a little bit of a luxury to it. And so he's
Mhm.
really good at doing the abandoned board design at the wall. So he's like, oh, but it's really good. And so yeah, just once we do the 1 year of growth and I just focus, I want to be joining another mastermind. Then 2026, we're just gonna come back with a vengeance and like go and do the big things. In the future, I would like to do more of a give back initiative where
Mhm.
we are able to help especially like single moms that, you know, with like rental assistance, home buying assistance. And I am exploring potentially doing some sort of like home ownership path where we rent all of our renters like have to stay with us for like 3 to 5 years. And then from there, we're able to have an inventory of houses that we either rent to own or sell or finance. And so to make possible renting, like owning a home and not renting forever. So that's kind of my passion, like the whole affordable housing. I landed into it, and then now I just kind of like it's my thing.
Sure. No, that's good to have a niche. It's better to have a niche or two versus trying to do everything out there. I mean,
Yeah,
the saying, if you try, if you're jack of all trades, you're a master of none. It's good to master one, two things and really focus on that before you dive into other niches. And so kudos to you to understanding that. And first of all, you gotta have some fun. So taking a year in Colombia, I mean, it is a lot cheaper to live down there. So you're definitely gonna have a blast out there and do some amazing things. Thinking about buying some real estate down there?
we've considered buying in like either Medellin or Cartagena, and
Hmm.
basically eventually just kind of doing like a hybrid, like 6 months here, 6 months there.
Yep.
Until the baby becomes like school age. We're actually looking into homeschooling too, so that we can continue to have like a life of like traveling. If
Yeah,
that's the whole point, right? Um,
exactly.
not be working like crazy.
Now, I mean, quick question. Is there something that you've bought that was like your gift to yourself on a deal? I mean, me, I like buying notes. I like buying property, but some people like to buy a flashy watch or a flashy purse. It's like, hey, this is my gift, my present to me for kicking ass and taking names. Do you have anything like that?
That I've bought. Um, I just bought me a new computer, but I'm actually very frugal. So I used to not be frugal,
Okay.
and I got me into a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
So I'm like very conscious about spending money, but I love trips. And so in 2020, when I turned 30, or 2021, I don't remember, we went to Hawaii, and it was like
Oh, very nice.
my dream vacation. And so we went out with that, and it wasn't cheap, but I was like, this is my gift to me. I've been working really
Mhm.
hard and living the good life on a budget still, but yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I totally agree that travel is one of the fun things, and going to Hawaii, going to Maui, hanging out there. We've done that a couple times, taken a couple weeks and gone there and enjoyed it. And when you work hard, you got to, celebrate those victories in life while you can. I don't think people do enough of that. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Work, 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 and then, oh, I'll try to squeeze a vacation. That's one of the things, I know so many real estate investors, they just don't have they make a lot of money, but they don't have a quality of life with their spouses and their kids because they never take the time to sit back, relax, and have a good time. And you've got to really do that. So kudos to you. I thought would be a year and a half off, and it turned into about 3.5, 4 years of nonstop travel. So you're gonna have a blast for sure, which is great there.
Yeah, that's what I would like to do. It's like I don't want to be working like crazy, like forever, because it's like you sometimes you lose sight, right? Because you're like
Yep.
I'm like, oh, this is great. I just want to keep doing this and doing it. But it's like, wait, you're working like crazy. Did you just trade a job for another job?
Exactly. That is so true. And a lot of times, investors, when they do that, they would have made more flipping burgers at Dairy Queen than flipping houses.
Yes, yes. And it's like, I read somewhere the other day, it's like you need to know when's enough, and
Yeah.
it's so that you can enjoy life, because then what's the point? So yeah, that's something that I'm looking forward.
Now, how much, what's with your Phi tribe? What's the next kind of phase for them? I know you've got the meetings. Are you guys looking at hosting an event or a conference or doing anything like that or mastermind off of that?
Yeah, so we're actually hosting a retreat in Cartagena, Colombia. And this is going to be in March. We're actually opening a couple more spots too, and it's going to be really good. We're going to be focusing on like creative financing and like organizing your business.
Mm-hmm.
You can create the life of traveling while your business runs on its own. So yeah, it's going to be really fun. We have like we're going to be on a boat going on the island, so it's like a fun and masterminding kind of thing. So we're really excited about the with that. It's like it mixes like the lifestyle that we all want,
Yeah.
travel, and then also real estate.
Oh yeah, definitely. I saw that on your Instagram, so I want to make sure and bring that up because I think it's such a unique thing to that. How many folks do you expect at the mastermind there in Cartagena?
I think right now we have maybe like 15 individuals.
Nice.
And so we are considering opening more spots. And so I was like, if we get more people, the more the merrier. But not too big, obviously, because we
Yeah.
still want to make it very like
Intimate.
intimate, one-on-one. And we get one-on-one time. Like we did one this year, earlier in February in the Smokies, and it was so fun. It was so great. We took a lot. I learned a lot too. So yeah.
Awesome. Now, are you planning on sticking primarily in the Georgia market for the most part with what you're doing?
Yes, I don't think I'm a out of state investor. I have to like be on. I'm a control freak a little bit, and I just kind of
Come on, real estate investors are all control freaks. The fact that you're an ex-accountant makes you a little bit more. The only thing would be worse if you were an engineering accountant.
that's funny. Yes. Yeah, so I'm really big on like being able to go to the properties and see them. And sometimes like you have a big issue and it's like I need a second opinion, I need to make sure I see it. I'm not there all the time because I do have a team, but I still like I don't know. I tried it when I moved here and we had the properties in Florida, and it didn't feel good. So
I understand. There's nothing wrong with that, knowing your niche, knowing your buy box, especially when you've got a couple markets that keep generating deal flow for you. And then I think there's a lot of opportunity in taking land or lots and building property. There's such a shortage of affordable housing that it is almost cheaper to build from the ground up on some things, or incorporate kind of tiny homes and some of the different things that they're doing with that to create affordable housing for people or first-time home buyers for the most part.
yes, yes.
Um, let's see here. I want to ask this the right way. Who would you say is, we talked about how you listen to a lot of stuff, but when you think about who you model your business after, do you have anybody out there that you kind of is like a girl crush on, as a mentor or investor out there? Like, I like that person. I make the joke that there's a lot of people a lot of guys in the investor space. And I got to meet a few of my heroes out there that I've learned from over the years. But anybody like that for you, who you kind of think of like, maybe I had their picture on the wall?
Um, I guess in the real estate space, somebody that really got me like going. And I was just on a podcast with him. Chad Carson was really
Yep.
kind of like big influence because his approach is like small and mighty, right?
Yep.
I really like that. And just kind of being able to travel, like he did the sabbatical and all these different things. So I mean, I wouldn't put his picture on my wall, but but my husband
Yeah.
probably that's weird. But yeah, he just like I read his book, Retire Early with Real Estate, and that really
Yep.
kicked off everything also. And then it's kind of that lifestyle. Right?
Yep.
So I really he obviously he's not in the same like affordable housing space, but it's just the approach of having a small but mighty portfolio and just like being able to travel with your kids and all that.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. Small and mighty doesn't always mean small. That
Mhm.
means it means a lot of things. It means control, because a lot of times more deals, more properties leads to more headaches more than anything else.
Mhm.
And a lot of investors get in over their head by trying to do too much. Kudos to you to knowing your niche and your comfort level and not getting out over the skis to make sure that you're still enjoying life and having fun, and planning that year in Colombia is definitely, I guarantee you're just gonna have a smile on your face from ear to ear most of the time.
Yes, yes. You'll probably see me on my social media, like super happy, tan. Yeah. So,
Bright pink hair everywhere.
yeah, better. Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Good stuff there. What's the best way for our listeners and our tribe to reach out to connect with you or follow your path and your journey, Kat?
So I am always on Instagram pretty much every single day. It's cat.invest. And I have a blog, beyondjustnumbers.com, where I post a lot of like the things that I'm doing. So
Mhm.
if you want to reach out to me, Instagram's the best place. I always respond. So
Yep, and that's how we connected after the app for sure with FinCon. So we'll make sure and post both of those in the show notes here in the description below, so you guys can connect and follow Kat's awesome journey out there. Kat, thank you so much for coming on here and sharing some of your insights, your wins, your losses, and obviously your victories.
thank you for having me.
Glad to have you. All right, guys, gals, you heard Kat talk about here. Uh, Listen to what she said and some of her path. If you're sitting on the sidelines and you're like, I need to, everything's got to be perfect, don't let that inner control freak stop you from pulling the trigger and getting out there and making an offer, getting your first deal done. You learn so much more than you will ever learn from a book or a class. Nothing wrong with that. But if you need a community, hey, there's different communities out there for you to learn from, to assist, and actually help hold your hand through that process to find your own FI tribe. So go out, take some action, everybody, and we'll see you at the top. Thanks. And good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closer Show. As always, Scott Carson, jacked up with you today here. And for all of you out there that are starting to, oh my God, the year is ending. I didn't get as much stuff done as I wanted to. I'm busy juggling my side hustle with my job. I don't have enough hours in the day. Well, guess what? This episode is for you. All right. We've got an amazing special guest who's got years, if not decades, of experience helping other people get more out of their day-to-day. He helps overwhelmed entrepreneurs implement simple systems so they can go from being business operators to business owners and truly experience the financial and the time frame that drew them to entrepreneurship in the first place. And I know all of you out there want to own a business or want to be a full-time investor and entrepreneur, and this is the guy that we're talking about. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about my buddy Mike Abramitz out there. He's got over 20 years of direct sales experience, training 5,000 plus sales reps for millions in sold. He's also got several best-selling books out there. We'll talk a little about there for you, but we are honored to have him on there. He has a podcast called Better Than Rich Show that you'll want to check out. We'll put the link to that in the description. But what is going on, Mike? How you doing, bud?
Hey, Scott, thanks so much for having me. I appreciate the bio and the introduction and happy to be here. And I never like correcting people because people could call me whatever, but the last name is sometimes it's a doozy, but it's Mike Abramowitz. Just so anybody, if you ever do reach out, it's a doozy sometimes, but it was a good attempt. I appreciate that. So I should have prepped you at the beginning, but yeah, Mike Abramowitz, and happy to be here, brother.
My apology on that. I had practiced earlier and got rolling here. So
it's all good.
All good, right? You can call me asshole. We'll be even there for you.
All right, deal.
But one of the great things that your power, I really believe, is really helping people get more out of it. Can you kind of dive into kind of your formula, or maybe I'm sure you're talking to people that often feel overwhelmed or not living the lives they want to be. They get into the idea of entrepreneurship and it smacks them in the face that they just created another job or another prison in a lot of cases, right?
Yeah. The challenge is many people, whether you're working, in the 9 to 5 or you're trying to start your side hustle, is we sometimes forget exactly what our time is worth. And what I know for me, I was in like kind of this grinder mode in the startup phase, years ago. And the challenge is I would, quote unquote, quit my 9 to 5 just to feel like I'm working 24/7. So it's like this reaction mode settles in, answering our phone all the time, constantly checking DMs or responding to comments or inbox. So it's like, if we don't know exactly what our time is worth, then it's hard to draw boundaries around what we're willing to tolerate or not willing to tolerate. So I always like to start there. It's like, do you know what your target hourly earnings are? Like if you work for a company, they set it for you. You're making $100,000 a year, okay, and they're working 40 hours a week. My dollar per hour is $50 an hour. But if you're an entrepreneur, you don't really know if you are bringing in $300,000 a year. Well, you got to think about, okay, if I'm bringing in 300, how many weeks am I working and how many weeks am I taking off and how many hours am I dedicating each week and how many hours am I not dedicating each week? And that's going to give you a target number. And whatever that number is, 50, 75, 100, 200, 300, 400 or more, that's a great place to start, because then we say, if this is what I believe my time is worth, then I can audit and say, where's my time actually being spent? And if we actually do that audit, oftentimes busy people will see that they're sometimes doing tasks that are below that rate. And not only below the rate, they're draining their energy and their distractions. And then we get just addicted to the habitual process of going through and doing these distractions, that we don't take a time to like do the audit. So that's what I like to start with. It's like, let's do the audit your time, audit your energy, and then we can see what team and tech solutions could we put into place to buy back that time. And then we can say, okay, we could have the next part of the conversation, but that's a great place to start. That's a great framework to begin with.
I love it, because one of the things I teach in my classes too is like, hey, what's your hour worth? And we get a lot of people that in the real estate side, they come over, they spend all this time and energy fixing a house or flipping a house. When you look back at what their ROT, instead of return on investment, return on time, and they would have made more money working part-time at McDonald's flipping burgers, you know what I mean, versus what they put into into this fix and flip or this deal that they're working through. So it's really important. And I'm a big believer that, hey, if you're find yourself doing $15 an hour in activities, you're gonna have a $15 an hour bank account too, right?
Yeah. And it's interesting because even if you look at the $15 an hour activities, it's not like, oh my God, I'm going to buy back my $15 an hour time and then go make a sandwich. It's let me buy back my time, all those $15 an hour activities, have somebody else do them, and then reinvest my time into high value activities. So sometimes people that are starting a business or investing, or using your example of like, they're flipping a house. You don't have to do everything. You just want to think differently. What is the highest revenue generating activities? But too many times business owners or people in general are coming from a place of scarcity. If I'm spending money, therefore I'm losing money. What we're really doing is we're spending the dollars to buy back time and then reinvest that time to a higher value activity. The higher value activity literally might be taking your family out for a dinner just to give you more energy. It might be doing a 15-minute meditation. It might be going for a walk without your phone. That might be a high value activity. It might be learning or reading or sales calls or trainings or whatever it might be. But we want to kind of do that audit to say, okay, what can I offload? A personal example, and this is not business related. My wife wanted these curtains put up. Now, these curtains, by the time I watched YouTube videos, by the time I figured out exactly measuring it and us doing it, yeah, we could have called it like a project, but like we got a 3-year-old at home, we got one on the way. It's like, that would have taken me more time than I would want to spend. Mounting TVs. We just moved into our house. There was 4 TVs that get mounted. That I could do it, but measuring it, finding the studs, all that, I found a handyman. He charges $75 an hour. That's below my rate. So I was able to get the curtains done, the TVs mounted. I was able to get some of these shelves put up, a pull-up bar put up, all of these tasks done for under $200. And frankly, I feel great about that, because that time it's not just the time, but the energetic distraction of me not having to focus on doing that gave me more energy. It gave me more time. I was able to sit and write and journal and reflect, and creativity can exist on the other end of that. So I think it's a different way of viewing time that I want to inspire people to think about, because it wasn't always this way. And we could go into my origin story if you want, but like, it wasn't always that way. And that's why I'm so passionate about this.
Well, you also probably saved from having a few fights. Honey, that's not straight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you avoid a little bit of that too. Exactly.
Well, but it's important you said about in your superpower, living in your zone too. The more you can spend in your zone where you're creative and getting the most done, the more productive you're going to be, the happier you're going to be. I think I hate to kick this back, but it's almost kind of like the E myth. Entrepreneurs struggle with the 3 different hats that we wear all the time. And we really need to be living in that productive, energetic zone versus the R&D or the research side of things. If you're making $200 an hour, $250 an hour, it makes more sense to hire somebody to do that, because then your time is much more valuable, and you're not an expert at hanging curtains. You could do it, but it doesn't mean you want to do it right with the time.
Correct. And that's, again, it comes to thinking differently. The other piece of this, again, we could go into the origin story, but the other piece of this is, when is the best time to start thinking differently? Sometimes people wait until circumstances arise, and then it's like, all right, now I'll react to the circumstance, a death of a loved one, a sickness of a loved one, some sort of, I lost my job, or, whatever it might be. They wait for the circumstance, and it's like, now I'll change. But JFK said the best time to work on the roof is when the sun is shining. So we need to start thinking differently when things are not in crisis mode, not in a winter storm. We want to start thinking differently when things are pretty good. I could adapt. So especially this being released at the end of the year, going into the new transition, we don't need the calendar to say, oh, new year, new me, but realistically it can be. And this is just an upgraded version of you. You don't have to wait for circumstances to change. We could go in whatever direction you want, but ultimately, Scott, I hired a business coach and a life coach before I proposed to my wife, because I knew I wanted to run a business that was secondary to me being a family man. I wanted to be a family man with a business, not a businessman with a family. And my dad owns a plumbing business. He's 82. He still works 6 days a week. He's incredibly ambitious, but he also missed a lot of basketball games growing up. So it's like, I knew before I got married and went into that next chapter of life, I just wanted a little bit more time freedom. So I hired a coach to help me systemize my direct sales business. And those systems that I put in my direct sales business, I was able to buy back my time. So I had my staff and my systems and everything, but I put that in place. 2020, the crisis hit in COVID. I was on an 18-day road trip with my wife, and we had a great time. Business was producing $100,000 sales weeks. We were crushing it because I put those systems in place. I had an offshore virtual assistant team. I had all these different automation tools put in. I had a staff and layers. It was fantastic. What's the so what? I put those processes in place, not knowing that December 31st, 2020, my son was going to be born, but he was born at 1 pound, 4 ounces. So Scott, we didn't know that we were going to be in the hospital for an extended period of time, but because I put those systems in place, I was able to remove myself from my business for 8.5 months. We were in the NICU with him for 254 days, and my business still produced like a machine over $250,000 in revenue, 6 figures in profits collected without me there. So that's why I want individuals listening to this to say, what is my time worth? And then how can I build this and design a machine that can produce cash flow without me there? Or if I am there, I'm only focusing on the high value activities, because everything else that's below my dollar per hour wage is getting offloaded to team and tech. Again, we could go in whatever direction makes the most sense, but that's why I'm so passionate about this.
I love that. I think I want to go in a little bit about that origin. I understand it. And kudos. If you have my mom was a NICU nurse for 20 years, so I understand the stress of that and everything that goes in along with that. Because it been around somebody who's been involved with that. But I'd love for you, when you were going to hire that coach, because I think there's a lot of folks out there. They're like, hey, I want to do this. I'm bootstrapped. I'm launching this. I'm doing my side hustle. I'm going to be more of an entrepreneur. I'm gonna do it all myself to begin with. And that's the thing I always laugh at folks. I'm like, no. Don't try to do it all yourself, because you're not going to get it all done yourself. What was that process, or what did that, when you sat down with that business expert, what were the things immediately that you highlighted, or maybe the things you highlight immediately with people that need help these days?
So I'll answer the question in 2 parts. One was who I was when I hired him, and I'll answer it to like where I am today.
Sure.
So where I was at that point in time, I didn't have a tremendous amount of pain, whereas like, oh my God, I really got to change. In fact, I had a ton of control issues at that point, whereas like I wanted to do everything. So what that coach really helped me with at that point in time was to let go of control of the things that somebody else can do, and take control of the things that nobody else can do except me. So I still kept my control issues, but I was controlling high value activities. And that's really what he helped me with. But I wouldn't have been able to have that paradigm shift without somebody else drawing that out. So having a person of influence that can poke out for me for those blind spots that I just didn't see, and also having someone that he wasn't invested in my success. Like I had mentors in the direct sales company I was with, but like they were invested in my success. So the more we sold, the better we did, the more money they made. And how do we do more is by me giving more time. So the solution was give more time, and then I will grind more and we'll sell more. And therefore that's the solution, where he didn't care about that. He cared about me reaching the goals that I wanted, which was time freedom from the business while increasing profits. So I could sustain results, increase profits, reducing my time. So that's why I hired him to help me with that. He had a background in corporate. He helped scale a company in India from 6 million to 30 million. He understood, he had a team of 1,400. So he had that type of knowledge and experience. So he started coaching small business owners on how to corporatize their business. And that was like, okay, that's kind of what I wanted to do. So that's where I was 2016. Fast forward to where we are now, 2023, that coach is now my business partner. So what's actually really funny is, so Andrew Biggs and I partnered up when I got out of the hospital, September 10th, 2021 with our son. I called him. I said, I think people could benefit. I think people could benefit from learning how to do this, even bigger than just you coaching them. Like we can create a business together. And at that time, my wife had to become a full-time medical mom. So she was working as a corporate recruiter, 75, 80 grand a year. And I was like, I got to replace her income. How do I do that? And that was the birthplace of what we're doing now with Better Than Rich, is helping these overwhelmed entrepreneurs systemize and simplify their business by leveraging AI-informed virtual assistants, team and tech, Like that's essentially the birthplace. So what I would tell someone now, compared to where I was, is if you are in the grinding mode where you're doing everything, eventually at some point there's going to be consequence, and there's going to be some sort of pain. And when you reach that threshold, that's when I would encourage you to be willing to adapt, be willing to change. So again, coming back to the time audit, I would say, you're right now doing everything. If you're a solopreneur, you're running marketing, you're running sales, you're running fulfillment, you're running HR, you're doing them all. I would break down the hats that you're wearing into these different departments and getting really explicitly clear of each of those roles, and then start asking the questions of who. It's not a who, or it's not a what, it's not a how, it's a who. Who are individuals that can do these things? And what are the tasks that only I can do that no one else can do? Get really, really clear on that. I think that would be very telling. And then I would also think about what are the revenue generating activities for these individuals, and making sure that I'm spending most of my time on the things that produce revenue. So that way I could take the revenue that I'm making, taking a portion of that revenue, and then buy who's that can help me. And frankly, some who's don't even require that much money. You could get low cost, low wage workers. In fact, you could get mentees and interns. If you're providing them experience, you could compensate with experience, with resume boosters, with LinkedIn endorsements, with, just collaboration and your education. You could give bonuses, 100% commissions. There's so many different ways to get creative with finding who's. But what's more important than the who, the actual who, is the actual structure you're bringing the who's in. So I would encourage you to just really think about it in those terms, as far as what, Andrew helped me think about it from my lens.
Definitely sounds a little similar, kind of what you're talking about, the traction aspect of things.
Yeah. I love traction.
That. I saw the book there. I was like,
yeah,
it's on top there. But it's the big thing is identifying those key steps, or those key not tactics as I say, but key actions that only you can do, and who you can delegate it for to get it done.
Dan Sullivan's Who Not How is another great resource as well. Gap in the Gain, these are great resources.
Yeah, exactly. But I like what you said about doing it before it's a pain. Yes, when it's a pain, you have to do it, and it's always easier when you can implement it, like when the sun is shining, versus dealing with health issues. I've got some friends that have gone through some health issues, and their business has come to a complete standstill because he's in the hospital for 6 months. I've got another one who was working all hard and then trying to do it all himself. And I'm like, you got to hire a VA to do half that stuff, or delegate this. You can afford to do this. Well, I can't afford to. Well, now he's divorced. Now he can't afford to because half the income's gone, So
I'm really glad you brought that up, because sometimes those unseen consequences, it's having weight on relationships, on someone's health. You want to audit your time, because the time no matter where you are, you're there. So yeah, you're dedicating all this time and energy to the business, but then what's getting neglected? Health and relationships. Those types of things are really important. Your own personal mental health. So under personal health, under relationship health, then you think about what is your legacy, or your calling, or your purpose, or your mission in life. Is that getting neglected too? So we got to understand there's a cost. There is a cost to, okay, I'm going to grind. I'm going to take pride in being a hard worker. That's great. At what cost? So it is important. Again, that's where a little bit of coaching comes into play to support with just that reminder. That's at least what's helpful for me. And this is coming from someone. I have a coach for my health. I have a coach for my business. I have a coach for my money. I'm in a front row dad community. So it's a bunch of dads that I'm surrounded with that are helping me be a better father and a better husband. So I have coaches and mentors all around me in different facets of life, because it's a priority. I want to be a well-balanced individual and be able to be present with what's most important. So that's why the time freedom piece is really important too. So I will say to the investors, I bought my first house when I was 20. I had 3 rental properties when I graduated college. So I read Rich Dad Poor Dad. Instead of buying the car, I bought the first house. So this was back in 2006, 2006, 2007, 2008 was when I had these properties. So I was doing really well. I was 22 years old. And before I graduated college, I had 3 rental properties, and I totally get it. I remember when I started up my business right out of college, I drove to one of the houses and I had to repair the lock in the door. I was like, I'm not going to pay a locksmith to do this. I could do this myself. But looking back on that decision, like 22-year-old Mike, if I paid a locksmith $75 to do it, if I think about how much time it took me for me to drive, the distraction, the energy, all of that, like going to Home Depot and buying the lock and all that stuff, it probably took me 3 hours of distraction energy to save $75 of what a locksmith might have cost or whatever the price would have been. It's just, we do want to kind of weigh some of that stuff out when we make some of these decisions.
That's why I say that judging what your hour is worth and knowing, okay, what's this going to cost me? What's it going to, cost me hour besides cost wise, but time wise.
And energy, yeah.
Exactly. That energy, what can I be doing otherwise? I mean, is it more important to go on the date with the wife or the spouse or go change the lock? Well, I guarantee that it's more value going on that date, that dinner versus being interested to go change a lock or do something else with a tenant.
That's a choice. And if the choice, that's the beautiful gift that we have is we make choices. And on the other end of those choices are consequences. Sometimes they're positive consequences and sometimes they're lessons, we'll call them. And those lessons, they start adding up and we want to try to take people's wisdom who learn those lessons, maybe the hard way or avoided some of the pitfalls that happen with that. So, and for those of you listening, I mean, you're in the right path. If you're here, if you're hanging out with Scott, listening to this podcast or reading books and doing that, you're in the right place. That's a great place to start. So kudos to you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing too, is thinking back to identifying those pain points. I think everybody knows we all have pain points. Everybody's got it. Things that don't get done that fall by the wayside on a day and day. I'm not a big fan of to-do lists. I'm more of a fan. Okay, big rocks, focus on the 3 revenue streams that you need to focus on each day. Then the little things can either be delegated or it'll get done when they get done. When you're sitting down and talking with entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs, what's the process you put them to? I think you've got a quiz or a checklist of some sort that you're putting people through to figure out where their biggest pain points are, where their issues are.
We do have a quiz, and anyone wants to take it, they could go to betterthanrich.com/quiz. And it's a free tool that we just put out to help create awareness again around what type of business owner are you? Are you that grinder that's doing everything that's inside your business? That's cool. Like we've been there. If you're like more of a manager where you have a team and you have like some people to delegate to, but you're still the bottleneck, even in the decision-making process, even though there's a team, are you a visionary where you see like the future of where you're at, but you don't know necessarily what to dedicate your focus to? Great. We want to give you some resources and PDFs. So on the other end of the quiz, we have like videos and PDFs and workbooks, and depending on where you're at, which is really helpful. What I would recommend is, once an individual does their time audit and figures out their dollar per hour wage, I would go through a task evaluation. So the evaluation might start with like, what are all my tasks that I do under the umbrella of communication, like communication related tasks, email, inbox, scheduling appointments, answering phone calls, managing mailings, client follow-ups. Then I would go through marketing tasks, website updates, designing flyers, organizing ad campaigns. Then I would go to social media tasks, social media management or content creation, scheduling content, engagement, audience building, analytics, hashtag, research, like all of this. Then I would go to lead generation tasks like lead sourcing and qualifying and nurturing and any cold calling that's happening or event planning. Then I would go to any type of listings or transactions that might be taking place, like data entry or CRM or client database management, any type of research and reporting like market or client research, any general admin tasks like planning events, travel arrangements, even grocery shopping for crying out loud. And then like any client relationship tasks like client nurturing or gift purchasing or feedback generate, any of that. Like these are all tasks that I just listed off. You go back and listen to this. These will, this will all be populated in that email and whatnot, and on the other end of that quiz. But ultimately, you just do an audit and say, cool, I bet there is a who that could do all of those things that are underneath your target dollar per hour. So then once you have the awareness, start getting those offloaded, start delegating them. And then what do you do with your freed up time? Well, can you spend time on doing like in-depth market analysis or strategic networking, creating partnerships? You know, if you're in business, let's say if you're, let's say if you're in real estate, you're an investor and you want to find more deals that you can buy. You want to find strategic partners. Why would they want to do a partnership with you versus the other people? Why would they want to give you access to their deal? We got to foster these relationships. How do you invest in those relationships? How do you get FaceTime with these people? If you're a real estate agent, shoot, I want to have a referral partner with an attorney that deals with the D's, the deaths and the divorce and the disasters. So that way, every time they have one that comes across their desk that, hey, my family member just passed away and I inherited their house. What do I do? Oh, you got to sell it. Cool. Here's my contact for someone that could help you get that listed. How can I have partners with like attorneys and advisors and those types of people? We got to be strategic with the time, continuous skill development or visionary planning, personal development and well-being, like public speaking, influencing. Maybe you want to be guesting on podcasts or something. Like there's so many things that you can do with that extra time that could be higher value activities. So I just wanted to capture that so somebody can go through and just say, these are all the tasks that are probably below my target dollar per hour. And these are some activities that I could do that are high value. If I could get these offloaded and spend more of my time up here, what might that be able to do over the next 6 to 12 months? That's really the question. And what's nice about the things that we can offload, many of them are under $25 an hour. I mean, for comparison, you might be able to buy back that time of 20 hours a week, 80 hours a month. Shoot, what might that do for your life or your business if you had all these tasks offloaded and then you were able to spend that time 80 hours a month on high value activities? It could be very exciting.
It can be very exciting, very profitable, because now you can put your time and effort into doing these things into somebody can do it for you. And then you're now got 80 hours to focus on the more productive things that get more stuff done. How important is you mentioned networking, but how important it would be, like you said, coach, you hired a coach, but also like masterminds and sitting down with like-minded individuals and bouncing questions. How do you solve this? How do you fix this? Or what are you using to fill this gap in?
Well, it depends on someone's learning style. I personally enjoy that because I like the accessibility. So I have several communities I'm a part of that have accessibility, and it's also continuity where I can continue the same conversation with the same person versus like bouncing around, but the accessibility to be able to like have on-demand access to different levels of accountability. There's the accountability of expert accountability that I really like, people that are ahead of me. I like the accountability of peer accountability, those that are running alongside of me. And I also like the mentee accountability where I'm teaching something to somebody that's just starting out, because then it's forcing me to make sure I've actually integrated or learned some of those things. So having the 3 layers of accountability has always been helpful for me over the last 20 years of being in business. So I love that. The only thing is that takes time. So we need to make sure it's a priority for someone so they actually take advantage of the accessibility so they can get the benefits. So that's what I would say. But I take full advantage. If I pay attention. So like I've been invited to like free groups and I'm like, that's YouTube for me. Like I just don't want to join something. But when I joined some of the groups, when we got out of the hospital September 2021, as I mentioned, I invested over, it was approximately 30 grand that I invested into different groups that I wanted to become a more of an expert in and learn from experts and cut down that learning curve dramatically. So that was important for me. And because I invested that much, I was committed. I was 30 grand committed to create 6 figures in the next 12 months. So I started, my own coaching company during that time frame. I partnered with Better Than Rich, and I'm really fired up to say that from that moment until now, so September 2021 until this right now, November 20, I haven't done November's expenses, but it was $777,000 in revenue that's been created through October. And in 2 years. And I'm fired up about that because it came from this desperation of how am I going to replace 75 grand a year of my wife's income? Let's find out, let's figure out what we can do. And it's now provided dozens of jobs to other people, hundreds of students and clients that we've been able to serve. all from a place of curiosity of like, how might I be able to figure out what my genius is and how can I add value to the marketplace?
A question for you that pops in my mind because I'm thinking of somebody. What do you do with those that have the big mind block about being able to let go of something? You know, I'm sure you've dealt with so many folks like, I got to do it all myself. You know, the inner control freaks that we all are. There are, people, folks like, I just can't let that go. And it's the point is like, you got to let that go or you're not going to get where you want to go long term, right?
So again, I hate that answer, but it depends. Everything in business, it depends. So if you want to get more granular of like, what is it that they need to let go of, we can actually go into the specifics. But if someone says I need to let go of something, it's what are we replacing it with? So for example, if someone says I got to quit smoking, those people rarely ever quit smoking. So it's I'm letting go of cigarettes versus I'm adding in healthy lifestyle. So I'm letting go of something to make room for something else. So we need to just get really clear of what are we more so making room for more than what are we letting go of. So that's again, we could, without knowing all the specifics, that's immediately where my mind would go is what do we need to make more room for?
That makes sense. Well, let's take it down a little bit more granular. Let's say it's staff you've had working for you for a while and you want to transition to doing something else than what they've done before.
Okay.
They identify themselves as being the person that handles A, B, and C. To give that up. You know what I mean?
So think about it this way. What I would say to that person is, what message does it send to a staff that says, I hired you to do this blank task, but I'm going to do it? What is the message that sends that I hired you to do it, but you can't do it as good as me, so I'm going to do it instead? The message might be said, well, they might say, I don't know if he trusts me. I don't know if he believes in me. I don't know if he thinks I'm competent. Why do I even work here if he doesn't want me to do the work? Am I being undervalued? Am I underappreciated? Now, this might not be the truth, but it might create an environment where that message is being indirectly communicated by these actions. So on the opposite end of the spectrum, what message does it send when the owner says, I hired you to do these tasks. You came to me to ask me to do them. Since I hired you, I'd like for you to figure it out and then present to me. I want you to present to me 3 possible solutions to your one problem and then pick out the one best viable option out of those 3. So 1 problem, 3 possible solutions, and pick your favorite of those 3. That's directly from Buy Back Your Time. And now I'm empowering them to do some sort of thinking, and then they present it to me, and then I'll have a conversation with them. More than likely, that conversation would probably be, cool, I think that's a great answer. Nice work. And now it's an environment of empowerment versus an environment of potentially decreasing value for these individuals. The human capital might be going down. I want to raise that human capital as much as possible. I don't want to be the smartest person on my team. I pride myself in that. People ask me, it's like, what technology do you use? What's your new AI? I'm like, I got to ask the individual on our team that's responsible for that. I don't have the answer there, and I don't want to have the answer there. I could find it out for you, but I don't want to waste my genius with something like that.
Well, that brings me to the next question I've had. You must have a little ESP there. How important is your team's utilizing AI to get more things done or be more efficient?
Oh, it's everything. I mean, we have a 30-something person team, man, and they're using AI. We pride ourselves like that. We've created that identity. We say we have an AI informed team. So we have an AI informed team, and we have a service where someone can buy our team essentially and use our team for their services. Everything from video editing, podcast production, graphic design and imaging, social media marketing, lead generation, inbox management. It's wild. Like I'll tell you, Scott, here's how amazing AI is and how our team uses it. This second in time right now, while I'm having a conversation with you, I have approximately 12 different individuals acting as me on all different platforms in my tone. So the benefit of this is I can be in multiple places all at the same time. It's my tone, it's my AI, it's just not the human form of me. So it's another human using my tone and AI pushing and submit. So it's as me, it's for me, it's just not by me. So you could take that in whatever direction you want to go, and we could go down whatever rabbit hole you want to go on this, but it is critical. It is here. It is not that hard. But it is, I mean, the technology that's available to us right now is really, really critical for someone to stay competitive in the marketplace. If there's a great example that Simon Sinek talks about in Start With Why, and a little bell curve. And he says there's the innovators is like that first few percent, and then there's the early adopters, and then there's the early majority. That's kind of where we're at in this AI movement right now. Then there's this late majority, and then there's laggards. And that late majority and those laggards, oftentimes, if they're in business, they experience consequence. There's pain. So those individuals, they're the ones that during COVID, they got screwed. Those are the ones that during COVID, they didn't adapt, they died. That's why their business shut down. That's why they struggled. And they're pointing fingers at, oh, it's COVID and this and that. Because for every one of those people, the innovators, the early adopters, the majority, how did they thrive during crisis is because they were willing to adapt. And we must adapt. AI is here. We got to stay competitive. And everyone in your organization must be informed with what are the capabilities. And with ChatGPT specific, it's not about the tool. The tool is easy. It's the questions and the prompts that we're asking to it. How do you have a conversation to draw out items that you want to draw out? It could create a content calendar. It could create, responses to emails on your behalf. I mean, the items are pretty endless of what's possible. It's almost like if you ask, you shall receive, when it comes to AI, but I could keep riffing on it, but yeah, that's my passionate rant.
That's the thing that we've been playing around with the last month or two is using ChatGPT and Baird to create that full year of content creation and how to get it out on a weekly. I mean, there's things you do daily, things you do weekly, things you do monthly as well, and trying to systematize that so that it's not all having to come from between the 6 inches between your 2 ears. You know what I mean? Leveraging that, because that's usually the biggest challenge I get from our students when we talk about, hey, you got to create some content, get stuff out there. It's really like sitting down to write a book on an empty screen and not knowing what to type. Well, ask a couple questions and you'll have more than you ever wanted to start sharing in creation. You know what I mean?
For sure. 100%. It's a great primer when it comes to writing content. It's also really good for, my goodness. Here, I'll share this little nugget of wisdom, and we can go in whatever direction. We're using it for lead generation for our business. Okay. So we have clients. I'll use one of our clients as an example because he's more in the real estate investor space. I think it's relevant. So his name is Matt. He has his team of virtual assistants researching mobile home park owners. So they're researching mobile home park owners. That's his specialty. They do all the research, find potential owners. Then his team will take that list, and then they'll do a multi-part campaign. First, they'll email them. Then they'll find as many as they can on Facebook and Facebook and LinkedIn, send them cold messages, send them a text message. And then if they don't get a response, then it's a phone call. So we have that campaign, send them a call, ideally all to ask them a couple of qualifying questions like, are you in a position to maybe possibly sell your mobile home park? What's the vacancy, whatever it might be. They ask the qualifiers. And if they're qualified, book a call with Matt. So that whole process in the front part is done with AI and also a virtual assistant team. So the AI is making sure the templates are right, how to find these people, scraping tools on different websites. There's so many different resources that are out there to get this list organized, reach out to these people and try to get them on Matt's, try to get qualified candidates on his calendar. 90 days. The first 90 days we did this, he got his first mobile home park deal. And obviously, paid for 10 years of our service. But now we're at the point where we're pairing that model with finding investors, people who want to put their money to work. So it's how do we find capital investors and using OPM, other people's money to pair with these deals. So Matt is now creating his own agency essentially as a middleman where he can be creating his own fund to raise capital and also find deals and be that person in the middle, leveraging AI and a team of virtual assistants as an example, using GPT and AI for finding the contacts, reaching out to the contacts, copy and pasting in Matt's tone on social media, doing what we call an organic 3-2-1, 3 likes, 2 comments, and 1 authentic message. So it feels very human. It doesn't feel like a bot.
Right.
So it's AI informed team is really what he's using. So it's wild. That's just an example for lead gen purposes for someone in the investment space.
Well, but that's so critical, because all those activities, most people are trying to do it all themselves, and the efficiency of that is not. There's no efficiency trying to do all that stuff yourself, right?
Yeah.
If you look back at the 90 days prior to what Matt did, it's probably a whole lot of nothing, compared to where it's exponentially where it's at today, closing on stuff and then raising capital and going from there.
Yeah, it is. And again, we have 65 clients that is like our test geniuses, and there's many examples that we could bring in from them. But the most important thing for anybody that listening to this right now, you don't need to spend thousands and thousands of dollars or hundreds of hours figuring out on your own. By joining a community of individuals, whether that's your community, Scott, or other communities that you can get exposed to. Conversations around this are happening all around you. So I would invite you to, you could join, I'm sure, Scott, you have a community of tons of people who are having these conversations. I know we do. This is not going anywhere. You got to just adapt and jump into the convo and just see who's most aligned with where you're at on the journey, and seeing who can help you get from where you are to where you want to be, figure out what that gap is, and then build that bridge with those that can help you. That would be my counsel.
You mentioned something. A lot of folks, when they are exposed to this, it's an overwhelmingly like drinking from a fire hydrant at the beginning. That can often be a scared factor, like I can't implement this all. What time frame would you tell folks to realistically give themselves to implement a lot of these things, whether it's AI or the systemization things? What's that time frame? Are we talking 30 days, 90 days? I mean, it varies a little bit, but on average, what do you talk with your clients about as far as the time frame to get stuff implemented?
Well, our process, we've really knocked this down to 45 minutes. So because we already have systems in place. So if somebody doesn't have any SOPs, there's no processes, there's no playbooks, there's no systems, and they're trying to do it on their own. I mean, you got to watch the YouTube videos and really go through some of it. I mean, I would say 30 days, you could probably start seeing some really solid gains with YouTube University at your side. But for us, I mean, shoot, you hop on a 45-minute Zoom. We have an account manager, a technology expert, and we have an onboarding manager that you would hop on with those 3 people, 45 minutes, answer the questions, an intake form that you fill out before the Zoom. And then we go through that intake form and say, all right, what are the things that we want to offload now, like right away? What are some recurring tasks, inbox management, calendar management, social media, lead gen, whatever the answers are? It's like, cool, let's get access to those things. Let's get your tone. We'll put it into GPT. Cool. Does that look good? Awesome. And great. We're going to get to work on this. And boom, set it, forget it. We'll get to work on whatever it is that needs to get done. And then when they want to assign their next tasks, we either go back and forth on Slack or we hop on a Zoom again and do the same process. So for every batch of tasks that someone wants done, we've pretty much got it down to a science where 45 minutes or so, we can start taking over everything because we already have a lot of SOPs in place.
Nice. Now, what's an ideal client for you? Is there a revenue amount, a season amount? What's kind of your ideal client with 65?
If someone's a thought leader, like they see themselves as a thought leader, they see themselves as a very busy thought leader, and they just want to get some time back. Most of our clients are ranging anywhere as low as like, I would say 80 grand a year to, maybe 200 grand a year that their take home is. And then we have a couple of the higher end where they're running, multi 7-figure businesses and they're using our services for their team. So like that's our target ideal client would be that, because then they have a team of individuals using our services, not just one person using the service. So there's like the solopreneur, and then there's like a business owner who has a staff and a team that they're all using these AI informed, because that ideally for someone who is running a business and you're paying someone $50 an hour to do $15 an hour work or $20 an hour work, you really want to rethink and reimagine what that setup looks like. So we can help them not only win back time, but also increase some profits. So
what's your favorite tool to have your AI start speaking in your tone? You've probably got a tool or two.
Well, GPTs for sure. Chat GPT 4, their tone analyzer, as long as you're using the right prompt, I mean, it is spot on. You know, just having it analyze the tone is fantastic. There's tons out there, but that's the one we use, Chat GPT 4.
Yeah, that's what I like to use. I didn't know if there was a different one out there.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Now, talk about the podcast a little bit. What are you seeing in the podcast and hoping to accomplish more with that?
Right now, we have about 150 episodes or so.
Congratulations.
I appreciate that. It's interesting because it's called Better Than Rich show, because on the other end of time freedom is impact.
Yep.
And so our business model, like our business pillars, is to help individuals, these thought leaders, these business owners, these entrepreneurs, help them buy back that time so they could reinvest that time to what matters most to them. And a lot of these individuals, what matters most to them is fulfillment, is joy, is making a positive difference in the world we live in. And if we think about what does it mean to be rich? Well, you could define that as however you want: wealth, money, time, whatever, like 3x freedom, time, location, and money freedom. So what's better than time, money, and location freedom? That's where it's like being present, being abundant, being fulfilled. So a lot of what we try to do on the show is to capture either how to get your business and life to a place where you have the time freedom to experience what it means to be better than rich, and examples of those who already are on the other end of that time or that 3x freedom, and giving examples of what's at the end of the road. So we just continue to capture stories of these people, giving examples, lots of workshops and tools to just really help the listener level up their business so they can level up their lives to spend that time what matters most to them. So
it's a great podcast. I've been binging some of the episodes recently and absolutely really enjoying it. So
great. We've had some great guests, man.
Oh yeah.
And it's been a lot of fun. So, and you'll be on the show coming up soon. So I'm excited
looking forward
flip
to
the
that.
script.
Yeah. Just a little bit there, but we could spend all day here picking brains and going back and forth, but what's the best way for our audience to reach out to you, Mike? Is it the betterthanrich.com/quiz for them to start that process kind of and get the ball rolling for you?
I would say so. If they want to go to betterthanrich.com/free call, we someone from my team, it might be me, it might be someone from our team, but betterthanrich.com/free call. We have a non-sales call. It's a game plan call that we call it. And you just answer a couple of questions. We'll hop on. Open book, no sales, 15 minutes, ask us anything. You want to learn something about ChatGPT. You want to know what the best prompts are. You want to know how we could do, whatever to help you. We'll just help you for 15 minutes. And at the end, if we feel like you actually could be qualified to use our services, or if you feel like you'd like to go through the sales process, let's be frank, what it is, then we would set up a longer discovery sales type of call with you, and dig a little bit deeper to see if we can actually help you with your business. Again, we have two pillars. We have the AI informed virtual assistants. We'll give you a monthly subscription of getting things done for you with an AI informed team. And we also have our operator to owner curriculum. And that's our coaching, where we have community coaching, on-demand resources, weekly live coaching sessions, private coaching sessions, where it's almost more of like a done with you type of feel for someone who's just like needs to level up their systems and some of those playbooks. We'll educate them and have a curriculum for them.
Awesome. Good stuff there. We'll put those links in the description there. Got to ask one final question. You've got so many books behind you. What's your number one book that you like to recommend out to people?
It's the one right above my head, is Dan Martell's Buy Back Your Time, because that is the playbook that we really have modeled. And we took that model and created a business around it to help people buy back their time. So we actually have like actual solutions and SOPs in place to help put the book into practice. Because Dan Martell is amazing, but to get Dan Martell and his team to do this stuff, he runs a SaaS company. It's not like he's even offering a solution to you. So we've actually taken that and solved this problem in the marketplace for people.
Definitely, definitely good stuff. Well, Mike, thank you so much for coming on the Note Closure Show and sharing your insight and valuable experience with our audience out there today.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. Thanks, Scott.
No problem. All right, guys, gals, you heard it here. Go out, take that free quiz, find out how you can solve your biggest issues of time and management and getting more out of your day or more out of your business, more out of your life, because we all know that is definitely what's better than rich, is actually having a life that you truly love. Doesn't matter what the number is, it's being able to do what you want when you want to do it without having to be stressed out to get those things done. So go out, take some action, everybody, and we'll see you at the top.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closer Show. As always, Scott Carson, jacked up to be here with you today, and really excited for this episode. I know a lot of you have reached out, and when we talk to our students and talk to our audience out there, yes, y'all love note investing, y'all love real estate, but a lot of y'all need some help with some basics to get rocking and rolling. Especially for some of our social media followers, like, how do I get started? I don't have no money. I've got issues. And one of the things that we find, especially when I'm talking with not only our followers out there, but also when we're talking to our distressed borrowers out there, they need some help with just normal money issues and or budget in a lot of cases. And so we're really excited to have a guest expert on that. He is the founder of mybudgetcoach.com. He is also a real estate investor, but he is a badass when it comes to the monthly numbers and making sure you get your shit together in a lot of cases. And his approach to budgeting, I think you guys will love, because it's a little unique and definitely stands out from the crowd. So in our extended series of interesting people you meet at FinCon, we're honored to have Mr. Zach Wetchell join us here from the Bluegrass States, Lexington, Kentucky today on the Note Closure Show. What is going on, Zach? How you doing, bud?
I'm doing all right. It's a good day to be in the Bluegrass State, Kentucky. We our basketball team, we've got a new coach. I don't know if you follow that at all, and we're playing Duke tonight. So it's a big deal for us over here.
Definitely big blue bloods there for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It is exciting. I think Calipari had overstayed his welcome a little bit.
Yep. We ran him out of town, and we got a new guy, and I think we're excited about it. So we'll see how it goes.
You know what? We here in Austin, obviously Austin's a bit of a basketball school here. It'll be interesting to see what it does in the SEC. But we played Kentucky, I think, football in 2 weeks for the first time in a long time. So it's
okay. Cool.
Definitely. But Duke and Kentucky, that's going to definitely that's always a big match out there.
Yes. Yeah. We'll see how it goes.
Now, what's interesting? This is a side point. You think about all these kids that have new NIL deals. You know, name, image, and likeness, stuff like that. And when I was in college, I didn't have a lot of financial education. I learned it from my own. When I became a banker, I would deal with some big names at the University of Texas, coming like big, like creme de la creme names on the field, national championship winners, NFL players coming in that couldn't even budget their checking account right in a lot of cases. Like their account was overdraft for their rental wheels being drafted wrong, and a lot of stuff there for you. So I know you've got a passion for helping people. Let's first dive into how you got started to where you're at and kind of what's led to where you're at today.
Yeah. So yeah, budgeting, I think it gets such a bad rap. It's such like a scary word, or it feels so restrictive to people. Right. But yeah, it's crazy to me how much people focus on the money they make. Like you talked about, these people that are like really good at what they do, they would make a ton of money, and yet we don't really focus that much on like the outgoing of our money, right? Like we spend 40 hours a week plus, or like we're spending all this time like investing, like your audience, in like real estate, all these things, and yet when it comes to how we spend our money, it's like I don't really even know what happened. I guess my money just kind of went out the door, and who knows. So yeah, my wife and I, we were kind of like that until about 4 years ago when we started actually budgeting. We started using like a proper zero-based budgeting tool. I don't know if you know the kind of difference in the different like budgeting strategies or whatever, but zero base is basically where you take every dollar you own and give it a job before you spend it. Right. So a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll look at their bank account and they'll be like, I guess I've got $700 in there. And I guess, we're getting paid on Friday. And I guess that, I think we paid this bill. And then you do a bunch of mental math on like, can you or not afford something? Right. And like, to me, that's just crazy. Like nothing should ever just be mental math off the top of your head. So zero-based budgeting is a tool where you basically make a plan for your money before you spend it. And it was just a game changer for us. So we started doing this like 4 years ago. We had 2 kids during the pandemic. We started, learning how to budget because our family was changing, all that stuff. And we became so passionate about it that we like became kind of those go-to people for our friends and family. We started teaching a class at our church. So we actually taught like this quarterly class at our church. We actually went to we lived in England for last year for like 3 months, which was kind of a
Nice.
crazy thing for us, but we wanted to see what it was like to live abroad. And the church that we visited over there, we're like, hey, can we teach this class here as well? And they're like, sure, great. So, we've kind of taught it around the world, but we just love this stuff.
Nice.
It's changed our life, and we just want to help other people learn how to do it as well.
I love that. That's definitely great to have a passion for it when you see how it changes not only your life but others, and really gives you a kick in the butt to keep doing it, because it becomes not just a job or a necessity, it becomes a passion. And I think so many people, they shame themselves for not having a budget or bouncing a check or not putting their money together, that it weighs them down from taking that turn and taking accountability. Hey, we need to do something. Let's stick to it and get going into it, right?
Yeah, I mean, so many people like a first step that's hard for a lot of people is just like looking at your checking account or like looking at your credit card account and just like seeing like what did I spend money on, right? It's like, yeah, it's one of those things that where we know we should have a plan, we know we should budget, but we don't. And why is it that we don't? Because I think budgeting is super fun, right? Like my wife and I sit down every week and we say, what do we want to do with the money that we have? Like, what is valuable to us in the world? Like, what do we want to pursue? And we get to sit there and make a plan together. Like, we get to get on the same page together and then go out there and execute that plan. Like, that's fun to me. And I want to share that kind of joy with others too.
Yeah, that's definitely when you're on the same path and have the same values to put things into place that makes it easier. What do you say for folks that maybe their spouses have a little bit different spending habits? Maybe Amazon visits their house a little too often out there compared to others.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is a whole thing, right? Different couples, different things work for different people, right? I mean, for me and my wife, like we share all of our finances and we've like done the hard work of hashing out to come to like a shared understanding. And that doesn't mean that we started that way, right? Like we have different priorities. We're different people, right? Like, and so a budget though makes us come together and hash out those priorities and try to come to a shared understanding. And that means I'm giving in some areas, she's giving in other areas. But as long as we have that long-term kind of plan in place, like we know what we're headed towards. And that's one of the things I love about zero-based budgeting is like you get to the point, they call it zero-based because you get to the point where every single dollar has been assigned to a category. So there's $0 left that don't have a job essentially. And so that doesn't mean that you can't change things around, right? Like we always end up going over in some category, pulling that money from somewhere else. But the beauty of it is when you pull it from somewhere else, you're choosing where to pull it from. And that's a discussion you can actually have, right? We can say, like, do we want to spend more on eating out? Sure. Like, it's awesome. Like, there's this cool restaurant. We want to do it. Where do we want to pull that money from? And if it's worth it to us to, buy something less on Amazon or spend less at groceries or whatever, we can make that decision. But when people just look at their bank account and they're like, I'm just going to spend because I have money, they don't know the implications of what they're doing, right? Like it might be that you wanted to have that money set aside to invest in your property or to save up for the next property or to do any of those things, but you don't know the implications of what you're choosing to do because you don't have a plan. You have to have a plan in order to know those implications.
Yeah. Now, how long would you say people should take a look at? Should they take a look at the last month, the last 90 days of their spending? Should they download
in order to like establish what their budget should be?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because looking 30 days back is different, but we look at like what's coming up with the holidays. Obviously, people see a lot of expenses or more things happen with parties and eating out maybe a little bit more, or
Yeah.
buying gifts for family members too. That can be kind of an intimidating thing too.
Yeah, so this is like kind of another misconception that we see with budgeting is like some people think of budgeting as like a one and done thing, right? Like you get out a spreadsheet, you write down some numbers, maybe you look back 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, you try to like get those averages, you put them down, and then you like feel good about yourself. You're like, yay, look, I made a budget. And like that one time Excel spreadsheet thing, that doesn't change your behavior, right? Like if you're not living in your budget, if this isn't like something that you like sticks with you, then it's not actually going to change your behavior and you're not actually going to stick to your plans at all, right? So what we say is like your budget should be like a living document. You should use a tool that helps you do all this kind of allocation and seeing how much you have in all your categories. And you should change it all the time. Like my wife and I change our numbers all the time. As your priorities in life change, as your values change, how you spend your money should change. And so I wouldn't stress out too much about finding the perfect numbers to get started. Just pick a tool, put some numbers down, see how it goes, and then change it over time. Again, having a plan and changing that plan is so much better than having no plan.
Totally is. Having a plan is planning for success. Having no plan is planning to fail, as they always say. I probably butchered that saying a little bit there, but now the reason I love having you on here, you're also a real estate investor. You've bought and sold and bought and flipped some property out there. You're dealing with an issue right now of
Sure.
a water leak from Junior in a new house there before you. But as an investor, I'm willing to bet that you and your wife put in place into your budget a bucket for your real estate investing and putting money towards down payments, stuff like that. Would I be correct in assuming that?
Yeah. Have you read the Richest Man in Babylon book or whatever?
Yes, and I'm friends with Clifton Cortenman, who rewrote it for the richest person in Babylon recently. So
Okay.
too,
Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah. I met Clifton at FinCon. I didn't realize he wrote that. That's cool. There's a concept in there of like, luck comes to those who are like prepared to take advantage of the luck or whatever. I think it's a story about like cattle outside of a city or something.
Yep.
But yeah, that's always stuck with me. I mean, my wife and I, so we're in our third house now. Every house that we've owned, we've always kept the house and bought something else and then rented out the previous house. So we're not like these huge real estate moguls, but we've just always been intentional about never buying too much of a house that we can't afford to then go out and get the next one. And I would say like all of these situations, like we can get into them. They're all really weird situations. The first one was like a landlord who we knew was selling, and we approached him and said, could we do a rent to own situation? And he gave us like 90% for 18 months towards the purchase price.
Wow, that's nice
because he knew that he'd be avoiding realtor fees, all that stuff. And so that was enabling us to get into it to start. But yeah, like we have been so diligent with our money for a decade, right? We've lived below our means for a decade, and that's set us up to be able to take advantage of these weird situations that have come up with houses. Like the second house we purchased that was like off the market, there was like animal damage. This guy ended up like doing like this weird like three-way call with the parties that were interested to like bid on the phone against each other, and the other parties were so weirded out by that they like bailed, and so we got it at like this great price. Like, but all this is because we've lived under our means and we've had a budget and we've saved all this money and we've been prepared to take advantage of these lucky situations. So yeah, like now we have buckets in our budget for that next property. We have budgets for maintenance on the current properties. All of those things are things we prepare for. And you mentioned like Christmas and like all of that stuff. Like we would say like no 2 months are ever the same. And so what you should do in a budget is you should basically say like, I know Christmas is coming every year in December. I know problems are going to happen with my real estate properties. And so we put aside money every month so that when those things happen, we're ready for it. So like I've got a line item sitting here for Christmas. It's November. I've been contributing to that line item for 11 months now, right? I've got the money sitting there ready for Christmas. And so many people would just like put it on a card and then figure out how to pay it off. Like we prepare for these things because we have a plan.
Well, but then you're also saving not having to pay 20 to 30% interest rates on credit card, which is just stupidly ridiculous.
Yeah.
Just absolutely don't know how they get away with that not being usury out there, but that's one of the most contributing factors, I think, to people never ever getting ahead. Or the buy now pay later aspect of things. It's a bad financial strategies, I guess you say. It's not really a strategy for failure, but a strategy for the lenders on those things for sure.
Yeah, and a good budget will help you never outkick your coverage or whatever, right? You'll never outspend the cash that you have. So like if you do choose to use a credit card, like we're fine with that, right? Like use a credit card, just use a tool that helps you set aside the money so it's ready to pay off that credit card. And that way you can take advantage of the points or whatever, and you're not going to go into debt.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree to the points aspect of it, but make sure it gets paid off every
yeah
month.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you can't control that, then yeah, don't mess with it because it's not worth the 20%.
Right. Now, one of the things that obviously was big on the election, we're not going to get into who you voted for, anything like that, but it was the inflation and people having less at the end of each month with costs going up, stuff like that. What's your counsel for folks that are seeing more month at the end of their paycheck?
Yeah. I mean, so many people live paycheck to paycheck, right? And it's not even people that you might think like, oh, people who don't make that much money or people who aren't that smart or whatever, but that's not the case. Like people that make a ton of money still live paycheck to paycheck. And this drives me crazy, right? Because it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much you can save over time, right? That's how you can build wealth. That's how you can invest in properties, like all of those things, right? So we talk to so many people who live paycheck to paycheck, and what we try to help them do is break that cycle, right? You want to get to the point where the money you're spending this month is not the money that you just made, right? It's the money that you made a month ago,
Right.
2 months ago, and you've got that buffer. So, you know, like in my budget, my wife and I always keep like a 2 month buffer. So we have our buckets kind of filled for this month, we have our buckets filled for December, and we've got January filled. And once we have those months ahead of us filled, the extra money, that's the money we know we can start, you know, putting towards investments or putting towards savings or whatever. We always have a buffer. And so I'd say like people need to be people are too like unkind to themselves or too optimistic. They'll be like, I can only spend, you know, $600 on groceries, and it's just not realistic anymore. So like embracing those true numbers, setting aside the money for it, setting aside a buffer, and then spending the fun money or the investment money or whatever. Like once you have that buffer, like you need a tool to help you do that essentially.
Hmm. I totally agree. You got to have a tool, and an easy tool to use that you can tap into on a regular basis, right?
Correct. Yes.
You know, a lot of people like the old, let's just draw it up on a piece of paper as an Excel spreadsheet. Well, if you don't understand Excel or you don't make it easy to access or use, you're never going to use that tool, right?
Yeah, and we would also say like you want to pick a tool that can connect to your bank and can bring in your transactions, right? Because like manually putting your transactions in, for some people it works and it's good to have that top of mind and they need that discipline. For me personally, I couldn't keep up with it, right? I
Right.
need my transactions to be pulled in automatically. I need to go in and approve them, right? Because it's good for me to have eyes on everything that we're spending as a family, but it shouldn't be super cumbersome, right? You need to lower the kind of the effort bar so people actually stick with it for sure.
Now let's talk about you guys' app and how you guys are
Sure.
separate out there, because I think it's very important out there. I've really started to play around with your tool a little bit, and I really enjoy it. Whenever we have somebody on, I like to dive into things. I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool. I love the fact that it obviously connecting to the bank account makes it very easy, but then to go to identify which buckets those things are going to is one of the easiest things. And it really does give a true, you can see a snapshot of where you're really spent, your money's going in a lot of cases too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So when it comes to the budgeting app landscape, there are literally hundreds of budgeting apps out there. I know there's a ton of good tools. And like I will always say, like the best budgeting app is the one that you're actually going to use. Right.
Yeah.
So like I'll talk about like our platform, why I think it's different. But like even if you don't like our platform, pick something because a tool is better than no tool. A plan is better than no plan. But yeah, as far as our app, the insight that we kind of gathered, like my wife and I teaching budgeting to friends and family, is that zero-based budgeting is hard. It is a skill. It is a life skill that you have to learn. And, you know, people complain all the time about like, why wasn't I taught this in school? You know, why didn't my parents teach this? Like, it's going to take you a while to like get over that learning curve and learn how to do this. And so basically what we found is like people need help. They need a hand. They need somebody to talk to about this stuff. And so my budget coach is kind of a brand that is a budgeting app. So you get all the tools that you need to connect to your bank, to set up your categories, to actually track your transactions, but you also get that coach. And we think that coach is super important to actually helping people succeed. And we have like a directory on our website. We have over 30 coaches on the platform. We just got back from FinCon. I think we talked to like 40 coaches that were interested in joining. So, you know, we're growing rapidly on the coaching side for sure. But we think it's important that you can get on a directory, read through these coaches' bios, and just find somebody that connects with you for whatever reason, right? It might be like the level of income, it might be their background, it might be their like profession that they've been a part of in the past. It might be the fact that they speak Spanish or English or a different language. Like that's really important to people as well. So you basically get on there, you pick a coach, you set up your budget, and you've got a coach there to help you set it up and to help you along the way. And that's kind of what makes us different.
Well, I love that because having the coach comes with something that a lot of us really struggle with, and that's accountability.
Absolutely.
You know,
Yeah.
and we all go through different things. I mean, your budget's different now with 2 kids than it was with 1 kid, than it was with
Yep.
no kids.
Yep.
it's,
Absolutely.
it's different now as we get older. Where do you, and by all means, this is not financial advice, but where do you suggest people start maybe trimming their expenses, trimming their budgets? What are some of maybe the top 2 or 3 categories that people can find hidden money in the budgets to put towards savings or investing or other things out there that's important?
Yeah, goodness, yeah. So I have like my own personal takes. Like I'll say like as a brand, like kind of the thing that makes us unique is you've got all these coaches and they have all their different opinions, right? So like as a brand, like we don't have too many strong opinions we take because we think coaches can coach in different ways and have different
Yeah.
takes. My personal takes would be, you know, amongst my peers or friends or whatever, I see people like paying a lot for cars when they don't need
Oh,
to, right? Like my
here's
yeah,
I don't mean to interrupt you, Aver, but
yeah,
I
go
got
for
it.
it.
So there was an article that came out from lendingtree.com ranking the 50 the biggest metros as far as non-mortgage debt.
Yep.
Okay. And auto loan payments was like the number one category in 27 out of the 50 markets. With San Antonio, the average, get this, average auto loan debt per person was 18 grand.
Gosh.
That's just crazy. But that's the thing. Paying for brand new cars, 700 to $1,000 or more per car payment just seems so stupid to me
Yeah,
out
I
there.
mean, if you add up the opportunity cost over your lifetime of doing that, it is the difference maker, right? That's the difference between buying properties over time and building wealth and just staying in debt essentially. So like my wife and I, my cars throughout my history, I've actually turned a profit on. I think I'm on my third or fourth car, and I like my first car I bought for $500. It was like a Jeep Wagoneer in '82. It had like an Olympics logo because they sponsored the Olympics back in the '80s or something on it.
84.
84, maybe. I don't remember. Yeah. The fact that you remember that was great. But I sold that thing on eBay for like 1,500 after I drove it for like 6 years or something. And then I bought an 86 VW Rabbit, I think, because the gas mileage was so good. And I sold that for a profit as well. That one actually came from Hawaii. It was like shipped over from Hawaii to Wisconsin. Apparently, the lore on that was it was owned by the Archbishop of Honolulu. So it's like my friends called it the Pope Mobile for, just because it was funny.
You had God
Anyways,
on your side with that one.
yeah, right. And I needed it because it would run out of brakes. I'd have to to brake, I'd have to like downshift consistently for several months because like the brakes were so bad.
The
But
Fred
anyway,
Flintstone form of braking. Take your foot out the window.
so like I probably have a much higher tolerance for
Yeah.
dealing with these things than most people. But the difference there is that like I've saved so much money on cars. And again, like luck favors those who are prepared for it, right? Like all that money that, my wife and I've chosen to be diligent with over the years enabled us to buy these properties, enabled us, I mean, honestly, enabled us to get to this point where we are able to start this company. Like I just quit my full-time job working for this cush, um, you know, uh, I was like a software developer in like a cush corporate environment, and I quit like that high paying job in order to do something I was passionate about. And the reason I was able to do that was because we've made all these, sacrifices over the years. And to me, working on something I'm passionate about is just so important. And like, especially I've got two young boys who are watching their dad, like, and I want to show them that this is, it's more important to do something that you value in the world than just to make money. So anyway, long-winded answer, but that's kind of my top take would be cars. But yeah.
Definitely, totally agree to that, because we just had to. Same thing. I buy my cars, take care of them. As long as you take care of them, they
Yep.
last. I just had to buy a new to me vehicle because the Dodge Ram pickup that which had been paid off for over 10 years, we totaled in an accident, and I had to go buy a newer one. And I was like, I'm not paying 80 grand for a new pickup. I'll buy something that's a few years older and get a better deal. I'll have it almost paid off from the insurance settlement. But that's the thing is the Teslas, these high-end like Ford Broncos out there, 80 grand a pop. Or when I was truck shopping, $125,000 for a Ford Raptor. I'm like, who is paying this stuff?
Yeah. And like,
just
if
mind-boggling.
if that's your thing, right? Like, I mean, we would say like spend according to your values, right?
Yeah.
Like whatever you value, like make sure you spend your money there. And we're not going to tell, like as a brand, we're not going to tell you what to value, right? Like
Yeah.
if cars are your thing and like you just love it, you geek out about it, like sure. But for your average person who doesn't get that much value out of it, but still spends an outsized amount of their cash on it, that's what drives me crazy, because they're not spending according to their values. The truth is, there's probably other things that they value more, but because they don't have a plan moving forward, they look back and they say, shoot, I guess I spent more on things I don't value and I missed out on the things that I do value. And that's what I hate to see, right? I want to see people that are, diligent with their money so that they spend according to what they want to do in the world, and think that through beforehand instead of just letting life happen to them.
Yeah, that totally makes a lot of sense. Where are the other things that you think people can trim or eliminate from their monthly budget in some cases to help that bottom line?
Yeah, I mean, food is always one. Like, I mean, you see a lot of like door dashing these days, right? People that pay like a completely out, like huge amount of money and like all those fees. Like DoorDash is so frustrating to me because you look at it at first, you're like, $7 for this. And it's like this fee, that fee, that
Yep.
fee. And then it ends up being like double or triple what you think it's going to be towards the end. So, yeah, I would say like all the little things add up, right? And like when you're touching those on a daily basis, or when you have to pull that money from somewhere else, when you have to see that by me choosing to do DoorDash, I just had to pull money from, this or that, or now I can, do this thing I enjoy less. I mean, that stings, and you realize what you're actually doing to yourself. So I'd say all the little things add up, but food, car payments, Those are the big ones that I see.
Yeah, definitely the memberships. One of the things that we'll occasionally get into here is when we're dealing with buying non-performing debt, we'll get people that want to modify the loan, haven't paid in 6 months or a year. And one of the things we ask them is like, hey, send over 2 months of your bank statements. Let's see what's going on. Let's talk about your finances. What are you spending monthly on this? What are you spending monthly on your subscriptions? And this one guy hadn't paid his mortgage in 2 years, and we find out that basically what he's spending monthly in monthly subscriptions, like to his OnlyFans subscription, would have paid his mortgage payment. I'm like, how are you and your wife doing this?
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't have any sympathy for you, because you're not spending things smartly on here. I don't care who's on OnlyFans, unless it's your account. That's a different story.
Yeah. I mean, subscriptions are another one where people just don't realize what they're spending, or they'll sign up for free trials, not cancel them. Like I have like a whole kind of to-do system that I would not be able to live without. Like I put all of my to-dos in it, I review them or whatever. And so every time I sign up for a free trial, I put that right there in the to-do system. So I know to go and cancel it. Right. But a lot of people just don't do that. And then they end up stacking all those things. And if you're not reviewing your spending, you just don't know, right? Like when we first started budgeting and we first started actually looking at our spending, I was paying for like 2 Netflix accounts, right? Like how long was that going on? And I had no idea because I wasn't even looking at my statements. I wasn't even looking at the transactions that come through. So again, just working up the bravery to do that at least is such an important first step.
Yeah, that's so true. We like to look at what we have going out monthly here with subscriptions, because we always like to, it's the death by a million paper cuts.
Yeah.
In a lot of cases. And it does add immediate impact to your balance on your account, and what you can put money towards if you're getting rid of those freebies or getting rid of those, taking advantage of those free trials, but then if you're not using it, to get rid of it.
Yeah, and also like the thing that's motivating to us is like towards the end of our budget, we've got those things that we're working towards, right? Like, and for a while it was that next house down payment. And having that motivation sitting there at the bottom of your budget every month, like when the end of the month comes and my wife and I sit down and review the past month, in a zero-based budget, you get to choose what to do with your savings essentially. So if we went under in eating out, we take that $40 we save, we move it right down there to that category. And it's like a dopamine hit. It is very rewarding to get to sit there and say, look at all the good things we did, and here's exactly where we're putting that money. Let's move it right now. Let's, put it in the high yield savings or whatever, get it ready to buy that property. But like knowing the immediate feedback of like how savings are going to help you in the long run, for me, like that's more fun than these subscriptions or whatever, right?
Yeah, definitely a lot more long-term gratification versus than signing up and see what happened on Yellowstone last night.
Sure, for sure. Yeah. And I get it. Like as humans, like we struggle with that. We struggle with like immediate gratification versus long-term stuff, right? And so it's hard to look towards the future and to plan for it. But the people that succeed over time are the ones that are able to do that. They're the ones that are able to sacrifice today for tomorrow. And I would say like, me personally, I'm probably one of the outliers, but my mentality has always been sacrifice today for tomorrow, right? Like I am always been on delayed gratification, like my entire life. It's just been my default setting. Like even as a child, like my parents told me I would just always want to save money. I wouldn't want to spend money even as a kid. And like we're trying to teach our kids now. We actually, like I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. We teach them how to budget. So every time we go to Walmart, they get $2. They get to choose where they spend that or save it or spend some and save some. And like my 4-year-old saved up to a $10 car, which means he went to Walmart 5 times without spending his money. So we were super proud of him. But yeah. So my thing has always been on delayed gratification, and I like a budget actually helps me oddly enough swing back a bit towards the middle. Like I need to be able to spend some money on today to enjoy today so that I'm not always looking to the future. And a budget gives me permission to do that in some ways as well, because my wife and I have planned for, I enjoy video games. So I've got like a video game line item, and it gets $30 every month, and like I spend it, right? Like I spend it on fun things that I enjoy. So yeah, a budget can help wherever you are on that spectrum to help you swing back towards like a healthy middle, basically.
On your coaches that you have on the website there, how much of them are marriage counselors? Because they'll probably have a few arguments that the couples have a little bit, huh?
You get into like, whenever you're doing money coaching or budget coaching, like it kind of becomes counseling, right?
Yeah.
Like when you're talking about like how much you're spending your money, like and how you're spending your money, like we have a podcast, and the whole point of our podcast is we have guests on the show. They can introduce themselves. instead they give us their budget and we just go by their budget. We go by their line items. And the idea is that we can get to know someone just by how you spend your money, right? So like at the end of the show, they get to introduce themselves and like all that stuff. But like the truth is you can get to know somebody just by how they spend their money. And like it reveals like kind of like where your heart is or what you value and all those things. So yeah, like we have coaches that will end up meeting with spouses, like couples and spouses. And like we've seen already um like healthy results of that, right? Helping couples get on the same page with their finances. Like finances are such a struggle for a lot of couples, and getting on the same page there like has trickle effects to being on the same page like throughout your relationship, which is really, really cool.
No, it totally makes sense. Now, with the fire movement, obviously a lot of growth is taking place and a lot of things have changed over the last few years, especially like in the housing side of things. People are like, I don't necessarily want to buy a house. I don't see the value in that. And I would totally agree. In a lot of places, it's much cheaper to rent than it is to own these days
Sure.
out there. Where do you see, and I know you don't have a crystal ball, Zach, okay, but
Sure.
the next 12 and 24 months, where do you see maybe some of the trends going that people are going to be focused on a little bit more when it comes to their money and their budgets?
Goodness, yeah. I mean, interest rates, like purchasing, like a house purchasing is so much harder now with interest
Yeah.
rates, right? Like all of those things. I would say I don't know. I mean, us personally, we just purchased a house, even though the interest rates were high. We ended up locking in at like a 5.625 or so.
Oh, okay. I have to throw something out there.
Okay, go for it.
For being an investor for over 20 years, being an ex-mortgage broker, and I think back to 2004 to 2008, 6% was a damn good rate. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Very good rate. Now, my parents, their mortgage which was the first mortgage I ever refinanced, was like at 18% interest
Sure.
rate. Okay. And yes, we have a 2%. Of course, 5.625 is higher than the 2%. But come on, man, it's still pretty cheap.
So yes, I get it. Like when I talk to my parents and like they dealt in like the teens or whatever, but it's also these things don't happen in a vacuum. Like it's a function of the economy at the time, right? So it's not quite apples and oranges, right? Because like growth was also happening, like all of those things. But yeah, like our first two properties we got in the twos, and so having one at like a 6, like it hurts. But yeah, like it was just a life decision that we had to make because we have children, and again, like swinging back towards enjoying the now and not always delaying gratification. Like my kids are only this young for so long, and like I want to be able to prioritize that, so we made that decision. But yeah, as far as like the trends and where things are headed, gosh, I don't know, man. Like I hope the economy gets stronger. I hope that wages start to match some of this inflation so that people can afford things. But again, like all that I can say and like kind of the values that we teach are like, don't look externally for things to get fixed, right? Like, take control of your own situation, take control of the things that you can control. And that's not necessarily fair. Like sometimes it is unfair and the external circumstances are unfair. And like the broader macroeconomic situation does suck, but take control of what you can control. You can control your outcome, right? You can take the dollars that you own, you can make a plan for those, and, try to stretch that money as much as you can and try to be good about saving up over time. And because again, it's not about how much you make, it's about how much you save over time.
You're 100% right. Control what you control. I say this all the time. Doesn't matter who won the election or who lost the election. You can only control what you're in charge of. Kamala, Donald is not going to save you no matter how you vote. You've got to take the reins of your financial reins by the hands and take care of it yourself.
Yeah, I mean, like the whole election thing, like, yeah, I'm sure what's happening in DC and all, it does have some impact on us, right? But like when it comes to optimizing your life, the amount of impact that has versus the amount of impact of like how much energy I bring to my kids when I go in there and say hi to them after this, like that's just way more of an impact in like my day to day and the health of my family. And I try to focus my effort on that instead of getting caught up in all that stuff. So
yeah, exactly. It's good to block out all that stupid noise in a lot of cases out there.
Sure.
One thing I guarantee folks out there are thinking about that, mybudgetcoach.com. I get signed up for. What's that process look like? Is there a trial pay? And what is it to have an actual live person I can talk to help guide me along the way?
Yeah. So there's a website, it's mybudgetcoach.com. If you're on the socials, it's My Budget Coach HQ. We're basically on every social platform. And yeah, so you sign up, you get a free trial. It's a 35-day free trial. And then in order to sign up, you kind of pick a coach, right? So you go, if you hit the start my free trial on the webpage there, or hit the find my coach, you basically pick a coach on the directory. And I'd say, spend some time reading through some of these, right? Find somebody that connects with you. It's funny you brought up like counseling or whatever. I have a friend who is a marriage and family therapist, right? And in his line of work, he says that like one of the highest predictors of success in like a therapy relationship is just the affinity you feel with your counselor, right? Picking somebody that you get along with is just so helpful in like positive outcomes. And we think
Mhm.
that's the same in like the financial coaching space as well. So pick somebody that you'll resonate with, pick somebody that you want to chat back and forth with, and then get started. Setting up your accounts, setting up your categories, starting to see your transactions come in from your bank, starting to categorize those, starting to actually deal with your overspending and your underspending. But take that step and message your coach or sign up for a call and talk to them one-on-one. It is a learning curve. Budgeting is a skill. It does take effort. But the thing I always say is like you can choose your pain, right? Like there's the pain of like learning a new skill and learning to be diligent with your money. And like sure, there is like some frustration and effort that is taken there. But the alternative pain is one that you probably know all too well, right? The pain of avoiding your finances, the pain of not knowing what's happening, the pain of overdrafting or not being able to afford the things you want to afford, or feeling like your money is just gone every month. Like choose your pain in life, right? And I would much rather choose the pain of being intentional than the pain of avoiding. And I would encourage everybody else to do that as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. 100%. It's a little pain. And when folks are getting started, there's a little bit more time on the front end figuring things out. But then how often do you suggest people go back and review it with their spouse, with their family? Once a week, once a month, once they get
Yeah.
things
So
rocking and rolling?
so we would say that a budget is something you should live in, right? So like my wife and I have it on we have the apps on our phone, like as we're out spending money throughout the day, we go in, it should be kind of easy to just open it up and it'll say like you have, 8 new transactions and you just kind of swipe on them to categorize them and then like you're done with it, right? But you want to kind of, some people compare it to like laundry or dishes, right? You don't want it to build up too much. You want to kind of create that habit of sticking with it. So, whenever we go out to spend money, we reference that category. So like my wife just went out to get groceries. She looked at the grocery line item, she saw how much money we had, and that guided, what she could spend. So like whenever you're making purchasing decisions, you're looking at how much you have in that category. And then whenever you're, routinely kind of making purchases, you want to categorize them. So we sit down together every week on Sunday night and we kind of review the last week. Every month we close out the month, but then kind of on a daily basis in between that, not every day, it's not perfect, but we try to just, categorize things and reference those categories as we go.
Just staying on top of it, top of mind, definitely helps you make better buying and budgeting decisions for sure.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things. Like we have people that will say, like, I don't want to have to deal with this, every week or whatever. And I say, okay, like choose your pain, right? Like because we're going to be diligent about this, and we're going to choose to set aside extra time and money and effort. And eventually, again, wealth and luck and all those things favor those who are prepared, right? Like do the hard work, be the type of person that's prepared, so that you can take advantage of all those other things that come your way.
Now, have you always lived in Lexington, or have you moved around a little bit? I mean, you mentioned, I think, previously that you were in London for a time being, right?
Yeah, so this is another thing of like my wife and I trying to decide like what is the life we value, what life do we want to build or whatever. Have always just felt like we needed to try living internationally. So this past year I took a sabbatical for my job. This is before I quit my corporate job. We took a sabbatical, and for 3 months we went and lived in England. We lived in London. We found this place on Airbnb and then negotiated off of Airbnb to get a better deal so that we could afford it, because London is super expensive.
Yeah,
But we took
definitely.
we took my wife's sister with us, and she kind of helped with the kids, and she got to experience London because she's always loved that culture as well. And we loved it. It was super cool. We ultimately decided that like we wouldn't be able to do it for long term, like visas and all that stuff. But yeah, part of building a life that we enjoy and being intentional with our money is travel like that. And we used to do travel like on a short basis where we'd go to Europe for like a week or two. And after living in London for 3 months, like this is the way I want to travel for the rest of my life. I don't understand why I ever thought it was a good idea to go for 2 weeks to a place and spend all that money just to be there for 2 weeks. Like if you work remotely or if you work for yourself and you can find a way to do this, like this is how we want to travel. So we're going to try to build into our budget. Like we have line items for before, basically saving up for every year, every other year, trying to be in a place for an extended period of time. And that allows us to kind of share that adventure with our children, because this is something we love. We want to share that with our children over time. So yeah, it's just something we value. Again, like looking at somebody's budget, you can see what they value, right? Like I've got a friend who he is just obsessed with solar eclipses. And he has a category for each solar eclipse that's happening in like the next 10 years or whatever. And
Wow.
they're already saving up for that, right? And because like a budget is a reflection of what you value. And like for them,
Mhm.
they love this thing. They're gonna make sure that they set aside the money to afford it.
I love that. What was your favorite? I gotta ask this because we've been to London a couple times and love the city
Okay,
too.
cool. Yeah.
What's your favorite memory, or you think about the London memory that comes to mind when you think of the city?
Oh goodness.
There's probably a few. I get it. But
Yeah, there's a few. My wife and I are like we're into like theater and like
yeah.
musicals and plays and whatever. So being in the West End is pretty cool. We lived in a place where you could just grab a bike and bike anywhere, and I love that. I love being able to just bike anywhere or use the transit. I did a couple things that in London that like I just wouldn't do here. That like I
Mhm.
was just a completely new place. Like there was like this startup night where you could go and pitch to a bunch of VCs, and I went and stood up in front of like hundreds of people and gave like this like pitch, which usually I'm pretty reserved and that's hard for me to do. But I'm there. I'm like, nobody
Why
knows
not?
me. Nobody's ever gonna see me again. Like if ever I can be brave enough to do something like this, might as well do it here. So that was fun. But yeah, we also got plugged into like a local church, which was kind of cool just to like have friends built in and
Yeah.
to know people that way. Um, yeah, I'm trying to think of, I mean, for kids, it's awesome because there's parks and everything. Oh, I'll tell you,
Yeah.
okay, this was probably our coolest experience. We went to like a theater thing like downtown where they had like a series of like musicals do like they do this once a year or whatever. And it was they had the King from Hamilton come out. I don't know if you're familiar with the Hamilton show
Yep.
or whatever.
Yep.
And he has a song. And at the end of the song, it was King George. And at the end of the song, he said, "Now, if you all look up the sky and honor our king," and we thought like, "Oh, haha, cool, like you're the king, whatever." But the second he did that, like jet planes flew by. And then like more jet planes flew by, and then like the flag of England was put in smoke in the sky. And it turns out like the king's actual birthday was happening, and so they were honoring the king right down the road. And so they had
Wow.
timed the end of this song from Hamilton to reference the actual celebration of the king, and that was just like a pretty cool moment. So,
That's really really cool. I would say going to when I was there, we went to the Globe Theater and caught
oh, cool, cool.
Shakespeare, and then the meat pies and Taming of the Shrew, and at the Globe Theater is pretty freaking cool for sure.
That's
Definitely.
awesome.
Yeah,
That's cool, man.
that's so. I think that's one of the great things too is that traveling abroad, especially you spent 3 months there, you figure out, hey, things aren't maybe nearly as expensive as we think. Yeah, now if you go for a week and you're staying at a 5-star resort or a 5-star
Sure.
hotel, there's things that can make it much more affordable out there versus and just be just as good, if not better, than um, first class, everything, a lot of stuff. I like eating at places that are not that 5-star, but are where the locals go. The food's better and the atmosphere is often a whole lot more affordable too.
Yep. It's all on what you make it. Yeah, we travel super cheap. Like we will like rent out our house when we leave as well, so that like we're not double costing or whatever. Like we travel super cheap because we find a way to make it worth it. Yeah.
I love it. I love it out there. Website, mybudgetcoach.com. Check it out. It's really an easy website, really great app out there. And the fact that you can talk to or review some of the coaches and find one that matches up with your flavor or your background and things like that, I think is what makes it so unique for those of you out there looking to do this, that need to do this and want to get the things rock and roll. Because really having a good budget and knowing where your money's going is really the first step to finding financial independence and the RE side, retiring early, because you got to know where your money's going, to put where to put it. And you guys do such a great job with that, Zach.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me on. This has been fun.
Yeah, man. Glad to have you. We'll be doing some more stuff, I think, with you in the near future here for sure. Definitely.
All right, cool.
Thanks, man. Hey, good luck with that water leak there from Junior. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks so much. I'm gonna go rip out the ceiling now and fix that.
So this is Zach was telling me beforehand that basically you all guys just moved to this new place in Kentucky, right?
Yeah, so this is our new house and it's old. There's lots of problems with it. Most of the windows, like the vapor barrier is broken in them, so we have to fix that. But like the first week we're here, my 2-year-old, we put him to bed at 9 o'clock. We go into there to check on them at 10. He's at the sink. He's got the sink turned on. He's got got the thing clogged. The water is just overflowing and overflowing and overflowing. And we have no idea how long this is going on for. Like it could have been 30 minutes. We just don't know. So yeah, we had to like rip out the ceiling, rip out the drywall, like get all this stuff out. And trying to convince a 2-year-old that what he did was wrong is funny too, because he thinks it's pretty funny that he caused all this damage at this point. So
Well, it's a good thing you have that in the budget for sure.
for sure.
Does there, and I don't know, do you guys have I haven't seen this, but an asset or a facet, maybe further down the road of helping folks with their budgets when it comes to investment properties, since you are also an investor?
Yeah, so this is where it's like up to kind of the coaches, right? So like we have some coaches who focus on this, right? Who know this world and can like kind of speak that language. And if that's something that matters to you, like pick a coach on there. So like I'm a coach on the platform as well, and kind of my like slant or my audience that I talk to is people who are trying to retire early, right? So I speak to fire, I speak to like the importance of like not only having a budget to get to fire, but once you get to fire, you're going to have to live on a drawdown, right? And so like you're going to have to learn how to live on an expectable amount so that you can feel comfortable that you will sustain fire as well. So that's kind of my slant, but you know, we have coaches on there who focus on any number of things. So, you know, pick a coach that kind of works for you.
Awesome. Great stuff there. Zach, have a great day, buddy. Thank you so much. And we'll be seeing you later. All righty.
All right. See ya.
All right, guys, gals, go check it out. mybudgetcoach.com. Get signed up for that. It's a great tool to add to your tool belt, especially if you guys don't have any tools in your tool belt. Great place to get started, to get you on that path, to be able to see where your money's going on a monthly basis and start working towards that path of the first down payment or the first money to invest or whatever your focus is. But you got to start somewhere, and having no plan is playing to fail. So let's get you to plan so that you can achieve success and take it to the next level. So go out, take some action, everybody, and we'll see you at the top. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closure Show. As always, Scott Carson, excited to be here today, and I am extremely jacked for this episode. And you guys that follow me know that we've been really kind of highlighting some of our socials, some of these different apartment syndications that are failing, or these big apartment complexes that are going south. And being in the distressed debt space for 20 years, you've seen some good, some bad, and some downright ugly stuff taking place, not only in the residential debt, but also in the commercial side of the ball game. And our special guest today is just a phenomenal guy who is going to share some interesting things he sees out there with some of these big multifamily syndication, stuff like that. I had a friend the other day mention on Facebook that she's a part of like 15 different multifamily syndications, and only 2 are paying out right now at all. The rest of them are all not paying or going the route of foreclosure. And especially within Harris County, this month alone, there's 12 big apartment complexes going south that have all been bought in the last year or two. It's a pretty bad time. So my special guest today is somebody who focuses on that side of the business and outlining the fraud, because not only is he a former businessman and preacher, he's also a convicted felon who's got an interesting story to talk about today. So who am I talking about? I'm talking about my buddy Barry Minkow here, joining us today on the Note Closure Show. How's it going today, Barry?
Scott, honor and privilege to be on the program. Love what you do, and could not think of a better timing for what you said. Just take your last point where so here's what I would love for everybody in your audience to do to realize the value that you bring. And the reason I reached out to you, as you know, because I just love what you're doing in terms of educating just with facts. I mean, you are just a straight shooter. It's like, here's a building, and it's cumulative and it's undeniable, and you're not emotional. You're not one side or the other. Fact after fact of troubled and distressed buildings, certainly something we don't want to see. But let me just ask you this question. Do you know what the social media public company quarterly revenue for Meta was for advertising? What component of that was Reg D, multifamily, real estate, and or promissory note advertisers on social media between the platforms of Meta and Instagram? It's a public record in a 10K, most recent. And I think you ought to have a look, because there's something wrong here. You said that a lady with 15 deals is only being paid in 2.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't know that by the advertising promises of these Reg D promoters that normally and regularly, as a manner of practice, when they know the opposite to be the case, this is where fraud is, they know it not to be true. And you say, well, how could you make such a statement? Well, you can make such a statement not because it's my opinion, but because I have a calculator and I can go to the public record and look at a New York-based $2.8 billion in quotes company. And even if I just give them those values, they're at 90% LTVs. But when you do CoStar and Reonomy and sub-market book value, they are over encumbered by 300 million. So at best, they're lying because they promise investors never over 80. That's material fraud because relied upon equity is critical in a deal. There's no way they're ever going to earn a dime ever. Those investors, it's already gone. It's just waiting for the regulators to act because you can't get out of 2.5 billion in debt service. My only criticism of book value valuations is that's below the line, right? Especially when you're dealing with, nobody thought that would be a problem for multifamily, Scott, but now you see LTVs like that are 140%. I mean, I'm looking at these loans and we got a case with one bank now that does it normally and regularly in the state of Indiana with a couple Reg D companies. But in this particular example you gave was brilliant. She's only being paid in two. This is called what we call inductive evidence. But you look at the social media ads, Scott, what are they telling you? I could give you 100. You see the fraud minute. We do it all the time. You wouldn't see that. And it's so disconcerting that somebody like me or Sammy Antar, Mike Francis, or maybe you, somebody who has got a track record of being in prison, and deservedly so in my case. If it were me running a Reg D multifamily and doing this crap, I would get life without, no question. And I ought to have. But the critical nature of what you're doing, because you're so objective, you don't give a rip about where and you got to forgive me for the background because I'm traveling, but I wouldn't miss this for the world. Honored to be on the program because of the work you're doing without even meaning to. I mean, I don't mean you don't mean to. I just think you're just giving facts and you don't really have a dog in the fight, but you do because you're literally educating people that, there's another side to this Reg D story. They have no hope because the ads don't tell them that there's the buildings are hopelessly over encumbered. There's no equity. Ergo, the debt service, book value notwithstanding, they're never going to make a dime ever. They're doomed by design from day one. You have investors right now, and law enforcement, I get a lot of pushback on this for talking about it because they don't like you to talk about specific cases or whatever. And they don't, I don't have any special relationship or nothing like that. They just have a very one-sided view of things. You give us everything, we tell you nothing, and shut up and toe the line kind of thing. But you have a situation now. Have a think about this, Scott, for a second. The greatest accounting fraud in the history of American business. You know the numbers as well as anyone does. And you say, well, there's no financial statements. How can you have a major accounting fraud? And this is the pushback I get from the CPA firms that I speak for free to any MBA, any college or graduate level accounting. As part of my restitution, I try to speak for free always to, kind of repay the industry that I harmed as a crook. But I challenge them and they say, well, there's no financial statements. And here's what I say. What is the difference between, because you know the words, you use them every day, Scott, IRR, assets, equity, leverage. Those are FASB words. Those are general accepted accounting principle words. Those are general accepting auditing standard words. They use the vernacular with no accountability, so the checkbook's a mess. If you ever get the bank statements, they all go to prison because it shows where the money really went. It's all a fraud. But getting those today, because they're afraid they're going to get sued, law enforcement, if they're wrong. But the point is that it's an accounting fraud because statements about financials relied upon by investors are no different than financial statements that are fraudulently prepared, relied upon by investors. And just because the Reg D world is exempt from independently prepared audited financial statements or reviewed or any, doesn't mean they have the freedom, Rule 10b-5 and others, to make false statements about financial information. That's why this is the largest accounting fraud. So you'll see tomorrow, 7 properties, 1 company named after a football team in Minnesota. They're in Virginia. Nobody advertises on social media more than them. They have buildings that they currently list that they don't own, not now, not ever, not in the public record, not in Reonomy, CoStar, not on loan docs, notarized, Scott, by another buyer. And the pushback law enforcement accepts is, well, code GP. You've heard this one. You can have 82 code GPs. Now, watch this, and then I'll let you go on this because I'd like your take. There are 82 code GPs. They forgot about the word proportionate distribution. So if Scott and I own a building, on my balance sheet, no banker is going to believe that if I'm a GP or co-GP, that I own 100% rights to claim the IRRs or the asset. Well, right. You can go look at companies right now, and I give an example on tomorrow's Fraud Minute, where you have 2 companies. One legitimately owns the property, loan notes, notarized, public record. This is not a Barry opinion thing. The other lied, and regulators yawn because it's practice. It's the way things are. You don't get the way things are is you get to lie. Those 7 buildings, over 250 million worth of a lie. They don't own them. Now, their past performance is impacted because they're claiming the IRRs that they had no part of. And 100% of them, you code GP apologists, it's crap. They're represented by a Big Ten law firm, one of them. It's all bad. And regulators are hopelessly overwhelmed. And here we watch it and just cringe. And you are able to come out and just objectively say, before you go into this Reg D multifamily, by the way, Vanguard has 165 funds, Scott. And if you go 9 years out, not one of them matches the company that's faking the assets historical ARR returns. Brother, it's you couldn't make this up. I'm sorry for going so long.
No. That's a good point there. And here's the thing, history repeats itself. I used to say this back when I first got into buying distressed debt back in 2008. The first flush of what came across my books, Barry, was all this multifamily stuff. Distressed multifamily. People weren't able to pay the mortgage payments. They weren't able to do anything. They were in serious default. I'm like, okay, that happens. We bought some stuff at a big discount. What happened? You could look back and say that they overfinanced it. They expected to increase rents. It was all on a house of cards, basically. You know what I mean? Oh, here's what we expect to do. And everything is always the best possible outcome. It's never half-ass in the middle or even the worst.
Projections.
It's all projections. And I don't know how to budget off of projections. When I was early in my career, I worked for a chip company here in Texas for a while. And we always wanted projections for budgeting and coming up with sales. Well, projections never matched up with what the actual numbers were. They were always on a rosy. When you're seeing the president or CEO, well, let's go ahead and bump that number up because I want it to be better because it's going to look better for the stock price. I'm like, you can't run a business like that.
That's my word. That's why I did 15 years in federal prison.
We'll get to that story in a second. I don't want to take it away. But that's the thing is that I've seen this for years that when I look at things, as markets have gone up, and the multifamily space, Class A, Class B, has been the most overpriced asset class in the last 5 years. And I'm saying it does not make sense for people going and what they're paying for these things at top dollar, overpriced.
Hold on. But why is that, Scott? Hold on. This is another brilliant point, and I can't take credit for it. And one of my favorite experts who currently doesn't return my calls, I absolutely love him, Craig McCain. He's the best there is. And I used him as an expert in a case years back, and he said to me, "You did a great report, Barry. What did you miss?" I said, "Nothing." He goes, "No, you did. You forgot that they overpay." And I said, "You're right. They pay triple retail. You know why, Scott? You always, when you're running a Ponzi scheme, you have to have 2 things, a debt fund, and you'll notice a lot of Reg D multifamily moving into the debt fund. Now, don't confuse debt fund promissory loan note fraud with those good people that buy and sell mortgages
Right.
on homes one at a time,
Yep.
and they're legit and they have a track record, and you can, I'm talking about funds that have no financials, no accountability. You have no control or input. So why are they so many? I can name 5 right off the top, moving from Reg D and already have moved into including the one that's named after the Minnesota football team. Why? Well, you know what? These buildings, apartments, they're hard to run. I'm getting a lot of, a lot of fees with, tenants not paying. And I now know the difference between vacancy rate and economic occupancy. There's a huge difference.
Yeah.
So you have a full building and half of them ain't going to pay because they ain't got no money. What do you got? So so I know I can raise 10, 30, 50 million in debt, promise to pay you 12%. I do that anyway. Only this time I don't have the overhead to play the float with your money to cover the Ponzi. And I could keep the plate spinning longer and pray that rising tide raises all boats. Appreciation will happen again with the new administration. It's all bad. They're moving into debt funds, not to be confused, promissory loan note funds, not to be confused with legitimate trustee buyers and sellers who are on bigger pockets and do brilliant work, and not that. But these are funds that are ruthless. They have no accountability. And I've been trying to tell law enforcement, guys, if I'm running this Ponzi scheme, these apartment buildings are a pain in the, I got to pay loans. And hey, but here's what happened, Scott. They ran out of the equity kite.
Yep.
Fighting equity. The music stopped. And at the end of 2022, the shift began where you couldn't kite equity. And what I mean by that is, hey, borrow and borrow and just re-borrow and borrow. But when you run out of that, you got to start at that fund. Now, the other thing is interesting is, and I'm telling you, the stuff these guys get away with, it's like a suspended reality, the world of Reg D accounting. They don't sell a property. They could, it's a fan, you're going to laugh because I know you know this. Because actually, full disclosure, Scott shot holes in an argument I had on a bank deal. And I didn't use the argument because he said, look, you moron, I understand what you're saying, but it's not in the documents. You can't use it. And he was right. I had somebody else say the same thing. So you know your stuff. The issue is the deplorable tactics used to deceive with partial truths and the whole bit. But when they ran out of the ability to borrow on these properties, and some of these LTVs are post 2008 financial crisis like, and I'm like, who are these lenders? There's one property that this company that I mentioned after the Minnesota football team, they have $139 million loan. No, hold on, right now. So you can stop watching. You can go look up the address. I'll pay you for the title report. And you'll see 140. It's not cross collateralized. I got burned on that. I had to eat humble pie with a regulator on one of those loans. Missed one, won't let that happen again. But $80 million property at best. It's really 42 million, but they overpaid. So there's a sale price of, in the title report, of like 80 something, which it isn't. Then the actual price, which is in the loan docs at 76, and excuse me, when you do the subcategories book value, it's about 45, 139 mil. I'll give you the 80. Who does an LTV like that in a post 2008 environment? Are you noticing that?
Well, what you have happening with that is you've a couple factors going on. Interest rates going up and things being on a floating rate schedule. That, everybody got cheap money 3-4 years ago with the idea that they were going to refinance out in 3 to 4 years before the rates changed. Well, when interest rates went up, a lot of these interest rates obviously went from 2, 3, 4% or whatever up to 8 or 10% interest rates on these loans. Well, that reduces your cash flow because it increases your debt service ratio, or reduces your ratio that increases your debt coverage costs. So now you're not able to take that extra cash, that money that you raised from investors, to put into upgrading the property, increasing it, the value, making long-term maintenance requests, or putting paint on a pig to get a higher rent rate. So now you don't have that money. Well, you can't raise rents. Rents weren't going up as much as they thought they would. Everybody thought they failed to realize that a lot of these apartment companies that were going out and building new apartment complexes in parts of San Antonio, Houston, other areas across the country, that's going to affect your occupancy rate, because people are going to, why would I want to live in a 1984 apartment when I can live in a 2024 apartment complex?
Oh, yeah.
So you had reduced rents, which reduces your cash flow, which reduces your NOI, which reduces your cap rate, which reduces the value tremendously, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% in some cases, depending how bad it's run. So at a period of time, you've had operators that literally said, well, when we bought in 2020, 21, 22, we're just not going to put any money into the repairs. We're going to get, and this is one thing that we've seen a lot of, is we're going to have contractors come out and fix things, but we're not going to pay them. And we're not going to pay maybe our management company. Maybe we're just going to pocket the rent and see how long we can lie and kick the can down the road. Because I've seen apartment complexes that have had millions of dollars in mechanics lien filed against them from construction companies coming out and upgrading it, and then people not getting any relief on the rent because of that, or people stopped paying rent because of COVID and they never were really forced back into it, because that would require the owners to hire quality management company to go back and collect the rents.
And I think you're the point that you just made is brilliant. Let me tell you why. What was it Malcolm Muggeridge said? Posterity will look back on these times and marvel at the incredible credulity of the accounting profession, regulators, lawyers who represent these funds, and how they could be hoodwinked into this nonsense. And I'm going to tell you something else. You made a very good point. The same requirements to become a Reg D multifamily real estate promoter are for carpet cleaning.
Yeah.
which is the only reason I went into business, because I don't know how to do anything. So that was the only thing I could qualify for at age 16. My point is that it's easy entry, right? So if you look good in a suit and you look like, you're whatever, and the right vernacular, you can kind of finesse your way into and have one guy as your partner say, I have 20 years of experience because he's got 19 and I got 1. It's all bad, but that's the least of it. But it's easy entry. Running these buildings, you mentioned, look at Florida with competition, what it did. And there's some Reg D promoters out there that just got, maybe had the initial success in 19, 20, and 21, and then everybody came. Because of, not just because of the newness, but because of the sheer number of people. So you make some great points. But Scott, one of the things is that you do that's so helpful to me, who's not as knowledgeable as you are. I mean, your cumulative examples are an eloquent, factual rebuttal to the hype that is the Reg D multifamily narrative that sadly, according to back to Craig McCain, between 2001 and 2023, 6.1 trillion with a T raised in Reg D offerings. Not all fraud, of course. We're not we're not prone to hyperbole, but a lot of it is. But that's the number. That's more than public offerings. And I can't even begin to tell you the victim impact there, because you're looking at sources and uses of cash. You're looking at everything from legitimate reasons to lose money. Look, brother, if I had a Reg D multifamily building that was a cash cow like these claim to be, 17 to 22, double your money every 3, 4, 5 years, I would hire 3 accounting firms to get 3 audited financials and say, you're lucky you're in. I really don't need your money. Here's the independent proof of profitability. Even though I'm not required, I have the goose that laid the golden egg. The generated, that's the impression. These things we're going to upgrade them, manage, same story all the time. We buy distressed properties. They don't tell you that they pay double retail because they got to keep the Ponzi going. They actually say they buy under market, material misrepresentation. The government's going to come back and say, well, Barry, that's not, a needle mover criminally. I said, I'm just getting started. And then you go to the next step, to your point about projections. They know at the time, watch this, that the company as a whole, even though they open new LLCs to own the buildings. That way they don't have to disclose the debt. By the way, they file separate tax returns. That's a trick I learned the hard way and got embarrassed by the government, by the way, for not knowing it, but I learned it. And life's a great teacher, isn't it, Scott? You get the test, the lesson afterward. You get the test first and the lesson afterward.
I've always learned more from my mistakes and deals that went south than the ones that were home runs. And when things were,
and it's all bad from projections. And then, of course, you read the risk factors and it looks like this is a rat hole. You're going to lose your ass. And then the lawyers are like, we have a good conscience. I said, compare your social media ads, but suing that way doesn't work. Nobody cares. Mm-hmm. So we move to hard fraud only. If I can't give the government absolute proof of hard fraud, not arguing over a disclosure requirement, I'm not going to beat Greenberg Tarek in the disclosure contest of what is material, what isn't. I'm just going to have to show that they represent a company that didn't disclose that they're hopelessly over encumbered, insolvent, and over $250 million upside down. And had they spent about $80 on title reports, they would know too. And at $1,200 an hour, they certainly had the budget. This is all bad. And that's just one, and you can go on and on. Run the independent proof of profitability. In the case of Reg D, you now have to find smoking gun evidence to get the attention of regulators. And here's why. They are safer waiting for Nightingale to implode because there's no risk. But to be proactive, to go, look, let me give a perfect example. Please do not think this is at anything other than a factual statement, because certainly more people that were involved deserve more credit than me, and yet I received credit I didn't deserve. But there was a letter from the FBI that we have where it says in a 27-month period between 2003 and 2005, 13 cases over $1 billion we uncovered. Well, it was then you could probable cause, sources and uses of cash. Normally and regularly, the industry doesn't generate these returns. They're double pledging their collateral. They're over encumbered. Boom, they'd act. Today, you couldn't get 13 cases. I mean, I'm talking about they're done. They write in the letter, 27 months, 13 cases. And of course, 60 Minutes did a thing on it. But, and there were many people that helped that deserve far more credit than me. My point in making it is that's the difference. The people I worked with were amazing. I'd walk into the FBI office and say to the supervisor, here's the offering. He said, okay, go to the thing. Here's the tape recorder phone. They gave me a phone that tape calls when it wasn't on. And he goes, I want that thing back here because I got to transcribe it and give a reason why I gave that to you. We'd have case after case. It was today. They're scared out of their mind because they're going up against lawyers that they want to work for later. They're going up against lawyers that are resource, but a lot of deep pockets. There's trillions at stake. We already established that. You think we're the only ones that can run a title report? You think we're the only ones that could show sources and uses of cash and cross-collateralize garbage and double pledging, triple pledging, quadruple pledging of assets across different companies, all claiming 100% value? And the accepted response is, everybody does it, Scott. Everybody does it. And you know what? You don't know what you're talking about. Let me just give you one final comment. On the record, I had a favor a reporter owed me in Florida, who I very much love and respect. I said, there's a company in South Florida tied to it, Reg D multifamily, tied to a family office, and they have $1.7 billion in assets. I said, I think they're full of it. He goes, I'll write them. I go, you going to do a story? He goes, probably not. My editor won't let me. Proactive fraud. We don't do it. And he goes, but I'll do this. They wrote back and they said, yes, we list 1.7 billion in total assets. He goes, they wrote him back and they admitted this. But that includes every deal we've ever done, driven by, bidded on, you know what I'm saying? Meaning, what accounting methodology that can textbook, FASB, GAAP, GAS, AICPA, state CPA, can you cite that allows you to cite on your relied upon, because they don't have financials website, that you own something that maybe, and by the way, they didn't anyway, that you owned 4 years ago and you're putting it as a current asset? It's all bad. And it's typical of the apathy and until these people sadly lose money, and I don't want that to happen. I want regulators to act and secure the assets, and now they're largely over encumbered, but whatever. Does that make sense? I hope.
Totally makes sense out there, because it's just the point being, they're like, well, we'll get to it, or it's common practice. I don't get it. It's still, if you raise money from investors and you're promising them a 10, 12% return, and you're basically, as you just said, committing complete fraud, saying you own a building, but you don't own it anymore. I don't know where they get that. I know. Actually, Barry, I just remembered the accounting term for that, not GAAP accounting. It's called MIU accounting. You know what MIU stands for? Make it up. Okay.
Yep. It is.
But that's the thing, is that and I love what you're doing on your fraud minute stuff, talking about, and everybody's seen the 14% return on your money and all these flashy ads.
They know at the time that they can't achieve that, Scott. And this is the government. The government's pushback is, yeah, but they qualified targeted. No, they know the debt. They know it's hopeless. So for them to say one word about revenue recognition into the positive or returns when you're 2.5 billion in debt, what is the debt service on that, brother? And it goes below the line with book value, but it doesn't go below the line with, we're going to stop making disbursements to investors. To how we started off the show.
Yeah.
Your brilliant point. I'm grateful that you made that point.
Let me ask you a question. I'm sure folks that are listening or watching this. How did you get hired by the FBI to dive into this originally? What's the background story?
So what I can talk about is NRIA. Another example of me being lucky and not good. It was I had just gotten out of prison in 2018. I kept hearing these commercials nationwide, prolifically, 18 to 20%. So if you Google Barry Minko NRIA fraud, it's a $650 million case. Last week, the guy got sentenced to 12 years. Last week, so I got a lot of calls. I was working while I was on probation at a emergency homeless shelter in North Hollywood for Hope of the Valley. And lo and behold, I saw these commercials. I'm like, I'm going to write this thing up. And it took me 3 months or 4 months, and all I had was a laptop. And I did, irrational ratios, Scott. Normally and regularly, people in this industry don't throw off gross profit margins, and here's 3 public companies to prove it. I did tested the business model. I had an investigator, Dave Pellegrinelli, who I absolutely love. We've done tons of cases before. And I said, check this guy out. He found out that the guy was misspelling his name by 1 T, Scatero. He's convicted now, so that he could hide his past fraud with the guy who was secretly running the company, who got sentenced to 12 years. So there was unbeknownst to me at the time, there was another hedge fund in New York that was also trying to uncover it. They had some other evidence, but now we're friends and we have the same lawyer, but I didn't know. So we wrote it and got threatened by the company in 2021 when the article came out that I was a whistleblower. And then we had 5 other cases, Titanium Capital out of Miami, Zara Financial out of Los Angeles, Harbor City, the congressman in New York he was a part of that. I didn't know it at the time, and a couple others. So those successes, they just came and said, hey, would you help us with a particular case? If I mentioned the name, you would know. But and that case is like this much today, because agent took me aside and said, would you check out this? And that company in Indiana unloaded everything. I couldn't believe what we found, and we haven't stopped. And it's been a tough year. So that's how it happened. And I hope I answered it correctly for you.
No, it did. It totally makes sense. They're diving into that now. The thing that I always like to tell people too is, first of all, trust but verify. Verify. If somebody puts something out there, make sure you verify it. Make sure it makes sense. Make sure you can actually see the stuff on the county records, run a title report, simple things that people just don't do. Unfortunately, it reminds me a little bit of that Steve Martin movie. Was it when he was the gospel minister in a flashy suit? Was it Keeping Up the Faith? Something like that.
And he had the ear, but yeah.
It comes down to a lot of that stuff, is that you just got to it sounds too good to be true, it probably is, ladies and gentlemen. And I always see this represented back with people when I'm talking to other investors, like, I'm asking, okay, what are you invested in? Oh, I'm a part of 2,000 units. Well, are you really? Oh yeah, I got 50 grand in this lump amount. That means I have 2,000 units. I'm like, no, you don't.
See, there you go. Right, bingo. Now, add to that social media. The letters that I've written to Meta to try to hold them accountable to policies and procedures that preclude, untenable
Right.
return offerings, because a common thread to every case we submitted is social media. That's how they found out of it. It imputes credibility immediately to the deal. I don't know why. Even more so, like, I was on Oprah Winfrey twice back in the 80s, and I used that to defraud the auditors, much to my shame, because that imputed credibility, as if Oprah's executive producers audited my financials before I made claims on the show, right? No.
Right.
But there's this imputed credibility that comes with the social media ads, flashy, glossy, but it's what they don't contain that bothers me. So you could have a company today that has, let's say, 15 properties, 4 aren't paying investors. And the next one they advertise, they don't disclose, we're missing it on 25% or 20% of our, portfolio is not performing. Nope. You get assets. We have 2.8 billion in assets. Really? What's the debt on that?
Yep.
You get to cherry pick the good news and materially withhold the news that would impact a person relying upon your financial condition to invest, knowing you're doing it to conceal information that would thwart their investment, which is a crime. It's no different than me. Here's what it is, Scott. Lie about what you owe, earn, and own. That's all white collar crime is.
Mm-hmm.
Lie about what we owe, we conceal debt. We lie about what we earn, we jack IRRs. And that's, by the way, instead of selling a property, we refinance it, throw debt on it, never let it leave our thing, and then we book it as a sale on our historical. I call that round tripping. In accounting, it is the biggest round tripping fraud, and I have yet to hear a CPA say it. So I said it on the record in TCRs. This is round tripping. When you control the asset, you're the buyer and seller. Well, what is that? What they call, it's not refinance, they call it something that they do with the building. And all it is they just change LLCs, throw debt on it, pay investors a few bucks, pocket the rest, and jack the IRR, which is valuable to raise money. It's all bad. It's round tripping. And the regulators are like, well, yeah, but we're busy, and you don't want to be me.
No. Well, there's a story came out last year about even the largest company out there right now, BlackRock, who had
Craig's
two big single family rental portfolios that weren't performing, that were crashing. And what they did is they just canceled those offerings and rolled the amount into their blind fund, which completely wiped out so much private equity of people that invested into it. So they're like, oh, we're losing money. We're just going to take it in here and not let you see what we're doing anymore, which I just
so
like.
Arbor, wasn't it Arbor who just wrote off? Now, did you cover this? I heard it from you. 450 million at 70 cents on the dollar. It was there was a lender third quarter 2000.
Yep. Arbor's selling their stuff off at 50 to 70 cents of what's owed on it to try to offset that off, because they're not getting paid on their debt. So they originated.
But you look at the social media ads. How do you reconcile that? And regulators are like, when do they say enough's enough? You can't have two contradictory views existing simultaneously. It's called the law of non-contradiction. Either the Kansas City Chiefs or the San Francisco 49ers, not both. So one won the Super Bowl, one didn't. You can't have a collapsing in subcategories and cap rates and what you're doing every day, noting the public record of defaults, and still have the social media ads that you see today destroying investors who naively, and I don't mean naively in a negative way, but I believe what the company says way.
Yeah.
And they're getting wiped out. And it's very disconcerting. And I'll tell you something, what changed my life, Scott, And then, I know I've gone too long, and please forgive me, and I appreciate the time, but there's a guy who was part of the one of the cases that you'll read about. I can't even mention the name, but you'll read about it soon. It's a promissory loan note fund, not, legit guys do. And he's a fireman in the state of Arizona. And he called me and he said, listen, I read your report. Somebody released it online. I understand you uncovered this fraud. Well, whatever. I guess I was a little late. He said, listen, do you have a minute? And he said, I'm a fireman for 24 years in this town. And I have 4 kids and a wife, and I lost 400 grand in this deal. I promise you, Barry, he said, I just was believing what he said. And I just feel like a complete failure. Mm-hmm. So I said, I'm going to have to pull my car over. And it was kind of at that point where I said, it isn't just, it can't, if you want to help people in this horrific sector, it can't stop at the uncovering stage. You got to figure out ways to get them their money back. And that's kind of what you do by just giving the facts. Think about this. Don't do this. Easy to give your money, hard to get it back. And when they lose it, I said, brother, you are not greedy, nor are you dumb. Here's the problem. You know how much money this guy spent to fool you? You know how much money I spent on to defraud the auditors? Scott, $1 million buying buildings and this and that to make it look like we were doing restoration work that we weren't doing. Do you know how much promoters spend to defraud investors? It's a lot of money. So you're not dumb. And by the way, even if you are, the penalty for that isn't you get to lose your life savings. So,
right.
Okay. So here's the deal. You're just not a liar. Now that's why you have me. So, I'll check it out for you. And being a professional, my wife tells her friends, she goes, my husband lies for a living and then he brings his work home. She thinks she's such a comedian. So the point is that you're outmatched because you're not dealing on a level playing field. So what you're doing, I applaud and I'm grateful for, my friend.
I appreciate that. Now, Barry, can you shed a little insight how you got in trouble, begin with a little bit of your background? I mean, I'll put a link to that, but for those that are listening, you haven't heard yet.
Yeah. So, With the 2 quick things are, 1, 16 years old, started a carpet cleaning company. By the time I was 21, I was involved with the mob, 2 New York crime families. If you Google, police learn how mob moved in on Minko. But I went in voluntarily, and securities fraud, insider trading, all that, 26 million victim impact, 25-year sentence under the old law, did 7.5 years, was out 16 years, which means, Scott, that after 15, you're clean. And then was convicted of insider trading after pastoring 14 years at a church. And the crime there was the betrayal, not just to my family, obviously, but to the church who had stood by me, loved me, cared for me. But I did another 7.5 years, and a large portion of the congregation forgave me. That was great, but didn't get away with it. But the second offense was really a first offense again because I was out for 50. So the judge, by the way, she was an absolute doll. Florida, Miami, Mr. Manco, you're a first-time offender, but I know the truth about you, young man. And then she said, I'm reading a letter from the SEC saying you uncovered all these frauds. And now I'm reading a letter saying you did insider trading from the same department. And she said, listen, you're going to get out of prison, but do me a favor, stay away from public companies and help people by you clearly have a talent to do this. Stay in that area. And she checked on me, Scott, in prison. My counselor called me in Atwater one day, it was like 5-6 years in, and I was a year and a half from going home. She's like, your judge called to see how you were doing and asking if you were behaving. It was great. So no, the point is I got hammered. I deserved it. And the problem with the second offense was these people at this church were the most wonderful. If I would have went to them and said, I'm struggling with affairs or, OxyContin addiction, which I was, but that's not an excuse. They would have helped me. I'm struggling with finances. I wouldn't have had a commingle to support so I thought right equals forward motion because we were uncovering fraud and wasn't getting paid. So that was a good thing though. So if I borrowed and paid back on credit cards, all bad. So compromised my integrity, betrayed a wonderful group of people, Scott, the best of the best. But listen, we don't have a God of a second chance. We have a God of another chance. And I'm grateful for that. And I got my wife and family back, and many from the church are huge supporters, which I'm grateful for. So I hope that answers the question.
No, it totally does. And that's the great thing. The America loves a comeback story. You know, we love an underdog. We love seeing people overcome great obstacles, even a lot. Most of the time, it's our own obstacles we put ourselves in front of.
Right. I think that's a great point. My greatest wounds are self-inflicted.
Yeah, yeah. And that's the thing I think that really struggles with those out there that are operating, that are hitting tough times, is the ego side of things, is that we can't admit that we look bad, or we can't admit that we're doing something wrong. I have a buddy in Houston who's had a couple of deals go south. But what he has done, he has gone to his investors and say, hey, we've got a couple of deals with these deals that have gone south. Full disclosure, here's where we're at. Here's what we're working to overcome that.
Great guy right there.
He's a great guy right there. And, you know, it's not an easy thing. And he called me up because he knew I'd gone through a couple bad deals. I said, listen, you'll find out who your friends truly are. Just be honest. Stay off of socials, because everybody's going to think that if you're driving a Lambo online, they think you got a ton of money, right? If you're, and we've seen this, there's another big thing going on. If you're a minister driving a Lambo, but your staff can't pay their bills, there's something wrong with that too. You know what I mean?
Right.
But just disclosing, telling what's going on. Most people, they understand that shit will hit the fan from time to time. And what they want to know more so than anything, okay, what's your plan B, plan C? And the big mistake that a lot of people make is they don't disclose that. They say, hey, we'll just double down. We'll raise some more capital. And that turns into the Ponzi scheme of robbing
Because exactly, and that's it. Because Scott, I have never uncovered a fraud, met anybody in prison who didn't have a cure, which means James Lewis got 30 years, $300 million Ponzi scheme. He was one good trading a day from getting it all back. Nick Lesson, I always tell accounting classes to watch Rogue Trader. Why? He lost $1 billion, Barings PLC, but he was always one good. That's how you sleep at night.
Yeah.
I'm not the only one. I'll get it back. That's what I did. I'll pay off the mafia, the Ponzi. I'll go legit at ZBest. I'll merge with KeyServe. Milken will raise 40 million. I'm already public. I can get out of this. And the irony is we con ourselves into believing that cure. Madoff, another great example that, you know, the skin of the truth stuff to the lie, you know, the lipstick building floor 18 and 19 legit skin of the truth. We did carpet cleaning, right? There are buildings in Reg D, but floor 17 you needed to sneak into or have access to. That's where the fraud was. That's the stuffed with a lie. Stuffed with a lie equivalent in Reg D real estate is the material non-disclosures of we're losing our, we borrowed without your consent. The assets are over encumbered. We're doing everything we can to survive. The assets are worthless. The places aren't running well. We've cooked the books on performance, and it's all going to be okay somehow. And we're not the only ones doing it, so we can live with it. And it's a lie. Instead of what your buddy said, look, hey, there's no crime in failure. When Madoff lost his first, this is the only reason I watched that cross-country trip. He had the lady said his dad bailed him out in 62 of like a $30,000 loss. He could have chose liar or failure. And he chose the liar. But when you choose liar, you end up getting both. Instead of failure, all right, let's rebuild. But that was one of the best points I had ever heard, because every day, and you're in this world, when you're handling other people's money and you're lying to get money, you've chosen liar. And that's what all these ads are, lying to get money. What did I do? Lie to get money. If you want to boil down fraud to what it is, it's lying to get money, and it's lying about what you earn, owe, and own.
I love it. And that is where I think we need to call. That's a great way to stop the point here.
And I'm sorry I'm in this hotel. Forgive me.
No, all good. Where in the country right now, Bear?
So San Diego, and then I'll be back in Nevada in 2 days.
Very nice. Well, have a good time in San Diego, as we call it.
Yeah, but it's work. But yeah, thank you. Good. Thanks for having me, brother.
Not a problem. Where's the best way for our listeners and viewers here to track you
1
down?
minute. Listen, at Minko_Berry is Instagram, or just 1 minute on fraud, all one word, on TikTok. We do the fraud minute. It's free. We don't sell nothing. And try to do what you do, brother. Educate for free, level the playing field. And, we're not selling anything. I'm not running no Reg D fund, and it's all good. But thank you for having me.
Honored. Thanks for having on. We should have been working on each other's schedule to get you on here. So glad to have you on here, buddy.
An honor.
Thank you so much. And if I don't talk to you before Thanksgiving, have a great Thanksgiving too, Barry. All right.
Brother. Love you, Scott. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, guys. A lot of stuff to unpack in that episode. We'll throw in some links to some articles and some things that Barry mentioned on the episode here. But as always, when you're thinking about doing a deal, and it's not going to be a deal that you're managing, trust but verify. Make sure that they own the asset or have control of the asset. Make sure you understand the exit strategy. One of my mentors years ago told me only invest in things that you know and understand. And that's where people lose your shirt, is when you start investing in things that you have no clue about because somebody else said something or sounded good on social media. That's where you can lose your shirt and lose more than your dignity. So go out, take some action, everybody, and we'll see you at the top. Thanks. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of the Note Closure Show. As always, Scott Carson, excited to be here with you today. Hey, guys, it's been a while. I know I've taken about a 2-week hiatus and haven't had a new episode out. There's a little bit of method to my madness for us. Obviously, the last week of May is one of the busiest weeks of the year for most people, with high school graduations and college graduations and beginning of summer trips and all that good stuff, prom, even for some folks. Then you run into the first week of June. And, my birthday's the last week of May, so it took a couple days to enjoy that. And then just got back from a week-long kind of trip. I won't say it's a family reunion because it was kind of the idea to go up and spend some time in Minnesota. I had an aunt that passed a few months ago, and her husband passed a year and a day prior to that. It's my my uncle Carol and Aunt Paulette, my mom's side, passed away. So my mom asked me if I wanted to go up to Minnesota and see my aunts and uncles, which I've not been up in, golly, over 30 years. 92 was the last time I visited all of them up in kind of northern Minnesota. And it was exciting. It was fun going up. I took my mom to the first Twins game. You know how much I love baseball. We had really good seats. She really enjoyed it. And the week went by fast. I will tell you that. It was great spending time with my mom, seeing the places that she grew up. She grew up in this little tiny area up called Lake George, Minnesota, around Park Rapids, Minnesota. It's about a 3.5-hour drive north up. Of course, Minnesota is known as the land of 10,000 lakes. And but it was good to see where she grew up. The actual old barn from where she lived as a kid was still there. We visited that. We spent some time with my Uncle Vern and Aunt Flo, and my Uncle Dave and Aunt Pam and Aunt Shelley and Aunt Carol and some cousins. It was just really a great time, a quiet time. It's something to be said about being amongst the woods, the pines, and the forest up there, waking up to the sound of wild turkeys in the forest, or right beneath your window in the mornings, and seeing things, and just fellowshipping and catching up. And I laughed a lot this past week, which was great for the soul. But just hearing the stories and connecting the folks I haven't seen in a long time, and was really rewarding. I will be the first one to admit it was a little teary flying home out of Bemidji. Not only just thinking of the events and the fun they had, the good food. Don't get me wrong, I was glad to get home, glad to see Steph. I slept really good last night. Really great night's sleep for the first time in about a week, but it was great just to go spend some time. And those memories, will go a long time. And hearing my uncles talk about my uncles and aunts that are passed and their parents, and walking among gravestones and graveyards too will make you think about some things. And the reason we went up there, like I said, is for a remembering ceremony for my Aunt Paulette and Uncle Carol there in Lake George. And Lake George is only about 700 people. All right. And most of it, honestly, it's funny. It's the Karlsdorfs and the Carsons that make up a huge chunk of that city. And there are literally 70 people came out to the remembering ceremony, aunts and uncles, and my uncle, my cousin Randy and cousin Mike and their family, who are the sons of Paulette and Carol. And it was a nice ceremony talking about all the craziness and fun and how they celebrated their life and lived their lives of passion. And it really, the minister that kind of talked about the ceremony, quoted a poem that made me really think about it. And it's really what I want to talk with you guys about today, and something to think about. I've been thinking about this for a week since it took place this last Saturday. And it really made me think about some things. And I think I want to just pass it on to you. Now, some of you may have heard this poem before, and that's okay. If you have, you have. But I want you to think about some things. And think about what the poem says, and we'll talk more about that in just a second. But let me pull it up here. It's a poem called "The Path." Okay, it was written by a poet named Linda Ellis. Okay, and it goes a little bit like this: The Dash. I read of a man who stood to speak at a funeral of a friend. He referred to the dates on the tombstone from the beginning to the end. He knew that first came the date of birth and spoke of the following dates with tears, but said what mattered most of all was the dash between those years. For that dash represents all the time they spent alive on earth, and now only those who love them know what that little line is worth. For it matters not how much we own, the cars, the house, the cash, the real estate, What matters is how we lived and loved and how we spend our dash. So think about this long and hard. Are there things you'd like to change? For you never know how much time is left that can still be rearranged. To be less quick to anger and show appreciation more, and love the people in our lives like we've never loved before. If we treat each other with respect and more often wear a smile, remembering that this special dash might only last a little while. So when you're usually being read with your life's actions to rehash, would you be proud of the things they said about you, about how you lived your dash? This is by Linda Ellis. And lindaellis.life. You can go to that. But it really made me think about that, Lisa, because our lives are filled with all sorts of dashes, right? From the time that we're born to the time that we pass, or it's that dash with no end date. Hopefully you're listening to this and you don't have an end date yet. But one thing that made me think about this is I'm walking among the tiny little cemetery and looking at all the the Carsons that are buried there. And some are old, some are almost 100 years old. And you'll see some tombstones from World War II. You'll see some, the youngest tombstone had a dash, that was only between 2 years. I had two cousins that drowned when they were 6 and 8. I've got a cousin who disappeared off the face of the earth a few years back. They have no idea where he's at. Just disappeared up in the northern woods of Minnesota. And so that made me think about all our dashes. I mean, we have dashes like dashes from when we went to high school, a dash of where you worked at a job from one date to an end date. Some of us have marriages that had a date. It was 2001 to 2008 with a dash in between there. And I thought I lived that dash pretty well. What I have going on right now, I know I'm doing much better in my dash. And hopefully there is not an end date. But what I wanted to think about is what kind of impact do you think about we're having? I know so many investors and people that get into real estate, their dashes, they hope their dashes are long, right? 20, 30, 10 years at least. But so many of us have that small dash. Like we start something and we end it. And we go on to something else. We don't give it the time to marinate. We don't give it time for the experience to kick in so that we'd have a meaningful impact on the people around us, the people that we love. I was disappointed this morning. I get a response back from an asset manager on a deal that I was looking at. Very excited. I drove by it a couple of weeks ago when I was up in Indiana. And it was a non-performing note on the spreadsheet that the hedge fund provides. So I made an offering. I'm excited about it. It's non-performing. Well, I get the data tape back in with the attorney notes, and I find out, it's not non-performing. It's actually performing. And for 30 seconds, it was a little bit long, maybe about a minute. I was very disappointed because I really liked that asset, and as an opportunity. Yes, it was out in the boonies. It's 5 acres, near farm, farmland USA, basically. And you start, and it's hard not to, as a real estate investor, when you start buying something, imagining things happen. Now, was I ever going to move up to outside of Indiana? Probably not, especially in the winters to freeze my ass off. But it would avoid the hell of the heat down here in Austin in some cases. But that's the beauty of what we do, is that we can do this from anywhere, right? You can do this as long as you have an internet. You can do this note business. And it'll be ideal for that. Because the thing that's made me think more is I think that the dash of me living in Austin is coming to an end sooner than later. We've talked about the moving out of Austin, someplace that's a little quieter, not so busy, not so chaotic, and not so crazy with the stupid politics of Austin, Texas. Don't get me wrong, I love this city, and coming into Austin and getting off the plane, the energy of Austin, it's like coming home and seeing staff and our cats and in the house, and just that's you relax a little bit. But what I'm trying to get at, and kind of taking this back, is to, well, I did kind of take 2 weeks off from work. I get a little bit of work while traveling. Didn't open my laptop up once, which was very nice and very rare. I really enjoyed that week dash of listening to other people's dashes of stories and experiences, and being able to experience that week with my uncles and aunts and people and cousins I haven't seen in years, decades actually. But the great thing about that's allowed me to get to that is the fact the previous, since I started as an investor in 2008, 16 years of basically this being all that I do, 16, 17 years of being this is all that I do, focused on this. And I missed out on some family reunions. I kind of wish I maybe have gone a little bit more so in the past, but maybe I wouldn't have enjoyed it as much. I don't know. Hindsight is always 20/20, right, ladies and gentlemen? And I know that a lot of us struggle with that. Like, oh, I wish I could have done something better. I wish I was a little taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good. I would call her. You know what I mean? But we're all on our journey because of the decisions that we've made along the way. And some of us have more dashes. Don't get me wrong. I got plenty of dashes in my background from jobs and jobs and jobs to where I'm at today. And I don't think I would go back and change too much. There'd be a couple of things that change along the way, but not, small minor details. That where I'm at today is because of the decisions and my past dashes. And where's my future? I don't know. I know that I'll still be a real estate investor, still be a note investor, and I believe Steph and I'll be along for a long time. Yeah, she said, heck yeah, amen to that. What I'm trying to get at is the things that we do on a day in out basis. Yes, it's difficult sometimes to be 100% committed to real estate. And I've kind of pulled back from attending different conferences because the ego in me, don't get me wrong, I have an ego. Anybody knows I have an ego, but the ego is not driven by going out and spending 3 days out of my house, speaking for 30 minutes to an hour. Don't get me wrong, I love networking. I love meeting new investors out there. But the time and toil that it takes away from my life, my loved ones, my pets, my better half isn't worth that travel anymore. It's worth me being home here, being able to communicate here via social media or the podcast. And I thank you guys all for listening. Thank you for watching. And I encourage you to reach out to me, talkwithscottcarson.com, because I'd rather have those conversations on the phone where it's one-on-one or via Zoom. But when you do leave this earth, what do you want it to say? What legacy do you want to have? Do you want to have where people talk brilliantly? Nobody's up there talking, he owned 500 houses. He had 500 rentals. That means nothing. Yes, it's great, but what you do with that income, are you helping people? Are you helping people saving their houses? Are you enriching other people's lives? Are you helping people along the way? That's the thing that I like the most, is that I know that we've helped a ton of people over the years, pulled people out of holes, borrowers out of holes. And that's really why I was so happy. Maybe not at first, but when that asset manager sent me the statement, this note that I was going to buy is actually performing, I was like, well, shoot. But good for them. Good for them that they got back on track. They're not going to lose this 5-acre ranch or farm, stuff like that. The numbers on it don't make sense for me to buy it as a performing. It's just way too low in ROI for what we're doing. But it's a good day for that family, and how many of those do you get along with? How many times do you get to help people? I'm excited about one of our students, Linda Martin. She was able to help a family up in Massachusetts in a bigger deal where the house needed work. The bank was getting ready to foreclose on the deal. The borrower didn't have any money to rehab the property. So she was able to take it over and do either take it over subject to and then pay the bank the money to keep the deal, and she's selling it and gonna make some money, but gave some money to the borrower too. That's a win-win. Congratulations to Linda. I'm so proud of you. And Linda's had some health issues in the past. I think her dash is becoming more important the closer that we get to it. When you have a few brushes with life, when you've been hit by the big C and overcome it, or you've lost loved ones in your life, it's easy for us to sit there and, yes, be sad about losing somebody at the end date of their life, but we all know that our loved ones want us to continue living and going on. And I always think about my dad. I had my dad in my head a lot this past week, thinking about, hey, it's all about making memories. You're making memories. You're making memories, and just to enjoy it. And just to sit back, not be a bump along, but interaction and laugh and be present in where you're at. And that's one of the things I was very happy that I was very, very present in where I'm at. Because if you weren't present, you were busy on your phone or busy doing something else, you're going to miss out on the story. You're going to miss out on experience, little things. And that is one of the biggest things I really want to get through with you guys in this episode is that, experiences, living experiences. It's okay to work hard and you got to pay the bills. I get it. I understand that. Nothing wrong with that. And for a lot of you out there, you're struggling to pay the bills. You're stressed out because of inflation and more cost of groceries and the job that you have, the paycheck you're getting, there's more month left at the end of it. So the best thing I could tell you to do is keep going. Don't give up on your dreams. Don't give up on your goals. Don't make that dash have an end date for your goals, your dreams. If you want to accomplish something, there's no time frame that says you have to be successful by this time. That's totally up to what you want to accomplish, your goals, your dreams. And what I have done or what others have done doesn't mean that you have to do it that way. But the thing I want you to realize too is, while oftentimes we feel like we're on our own journey and we're by ourselves, you're not alone. Yeah, we have the haters. You've got the keyboard warriors, the trolls out there that it seems that the good devil likes to give them extra fodder when we're going through a tough time and we're going through trials and tribulations. But I'm a big believer that when you have that happen to you, you must be that much closer to success for the devil to raise his head and try to beat you down, to keep you from finding success. Because we all know that success breeds more wealth, it breeds more health, and the successful are some of the most giving of life. And like I said, if your dash is a little thin right now, that's okay. But what are you working towards? And then one of the things I always say, in one of my when I'm teaching or giving a presentation about not investing is, how long are you going to be in a real estate investor? Well, most of us never die. Real estate investors don't retire. We just we just kind of slow down a little bit. We work hard and we live off the fruits of our merits. It doesn't mean we stop buying or we stop investing. We'll always be doing that. Okay. But how are you helping people? And first, you've got to help yourself. That's the most important thing. If you're out there trying to help everybody else, but you're not filling your own cup, you're going to run out of battery. You're going to burn the candle at both ends and fall flat in your face. And I've been there, done that. Not good. You got to take care of yourself first, because that dash can end very quickly if you don't do that. And we need you there. We need those dashes to be long and strong and ready to get the friction on. And, I've been around mastermind groups where guys and gals are just buying, and there's an emptiness there because it's all about the next deal, the next deal, the next deal. Well, what about the impact you're having now? Real estate investors, a lot of us that have gone through divorce because we spent more time on the business than the business of our families. And that's something that I've been feeling as I turn 47, stuff like that. I actually love where my life is at right now. We're not buying 300, 400, 500 notes a year. I don't have to. I'm not traveling 40, 50 weeks a year. I don't have to. We do some deals. We're happy where we're at. Love my life. I enjoy where I'm at. We know we'll move at some point and we'll do it someplace that's quieter, and that's okay. But I know that with my dash so far, we've helped a tremendous amount of people. And that's one thing I'm very, very, very proud of, that fact, in the amount of people that we have helped. Yeah, we've had a few hiccups along the way and deals have gone south. That happens. You're an investor, not a guarantor. But we've always worked to make sure that people are taken care of. And that's the first thing you do. And if you can have somebody stand up at your eulogy and say that you help people overcome obstacles, and you were there for your friends, your families, and the loved ones, that's one of the most important things that you can do. So now I've been kind of all over the place a little bit with this podcast episode. It's not really talking purely about notes, but think about this. If you're dealing with issues, pick up the phone, give me a phone call. I'm glad to talk with you. Talk with ScottCarson.com. Glad to give you counsel on where you're at and listen and point you in the right directions. If you're struggling, love to talk with you. If you're successful, but you still have an emptiness and trying to figure out what the next thing is, let's talk. If you're struggling because you've bought some deals and you're overcome, I've got a nephew who's done really well in short-term rentals, but he's basically burning the candle at both ends. You maybe need to slow down a little bit and focus on systems in place so you're not the only person to do it all. And that means delegate. Maybe you need to go get a VA. Maybe you need to give something else, and maybe you need to partner up with somebody. Maybe you're struggling to get rock and roll on your own. You need a coach, somebody that can help guide you along that way. Well, I'm here for you. So think about this. What do you want your dash to say? Take a second, write some things down. What would you love people to say about you? You know, when this was I think if you've ever gone to school, one of your professors probably made you write your own eulogy. I had a college professor have us do that my freshman year. Write your own eulogy. You know, and a lot of times the kids are like, 10-term senator, died at 90 years old in the passed away in the thralls of love with his 25-year-old wife. You know what I mean? Father of 10 kids, it's the kind of crazy stuff. But literally, what do you want it to say? Say he was a good person, he's a bad person, he helped people, he was giving, he left a legacy, his kids loved him, kids hated him. That's one thing I did hear this weekend too, is people that weren't good who had passed. They're like, oh, that guy was an asshole, or he was crooked, or he was a crook and didn't help anything, and all these kinds of you don't want that to be a part of your dash. I get it. So that's what I'm going to leave you with today, guys. What does your dash represent? What does it mean? What is it going to mean in the long run? If you're just getting started, hey, congrats. You're going to learn. But give whatever you want to achieve, whatever that goal is, give it time. Be patient. You're going to have ups and downs. It's not overnight success. That's why you see that success takes years. Experience takes years. You don't see people, oh, I did basically this overnight and I was an overnight success with a small dash. Nope, doesn't work. You don't have the experience. So go out, take some action, give some thought, live in the moment. And as my dad said, go make some memories, everybody. And we will see you at the top. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Hey, welcome to this episode of Money Mondays on the Note Closer Show. Hope you are doing well. Hope you had a great weekend. It is Monday here. This will be actually the last meeting of 2024 for our Money Mondays with our WCN crew. Take the next couple of weeks off for the holidays and to revamp and go through some things, kind of a slower time for a lot of folks. We'll be busy working on closing some notes. Along with a few of our coaching students who made some offers last week. I got some stuff approved. Excited about people getting some new bids submitted in and approved for the first time. So really excited for folks like Phil and Cal and Sterling, especially Sterling has got a few of his 4 or 5 deals accepted or counted that we'll be working through later today with him and closing on his first couple deals. But I've had a lot of people sending me note tapes the last couple days, actually really the last 2 weeks. So I'm not talked about this topic of wholesaling notes. A lot of people aren't trying to buy, they're trying to flip them. And I'm starting to see a lot of comments in some of the Facebook groups of people trying to sell or wholesale notes that they have. And I thought I would go through these 13 things that you need to ask yourself, 13 questions. Because when I ask like the first question or two, people don't have an answer and it never leads to the other option. So this is something, if you're thinking about wholesaling notes, okay, there are some mistakes you can make. And we had to basically help correct one of our coaching students who was trying to wholesale a little low value note. Hey, it's the first deal. I get it, totally understand it. But it wasn't a deal to begin with, and it was just a waste of time to make an offer on it if I'd have known that he was trying to flip it or wholesale it, because it really didn't hold a lot of mustard. Like maybe a total difference of $1,000. And part of it is educating your buyers. So I've been buying and selling notes for about 20 years, ladies and gentlemen. I've wholesaled a bunch of stuff, still wholesale stuff occasionally. But when somebody sends me a tape and they don't have answers to these questions, or they're not asking themselves this, that you're just going to waste your time. If you get a tape in and you don't know what it is, throwing it against the wall or blasting it out or trying to get somebody to look at it is just a waste of time if you don't have the questions answered. So you want to write these questions down as we'll go through it. Now, I didn't put a slideshow together. I just kind of wrote it down here in a Word doc, and we'll dive into them individually, okay? But look, wholesaling is not a bad thing. First and foremost, if you're wholesaling, the thing to keep in mind is you got to understand exactly what you have, okay? If you don't know what you have, you need to learn to understand what you have. That's why our class upcoming in February, yes, I'll plug in our upcoming 3-day workshop, February 14th, 15th, 16th here in Austin, Texas. Get signed up at notebuyingfordummies.com. We'll put the link in the description. But those are going to be some of the great ways for you to walk away. If you come to a class for 3 days, you're going to understand the note business, how to buy, sell, find, fund, and flip notes, whether it's flipping for your own portfolio or flipping the wholesale. The thing to keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, is you got to know what you have. If you don't know what you have, you're just wasting your time. If you're just trying to listen to podcast episodes and YouTube videos, hey, that's great. I get being on a tight budget, but it's not going to help you succeed in the long run. Okay. And I'm not bad-mouthing anybody at all. Don't think that for a second. I'm doing this episode so that you guys can learn how to do things effectively. All right. That's the thing. If you can't make it to the 3-day class, sign up just for the WCN membership at $97 a month. There's some great stuff in there. There's even a whole class on wholesaling notes just in the WCN Crew base camp. All right. That alone is worth the $97 a month for you to make it happen. Okay. All right. Let's dive into these things. It's one of the most important. Now, the most important thing, all right, is when somebody sends you a tape, you have to ask them, what is the pricing? What's the price for these assets? What are you trying to get? All right. If you don't know pricing, and I had a guy reach out to me, hey, I got 5 notes in New York State. Even though it's New York State, I'm like, okay, what's the pricing? He couldn't tell me. Well, that's the first thing. If you don't know pricing points on this, if you can't tell by the spreadsheet that it's performing or non-performing, then it's a waste of your time. If somebody just sends you a PDF, that's not an effective way. Then it's not a deal. A PDF is a bunch of crap. Okay. There's also somebody out there, a few folks that they're sending out like these Word docs with like 20 lines of information about the asset. Oh, you buy this $4 million note for $3 million. They don't give you the address. They give you all the pros. This looks like it's a realtor trying to sell a newly originated note or some high-end. Those are a waste of time. Okay. Do not send me that. Okay. But first, number one is know the pricing of the deal. If you can't, now, even if they tell you highest and best, great. That's something, then nothing. If they can't tell you what the price is, if it's performing paper, what do you want for? Well, we want par. Okay, well, that doesn't make any sense. At least it's pricing. Okay, we want 95 cents on the dollar for performing paper. Okay, that's it's a seller, but at least no money for you to make in wholesaling. Okay, only if you're buying with your own funds would that make any sense if the rates are good. So that's the thing. Okay, know the pricing is number one. If you don't know the pricing, don't blast it out to people. Don't call people up, because that's the first question I'm going to ask you is, what's the price of these assets? If you don't know it, I'm not going to waste my time. It's also too on in here is make sure if you get a tape in, a spreadsheet in, it's all the information, not just partial information. By partial, a lot of brokers out there will to send out what's called a sanitized tape. That's where they remove the addresses. Well, if I can't know the address of the property, how am I going to effectively bid it? I don't trust your BPO value you have on the tape, okay, on the spreadsheet. I need to know the full address to do my own due diligence. Like, I'll give you an example. We made an offer this past week, and they have their updated value on it. Well, I asked them because I didn't like the value. It's a rural asset. I said, can you send me your BPO? Well, they sent me their BPO. First, they sent me the wrong BPO, hoping that I would miss that. I'm like, okay, this is the BPO for a different asset. Oh, my apology. So then they send me what they call what's an AVM, an automated valuation model, which is a Zillow value basically. Well, I know that value when it sends me the AVM, it only has like a confidence score of 74%. So I don't trust their value. I know I'm gonna have to order a BPO for myself to get true full value. And if the value comes back differently, which I 100% expect it to, I'm going to go back to them and say, listen, you valued this at 149 because of an AVM. My BPO that I paid for is much more accurate than your $147,000 AVM. My value at 95 makes more sense. All right. And that's funds that are selling, hundreds of assets. That makes sense to order AVMs, not or full BPOs. They're hoping somebody won't do their due diligence. Okay. So make sure, A, you know the price, and B, all the information is on that spreadsheet. Okay. And that leads me to number 2. Who is in control of the deal? Now, if you get this list from somebody, the second question asked besides pricing is how many people have seen this? Okay. How many people have seen this? Now, if you got a spreadsheet from somebody who sanitized, well, you're not in control of the deal. That broker is in control of the deal. And he may not even be in control of that deal. He may have gotten it from somebody else. If you got the tape from a friend of a friend of a friend, don't waste your time trying to flip it because you really don't control the deal. Now, if you get a tape in, and I'm going to use Sterling as an example. Sterling, we got a tape in. Sterling made 6 offers on it, 6 or 7 offers. He got 3 or 4 accepted. The minute he says accept on those 3 or 4, he is now in control of that deal. Yes, the seller still holds it, but he's in control. Now he can actually wholesale them, and he has a price. He knows the rest of the numbers on it. He is in control of the deal because he's basically going under contract. If you're not under contract, you really don't control the deal. If you have a spreadsheet with sanitized information, you don't control the deal. If you got the spreadsheet from a friend of a friend of a friend, you don't control the deal. Okay? So who's in control of the deal? You want to be in control of the deal. Part of the reason why we make 40, 50 offers is that we control more assets because our bids are more likely to get accepted. Something's get accepted, and we can control the assets. So we either buy it for our own portfolio, wholesale it, or go the route. Okay? And that's kind of falls in line. Are you direct to the seller or another broker, joker, dealer? That's the question number 3. Who's in control? You want to control that deal. Are you direct to the seller or another broker, joker? Now, I say broker and joker broker independently. A broker, there are brokers I work with. There are brokers on Wall Street that I work with. There's a broker out of Florida that I work with. There's a couple other brokers that I deal with that send me lists that they get from banks, hedge funds, things like that. If they're selling on behalf of that seller, I'm completely fine. I don't care if they're making a commission on it, as long as my price makes sense. Okay. Now, if it's a joker broker who's just sending out a spreadsheet or a sanitized spreadsheet or a PDF, that's a joker broker. Don't waste your time. You're not direct to the seller. Okay. If you start getting the price is 65 plus 3. Well, that's a broker. That's not a joker broker. But it really doesn't make sense to pay 68 cents to the dollar for non-performing stuff that's underwater. Okay. So are you direct to the seller? Ask yourself, am I direct to the seller or a true broker, or is this a joker broker? That's the thing. I mean, that goes in line with a little bit who's in control of the deal, but you have to ask yourself that question. Otherwise, it's not worth the time. If somebody wants to get you on a conference call to talk with their seller's rep, that's a waste of time. Don't do that. Let's get on a conference call and talk with my partner. And then, of course, if you get on a conference call, it's always somebody's removed. Oh, it's my partner's friend. You're never direct to the seller. So don't waste your time. And that's the reason I ask it, because you will waste your time trying to get on conference calls. Oh, so-and-so's got a tape. Well, so-and-so doesn't control the tape. They got it from a friend of a friend of a friend. That's not worth your time. Sorry, guys, because by the time you get to do all this due diligence, you're not direct to the seller. They could have sold it to somebody else or pulled it. Okay. Or a tape could be marketed that's not supposed to be marketed. I've had that happen before too. One guy a few months ago sent me his tape of this huge tape of stuff across the country, and he had sanitized it. Well, I knew that it was a list of reverse mortgages because I could look at it and see that $1 payment. And then I saw Austin, Texas, and I looked at the zip code of Austin, Texas, and I pulled up another tape I got from a hedge fund that I deal with. And besides the address, I could tell, oh, wait a second, the unpaid balance on this matches up with this other unpaid balance. Same zip code, same asset. I said, you're marketing so-and-so's tape, which I don't need. I don't want to waste my time. I'm already direct to them. Okay. Now, Number 4 is one of the most important things. And I know that when you're brand new, you may not know this. Okay. You may not know what number 4 is. What makes this a deal? All right. What makes this note deal or this property? What makes it a deal? Are you getting it at a big discount? So that if you buy it and get it reperforming, especially in the note business, it'd be good yield. If you're going through foreclosure, is there a big chunk of profit? What makes this a deal? Not for you, the seller, but for you who you're flipping it to. Yeah, it's great if you make 2-3 points on the deal, but if that 2-3 points eliminates it from being a positive profit margin on the back end, then it's not good. Years ago, I was teaching, we had a lady by the name of Liz Bruner. And Liz is still around. I think she travels the country in an RV or stuff like that. But Liz and her fiance, her husband at the time, they got a note in that they're trying to sell. And they're trying to sell it at 65% of the value of the property. I'm like, okay, that's not so bad. But and they wanted what it was, they wanted $8,000 in commission on a wholesale. Well, that's $8,000 caused it to go from 65% to like 72%. I'm like, you can't do that. And somebody's not going to buy it at 72. They would buy it at 68. So you can still make like $4,000 on the deal. But if you try to sell it at what you fully want to make in commission, you're going to reduce your pool of buyers. And that's what happened. They didn't sell it at all. So they made 100% of nothing versus 50% of something. So know what makes this a deal. Is it going to be a good property for somebody there? If they foreclose, is there enough of a profit margin between what you're buying the note and either the value of the property or the legal balance? If you foreclose, it'd be enough. Okay. If it's, is it a good yield? All right. There was somebody who was trying to sell a note in one of the Facebook groups, and they're trying to sell it for above the balance of the note. They're trying. So I think that, let's just say the balance was 150. Well, they're trying to sell it for 160. Well, the legal balance was 150. And they're like, you're foreclosing the one. It'd be a good yield if it gets reperformed. Yeah, but you're literally going through the foreclosure process. That tells you it's not going to be a good. And so if somebody's going to pay 160 for the right to collect 150, even though the house is worth 300, it makes no sense, because if it gets sold at auction, you're going to lose 10 grand. And people don't understand that. So what makes it a deal? If it gets reperforming, will it be a good yield to somebody? And we're talking about a good yield, probably if they're a real estate investor, minimum 8%. If they're an activist, they probably want to make 10 to 12%. All right. Now, if you're using your own funds to buy the deal, does it make sense? If you were going to use your own funds, does it make sense to buy this deal? If it doesn't make sense, then you're going to have a hard time flipping it. Okay. And I kind of call this common sense underwriting. Just look through the deal. Hey, if they start paying on time, again, is it a good yield? If they bring 4 months to the table, if they're more than 4 months behind, is it a good yield for the first year? If we have to foreclose, is there a chunk of profit between what we're paying for the note and either the full payoff amount or the value of the property, whichever is less? Does that make sense? Is it in a state that's got a faster foreclosure process that can offset a smaller amount, but can still be a good yield, ROI, versus something like New York, New Jersey, which takes 2 to 3 years to foreclose? And where are they in that process? Is this going to be a 90-day thing or a 9-month process? Okay. Those are important things to keep in mind when you're looking at it. Okay. What makes this a deal? You need to know that and tell people that, not just slap it against a wall. Hey, take a look at it, because now you're just not only wasting your time, you're wasting somebody else's time. And I get you're trying to make something happen. I get it. But taking the time to understand what you have, we'll go there. So what are the profit margins? That kind of calls in what makes this a deal. Knowing the profit margin is most valuable. Hey, you're going to make 60 grand on a foreclosure. You're going to make $400 a month. That's going to be a 20% cash and cash return. Those are things. Now, the next thing. So first one we talked about, let's go back to the questions. Know the price of the deal. Who's in control of the deal? Are you direct to the seller or another broker or joker broker? What makes this deal? What are the profit margins of this deal? Okay. Is it cash flow? Is it equity if it sells? Is it a big chunk if it forecloses or you get a cash for keys? Knowing those margins are good. Now, what are the pros and cons of the deal? Pros, it's in a fast foreclosure state like Texas. Con, it's in a long foreclosure process like New York. Okay. Pros, it's occupied and the borrower has made some payments. Cons, it's vacant and nobody's made any payments for 2 years or 3 years. Okay. Pros, it looks like there's hardly any back taxes. Those cons, there's 6 to 7 grand in back taxes, or it's going to a tax foreclosure. All right. Those are the things that keep in pros. It's got a clean file. Cons, we don't have hardly anything of a collateral file. There's no servicing. Pros, it's with a servicer. Cons, no servicer. Okay. So you need to know the pros and cons of the deals. Okay. Now the thing is, if you're wholesaling, you have to look at how are you going to make a profit. Okay. How are you going to make a profit? And I bring this up because we had a student who basically, he had a buddy who was looking for stuff in Ohio. He had an Ohio note on a tape. The balance was only like $8,500 or $9,500 on the legal balance. He bid 7 grand, I guess on behalf of his investor, submitted the bid to me. The bid came back at 8,500. I'm like, it makes no sense in Ohio because it's about a 9-month foreclosure process to pay 8 grand for a $9,500 note. The house is in good shape. It's occupied. You're gonna get outbid at the auction, so you're only gonna be able to collect 9 grand. And I went to him. I said, "Hey, are you using your own funds?" He goes, "Oh no, we have an investor." I'm like, "Okay, this makes 0 sense for an investor, because even if your bid was made at 7 grand, even if the fund approved it at 7 grand, how are you going to make any money that's worth your time? Oh, I'll charge the guy 7 grand, or I'll pay him 8 grand. That makes no sense. Either you have an uneducated buyer who thinks they're getting the property, which is a waste of your time. Okay, if you're flipping notes or trying to sell notes, you have to make sure that the end buyer understands it's a note, not a property. That will save you a lot of time from running around like a chicken with your head cut off trying to explain to it, and they won't understand it, and they'll drag you out. Then you'll lose face when they don't close, and now you're stuck with a note under contract, or you can't close because you don't have the funds yourself. Okay, so understand, how are you going to make a profit? Is it going to be a flat percentage, a 1 point or half a point on a performing note, or a flat fee, $500? We had a student, Gail, a few years back, who was trying to flip performing notes and only charging $100 in profits. And I was like, Gail, that is not worth your time to be you're doing all this marketing to make $100. And if something happens, the FedEx fees or other fees involved with having to return this, if they don't pay through, is not worth your time. Okay. So if you're not going to make at least a $500 fee wholesaling, or $1,000, whatever it might be, don't waste your time doing it. If there's no profit margin for your end buyer, there sure as hell is 0 end profit for you. Okay. I'm not bashing anybody, but quit wasting your time. This is part of why in our spreadsheets, one of the things we do is we get rid of low balance notes. Unless you're going to buy with your own funds and you want to put your IRA to work, that's a different story. But don't try wholesaling those deals to somebody else. Okay. It makes 0 sense. It's a lot of time wasted. Don't do it, because it's just going to be a pain in the ass. You're going to waste all your time not making money. If you're going to work, take the challenge and sell a higher asset. It's a higher valued asset. It's going to have more borrowers, or more people looking for that stuff. Okay. It also gives you the opportunity to make a little bit higher profit margin. 1 point on 7 grand is $70. 1 point on 70,000 is 700. Capiche? All right. So when you think about this, how are you going to make a profit? Then you also have to ask yourself, do you have a buyer's list? Now, a buyer's list is not social media. A buyer's list is not LinkedIn profile. A buyer's list is a bona fide email list of contacts. Okay. An email list. All right. Now, if you don't have an email list, then you need to get off your ass and go out and network. That means going to the local real estate club, going to networking events, going to an REI expo or something like that. And it does mean you still post to social media, but you start asking people for their email. Okay. Or you start going on LinkedIn as you're connecting with people, you start asking them for your email so that you can share with them, because social media is not an effective way to wholesale deals. All right. If you have an email list, I don't care if it's 500 people or 100 people, that's much more valuable than a Facebook group. Because we all know that Facebook limits the amount of people who see your stuff. It may be 1 to 5% total of your friends or contacts on there. A Facebook group might get a little bit higher percentage, but it still limits it. There's stuff I see that gets posted 3 days later. I'm like, I didn't see that 3 days ago. What the hell happened? So an email list, and preferably a cell phone list too, where you can text message blast people. Hey, I got a deal. Those are the two most valuable pieces of real estate in your whole real estate journey is your email list and knowing what they're buying, okay? And their cell phone list. And that takes me to the next question. What question is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So buyer's list email. Number 9, how are you going to market